Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the third round of the ICGT Esports Series 2024. My name's Luke Crane. I am joined today by Jesse Lee. Jesse, it's been a long time, mate. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine, Luke. Hello, everybody, and welcome into Indianapolis. It's going to be a hot day out there on the racetrack. Highly competitive qualifying. We'll get into that in a bit. But, Luke, just good to be back on comms with you.
Yeah, 100%. Couldn't agree more. We are here at Indianapolis, of course, home of the Brickyard 400, the Indy 500, two of the bigger races in the world of motorsport, maybe some of the biggest, actually, realistically. But also, it is home to the 8 hours of Indy, of course, in real life. And it was the finale of our season last season where Williams got their only victory of the season, but ultimately their consistency won them the championship. But this season, they are a little bit off the pace in terms of where MSI are. So, yeah, it should be a very good event all the same.
Yeah, it really is going to be interesting to see it because this is sort of the rubber round of the championship. You've got a couple under your belt. Today could go a long way to determining a champion. It won't, but you can put your name in the hat and you can take your name out of it quite quickly depending on your decision making today and how you survive 8 grueling hours at the Brickyard.
Of course, we had 3 hours of Suzuka as round number 1, and then we headed to Spa for the 24 hours of Spa a few weeks ago. And well, here's a little highlight video to showcase what happened. Lots of frantic action at Spa, and the winners were Team MSI, who are the same drivers who've won it for the last 3 seasons in a row, actually, the 24 hours of Spa. Ultimately, they're racing for different team names, but under the umbrella of Unicorns of Love over the last 2 seasons, and then this season, of course, MSI AMG Motorsports. So fair play to them, and they now have a commanding lead in the championship as well. But Jesse, I'm not sure how much you caught of the Spa 24-hour, but it was, again, a highlight of the season for a lot of people watching at home, and it was certainly a highlight for me as a commentator. It was brilliant.
Absolutely. So, Luke, we got to call a lot of that nighttime stint. Spent a lot of time talking about who was in the lead, who could potentially take the lead. I think we might have set a record here in SRO Esports for the most amount of lead changes in a 24-hour race. It was that competitive, of course, having cars retire out of the lead, high drama. Everything was perfect in that race. Just the right amount of drama, the right amount of good racing as well.
100%. Here are the pro standings then as it stands going into round number 3. Mercedes AMG Esports Team MSI. I did kind of say that team name, but in a different order earlier on. But yeah, they lead the way by quite the considerable margin now. They're 27 points clear. As you can see, there's lots of other teams there involved as well. Let's check out the silver standings as well, because of course we have pro and silver drivers within this championship. You'll be able to see that on the left-hand side of your screens during the race. I'll be able to explain exactly what that means. But here you go then. BF Racing Esports lead the way by 20.5 points. So a big margin heading into today's racing, Jesse.
Who would have called that? BF Racing Esports out there in the Silver Championship. We've got Academy drivers and up-and-coming teams in that Silver class that they're competing with, and they're absolutely taking it to them. Again, a brilliant race at Spa. They're beating the likes of Veloce Williams right now. I don't think anyone would have taken that bet before round number 1, but right now, they're walking the walk. They're talking the talk.
Yeah, 100%. And, well, we've been talking about Williams, and we've been talking about Mercedes AMG Esports Team MSI, but neither of them got Super Pole. It went to Lamborghini Esports, and, well, we're about to see a lap from David Tanitsa, what happened yesterday.
Well, here we go. David Tanitsa going around the final corner here, getting up onto the oval, banking just a little bit, going the wrong way down the pit straight. We will go over the yard of bricks and hurdle our way down into turn number 1. 14 of them here at the Indy GP track. The first one very tight here. It's almost obscured, not quite blind. Don't want to take too much of the inside curb, can get yourself into trouble, but you want to hit and bang off that curb. Smooth through turn number 2, ride the curb through 3, find the outer apex there in a blind turn up into 4, 5, and 6. This complex, very interesting indeed. It deviates a little bit from the newer layout. We still take the loop here and we go down something of the back straight. This very difficult turn here, see a lot of contact we have in previous years. We will likely see that again here today. Don't want to touch that grass, and that runoff area there, that is legal racetrack. Go over that though, could find yourself into a little bit of drama. Speaking of drama, where's your braking point down here into this turn? That's also hard to say as well, as different cars will break in there differently. A nice rhythm section here on the back third of the lap. What we're going to do is get back up on the banking in NASCAR 2 and head back to the front straight. But oh wait, it's not that simple. We're turning back off of it into the infield again. Another 90 right. Looking very nice and tidy this entire lap. Tunisia, you have to say, this looks like a pole lap. Nice, calm, and controlled. Turn out just a little bit to make sure you can get the arc back up to the banking and back onto the front straight. Run it all the way out to the wall. Exactly. Lovely indeed. A 134.015. Good enough for pole for Automobili Lamborghini.
Yeah, it was good enough for pole by 0.02 of a second. So impressive stuff there. So the Lamborghini Esports team, who currently find themselves down in, I'm trying to find out where they are, 4th position in the championship. They need a big result today. It's, you know, the halfway point once we finish today's race. So if they're not sort of within the top 3, I find it very difficult to believe that they can go ahead and win the championship. But they're only 8.5 points behind Team Williams Esports. So a big opportunity today from pole position to convert that and get themselves a huge result.
Yeah, it really is. They didn't do bad at all in the Spa 24. Automobili is a team I talked about at length, about how they have sort of resurged in the series. They're certainly still in the hunt. And of course, we may have early leaders in this championship, Luke, but this thing's long from over. That's exactly what I said earlier. This championship is still up for grabs. Today won't decide a champion, but it could put somebody well on their way.
100%. Right, let's check out the entry list then before we head over to the track for some racing action. So there we go. Just a very, very brief look. We've got the number 4 there, Mercedes-AMG Esports by Team HRT. Keeping an eye out for them. 3 exceptional drivers. Of course, we've got a couple of Williams teams. We've got the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team MSI. I'm not sure who you are in the world, but no one's quick enough to read the list that quickly. I can tell you that right now. But there's lots of fast drivers out there.
Yeah, there certainly are. I mean, just take your pick. Every lineup is a star-studded lineup, championship caliber. The only problem is that everybody else's team is also star-studded and very, very packed with talent. So it doesn't matter if it's the pro field. It doesn't matter if it's the silver field. Everybody has a team that can win. That's the brilliant part about SRO Esports.
100%. Here we go then. We are on and we are ready to rock and roll. And well, as you can see there, we've got Matasia, who is a silver car class on the front row of the grid. That is an exceptional performance there. The first silver car to score any points from qualifying as well, because you know, in terms of the qualifying, that's how it works. There's only points for just everybody on the grid, and then when it comes to the actual racing, then they're earning points within their classes. So yeah, incredible feat there to get themselves onto the front row, which is something we didn't expect. But how long can they hang up there with a couple of Ferraris right behind them as well? We've then got Jordan Sherritt in the Aston Martin, who does not need a second invitation to make any overtakes. We saw that at Spa and we saw that at Suzuka. So yeah, expect there to be fireworks at the beginning of this 8-hour race.
Yes, indeed. I mean, of course, you got to consider a silver car up there, and they're trying to get themselves back into this championship. It's going to be very interesting indeed, just like you say, to see how long they can stay up there. They've got to stay out of trouble. The pro cars got to stay out of trouble as well. Some of our championship lineup is sort of mixed up as well. You got Nicholas Halban back there in 9th place. They got to be very careful making their way through the field. Some of their competitors, though, starting well up in front of them.
Yeah, well, the Scuderia Ferrari, they are currently 3rd on the grid. They're 2nd in the championship. Big opportunity for them to overturn a little bit of that deficit to Team MSI, who do start in 9th, as you just rightly pointed out. And then we've got the Williams team, the number 5, who are currently 3rd in this championship. They start ahead of the championship leaders in 7th position. But it is Lamborghini right now. They are at the top there. They are currently in 1st spot. You got to also factor in that that silver car doesn't take points away from the cars behind. So Grantas Caracas right now for the number 51, the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team. They are effectively second already in this race. So yeah, a massive opportunity for the likes of Ferrari Esports, Lamborghini, and Williams to try and close that gap on MSI, who have gone up there and won 2 from 2.
Nervous moments for the drivers and the teams making their final preparations, maybe some air pressure changes and minor things with the car. A very, very calm and cool David Tanidza behind the wheel of the Automobile Lamborghini team, communicating with the team, taking a final moment to relay back to the pit wall, but also taking a moment of solace to gather their thoughts before they barreled down into turn number 1. As we saw, that 90 right is a very dangerous corner. We see a lot of problems in all sorts of motorsport here, and laughing with the team there a little bit. I don't think he's phased.
I'm going to be honest, I didn't expect to see a 10 out of 10 bedroom decor this early in the broadcast, but here we are. That duvet
That's a full-on 10, huh?
Yeah, 100%. That is where the magic happens for sure. David Tanidza, I tip my hat to you. Here we go then. We're off for a formation lap, then 8 hours of racing at Indianapolis, and I'm going to bring it up really early. I was there a few weeks ago. It's an incredible place. I love this place with a passion. I'm hoping for an exceptional race, although they are driving the wrong way round for what I was looking at a couple of weeks ago.
It's hard to explain, folks. If you've never been to Indianapolis, it is hallowed ground. You arrive and it feels special from the off. It is a very different place. So much history, 100+ years of motorsports pedigree at this racetrack. Doesn't matter which way you're going around, of course, but it is a fantastic venue, and you feel it. It has whatever it is. It has it.
It certainly does, yes. The only race circuit I've ever been, maybe Spa actually, but it's one of the only race circuits I've been to where you just, as soon as you arrive, you feel something. It may sound silly to people who are watching at home, but there's some kind of aura about the place. As Rotters has got a 30-second time penalty to kick things off there. What's happened there?
Yeah, that's got to be from qualifying, Luke. I would assume something had gone awry in qualifying, or maybe something after the last round. But I would imagine qualifying. We see that ever so often with cars, but we will be updated on what that is once we get going, I'd imagine.
Yeah, we certainly will. Looks like we've actually just received a message there. No, definitely not anything to do with what what I was expecting. Yes, so that's definitely not ideal, as Osterman has just got into the car. I'm wondering, names are changing on the list there. So as long as they've got a driver, that's all that matters, really, to be honest.
I'm not quite sure of the technical regulation. That's one of the few I don't actually know, but usually I think drivers or teams are allowed to swap after qualifying. I don't think the driver that qualifies has to be in it at the start, but that may be different. That might be incorrect information, but either way, a 30-second penalty gone against them quite early onto the race. Salt in the wound, really, after Spa.
Yeah, certainly is, but there's a few cars around them. Well, all the cars around them aren't really going to care too much there whatsoever. Oh, here we go then. We are heading in towards the final few corners before we embark upon our 8-hour journey here at Indianapolis. And the sky looks ominous. We might see some weather today by the looks of things. To be fair, the track looked like it was wet already, but it's just a very dark race circuit. Again, we get to look at that bedspread. David Tanidza. That is a delightful, delightful bit of bedspread on the eyes. Respect there. I wonder if anyone else is going to beat that today during this broadcast. Up towards then the second to last corner before we start our proceedings. It is David Tanidza of Lamborghini Esports then in P1. And then we have got Merning in the Ford on the front row, and that is a silver class car. That is very, very impressive indeed. Remember, they are not racing against each other effectively. Right now, Merning's winning his race and David Tanidza is winning his race. ST Racing, though, are only 7th in the championship for the silver, so this is a big opportunity to go and close that deficit. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. It's round 3 of the season of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Series 2024, and we are off and we are running down towards turn number 1, and David Tanidza does take us away. You can see them all spreading out now, almost 4 wide, a little bit further back, battling for 7th position. You can see a Williams AMG there trying to make a move up the inside down towards turn number 1. This is where a big pinch point is. This is where cars can end up facing the wrong way, and while there is one car facing the wrong way, and now that is going to cause a massive checkup And I think there's going to be 4 or 5 cars that are involved in that might get themselves some issues in terms of damage. But Davitinitsa has done the first part of the job nicely. A big error of the ways is Neil Nalzioks, one of the older drivers in the session, one of the more experienced drivers. He's got himself a drive-through. That's been cleared by the looks of things. Sasha Vazner as well might have theirs cleared by the looks of things as well. There's drive-throughs all down the field. Maybe that's just an error with the system in place. But as it stands, Davitinitsa has got away nicely and he leads the field.
Yeah, they likely were caught slightly out of position on the start, but race control typically will view that and decide if nothing was jumped, they will just sort of give that back and say, you know what, fair play, you were side by side, you were not out of position, go about your business. And that's exactly what's happened for the majority of those that were deemed slightly out of position on the start. That's a very typical, we see that quite frequently. But for Tinidze up front, it has gone exceptionally well. They still have that silver in between them. We didn't talk about that, but that's actually sort of a good thing, because as long as that Mustang doesn't catch that Lamborghini, they have effectively a divider, a spacer in between them and the rest of the field that they're racing. Of course, Moning wants to keep their position and keep all of the positions between them and Malo and the 52 Ferrari, who's down in 14th as well. But right now, could we see a pro silver fight for the lead? Is that wise?
I'll tell you what, the straight line speed there from Moning is ridiculous. That Ford is quick in a straight line. So Tinidze has got to use that to her advantage, because it will be a little bit slower in the corners. We're on board with our championship leaders for the Pro Series, Tobias Gronewold at the wheel of the MSI machine, number 86. Just there in P8. In behind them, we've got Castorino for the Coach Dave Academy team, just in behind. And you've got Boothby in the Veloce car, only in 10th position. They'll be hoping to make up some positions. And that's the beauty of this race, because you've got 8 hours to do so. You don't have to rush in the first half an hour, although you will see that happen, for sure. There'll be drivers that will make it look like it's a 20-minute race. But for the most part, they've got 8 hours now to go out there and figure this out like a big puzzle and try and make their way up towards the lead of this race.
There were certainly about 4 wide coming through turn number 1 for the first time there. A couple of cars got sideways. I saw several of them knocking each other back the correct direction, and they carried on. Very few cars actually ended up completely sideways, all things considered, and they eventually found themselves down to single file, where they're just running, trying to fill out their cars. Cars can be handling quite differently in this condition. A lot of fast-paced corners, a lot of slow-speed stuff here as well. And of course, your braking markers are never quite where you left them if you're following this closely to other cars. All those things considered, these drivers just trying to lock themselves in a little bit, get an idea, an understanding of how the cars are handling. And you'll see that here. Nobody trying to make a move here, completely single file. And they will eventually get racy, but right now it is just about feeling themselves out, making sure they've got exactly what they need. The 38, they're thinking about making it. Castorino look down to the inside of the MSI Mercedes, look to the outside there in turn number 2 and 3, and thinks about putting the nose of the prancing horse in front. Doesn't do it, goes back in line. Probably the smarter move.
It's all from Tobias Gronewold, just running slightly deep into turn number 1. And given the opportunity there for Castorino, who of course won the Silver Championship and was in the shop window and has now been poached in racing in the Pro Series. That's a big opportunity for the Silver cars. You know, we're seeing at the front of the grid there, ST Racing currently in second, winning their race last here. That's a big opportunity for them, a big window to go, do you know what, next season I want to be in a pro car. Looks like we've got a replay, though, of the beginning of this race. Let's have a little look-see at this and see what went down. So it's a great start from Davitinitsa. He's off into the distance. Moning also with a very, very good start. Then it fans out in behind for the battle for 3rd position. The Ferrari Esports team are good to go as well. But then it just goes a little bit awry as we go into the middle of the pack. We've already got people sideways going in towards turn number 1. And it looks like everybody's been well behaved. We've got a NSX there trying to make it 17 wide at the background. And it's a Lamborghini there, isn't it? It's the Atatec, I think, Lamborghini that ultimately was facing the wrong way. And then everybody else kind of was trying to avoid them. And you know, when you've got 700 cars trying to make it around a corner all side by side, and you've got one car facing the wrong way trying to avoid everybody, it becomes very difficult for everyone to get out unscathed.
They were definitely 4 wide behind there, but you're right, you are in front of them. They were 3 wide, and I think the entire field anticipated an accident that just did not occur. Everyone slowed up, quite thankfully. A little bit of bumper car action going on there, but nobody getting turned completely around. They all continued on, but I think you're absolutely right. Oh, and nearly off of the racetrack is Neil Nyox for BS Competition. He hit the curb a little too hard. I talked about that on the Super Pole lap from the Automobile car. You want to hit the curves, but you don't want to go too deep. That's exactly why you don't want to do that in Sector 1.
Yeah, that's just it just seems like a not a good start. Maybe a bit of a nervy start there from Nyox, down in 11th position right now. Would probably feel like he's out of position, but not under a lot of pressure from Miato, who's going to be looking at this thinking, oh, I'd love to pull the scalp of Nyox and get up ahead and then go and challenge someone like George Boothby. And that is the sort of the name of the game when it comes to this series. Your reputation means absolutely nothing. You're there to be taken advantage of, and people are trying to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, that's sort of the way it is. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there, and if you're one of the premier drivers of the series, if you're an up-and-coming driver, you want to take them down. And if you are one of the premier drivers, you always have a target on your back. Doesn't matter what it is, but especially here on the big stage, if you can be beaten, then that's going to be a feather in their cap. And also, it's tough being at top. I always heard it's lonely at the top, but it's not. It's very crowded. People trying to take you off the top, and you got to defend that every single race. And people race you different too. I'm sure you know, Luke.
100%. I will say one thing: the difference between pros and the silvers in this series isn't necessarily the outright pace, like raw pace. They're all very, very close. It's that consistency over the course of an hour. Keeping those lap times, as you see here, Moaning doing a very, very good job of keeping with Davidson. But also it's then having 3 drivers of that ability, of that level. That's where the silver drivers will lack a little bit. Happy to be proven wrong, but you may see some of the silver teams with their faster driver in now and may drop a little bit further back as the session goes on. But as it stands, the ST Racing Esports team, well, they are doing a very, very nice job here. And the longer they can stay in this position, naturally the field's going to fan out, and it makes it very difficult, even in an 8-hour race. It makes it very difficult for someone who's in P15 right now overall. Rafael Malio in the Ferrari number 52 makes it very difficult for them to get themselves involved. Trying to find out where the leaders of the championship are. BF Racing Esports, they're actually 4th overall in the silver class. They're 17th in this race. So that's Ramone in the car. So right now, this is a massive, it's become bigger and bigger opportunity right now for ST Racing Esports.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it? You get in a position like this, and of course the Mustang was the huge question mark. Talked a lot about during the 24 of Spa. That car doesn't have a notebook. It's impossible to have had one. It became available while the season was being set up. So anybody that selected that is learning on the fly. They're going to these racetracks for the first time. They're qualifying for the first time. They're racing it here in Anger for the first time. So absolutely no notebook. Most of the other teams here will at least have something to go on, even if it's somebody else's notes, even if it's old race data. You don't have that if you're driving that Ford Mustang. You're learning on the fly. What they're learning today, if we're getting quite racy here for the 27th spot, that is Richie Kloppert and Ederl racing for this. Of course, a gaggle of silver cars with 1 pro in there as well. Everybody getting a little edgy. But talk about that Mustang, Luke. When you don't have a notebook, you don't know what to expect. But expecting what we've seen thus far in qualifying in the race, Mustang looks like a pick here.
It certainly does, yeah. The straight line speed especially looks very, very good. So you just rightly pointed out Eder there, the pro car, in amongst a lot of silver cars there. They've got the Hopper trying to get past Eder. I think if you are Kloppert right now, you might want to just let Eder go through. Looks like he's very racy. Looks like he wants to get things done quickly, and then hope that the other drivers don't be as kind and lose a bit more time racing with him. So that might be an option for them. We are with that number 20 AMG car, then a Mercedes. It looks like, again, the colours are the British police car. Or an English police car. It's exactly the same yellow and blue that you have on a police car over here in the UK.
So I can hear the siren, actually.
Yeah. Every time I look at it, I'm just like, oh, there's a police car. It literally looks like that. We're on board now with Tinko van der Velde. And he currently resides in P6, looking to try and get involved with Jonathan Riley. They're in behind Jordan Sherratt. It'd be interesting to see Riley catch up to Sherratt, really, because Sherratt was a Ferrari Esports driver before switching before the season. So it'd be nice to see those two go at it. There'll be no love lost there, I can assure you of that. Jordan Sherritt currently has the fastest lap of the race. So we're at this period of time now where you're 10 minutes in, you know, who's looked after the tyres the best, who's bedded in the stint the best. This is where you're now going to be reaping those rewards, because the car will be very, very quick indeed. And right now it looks like Jordan Sherritt is that driver.
Yeah, you got to be wondering what Sherritt's thinking about right now, considering how the season has gone thus far for them versus some of the Ferrari teams. And you wonder, with these silly season moves that you have in esports, are you always making the right call? You certainly think you are at the time, but is it always when the chips are down on the table? We've got a lot of racing left to go before that decision gets made. What I can tell you is, well, the two cars out in front, the leading pro and the silver car, they are stuck hip to hip right now. Might that be making the leader in the Lamborghini a little bit nervous that the silver leader is right there? We have had silver leaders in the past lead these things and win these races in the past. That is not too awfully uncommon, but exactly like Luke rightly pointed out earlier, it's often not a gulf in pace between the two classes. It is absolutely the consistency.
100%. We had something similar happen in football in the Premier League in 2016, where Leicester City won the league. And you look at the players that were playing for that team at the time, everyone was a bit like, oh, they're an unknown entity. To see Edda try and make that move, and this is what I mean, that pro car's trying to get past these silver cars a bit too quickly, and ultimately that could cause some issues. So if I'm Kloppert right now, I'm just going, you know what, you go. If you're going to be like this with everybody, you're going to slow everybody down. But if I defend right now, it's just going to cost us so much time. And again, he is defending that position. This is not a race between the two of them. They're not in the same class as now. The NSX is going to get involved. And, well, that opportunity has come into fruition. He's going to take full advantage of that. And Hopper is going to lose out coming back onto the back straight initially, but then the exit will get the overspeed, undercut, beautifully done, and gain a position. But, yeah, like I was saying about Leicester City, if you look at the squad in 2016, and then if you look at those players in 2018, who they were playing for, those players ended up being, you know, they were top players. Oh, there's a there in the background. That isn't good there. Not too sure exactly who that was. I think that was Duke Novicius maybe was involved in that. And there's Mazza in the Ferrari. So, yeah, did Duke Novicius get involved there as well? We're about to find out exactly what happened. Well, Mazza's dropped down the order. Is anybody else dropping down the order significantly as well? We haven't quite seen anything happen there. So, the biggest loser there is Mazza, isn't it? Drove across the bonnet of another car and ultimately finds himself down at the back end of the grid now.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Tadas Jutnovicius was involved in that as well, but didn't get spun around. And we saw what happened there when one of the cars did get spun around. So that will certainly at some point be a inquiry into the race control. Back up near the front of the field, Jordan Sherritt has the quickest lap of the race. That's the car in front of the Scuderia 51 Ferrari. But they have bigger issues, does Jonathan Riley. They've got Tinker van der Velde in the number 5 Mercedes right behind them, trying to take away a top 5 spot. Look at this, we're close to 15 minutes into this race, almost no space between the top 4, 5, 6 cars.
No, I will say that Tinker van der Velde looks very quick. That Mercedes looks extremely fast. We've got a Lamborghini at the front, we've got a Ford in second, a Ferrari in third, an Aston Martin in fourth position. Then we've got another Ferrari, and then a Mercedes and a McLaren. So right now in the top 7, we've got 6 different manufacturers. Looks like we've got a replay then of what we've happened to Mazza. Let's have a little look-see at this then. We're coming down in towards the end of the back straight. Yeah, it's the Veloce Academy team, isn't it? And Ferrari just drives across their bonnet, I'm afraid to say that is all on the number 11 there for me. They've just driven left where there was a car, and they've ended up paying the penalty.
Yep, Mazza fell down the order, and you were very right. I believe that was the 7-11. That would have been Jutnovicius behind the wheel of that car, but unfortunately, wrong place, wrong time for that Ferrari for Raggioli Esports. Spins off the bonnet, and, well, maybe there won't be anything further for that, considering that from what we could see, the aggressor in that situation paid the ultimate price.
Yeah, well, I'll be very surprised if there was something done about that. Back to my point, I'll do it very, very quickly. Basically, what I'm trying to say is these silver drivers, they might be, you know, a world-level driver, and it's just the first time that we've come across them, or it's their first real opportunity, and then you'll see them in a bigger team in the future. So there's not a lot of difference. Incident between cars 104 and 77 lap 2, 10-second time penalty for car 77 for causing a collision. So there you go, there's the first penalty of the day, and I can tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, that will not be the last.
Yeah, it certainly won't be. As this track sort of breeds chaos, you get impatient. We've already seen it with Silver and Pro Cars racing. Get used to that. We had a pretty even split a lot during Spa. I don't think you're going to see that a whole lot today. We've got clumps of Pro and Silver cars together. That's more sort of normal, what we sort of expect, and that's going to further frustrate some of these drivers. Also, don't get too many ideas. These teams in their own class are going to get a bit racy. They're going to get it wrong here. It's a track that sort of lends itself to contact, unfortunately. A little overzealous into a corner, then all of a sudden, well, we already seen it once. Spin off somebody's nose real easy.
Yeah, we're on board with Rafael Malio, who is racing for Brabham Motorsport. They're currently second in the Silvers, as much as they are 15th. They're currently second in the Silvers right now, and running pretty well. So right now you don't need to look to do anything too crazy. You have got a train of silver cars behind you. You've got McLaren, a Ferrari, an Aston Martin, a Lamborghini, a couple of Mercedes there behind you. But right now, doing a pretty good job though. Malio ran out of grip there. That would definitely put hairs on your chest running like that. So that could have so easily could have been their race being over before it even began. They're currently 20th, by the way, in the championship. 0 points scored. So to run second, as it stands, this is definitely their best performance so far, and long may it continue.
You see Brabham Esports run a little bit wide there, Luke. If you're on the pit wall, if you're the race engineer, are you thinking about hitting the button to maybe tell your driver something, or are you hoping that they sort it out themselves?
Leave them alone. don't want. Yeah, they're currently running in a really good position. I think the only thing you can do by talking to them right now would be flustering them. There's no need to do that. Rafael Malio's had enough races in his life to be fine and get over that pretty quickly. Don't want to do too much of that. Obviously, you'll overheat the tyres. You'll hurt the tyres, and then it's like a snowball effect. It'll get worse and worse and worse. But looks like he's already recovered from it, and he's actually closing in on Manisha. End of lap number 11, I think. We've done 11 laps. We're on lap number 12 now. On board with Tinko van der Velde. He's been right behind Jonathan Riley for quite a considerable amount of time now. 3 or 4, maybe even 5 laps. Not really being able to make any kind of moves here. So it's kind of the beginning of a stint. You've got to take advantage of cold tyres. We see a potential move being made here then. Zampedri, we're on board with then, the number 104. And this is what I was talking about, the Ford straight line speed. It's maybe not the greatest going left and right, but ultimately in a straight line, that Ford has got something a little bit extra underneath the hood.
That's frustrating for everybody else. It's not really an advantage at every racetrack. You might expect it to be, but sometimes the straights are just not long enough. Here at Indy, it certainly is, and it can outpace just about any car that it's racing. And if you're in one of those other fast straight line cars, you kind of live and die by that, by having that straight line speed. Even if you don't pass somebody on a straight, just being able to stay close to them to have an opportunity. That's what makes racing against these Mustangs so hard, is because you can spend an entire lap like you will just trying to get close to these cars. And by the time you hit the other end of the straight, you're no longer within striking distance of that Mustang, and you have to follow them around the rest of the racetrack where they might be slower. Easiest way to pass one of these cars is to let them make a mistake. We've seen that already this season. It's frustrating though if you're in any other machine. It is fantastic if you're a Mustang driver. You feel like a superhero.
Yeah, ironically though, the shoe was on the other foot at Spa. The McLaren was very good in a straight line, and it wasn't great through corners, and if it was ahead of anybody, it just made their job very, very difficult to get by, because they can just drive away on straights. In the mid like sector 2 of Spa, if you're behind the McLaren, you just lost a load of time. So it was a very good car if it was leading, but unfortunately, as soon as the car started falling down the field, it was very difficult for them to recover because it just didn't have the speed to keep up in the corners. We're about to see a potential move. We're on board though with Hopper. We've got Edda just in behind, still trying to make moves as soon as they possibly can. And this is what happens when you qualify out of position, ladies and gentlemen. The Pro car, P29, you've got to deal with the silver cars. And in your head, you should be like, you're probably thinking, get out of the way, we're not racing for position. They've got every right to race for position. They've got every right to be racing because they're looking to go ahead of the cars ahead of them.
Yep, technical regulations state that if you're on the same lap, you race each other because, again, that's for overall position. There's no flags awarded to cars racing on the same lap, regardless of what class that they're in. All is fair and love in a straight-up race. So what does that mean? Well, if you are a silver class car, you got to be mindful who you're racing and what you're racing them for, race strategy and all that. If you are a pro car, and if you are a pro car that has quicker pace, it is up to you to make the pass cleanly and safely. Now, I cannot understate that. We've seen so many penalties when that goes wrong.
100%, and that's what happens when you start panicking. It's when you start, you've got to, qualifying is massive. You've got to get yourself in a good position. Otherwise, you're just fighting, the whole race long. And in this case, it'll be an 8-hour race where you're just fighting out of position. Valentin Barrier, just noticed, is in P21. That they were right at the back of the grid and made up, I think, 20 odd positions last week. So this would be easy. You should win the race from 23rd this time around. But yeah, nice to see them a little bit higher up the grid. But yeah, they were absolutely, probably gave the most entertainment on the grid in our 24 hours of Spa. So yeah, good to see them a little bit higher up the field. But let's go up to the sharp end then. It is the lead still for Lamborghini Esports. They've got ST Racing, who are in second spot. They're a silver car. So we get some lovely side-by-side shots. There's the leaders, and you've got the mid-pack on the right-hand side of your screen. We then have got Luca Burnt in the mackerel, I won't be told, in a different livery car, in third spot for Ren Welton. Then we've got Jordan Sherratt in fourth position, and we've got fifth position for Ferrari Esports as it stands. We're a bit further back than Seata in behind Edda, and Edda keeps trying to make dives up the inside of Hopper. Although Hopper's got ahead here, actually, hasn't he? Yeah, because Edda was trying to make a move on Klopper earlier on. Hopper's got ahead. But yeah, right now, a lot of pressure for Edda as we come down the back straight here. And this is the tough situation right now because you've got loads of cars around you. If you try and make a move on somebody, you're more than likely going to lose a significant amount of time. If you don't get it done, you're then going to be under pressure from someone behind you instantly.
This is an interesting situation for Conrad Seata right here because, they lost a lot of time there coming through that section. I was just going to say, if they can stay to the back of Eder and Kloppert and Hop, they might have a shot to make up a position here, or at least get themselves in a position to contest, but they lost so much ground that they're not going to be able to. They were right there with them, and look at that gap now. After just a couple of corners, they'll take this entire pit straight to gain back that gap, and they'll be right back behind Eder, but will unlikely be anywhere near close enough to make a fight. So they get there, they lose it, and they have to make it up again. But dare I say it, Sam Petrie in the 104, they may be the faster of these two cars right now.
Yeah, they might well be. A couple of penalties that have shown up at the bottom of our screens there. Akista Pasa, I'm assuming that's how you say the name. 30-second penalty, and Matza, I'm sure we'll get exactly why they've got those penalties fly up. We saw Matza. Well, there we go. Perfect. Incident between cars 201 and 52 on lap 1. A 10-second time penalty for car 201 for causing a collision. So where is car 201? They're right down the order, I guess, or they might be a little bit higher up, I guess. I don't know where they are exactly because it hasn't flashed up on the left-hand side of the screen. They are currently in P17, so that's going to drop them down. Oh boy, they're going to probably lose 10 positions as it stands right now. And the way the midfield is running, they're not losing a lot of time to each other, so they're probably going to end up losing 10 spots, which is devastating. Just as well get a drive-through penalty, to be honest. That's going to hurt.
Yeah, that's a problem when you get a penalty early. Well, you get a penalty at all, but especially early is when there's no real major incident and you find yourself on the receiving end of a penalty. What you've done effectively is you've lost your team, like you say, 10-plus positions. They're going to hope it's only 10. It probably is going to be a bit more than that, right? So you worry about that, and you have to make all those spots back up. We see it time and time again. There's only so many times you can dig yourself out of a hole like that. Don't beat yourself is the first step in any race. You cannot make the silly mistakes, get yourself into trouble. Unfortunately, several cars doing exactly that today. Jacob Osterman for ITB Racing, think about Into the Breach here, what they're going to deal with. They've got that 30-second penalty looming over their heads. How far back are they going to go after their first pit stop?
Yeah, they're going to go right to the back. Simple as that, aren't they? They're going to end up right at the back, and it's just, they're just fighting a losing battle, to be honest, because you just lose more time. If you've got a 30-second penalty for an hour to go in an 8-hour race, the whole field will be fanned out, and you maybe lose 4 or 5 positions. But yeah, at the start of a race, it's pretty much going to put you at the back, and then you've just got to overtake and make overtake. And as you can see from what we've seen so far today, it's not an easy place to make overtakes. It doesn't matter, you know, who you're up against. Very difficult to find any kind of room to maneuver. Although I will say they have got pace, because Osterman has just crept up onto the back of Tinko van der Velde, who's definitely being held up a little bit by P5. On board then with Klopper, who's got Hopper in behind him, Edda, Siata, Sam Pedri as well, Juk Novicius in behind them. Is there the potential for a move then from Hopper? No, there isn't, but this is a big train. There is a move being made from Sam Pedri, I think, on Siata. Have they just had contact with each other? No, they have not, and the move is going to be done there. That's brilliantly negotiated in the end. Did the 104 get the job done? Yes, and Pedri has got past Siata. No, they didn't get past Siata, unfortunately, so it's still a stalemate.
It was a very interesting move, and they may have actually had just a little bit of contact there. They were side by side through 15 and 16, or actually 14 and 15. They settled it before they came off the final turn, but unable to make a move. It's always scary over that curb. And Luke and I both jumped after that one. That is usually a lose-lose proposition.
Oh, we were looking at different things there, because I'm watching the 104 just get past Siata. He went around the outside. Brilliantly done. So Sam Pedri, we just caught it on the left-hand side of the screen. So yeah, you were looking at the BMW. I was looking at the 2 Fords going at it. And yeah, Sam Pedri does get past. Really nice move.
That's why you have a couple sets of eyes there. You see everything. Nearly a wipeout moment into turn 1, but also a brilliant pass as well. Finally, the move done, dusted, and delivered. Luke, how
oh, don't ask me a question. Oh no, here we go.
Come on, how accommodating are you early in a race like this? Is it every driver for themselves this early, or are you willing to play the you scratch my back, I'll scratch your back game?
There's so many different factors, isn't there? If this is the first round of a championship and everyone's on 0 points, I think you're a little bit more willing to work with people. But at round number 3, where people are kind of desperate to get themselves back into a hunt for a championship, maybe you're out of position and you are at the front of the championship, you need to hustle your way up. I think it becomes less and less likely that you're going to work with anybody. You know, this is only round 3. As we move a little bit further on to the championship, you're going to get people definitely not working together. So I think it's yeah, it's all about the circumstances, really. Maybe who you're racing ahead of you. Maybe if it's a silver car, you're a little bit more aggressive than if it's a pro car, or vice versa. So yeah, it's I don't know. It depends what the circumstances are.
I think early in a race, especially an 8-hour race, if it was a little bit shorter, then maybe not. But I think you got to have a little give and take in a race like this. Easy for me to say, my butt's not in the seat, but I just think that your team have to keep you on mission right now, and it's not fully time to unleash. A little bit later on in the race, that kind of disappears. And in a shorter race, like we'll have for the next round, I don't think there's any of that. There's absolutely no friends. There's no bargaining. It becomes a sprint race. I mean, all these teams are racing as if it is a sprint, even though it isn't, because that's just the style of racing. You've got to be on it, running qualifying laps every lap to stay competitive. But I think a lot of the issues, and the reason I brought it up was a lot of the issues that we have in races like this, where we're arguing over space, is down to no one willing to work with one another. So I was curious where that balance is, because a lot of teams, we saw the previous lap, I don't know exactly which McLaren it was, but was blocking essentially down the pit straight from a car for like 20th place or so. So quite humorous to us, but also that goes to show you how much track position means, especially because of where we are, I imagine.
I'll tell you what, do you want to write some things down here? We'll do a little experiment, Jesse, because we're going to be here at the end, right?
Sure.
So write the difference down between P5 and P6 is 0.4 of a second, right? So write that down. Then the difference between 8th and 9th is 0.4 of a second. And then let's take another sample size of the difference between 12th and 13th is 1.3 seconds. So write those 3 specific positions down, and then you'll understand. Then that may make the audience understand why people are quite eager to make up those positions, because we'll see the difference of what it is now to what it is in 7 hours' time. Because you being stuck behind one car could ultimately end up costing you 30, 40 seconds across a whole race distance. Looks like we've got replays of it.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the replays we've got queued up, some of the action early on today.
This is like Edda's going to try and make a move on Hopper. heading down. There's Klopper just ahead in the Mercedes. So this is the run down in towards turn number 1. So we're seeing a move then between the BMW makes a move there on the NSX, and actually the Ford, the overtake that I was just almost screaming about, actually happened in behind as well. But look at these two. The BMW is going to come through in the end and get the job done. That's brilliantly done, and actually no contact between the two. But here is the overtake that made me make some illegal noises. So yeah, a little bit of a block there from the number 256. So the 104 goes, do you know what, Siata? I'm just going to go and sweep it round the outside. No problem whatsoever. Who said a Ford can't take corners and overtake at the same time? Well, not me. That was brilliantly done. And we're about to see, I think, another overtake. So the Veloce Academy car goes very defensive and then decides, you know what, can't really do that. Got the BMW up the inside, takes a hell of a lot of curb there, and the Academy car is going to hold on. So in the space of about, I don't know, 8 positions on track, we saw 3 different, we saw 2 overtakes, and we saw a potential overtake that ended up not happening. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, it's not often we get to see a replay from the same lap, from the same corner, from 3 different perspectives, where they were all side by side like that. That was absolutely incredible. I love how we could have been reacting about any of that, but we all saw different things in that section of the track. That's how much was going on. So a bit of a rarity there, but absolutely fun. It goes to show the competitive nature, and not a whole lot of contact, a lot of curb hopping there in turn number 1, but it didn't really amount to much, except that I think what we learned is the car that hops that curb ends up losing out more often than not, and wonder how many more times they'll go to the well on that and continue to see that happen. Hopefully they sort it out and realize that, man, that's not really going to work. Tenizza leads for Automobili Lamborghini, the number 63. Number 28 Ford Mustang in P2 for the time being. They have lost just a little bit of time, has ST Racing Esports, but that'll be of little consequence. Burnt was right behind them in the 72 Ferrari. That's a pro car, the Renwelton Esports car, the macro car, as Luke likes to call it. They were right behind them. I imagine something's happened to that 72 because they've lost just about a second and a half in the past lap and a half.
Yeah, well, I can tell you exactly what's happened. Jordan Sherritt's decided to start fighting with them, and they've lost time because he's only 2 tenths behind. Looks like we got a replay of car 20. Something went awry with them, or maybe even something positive. Here we go. This is Klopper, and this is the overtake for position. And you see the Edda. Oh, okay. Well, Edda is probably going to have some police colours on the side of his car now. That's stuck to him from the Mercedes AMG. That was a little bit naughty. That's the first time we've really seen anything kind of bad. It's been some incidents in the first 2 rounds. If people who've been watching along with me will testify to that. It's been not the cleanest of championships, I would say, and the race directors have been very strict indeed. But for the start of this race, it's been very, very clean. Apart from that, I think we might see Edda in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, that was a bit naughty on the RNL Roar car. I think we can all agree there, and that comes from qualifying out of position, being not where you would expect to be, putting yourself in harm's way. Talk to me immediately about not making those mistakes. Race control intervention. Incident between cars 96 and the 45 on the first lap. 10-second time penalty to car 45 for causing a collision. They continue to come in.
Yeah, they certainly do, and that will continue the first sort of lap or the first couple of laps. The incidents will all be looked at meticulously, of course, and the penalties will come through. Cars 20 and 256 on lap 1 drive through for car 256 for causing a collision. Well, that is not good at all. I'm trying to figure out what the car number 256 is.
It's Low Fuel Motorsport.
Oh, it's Low Fuel Motorsport. They came in today with a penalty as well, so not good.
No, indeed. Penalties, of course, coming in from the first lap. Still things that we've seen so far in the first 35 or so minutes that we expect to see crop up at some point. Already been a rough one here. This track, as we continue to document, invites trouble. We saw some major trouble there. Patience running out for Edder, leading to contact, and you can only imagine what's coming for him.
Yeah, for sure. I think that was the Lamborghini that we saw facing the wrong way on lap number 1, wasn't it? Also, sorry, turn number 1. So that was the altercation there. That's what the penalty has been given for. There's the number 201 of them in 17th spot. The number 201's got a 10-second penalty. But we're watching on board then with Valentin Barriere trying to make a move on Wasler. Been in P21 for quite some time now. So the Mercedes AMG, though, straight line is very quick as well. So the McLaren looking to make moves forward. They've got Smith in another Ford. If they can get a really good exit out of this left and right hand section onto the start finish straight, expect that Ford to be very, very close and contending for a move down towards turn number 1.
It's sad to see this Veloce Vexed McLaren where it is, and every week it seems like they're having to drive back through the field. But my goodness, is it not entertaining for us at home and up here in the booth? It's fantastic for us. It's frustrating for them knowing that they have the pace to do great things, and they end up running really well at these races. But you have to imagine if they didn't have to come from quite so far back, where could they actually end up being in some of these races? But still, it is a thrill to see what they're actually capable of, making passes, and now they've got a whole host of silver cars they have to work to get through there. Racing all over this field. We showed you a lot of the mid-pack racing. This is still technically the mid-pack, but sort of the lower third. Back in the 138, I thought there was going to be a touch on the back of Muxka there. Got really close, flashing the lights as Makoven trying to get them out of the way. No love lost here and no quarter given. Sideways there, the 224 BMW. It doesn't matter what position it is, does it really?
No, I will say one thing though. You can flash your lights all you like. When you're that close to the rear of the car, they're not going to see them because you're literally underneath their rear wing, so it doesn't make any sense to me. Unless he's just trying to say hello, which is fair enough. That's probably what he's trying to do. We've got a 10-second time penalty for the car 204th, causing a collision. That is again on lap number 1. So as much as I was saying this was a nice start to the race, looks like everybody's receiving penalties once again. So a very strict session in play. Castorino then looking to try and get involved with Tobias Gronewold. Remember, Tobias Gronewold is part of the number 86 team who've won the first 2 races of the season, but ultimately find themselves in 8th position and well off the pace. If we're going to be I say well off the pace, they're obviously still running very, very quickly, but considering what we're used to seeing from them, I would say that they are well off the pace. So yeah, not having the best of days, but luckily they've had an exceptional start to the championship, so it's not going to hurt them too much. And right now they're 7th overall in this race, because the silver car in 2nd doesn't really count in their pro race. But the Coach Dave car, they are definitely keeping them on their toes with Castorino behind that Ferrari.
Castorino would like nothing more than to get by the 2-time season race-winning car here and continue on their charge. But yeah, it is strange for Team MSI, a team that's been so dominant and has certainly kept the problems to a minimum, and the ones that they've had, they've been able to recover from quite nicely. The car's always had pace, the drivers seem confident, but today, qualifying and the race thus far, I gotta say, it just doesn't look like they're the car to beat here today, and that could be a little bit of a frustrating drive for them here in this one. It's 8 hours, a long old time. They can get this thing going the right direction, potentially, but they certainly look like they are the ones that are being caught rather than the ones that are catching.
It's a unique race circuit, though, in the regard of course, we're at an oval. The Indy 500 is run on an oval circuit, so there is banking, but there's not a lot of banking at the road circuit. So you've got to be so precise. If you go offline here, then you're going to lose a lot of time. We've been to Spa, where it lends to racing side by side. There's multiple different lines where, ultimately there's one racing line, but if you go slightly offline, you're not going to lose too much time because of the camber of the corners. We also were racing at Suzuka, another old school circuit where very much you can race offline there and you get away with it. Here, it's so flat that if you run wide, you just keep going. There's no real camber in any of these corners, so it just seems to me that they're maybe struggling with that style of race circuit. In more of the traditional race circuits, the MSI team have been absolutely outstanding. So I'm just wondering whether the track just being slightly kind of different, type of surface. Well, it's not really the surface, is it? It's more just how flat it is. Maybe playing havoc with them.
It's a good point you make. You don't really know what the driver's preference is. Maybe this is a track that they're not quite as studied at. Maybe it's not something that suits their driving style. It could just be that the setup doesn't flatter them because of the type of track it actually is. You're right about that flat track thing, Luke, because I'm not a flat track driver myself. I like a little bit of camber, even if it's the wrong way round. Just something that's not flat, because when the track becomes one-dimensional when it's flat. If you miss the apex of the line by millimeters, it makes a huge difference. You've got to be perfect. You've got to be millimeter precise. And when you can't be, that becomes a huge issue in a lot of these cars. And just looking at some of the face cams of some of the drivers, everybody looks calm and composed. Tinker Vendevelde for Williams looks really nice and composed, despite the fact that they're close enough to change the oil in the Scuderia Ferrari 51. But what would we expect from Tinko but this? Sort of the meat and the sandwich, honestly, with Osterman right behind them.
Yeah, 100%. And Riley is just keeping them at bay at this stage. He's dropped a little bit behind Jordan Sherritt. Now 1.9 seconds is the advantage for Jordan Sherritt, again with that fastest lap in the Aston Martin, currently running in 4th position. But yeah, Jonathan Riley is just keeping the Williams at bay, and again, it's so difficult to make an overtake around here because if you run offline, it's so much slower. You lose so much more time. You're running a further distance. Because there's no camber, it just doesn't help you out around the corners, especially on the infield. Of course, we have camber now as they come back onto the oval section, but you know, when it comes to braking zones or when it comes to overtaking opportunities like this, it's very difficult to make a move.
Yeah, it really is. You've got to hope the car. I thought that was going to be a touch right there. It wasn't. Very nicely judged. Looking down to the inside here is Valentin Berrier. There might be a touch here as they're coming through turns 13 and 14. He's going to have the 71, and coming for good measure is Smith in the 818 Mustang. Is he going to have the lot? Looking down to the inside of the Veloce next car. Berrier on the outside. Smith down to the inside. Going to run out of room as Veloce. Was that fair? Was that just? I don't know, but he's going to lose a spot or two. Is Berrier, the 818 for the time being, gets the better lap and is off to the races down the front straight. Valentin Berrier is going to feel very hard done by that. Might lose another spot here.
Yeah, he might well do there. And Valentin Berrier, I think, was on the limit when he made the original overtake, and then I think Smith has kind of taken advantage there a little bit too much and overextended, and Barrier is now going to drop down the order and end up in P23, actually P24. Leitao is going to come through. I think Smith might be in his best interest to just give up the spots there, just let Valentin go back through, because I think the stewards may look into that. But the initial move was perfect, and actually proved my point, because he made a move initially on the, I'm not too sure exactly which car it was, there's so much has happened on it. It was on Wasner, right? And then it was actually, Smith who then came through, because Wasner was slightly offline. Because of the way the circuit works, you run slightly offline, you lose so much time, you lost 2 positions, and then, wow, all hell broke loose there. I'm sure we're going to get a replay. Steve is very much on that's for sure. But that was a really nice turn of events. And now, Valentin Berrier may be racing on a little bit of tilt there, because he's just sent one, no real overlap with the car in front, although I think he might be about to get this done. He's going to probably switch over to the right to defend. No, he doesn't, so he doesn't need to. So Valentin Berrier there makes a very late lunge down the back straight and gains 1 position. But ultimately, in the last lap, he's lost ball.
Some drivers, they drive really bad when they get angry. I'm one of those. Some, they gain almost like superpowers. And I wonder if Berrier is going to be superhuman coming through the field. Here's the start of that move, and this is not a place to make a pass because it slows you up so much, Luke, and you're about to see exactly what happens once you get tied up like that.
Yeah, it certainly does. You can see here, there we go. There's number 71 who's just got hung out to dry. But this
just sitting ducks.
Yeah, this was so opportunistic there, and it just, I think if he breaks a couple of meters earlier, he still gets that done. I actually think he will get that done. But it's so difficult to overtake with that, with the Ford Mustang, because it's just the nature of the car through corners. It is a very much a power car in a straight line. You've got to be very, very late on the brakes there to try and get it done. So I'd be very surprised if we don't see a penalty for that. But I think you also have to go for it. So I'm not mad at what Smith's done there. But one driver who will be mad will be Valentin Berrier. He's got every right to be, I guess.
15-second time penalty to car 77 for causing a collision on lap number 3. That was versus car 104 as the incidents continue to pile up, both in the judged category and the still adjudicating category here today at the 8 Hours of Indianapolis Esports event here in the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Series. Well, I do think that Smith made contact with Berrier into that corner as well. And
nice one, Sherlock.
Yeah, well, it didn't look like much, but that's the problem. It doesn't have to be.
The latency there as well, you see with Smith, his latency is a red bar. So that isn't going to help the issue, but yeah, I'm not sure whether if the latency was green or not, there was still going to be contact there. It's very unfortunate, but I am sure that Veloce will be on the horn, and that will be looked at.
Yep, and we'll see exactly what becomes of that. Smith definitely didn't give up any of those positions. He felt like he was right for it, and
nice.
let everybody beat the judge at home. I agree with you, though, by the way. I think, like, look, you got to go for it. You got to shoot your shot. You got to make sure that you're always putting yourself in the right position. Just ever so slightly, minutely misjudge that one, and they might find themselves on the wrong side of a penalty report.
Yeah, probably, but yeah, that's something that they'll have to figure out later on during this race. It's all good for us. We don't have to worry about it. Roseri then currently in 16th, residing in behind Ramone, and this is the battle for the final podium spot, because as crazy as this may sound, right now P2 is a silver class car. So the leader of the silver class car is well up the road. So this is, these three cars are not battling for first, second, and third. They're battling for second, third, and fourth. Roseri, though, keeping Ramone very honest, and then you've got Rafael Malio just up ahead as well, and they are the second to fourth, separated by 7/10 of a second. So a nice battle we're going to see throughout this race. And you obviously got Magnani there as well, of course. He's only 4/10 further back, and then Moreira in 18th. We've got Federlibas, who is in 19th position overall, but 7th in the silver class. So if you're watching at home and you're wondering, do the silvers score as many points as the pros? Well, they're in two separate races right now. So effectively, it doesn't matter where they finish. If there was to be 5 silver cars that finished 1 to 5 overall in this race, and then P6 was a pro car, that P6 would earn P6 would earn in the pro class the P1 points. They would get the win effectively. So there's 2 races happening at the same time, and they do not affect each other's points.
They certainly don't, and that's what makes that race for P2 even more crazy, is they are nowhere near the leading car in silver, but they are all together. That further helps Moaning in the number 28 Mustang, and it annoys everybody else, quite frankly, because you're racing for P2, but you're so far back that might still, we're early days, but that still might be the only race unless something happens at 28. It is a long old way up there, and we already talked about passing being at a premium. We've talked about how difficult it is to make up time at this racetrack, how easy it is to make mistakes here. We've certainly seen that. And Michael Moaning for ST Racing Esports, their job is actually probably the hardest of all of that. They've just not got to make mistakes for 7 hours.
Yeah, that's easier said than done. But right now, they just got to ignore everything around them. They're actually in a perfect position. So they're not really close enough to Davidson Itzer to think about, some kind of battle. And P3 is not near enough to them for them to defend anywhere. So right now, they can just run their own race. So as much as it might be stressful, they're in the perfect position right now in a silver class race. They've just got nothing else to worry about apart from just putting laps in. We're on board then with Campanella, who is now under pressure from Valentin Barrier. Can Barrier set something up down towards turn number 1, but Campanella is being dragged along by Wasner in that Mercedes AMG. And I tell you what, the one thing I've noticed during this race is that we are seeing battles between different manufacturers. Like there's not many of the same car battling on the same part of the tarmac. It seems to be all different manufacturers all over the show right now. So if you look from P14 and 15, there's 2 Ferraris, and then there's no 2 of the same car until you get to P29 and 30. Like it's very much. It seems like the BOP is very, very close this week.
No, it really is. It's super good. A lot of times you see clumps of same manufacturers racing together, and that's not really been the case here. What we've seen is exactly this: 3 different manufacturers racing for spots. Just look at our top 3, 4, 5 cars, all different as well. It seems to be incredibly well constructed for this round, and very difficult to pick a particular favorite because there's little as more than 2 seconds the gap between most cars. And yeah, it's early days, but even still, nobody has a specific advantage. And what's that contact? Was that contact again? It wasn't this time, but as close as you like here, as Valentin Barrier is not making any friends on his way back through some of this traffic.
It was nearly perfect, to be fair, there, and I think you got champion Campanella there. Lovely shot here, by the way, from the rear of Campanella's car. Campanella ran off line there because he saw Barrier coming, but he managed to get the traction on the outside of the corner there perfectly and actually hold on to the spot. So fair play to him, and Barrier was so close to getting a perfect move. So he's figured something out going back onto the oval section into the final sector. He seems to be very strong running into that right-hander. Was that the 4th from last corner on this circuit? So, yeah, keep an eye out. If you're ahead of Barriere, that is where you need to defend. That seems to be where he's the strongest. I wonder, again, I always bring up Steve. Steve's our guy in the ear. He's doing all the cameras, doing all the production. And hopefully he'll be able to answer me this question. I'm wondering what the weather situation might be, because it's been dark the whole time. And I'm just wondering whether there is the potential for any rain soon.
Yeah, if that were to happen, it was it would throw a huge wrench into this, and the teams don't want that. Last year we had significant showers off and on, and it was one of those where you if you're a team in the race, you never felt like you got to grips with what was going on. It was wild. This has been sort of the opposite of that. Got cloudy at Spa. Never really rained as well, but I'm told it is possible that we see rain here at Indianapolis today.
Yeah, there you go. That's really going to throw a spanner in the works. That's where you know, the setup, whether people have gone for a hybrid setup or not, will make a huge difference. If people have been aggressive towards dry conditions, they will get found out there very quickly indeed. And the fact that we've not had any weather so far this series, there'll be some teams that have gone, do you know what, there's a big chance of rain for sure, because we've not had any. And there'll be other teams that'll be like, well, it's been dry the whole time, there's no chance of us having any dry anything other than dry weather. Here we go. So Valentin Barriere tries to find himself an opportunity, and there you go. It was small, it was slight, there was an opportunity on, and it just didn't quite work out there. Campanella really defended that nicely, held that outside line, and it was just a really nice battle between both of them. Sometimes you just got to take your hat off, and overtakes just don't happen because the other driver is equal to it, and that time Campanella was. But I'm sure Valentin Barriere will try again.
Yeah, the best part about that, no contact, no harm, no foul. Made a hard charge, didn't get in there too deep. Get to re-rack and do it all over again. I just saw Richie come down the pit lane. Now that is a little bit early. You get a 65-minute stint before you have to come in. Most teams are going to run up right up next to that to get the maximum out of every stint and maybe cut the final stop short on fuel. It's just a strategy thing. Some teams will short pit early to try and gain an advantage in the middle of the race or jump somebody. You will see that. I don't know if that's what's happened to Richie. I know that car had a penalty anyway, but they've come in. They are the first of our pitters. Incident between cars 11 and the 711 on lap 5. 5-second time penalty given to car 711 for causing a collision.
Yeah, at Spa, it was a very easy strategy. It was just trying to go as long as possible because they wanted to try and get rid of one pit stop during 24 hours. They just cannot save that in 8 hours of racing. So right now they can get a little bit fruity with it. So cars will come in early and then extend their stints a little bit later on. So they'll all be doing the same amount of stops. They'll all be doing 7. If you do more than 7 stops during this race, well, unfortunately, that will be you not winning this race. It really is as simple as that. So yeah, maybe you've got someone in front of you or a couple of cars in front of you that are just a little bit slower and you feel like your next driver, or if you're staying in the car, you could be quicker with a bit of clear track. That's the reason why you'll be coming in now.
Yeah, if you think that you can come in right now, put a few less liters of fuel in the car, usually, well, unless you're changing tires, it shortens up the stop a little bit. If you think that you can jump another car and then get away from that car, short pitting here, trying to do the undercut, can absolutely work here at this racetrack in this race. But you're absolutely, like Luke said, you're never going to be able to eke out a pit stop and remove one. It's all about fuel. It's all about your position. And we've seen some interesting things done by some of these teams to try and jump in front of each other. But you've got to not only, if you're the race strategist, you've got to not only plan for this stop, you've got to plan for the next 6. It's not just this one. You can't rob Peter to pay Paul, as they say, because at some point you're going to have to come in and have a longer stop, presumably because you've cut your first one short. So hopefully anybody early pitting, they have an agenda, they have an idea, and hopefully it was set up beforehand. The dark cloud in all of that, of course, Luke, is the uncertainty of the weather, because if the weather comes in and you've already made your bed, that could completely destroy your strategy.
Yeah, the dark cloud quite literally could be a dark cloud.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
In the next 2 hours, that might happen where I'm going to be disappearing, but I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Jesse Lee, who will be staying, and Mike Naus will now be joining us. See you in a bit, chaps.
Luke Crane will be back for the end of the race with me, but now joined by Mike Nouse. Mike, welcome back to the booth.
It is absolutely my pleasure, Jesse, and I am happy to be here on this fine morning here in America, over in the brickyard of Mr. Indianapolis, and I got Steve in the productions. How's it going, Mr. Steve? And how's it going, chat, as well? Everybody here, hope everyone's have a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you are in this fine world. We have some amazing racing ahead of us here, and we're watching right now. Well, currently, Sherritt, Riley, and it looks like the Williams car having a little bit of a scrap themselves. But so far, one thing I've noticed, Jesse, when we joined the comms box about 6 hours into the previous race, or a little bit more, the cars were glued to the back bumpers of each other's like license plates. This time around, there's a little bit more air between them, I'm seeing. Maybe a little bit less of the battling going on than we saw at Nürburgring, which is surprising to me. I'm curious at Indy, and here we are also seeing our first pit stops.
Dieter Vandervelde is going to bring the Williams Esports number 5 down the pit lane. That's still an early pit stop. Bear in mind, I still stand by, most of the teams are likely going to try and get as close to 60 to 65 minutes as possible. Just as I say that, though, more cars coming down and into the pit lane. A couple of them, Fidel Morera in the 777 Mercedes, are in, and I'm going to try, Mike, and not read too much into that it's a bunch of Mercedes coming in at the same time. There's no way that they were light on fuel. This has to be strategy.
Yeah, it very well could be, and I'd be very interested to see what the likes are, and especially for the cars, you mentioned the AMG in particular. Looking at Gronwald in particular with the AMG, piloting the 86 car, previous race winner in the MSI, has been absolutely dominant in that machine, but we saw them in a similar position, round P7 at the beginning of the race last time, and they just slowly worked their way up through not just strategy, but just pure pace alone, and with Osterman with a 30-second penalty ahead, that's going to be a free position. I see this 86 car going places very, very soon, and certainly within the next couple hours.
Wasn't too long ago, actually still is, Castorino right behind him in the number 38 Ferrari, still pestering them for that position. It's not like there's no pace in the Team MSI Mercedes. It's just that it's so far, it seemed like a couple of the cars were a little bit better. One of those, of course, is the Coach Dave Academy Ferrari for the time being that's been glued to the back of them. But there's no real panic there in Team MSI. They've been here before, and my goodness, completely destroying my reality of what I thought early strategy was going to look like. 2 more leaders are in. Jordan Sherritt's in. Riley is in. That's the 255 Aston Martin down the pit lane, the 255 competition car, and the Scuderia Ferrari 51. What's going on here? Why are there so many cars, Mike, coming in way before they actually have to?
My assumption would be tires, but I honestly would imagine that this track is too brutal on them. It's got 16 corners, 10 to the left and 6 to the right, meaning that your left-hand side tires are going to be taking a little bit more wear, especially around that turn 11, 12, down into 13, kind of the sweeping sector in the back. There's going to be a lot of tire wear there, but I'm not sure that it's going to be down to graining, blistering. I wonder if there was a drastic change in temperature that's unsettled these drivers to a certain point.
Yeah, I wonder that too. I wonder if maybe they got into the race and it wasn't like qualifying as we saw with the onboard lap in the Automobili Lamborghini of Tinizza. It was partly cloudy. There was definitely sun. The race has been completely cloudy. I wouldn't be surprised to see graining on these tires here. It's a flat track. It's a fast track as well. And if you're abusing the tires early, and the tire pressures are wrong too, that also doesn't help. I wonder if some of the teams are hedging their bets here in coming in, though I don't like that strategy, Mike, to be fair. I would prefer to stay out as long as possible, at least another lap, maybe 2, and come in. But again, these drivers, they get paid to drive these things, completely disagreeing. The 72 Ferrari in this time from Rinwelton.
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree with you wholeheartedly on that one. You'd think you want to maximize your stint timer to maybe minimize your total pit stops overall towards the end of this race. However, if the car is undrivable, the car is undrivable, and the driver's going to make that decision. Here we're going to see a potential overtake, though, as Axel Romanet is under, well, seemingly massive, or no, he's putting the pressure on, onto the fellow Ferrari up ahead. That's going to be Malo. This is a battle for P2 currently due to the fact that Moning has been so dominant with his quali result up in P2 overall, not just in class, and it's basically running away with this one over the rest of the Silvers.
He's held on to it, has Moning. You can't fault him for that, as we see the Silver class leader on the right side of the broadcast. I'm being told that David Tanitsa might be coming down the pit lane. We'll see if that is indeed the case, but Romanet trying to challenge Malo for that P2. They've been this close since the drop of the green flag. It's Malo, Romanet, and Razeri all in a line, and then also can't forget about Magnani in the 201 there as well, but that car has a 10-second penalty due to contact earlier on. We'll see if the leader comes in. Nope, they have not come in, so they are going to go long. They are going to go to the maximum of their stint. They could realistically do 2 more laps and be safe about it, but we'll see if anybody else comes in with them, as we have had a significant or a not insignificant portion of the cars come in and get that early pit stop out, and there is one of them. Malo will bring the P2 silver car in.
Yeah, and that's also interesting as well, just taking a look at trying to find where the 72 car has fallen down to. I think Leon Burnt was in that machine, fallen down after taking the pit stop, and that'll be pretty much the determinant. There is the car, so P30, that's about where we're going to be seeing our leaders pop out when it does happen in the pit phase. Now I'm wondering if maybe traffic was a concern for these drivers, if they were worried because overtaking is such a difficulty at Indy. Maybe they were scared they were going to come out behind a slower car and they wanted to go, but everyone pit early. I don't understand the pit early strategy myself, to be honest, Jesse.
I think you might be onto something though, Mike, because that's a good point. If you are worried about being stuck behind traffic, and if your strategist is able to devise that you're going to come out in clean air, yeah, you might elect to do that, because that beats this scenario here. Michael Tauscher, the AMG Esports Team HRT car, is the hot dog between the buns. That's a 4th of July reference for you right there, folks. He's got George Boothby there, Manisha's right there, and this is not the best position. You might consider coming in this lap just to get out of this position, if only for a lap or so. Run a quicker lap. If you can run one quicker lap by half a second, you're in front of George Boothby in the Veloce car.
Yeah, it seems like a no-brainer in my mind, but again, these drivers are disagreeing, and that's why we're in the comms booth and not out on track. So
no kidding.
We'll see if the strategy does pay off at the end of the day. Again, I think David Tanitsa is going to be the one to keep an eye on. But I was noticing when I was just taking a look through the teams and all of the different drivers on it, we're missing a few drivers. So the Williams team missing a few. I mean, we only have 3 drivers, I think, for this race, and that's wise compared to a 24-hour where you need a couple more drivers. But no Dara McCormack. I think yesterday he did qualify for the ESL R1 in Riyadh. So big shout out to him on the Williams team, managing to make it through. We see more incidents though underway. Car number 77, the car that I just mentioned, and 276, a 10-second penalty for 276 for causing a collision.
Yep, you're going to see more of those, Mike. I'm going to tell you, we've seen some interesting incidents, and they're getting through them. That incident, though, was all the way back on lap number 1, so still not done with the lap 1, I presume, turn 1 incidents, but skipping forward to lap 13, incident between cars 21 and 62, 15-second time penalty to car 62 for causing a collision, and they're going to continue to go on and on. Speaking of going on and on, does Tanitsa can't go again. He has to come in. Everybody has to come in this lap. That hasn't there is not quite enough time to make it comfortably around here. It might have been actually impossible, because I think, it would have been impossible anyway. So everyone that hasn't pitted coming in this time, and I think this is the smart early strategy, to be fair, everyone's doing here. And by doing this and not cutting it short early, what you're effectively doing is giving yourself the power to make a strategy call later on. If you've made your strategy call now, it makes it infinitely more difficult to do this again later and find any value in it.
Absolutely. And one of the big things about Indy in particular is it may look like a relatively short pit lane, and it somewhat is, in terms of timings, but in terms of the actual timing compared to the time lost on a lap, due to the fact that the lap times are so insanely rapid here in the 125s, it's going to cost you, coming into pit lane, about 83% of your lap just to get a new set of tires and fuel to go back out on track. So again, we talk about the strategy pitting early again. Does that play a part in it? It's such a long pit stop here relative to your lap time that it plays an interesting role. Now, again, we're going to be expecting about 83% of that, or 79 seconds lost. That's pretty much comparable to no other track besides, I guess, Imola. Spa-Francorchamps is going to be close, but much more. So this is a relatively lengthy pit stop that we're going to be seeing for such a short pit lane, especially for an old track.
If my math is correct, Jacob Osterman for ITB is about to get a huge penalty for violating the stint limit, and they just did, in fact. Drive-through penalty for the number 7 ITB racing car for violating the stint limit. They were not in within 65 minutes of the start of their stint. They've just gotten to pit lane. They were 15 seconds over on their stint limit. That will get them an ACC assigned 15-second penalty on top. It'll give them a drive-through penalty rather on top of their 30-second penalty that they were assigned for what we still assume to be a qualifying violation or a violation that happened prior to the start of today's race. But out in front, Tanitsa, I think I saw him still in the car. A lot of driver changes happening. Samir Ibrahimi's in the number 72 Ferrari for Renwelton. Moning is staying in the 28 Mustang. Tanitsa is in the 63 Automobili Lamborghini car. Osterman scored your leader, but won't be. Stop and go 30 now for the number 7, and it has been a bad couple of races for that team.
I mean, it started off great, to be fair, over in Suzuka. They managed to land themselves a P5, scoring a nice 19 points on the board, but then you move over to the Nürburgring. They were having a solid race for the first half, and then absolute devastation in the second. And I don't want to say it was self-inflicted devastation, but definitely one could argue. And again, in this race, just getting destroyed by penalties, unfortunately. And you really hate to see positions get decided when it's off the track. You know what you love to see, though, Jesse? Positions decided on the track. Arthur Kamer here going for a side-by-side battle down to the 90. The Ferrari was trying to make the move onto the outside, but this is for the defense, it seems. And he is going to manage to hold it off. Beautifully done from the 89.
That's how you draw it up in the books, and that's exactly how you practice that as well. Arthur Kammerer, no stranger to making overtakes, going to get that job done there. And in the defense of Pertil and the whole 38 crew, they could have made that a lot more difficult than they did. The Coach Dave Academy car, I think just driving with common sense there more than anything else, giving up the position now, not fighting too hard for it. He caught me. So what? I got beat in a turn 1. Maybe I can get something done here. Running off the racetrack there for BS Competition. Not exactly what they wanted. What can Pertil do? Looking down to the inside a little bit. Still a little bit too big of a gap there. Not quite as close as they would have liked to. And then just sort of falls back in line. But yeah, it's one of those things where I was talking with Luke about risk versus reward. How aggressive are you? How much give and take do you have in a race like this? And I just feel like the longer the race is, the more you have early on. But in this race thus far, we've seen almost no give and all take. A lot of greedy race car drivers here.
Yeah, Stewart's got a lot of work. Big shout out to all the stewards behind the scenes and all of the staff around the world, wherever you are. I see we got some mods in chat from Indonesia. And throughout here, here's going to be the replay of the pass that we just saw. So here's the start of the move that had happened. A lovely late send there from the BMW. I thought this was a defense attempt, actually, as it looked like we tuned in right about here, where the Ferrari was firmly ahead at this point. The BMW coming back now down the straight, and a pure drag race to the line. The BMW showing that inline 6 power.
Yeah, just crossed him over right there and had him, of course, the title line for the Coach Dave Ferrari. Doesn't lend itself to a great run down the pit straight. The BMW on the outside had the bigger, wider, and faster run off. That couldn't have been a difference of more than a kilometer or two, but it didn't need to be. He just needed to be enough to get his fender in there and get it done. Incident between cars 21 and 62 on lap 7. A warning given for car 62 for aggressive driving. You don't see that a lot.
No, you certainly don't. And that's, just a warning. So just keep on your best behavior. This is going to be David Tanitsa here getting by some lap traffic. And it looks like the bonnet of that BMW isn't quite firmly sealed on. Definitely a little bit of air getting leaked in there for some extra cooling. Not quite how the aerodynamicists had drawn it up, but it shouldn't be affecting them too much.
Incident between cars 20 and 717 on lap 19. We saw this one earlier on. 10-second time penalty to car 717 for causing a collision. And unfortunately, Mike, that's not nearly the end of what we expect to see based on what we have actually seen. It's interesting you talk about the damage on the bonnet of that BMW. I have no idea where that would have occurred. I don't know if we saw that or not, but certainly damage one way or another occurred to that car. And now a lap down. Of course, service resumed at the front. Everybody has made pit stop number 1. Some were incredibly short into the box. What does that mean? Well, they came in 10 minutes before they had to. And that is perplexing because that kind of handcuffs you later on in this race with what you can do with your fuel mileage and your strategy. Of course, you can sort of go the maximum from here and sort of limit the short pitting. But I just don't know what the team's benefited from coming in a full 10 minutes early when so many others went right up against the limit.
Yeah, I think we'll be discussing that one for a while, to be honest, Jesse. I don't know, to be honest. It seems that it hasn't affected things too much at the end of the day, but now isn't the time that we are going to be seeing the effect. It's going to be another 6 hours down the line in the final pit stop phase where that effect is really going to be obvious, and we will be saying, well, you know, hindsight's 2020, should have took an extra pit stop. But also, you know, maybe, again, maybe they just know something that we don't. Maybe they've done some math. I don't know, but I certainly I'm not quite sure. One thing I am noticing, though, is that I think Michael Mooning, where is he? Oh, he's in P2. My timing charts has not updated.
Michael Mooning in P2, still around the same amount of time they were behind Tanitsa before the pit stop. It's been hovering around 1.9 to 2.3 seconds. Nothing crazy there. The gap behind has closed in a little bit. It was a little bit wider than 2.1 seconds. Samir Ibrahimi behind the Rinwelton Ferrari right now, but the Williams number 5 Mercedes Esports car is still right on the back of the Rinwelton Ferrari for P3 overall, and of course, P2 and P3 overall, but overall definitely matters less. It's for P2 for all intents and purposes. Of course, Abeladze has joined them in that fight for P2, and if they don't get a move on, Mikhail Statsenko for Scuderia Ferrari Esports is going to be right there. And in fact, they're bringing Tobias Pfeffer with them up there as well. You want to talk about, we're talking about the car of your championship leader struggling a little bit. They've certainly caught up here. Let's take a look at a replay here, see what you see.
This is lap 14 between the BMW. I think this is how we ended up with that front end. Oh, no, it already had the front end damage.
No,
and,
that's just
that's going to cause a little bit of side panel damage.
Yeah, that's just a replay. That was where the damage came from. Excellently caught by our producer, Steve Proudly there. That is 100%. Man, you cannot escape Steve's camera, can you really?
No, you really can't. Absolutely on point here at SRO with all of the staff. And you can't escape the wrath of the stewards, it seems, as the more and more penalties flow in. Obviously not just yet. We saw the wave earlier. They flow in waves. And, well, it seems that those stewards have a lot of work on their hands. So big shout out to them.
Oh, look what you've done. Incident between car number 80 and the 717. Lap 19, 10-second time penalty for car 717 for causing a collision. Mike, is this what it's going to be like with you today? Is this what we're working with?
I'm used to it. Anyone that's watched my commentary before knows that this is just sort of a regularity. I don't try to do it, to be completely honest. It just, commentators cursing just kind of happens. And there we go. It's the wave, everybody. We get the wave rolling. Incidents between car 39 and 818 on lap 26, a 5-second time penalty for some aggressive driving from the 818. And that is going to be down in P18 for the 818. Some say that's fate.
Yeah, some say that's bad luck as well, right? But we saw earlier aggressive driving got a warning. Just to keep everyone in the loop, bear in mind 2 warnings equals, I think it's a 5-second penalty as well. So any car that gets a warning by the stewards, if they do something that gets them a second warning, that will be automatically converted to a 5-second penalty today. So, you know, everybody gets one freebie, and after that, if they keep up that behavior, that will turn into a penalty. We saw a lot of that at Spa. Hopefully we don't see nearly as much of that today. Samir Ibrahimi for Rinwelton in the 72, right on the back of the number 21 that we saw got spun earlier. Now, of course, not for position. They're being blue flagged as that BMW, but this could play right into Fiala and Abeladze's hands.
Absolutely. It
And
might
in fact,
hold it
it
up a
is.
little bit here. Oh, yes, indeed. Big blocking there. Not really blocking, but just a big inconvenience. And now the Williams car is hawking down the rearview mirror.
That was really close right there. Thought about having a look, did Fiala, fell back in line. I love that play. Discretion, the better part of valor. Have a look, have a sniff, but know when to back out. Not backing out here is Mikhail Statsenko trying to get by the lapped car. I think lap car's doing a really good job, is that 21. They can't just drive off the racetrack here, and they're being very predictable and allowing the other cars through. The battle more or less has retained its shape, all things considered.
Yeah, seems it hasn't gotten too much of an issue, and that damage really, I mean, it seems to be affecting the BMW quite a bit, but doing a great job as a blue flag, getting out of the way when possible. That's going to be your most important job as a blue flag. Everybody has their own roles, if you're a front marker or a back marker, and both of them require some talent. It is obviously the overtaking car's responsibility to make the actual move happen safely, but it is also the blue flag to let it happen in a safe manner as well. This is a battle for P32, actually, the Audi and the McLaren. Ooh. And there's a love tap right there. The Audi got all sorts of out of shape through the first chicane, and Gong there just a little bit of a tap through, saying, come on, let's hurry up, mate, we can get going.
Well, there's a lot of interstate traffic around this area in Indianapolis, and you know, it looks a little something like that on a Friday night. So that's a little close for comfort there. Everybody gets away with no harm, no foul. Incident between cars 71 and 44 on lap 34. A 10-second penalty given to car 44 for causing a collision. And that was lap 34. Yeah, so we're getting to more recent incidents now. Of course, still piling up. And despite all the drivers coming into pit lane not 10 minutes or so ago, the board is completely replenished with penalties that will have to be served on the next stop.
Indeed, they will have to serve that when they come into their pit stall. They will have to remain stationary for the allotted time, either 10, 20, 15, 30, however many it is, you have to remain stationary for. My goodness, that Audi is severely struggling in Sector 1 and goes deep to boot. It's really going to be a matter of when, not if, I think the McLaren gets by. But they will have to remain stationary again there for 10 seconds, 15, whatever, before the auto jacks can lift them up and the mechanics can begin their repairs and they can get back underway with the race, and then the penalty will be cleared. Here is going to be the McLaren down into the weak spot of the Audi, and this should be signed, sealed, and delivered, and it looks like the Audi is going to fight it back, actually, on the switchback, trying to get the move alongside, clatters the side panel there, just a small hip check to keep each other honest, and a flash of the headlights, it seemed, but both drivers now can get on their way, and we can see the number 996 go again down the road smiling.
I don't know, Shen Gong did not see Venter on his outside or just expected him to yield the position once he sort of got most of the way through there, but either way, a miscommunication leading to contact. Once again, contact but no spin. We've only seen one major incident that led into a car getting completely spun out. It was a spectacular wipeout, admittedly, but beyond that, we've seen a lot of contact where the cars either ended up still pointed the right direction or slowed down to avoid major incident. A few bumper-to-bumper contacts. In fact, I don't know if what I just saw behind, I don't know if that was Beffert and Kammerer passing that BMW that's a lap down or what. They were definitely side by side behind this group, but matters little to these group. That was what I saw. In fact, as you see, they're still trying to take that spot away. Mikhail Statsenko for Scuderia Ferrari, still trying to work on Abeladze. This is a battle that they've inherited from the previous stint, and you love to see that. A lot of times pit stops can break up the cycle, right, Mike? But it's always great for us. It's great entertainment when it doesn't and the battle persists like this.
Absolutely. And you know what else is very entertaining about these battles in particular? I'm just looking at the manufacturer distribution that we have amongst this grid here tonight, and it looks really solid. We have a big diversity of cars. We got Lamborghinis, Fords, Ferraris, AMGs, Aston Martins, all in the top five different manufacturers in the top five. It's also a little bit of a warning there to be had for the car 45 there for causing a collision onto the 711 just a few laps ago, about 11 or so. But the distribution of manufacture. This is why I love GT racing, right? We get to see all of these different machines race side by side. When do you get to see a V6 racing a V8 and other forms of motorsports? Not too often. And when do you get to see it all come together with, of course, the balance of performance that is added into these cars, different engine maps, different weight distributions, and so on and so forth, a bunch of other little things that get changed. But this is just such cool racing. Professionals at their finest here, and they are just, this is the dance that they do really every weekend or every day pretty much. This is their 9-to-5 job.
We thought about diving it down to the inside there in turn number, I thought that was, no, that was, I was very much correct. That was turn number 6. He thought about it, but had to bail out the last possible second. Abeladze did not give ample enough room, did not want to take the bait, did Statsenko, and just sort of let off there and allowed that Aston Martin to squeeze back on through. We had a question from chat about what the bars on the left side of the screen mean. Well, I assume they're talking about a yellow bar, and they must be talking about the connection or ping indicator for all the drivers. Keep in mind, this is not an on-site event. Everyone racing from home. Did we just lose a car or something? Did something just happen?
No.
I could have sworn I saw something jump. Anyway, the bar that's moving that you see beyond their names to the right, that is a ping indicator. It is not necessarily indicative of how healthy their connection is. You can have a red bar and still have a healthy connection to the server. It is only indicating how much of a latency there is between you and the host. That's all that means. One thing I will say that we've seen in years past is the race control monitors that. If there is a problem with anyone's connection, they're told to deal with that. And a lot of times that results in them returning to the pit lane and sorting that sort of thing out, which they are allowed to do. But red, not necessarily bad. It just indicates that they're a little bit further away than some of the other drivers. What you really don't want to see is a ping bar jumping a lot. That's actually more problematic.
Yeah, or when you start to see the car physically moving around, and that's when you need to be on your best behavior as a driver. You need to be just fully aware of the surroundings that you have, and either let them by you with no issues and give them space, or get by them as quickly as humanly possible and then get away from them with space. That's the best way to deal with somebody with high ping, unfortunately. But again, we do the measures to take place and hope that everybody does have the low enough ping that they can. But you know, this is obviously esports. We are going to be encouraging everybody around the world to get involved in these events, especially with SRO. And so it is going to be a little bit. And also, it is a great point. I'm not seeing the number 5 Williams car, actually. So maybe Jesse there did catch that. The Williams car have a bit of a disconnect, because that would be absolutely huge if that was the case.
I'm going to tell you something. I'm old, but I'm not that old. I saw something change, and I didn't know what it was because I was trying to answer chat's question, but it's absolutely what I thought. The 5 cars gone, and the cars that were racing for 5th are now 4th and 5th racing for 4th. That's absolutely right. That's well spotted by our producer and you. We have lost the number 5 Williams car out of the lead group of this race due to a connection issue.
I am noticing they are still in pit lane on the timing charts. They ended up completing 15 laps in their stint before returning, and I'm not sure if that was a forceful return to garage due to a disconnect. And it seems that they have maybe, returned into pit lane at some point here, and on lap 50 have called it on for a whatever reason, be it ping, be it no crash involved. So something other has gone on, be it technical difficulty, be it a disconnect or whatnot.
So we're being told that they just returned to pit lane is what's going on there. So there's some sort of technical issue that has put them into the pit lane. Incident between cars 7-11 and the 45, 15-second time penalty to the 45. Just racking up the penalties is car number 45. Not a great start to this race. I think we can all agree. That's the Visceral Esports by Asetek SimSport car, by the way. And that's the second or third time they have showed up on the chart.
We also got Luke Whitehead out on track. I think one of the drivers that, if anyone was familiar with the Assetto Corsa Competizione and watches the live streams amongst them, they will know about Mr. Luke Whitehead here. The UKOG, as he's looking to make some moves ahead onto the Coach Dave Academy car. That's going to be Dave Piertelli in the 38 Cavallina Rampanti. The prancing horse trying to make a move into the first 90. It's not going to happen, and it'll be another bit of buying time. It's a tough track to make an overtake on the Brickyard, and it is going to be no share of opportunities, although Luke Whitehead, he's going to be looking for them at every single chance he can and fighting the car there to the outside.
Also monitoring the weather here today, and we haven't really had much to complain about. It's been cloudy. The track is warm, but not overly so, but we have been told that there is a possibility of weather here today. When will it happen? How will it happen? And how long? We have no idea. We'll know about 30 minutes prior to it arriving, the same as the drivers. But right now, nothing really to report except that there is the possibility of it. And, well, if you've ever been to Indianapolis, it's kind of like this. Welcome to summer in Indy.
Whoa! What a send there from Luke Whitehead, the opportunist, and my goodness, he sees the gap in the letterbox and just sends it.
He paid with a 20
Sorry
and didn't
to
wait for
cut you off
change.
there, Jesse. My goodness.
Yeah, that was absolutely a brilliant move. I caught that at the corner of my eye, and you talk about a driver not messing around. We don't have time to lose here. This ain't a 24-hour race. We only got 6.5 hours left to go. We got a race here, and he's going to get it done. I wouldn't say caught the Coach Dave car napping. That's not what happened. Just surprised him. That has surprised me behind the wheel. I mean, you didn't expect it, and that's the perfect. He's going to get another one here. Look.
He's not done yet, and neither is the Coach Dave car. Going to be trying to make the opportunity outside. I think they will get squeezed, though, and have to... No, they don't. The BMW, very respectful, loses the back end there just briefly, and it seems that Dave Piertella has gotten by. Kramer there losing 2 positions in one corner. He is going to be devastated.
Well, I think the best moderator in all of social media, Amar, said it best. What a move by Luke Whitehead. That's kind of what I'm used to seeing out of Luke, to be fair, but that was just such a surprising move. Didn't give them any chance. Let's take another look at this. This is the Coach Dave Ferrari in front, getting held up by the lap car a little bit, and just bam, just right on him. Bye you, see you later.
No hesitation either. That's the thing that I noticed there, is that he had planned that move. I would imagine he's been following him for a few laps now and knew that he was weak in that corner, knew that he maybe took a little bit of a different line than Luke would be used to, and he just says, all right, we're going for it this lap. I don't really care. He saw them juke to the left there just slightly, and that was the opportunity that he was waiting for. Full send and gets it done. That was absolutely brilliant. I could watch that all day.
David Pertil won't care too much about that. They got surprised. They got held up. And, yeah, maybe Luke Whitehead in the number 40 McLaren, maybe they're a little bit quicker right now anyway. So they won't be too worried about Veloce at all. They're running their own race. They're inside the top 10. Not a big deal. But probably won't be too pleased with how that was done. Late surprising move, but great heads-up driving by David. You got to give it to them as well, because if they weren't heads up, that could have been an absolute mess. We've seen it go wrong today. That was just brilliant. So Luke's got to be feeling pumped up about himself after that one. Probably had a little moment, a smile maybe, and then right back to work, because that's what you do when you're a top-tier pro driver.
Yeah, it's all about just focusing forward and moving on and just looking at the road ahead, little micro objectives in an endurance race, and trying to get as far as you possibly can in the short time that you got. So, of course, he's going to be handing that car over to another teammate at some point. He is not going to be the only one piloting it. That's why we have endurance racing, right? This is the beauty, the team battles that we have, where just because one driver is quick doesn't necessarily mean the rest are going to be of that pace, which can add very different racing later on. And then we'll certainly, I would imagine, see that. And we are seeing a battle for P19. This is going to be Seminara battling with Leito. And it seems that they have Marchi behind in that Ford Mustang GT3. And we'll see. The straight line speed has been there for the Mustang, and I honestly like the opportunity for Marchi the best here. Just trying to stay in that rearview mirror and not outbrake himself, as the Mustang maybe has pretty good brakes, but got to be very careful there. And it does lose a few tenths as a result of that little bit of a miscalculation.
Well, we are a little more than an hour. Well, we're not quite an hour and a half into this race. We've seen some incredible driving in racing here thus far. Automobili Lamborghini leads up front and finally begin to gap P2, which is a silver car. That number 28 Ford Mustang, Moaning continuing behind the wheel. The gap widening. It's also widening to P3. Samir Ibrahimi now 7 seconds, I believe the delta was the last time I saw it back. So absolutely in no man's land now is the silver leader, and that's not a bad thing. That's exactly where they want to be. Abeladze trying to run them down, but a little bit outside the top 10. Battle still raging here with Naldi on Malo. This continues to be for the P2 position in that class. Huge points as we have another incident. 717, the 138, lap 43, 10-second time penalty to lap 138 for causing a collision. That is another one. Kalashnikov in that car currently. They will serve that on their next stop. But oh my goodness, they just keep coming in. Incident on lap 49, time penalty for car 7, pit lane infringement. Now that is very rare.
Geez.
We saw that at Spa a lot. We don't expect that here, but I can't explain it. There is a line on pit exit here at Indy you have to follow. There is a line you have to get by before you merge. And I would imagine, I would wager that they clipped the line exiting thinking they were already clear while rejoining the track. But you have to stay to the right of turn number 2. Just a little bit.
It's such an easy penalty to not get. Yeah, I just have no sympathy. Just drive straight. It's not, no, anyways, it is what it is, right? 5 seconds, not going to be the end of the world. I am loving this battle up between Sim and R right now. About 2/10, a little bit over that, about 2 blinks of an eye separating the two. And in case you were curious, did you know that the heart of the America's smallest mammal, the pygmy shrew, beats about 5 times in that time frame?
You didn't even set me up that time. You just said it's going to be a Mustang down to the inside. Nope, thinks better of it, falls back in line. Didn't even ask me. You didn't set me up. How
rude. How rude,
no,
honestly. Get this guy out of here.
I'm just absolutely blindsided.
He's like, I knew that one.
Season, I didn't know that one. I don't even know what that is. At the end of this season, I want a Mike Nouse greatest hits of Did You Know? Is what I want. I want that highlight reel at the end of the season. Phil Roberts says something in chat. I'm curious, Mike, what you think about it. Pit lane infringement. I know you're very staunch on this. We've had this discussion several times over the last several weeks. Pit lane infringement is the easiest penalty to avoid. Agree, disagree?
Yeah, I don't think that's debatable. Absolutely. It's probably the easy, just practice your pit entry. It really isn't that difficult. Just go a little bit slower in, go a little bit slower out. Take your time, and you won't lose extra time. It's not about gaining time. People always say, oh, well, I can't gain time in pit lane. I can't gain much. You might gain a couple tenths. You might gain a couple seconds, maybe. However, you're not going to lose 30 seconds. Isn't that more valuable than gaining a little bit? I don't know. Maybe I'm just messed up in the head or something. I have to agree wholeheartedly with Phil Roberts on that comment. That is, yeah, probably one of the easiest penalties to avoid.
Well, there you go. I think it's easy to get those penalties, to be fair, especially if you're trying to absolutely maximize. We're going to see pit out here, and you'll see there's a painted line here, folks, that you're going to see that you've got to be inside. And right where that line makes a T, that's where you can merge. And if you put your tires over that line early before you've gotten to, and that's a beautiful shot there by our production manager, what you have to do is be inside the curve of that line and drive across the vertical or excuse me, the horizontal line. And if you put your tires outside of that and merge too early, you're going to draw the ire of the stewards. I've seen that in many different settings, including here at SRO Esports, and it is easy to avoid, yes, but sometimes when you're maximizing, the car slips, you can go over it. But a lot of times it is kind of what you say, Mike. It's drivers getting overeager, wanting to rejoin, and straight line turn number 2. You can't do it. You have to forfeit the corner and stay somewhat to the outside, and it's a safety thing more than anything else.
Yeah, absolutely. Not trying to impede other drivers rejoining. And sure, it might not be a driver in my rearview mirror. It doesn't matter. It's the principle. And for if there is one there, you follow the rules. And that's just basically what the stewards are doing, and doing an excellent job of enforcing that. Let's see if Naldi here can enforce a new position potentially as he's battling with Malo. This is again that battle for P2 in the silver category. This is essentially the whole points haul. Just to explain it briefly, it's not going to be happening here. The overtake, or maybe the switchback could come to light, but it's going to be a bit of a stretch through the first chicane, not quite fully alongside there for the 17. Trying to find any gap, any daylight he can to the outside, though. Thinking about a little bit of a Luke Whitehead move. Doesn't quite make it happen, though. And it will have to be, again, another corner and another day. But I think it's a matter of when, not if, that this is going to get done. It's been... Although, that's going to be Sherritt, though, joining the party as well now. This is a three-way fight for P2 in the silver category. And again, I'll just briefly explain it just for anyone curious. So I know I saw this question earlier. What's the difference between silver and white plates out on track? It's going to be the pro versus the silver drivers, quote-unquote, and just for lack of a better term. And the difference is just going to be the points that they are going to be tallied up and compared to against other drivers. So the white plates are not battling the silver plates are not battling the white plates. It is within that category for points, that is. They are battling on track, but not in the actual championship. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Luke Crane used a football analogy earlier on and said that teams that overperform, like the 28 is doing currently, their ST Racing Esports is the Leicester City of the 2016 Premier League. And I don't know if that has any value to you, but I just found that an incredibly interesting way to put that about overperforming as a silver team. And do bear in mind, to add on to Mike's point, there's nothing that says that ST Racing and that silver Mustang can't race the pro cars. If they had the pace and the ability, they could win this race outright. They don't get anything extra for that, as we see a potential pass out here on the racetrack. Nope, not able to go the long way around. Defending the inside works for Malo. Nolly has to fall back in line very quickly to keep Sherritt behind, and they do. Line astern, all these cars, as they were in hour one, still fighting over P2.
Yeah, this is going to keep on for a while, and I am here for it. This is a very entertaining battle all the way throughout, and yeah, in terms of the racing, these guys are going to be racing hard. And you say that Michael doesn't get anything for winning the race, right? In terms of, oh, sure, if he finished P1. Let's be honest, though. He gets a boatload of credit along with his team and a lot of confidence. We're going to be bringing up some highlights real quick. Jesse, why don't you want to bring us through those real fast?
Let's take a look. Jump back to the very beginning of the race. It was a procession-like start, an excellent start for your pole sitter in the Automobili Lamborghini. David Tenitza was unchallenged really into turn one, but the problems start out almost immediately right behind him, 3 wide, and further down the field, 4 wide. You're going to see this Porsche and some other cars get sandwiched here. Look at that green Lamborghini. They're just about going to get turned up in the front of your picture. It is a logjam, 4 and nearly 5 wide as everybody comes together. Rush hour traffic style, many penalties had, but just as quickly as it got chaotic, it settled back down into single file. A little bit later on, side-by-side racing, hopping over the curb was the 717. They've had their problems thus far today, but they've just about got it sorted out there. A couple of cars hopping the curb. This is the big incident on the day, or at least one of them. The Veloce car making contact with the number 11. The 11 spinning off of the racetrack. My co-presenter earlier on reckoned that was on the 11 all day long. Flashing the lights, trying to make a move here. The 717 making the highlight reel again down to the inside of the NSX. And they will hop the curb again, and this time keep it a little bit more clean. A lot of moves being made and attempted in turn one. The 717 will eventually take that from the number 80. Same turn, same story. Mustang power, a little defensive move there, and trying to sell him a dummy. These two Mustangs raced each other quite hard for several laps, but finally the 104, after near disaster on a few occasions, is able to convert the outside to make the pass into one. Here's another shot, Veloce, and one of the BMWs over the curb, losing the position. How many more times are we going to see that in that way? 717 marching through the field again, continuing to try and go down the inside. Of course, that was on the silver car. The number 20 gets spun out and disposed of unceremoniously. A penalty would ensue for the 717. little bit further up the field. This move caught everybody off guard. A little bit offline was the 7139 Veloce McLaren, able to make it work, but that's not the car we're focusing on. Look at the 818 Mustang, I believe it is, up the inside. This move wouldn't be done cleanly, though, as a little bit of outbraking into the Veloce car, and problems there for all involved. Valentin Berrier not pleased with the contact on his car. This certainly one of the more interesting moves of the day. Going to go right down the inside, using the car in front as a pick to get position on them. And a little bit of the warpath here by Berrier. This is post being driven off the racetrack. They would continue to make up some positions. And what a move this was, down to the inside. The BS competition car making it work on the Coach Dave Ferrari. Or are they? No, gets back in front, but a bad angle out of the final corner gives the run back to BS competition. They would eventually take the position away into turn one. So many highlights in today's race. That is just a snippet of some of the excellent racing we've seen today, Mike, and we've only been at it less than 2 hours now. All that happened in the span of an hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. And look at what we have ahead of us right now with a pretty much five-way fight now coming up for P2 for the silver categories. And I'm seeing a couple questions in chat right now about a common one, at least. Is this real? Yes, this is real life. Welcome, Chris. Second off, is this a game? Is this a simulator? Yes, this is the simulator Assetto Corsa Competizione. It looks real. I know it's one of the probably best looking simulators out there for GT racing, but this is the official game of SRO. And it is, it's just one of those games out there that when you hover over, you can, like, I know we saw chat, you can watch it for 5 minutes and still not realize that this is actually a simulator and that these aren't real cars driving around the circuit, because they A, sound so real, they look so real, and the graphics are just so incredible. So yeah, big shout out there to SRO and the production for making this game look amazing, as Steve wants a little bit of kudos for that one.
Yeah, it does look brilliant. Our production team is just amazing. They make this feel as real as possible, and it feels that way to the drivers as well. It looks that way to you, it feels that way to the drivers. Just because it's a virtual racetrack and a virtual car, that doesn't make the racing any less real, because these drivers, a lot of them are driving as a job and a career. There are hobbyists among them, gifted, I wouldn't call them amateurs, but gifted novices, we'll say, in the field as well, but all sort of around the same skill, because they have to be to have qualified into this, and they take this serious. It might as well be the real thing. The partners are real, the sponsors are real, the expectation is real, and the only difference is the majority of these drivers are sitting in air conditioning, and that's really the biggest difference between the real thing.
It is, absolutely. But there is one other thing that is so real about driving that nobody can fake, and that's the emotions that you feel. And a perfect example of that yesterday, watching the ESL R1 qualifying, or the round 5. Oliveira, he ended up getting his first race win in the highly competitive esports series with the best drivers on the planet, and he broke down into tears. That isn't, you can't fake that. He tried not to. He's on camera. He tried not to, but it doesn't matter. It's the emotion that you feel. You work your whole life practically driving these machines, virtually or in real life, or some of these drivers both. For example, George Boothby, I think, and a few others, take part in real life racing as well. I think Luke Whitehead might even be in that category, but it's just the feel. I always like to say, side-by-side racing, it doesn't matter if it's real, it doesn't matter if it's simulated or whatnot, it is the best feeling in the world. It's one of the most intense highs that you can have, of having full trust in the person next to you, full trust in yourself, and full trust in the machine under your foot and hands. It's brilliant. It's, again, that dance that I always like to say. It's just, that's what we're here for, right, Jesse?
Yeah, of course. Do bear in mind as well that not all sim racers are just sim racers. Some of them race on a more real schedule as well, right? They race at different levels, and whether that be karting or something more grand, tin tops, etc. That is also available. A lot of people that want more seat time will turn to sim racing to get that fix, and you may get one race a month in real life if you're racing club level events, but in sim racing, you could have a race every 20 minutes. And that's the brilliant part about it. You can scratch that itch, you can stay up, practice. The focus, the dedication, the preparation, none of that's different from the real world. The training that is required is a little bit different, but the focus is exactly the same. And that's exactly what you talked about with drivers breaking down after winning major races. I've given interviews to drivers crying, like bubbling over, and like it is emotional because you're in that vice for however many hours in these endurance races, and that relief of victory and that thrill, it hits you like a truck, and you just can't stop yourself. And that's the beautiful part, because at that point, it doesn't matter if it's pixels or not. It becomes your reality. And when you win one of these races here at SRO Esports, you get to say for the rest of your life, I won an SRO event.
Yeah, quite the title to hold, especially again when you look at the caliber of the drivers in this race. And hold that thought, Steve. Don't go replay yet, as we're side by side into the first chicane. It looks like the 255 is going to get a little outbroken by himself there, almost gets overtaken by the Ferrari of Stechenko. In fact, he is going to get caught sleeping in the next few corners, drops the position. Now the AMG hawking behind of Pfeffer. Is he also going to find his way by?
That was not a particularly great moment for Abeladze. He went for the pass on Samir Ibrahimi, and it didn't work out. He got stranded on the outside, and then Abeladze, or Statsenko rather, comes through, loses that spot as well. The car lurched in turn number 3 for the 255 competition, Aston Martin, and that gave up that spot. An advantageous move, heads up driving by Scuderia Ferrari and Statsenko, and now all of a sudden they're down 2 spots after they were looking to take one away.
Absolutely incredible. And I see a great question in chat from It's Paul, and we will get to that here in a moment. We have a couple things to cover, but that is an amazing question, and I will answer that soon enough. But why don't we check out that replay from, oh my goodness, it doesn't even matter. Everywhere we look, there's sends being happen every which way. This is the racing that we were after. I think that was a back marker, though, maybe getting by, or is it? No, I think that's actually a battle for position between Pfeffer and Kammer.
We're certainly racing quite heavily, and while we have a moment, if we do have a replay, let's take a look and see what we have. We'll bring that to you as soon as we can. Abeladze now scratching their head, a little bit frustrated with how that goes. You plan your move for laps and laps, an hour in their case, to make that move. You think you've got them, or at least an opportunity, and all of a sudden you find yourself being the odd one out. And I've always said this in racing, Mike, and I'll stick to it for as long as I live. Where would you like to be in a battle? Would you like to be the car leading, the one in the middle, or third? I'll take third every single time.
100%. Couldn't agree with you more. I know it's a controversial take, but I 100% agree with you. You're in that opportunistic position. And let's take a look at the replay real fast that we can pull up as we see there. Cars dipping their tires into the grass, and we got the AMG bonnet cam. And shout out to all of the AMG lovers in chat. This is the number 6 Lamborghini under pressure now as we tuck out from that front splitter down to the inside of the first corner, and the GT Academy Williams car is going to make it by with relative ease.
Yeah, very nicely done. A couple of more passes here. This is a replay of the 255. Maybe a little bit of contact there on the Renwelton car. Sends them a little bit wide. Scuderia Ferrari going around the outside. A little bit of contact there. But watch the 255 wiggle there, realizing that there's a car to the inside. That was all she wrote there. That was all it took. Maybe a little contact exiting as well. I'm not sure how much the stewards are going to care for that. A couple of little shoulder jabs, if you will, amongst them, and a position changing hands. But for a battle that was stagnant for a long time, it really erupted in a hurry. Incident between car 818 and the 39 back on lap 59. 10-second penalty given to car 39, causing a collision. Dear, oh dear.
Man, the stewards got so much work in this one. It's just insane.
It really has.
I do want to answer this question real quick, though. It's a Paul. How do you get into sim racing? You've tried to see that is such a good question, and it's actually such an easy thing to do. Even if you're on a controller, even if you're on a Logitech G920, G92, even if thrust, it doesn't matter what wheel, what controller you have. take a look, especially with amongst the SRO community, the SRO Community World Challenge that is getting hosted by a lot of different communities, like 10 different communities all hosting a race. Each one of them have different subsets of races that they host on their own. For example, I come from Trackalicious. We're hosting one of the SRO Community World Challenge. We host a rookie league. So if that's something that is interesting you and you're newer to sim racing and looking to try it out, highly recommend checking that out. And amongst all of the other 10 or 9 other, I guess, communities, there are going to be different languages, different driving styles, different simulators that people play on, so plenty of varieties. I'd really recommend starting off there and checking out the different communities amongst that SRO World Community Challenge.
Yeah, it's going to be brilliant, and I can't wait to see the culmination of that. All the different drivers coming from all the different communities. That's brilliant. To me, that's what sim racing is about. Incident between car 77 and car 11 on lap 60. Warning given to car 11 for causing a collision. So that was deemed minor enough to not give a full penalty and just give a warning. You can get a 5-second for causing a collision, but it's based on somewhat severity, avoidableness, etc., and so forth. But you can get a warning. Warning doesn't do anything, but you get 2 warnings, folks. That is converted into a penalty. Well, Williams, we documented earlier, was running inside the top 5, was the number 5 Mercedes, and they fell off the road, returned back to the pit lane, and have rejoined Voce Fiala back behind the wheel of the number 5, many laps down from the leaders, but still going here in this race, because you just never know what's going to happen to anybody else. You've got to keep fighting, and I love the spirit.
Absolutely. And great question from chat. What happened to the 104 that was in P2? And it seems that they've dropped all the way down to P17. What has happened to Marchi up at the front?
Oh my goodness, we were watching so many of the mid-pack battles and the great fight for what ultimately ended up being P3 in class, or P3 overall, I suppose. At this point, we have completely missed the fact that our leading car has come. Surely something has happened to that
come into
car.
pit lane.
Yeah, something has happened to that car out there on the racetrack. I can't imagine what it might have been. Samir Ibrahimi now fighting here for their spot, and they're going to get it taken from them. Statsenko for Scuderia Ferrari up to P2.
He's on a charge right now for that 51 Ferrari and looking very strong. The factory team there for Ferrari. And again, dominant and going to be potentially catching to Tunitsa. The gap is 19 seconds. Oh my goodness. David is on a just different planet right now in terms of pace.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see what cars... you talked about it when you first came on, Mike, actually, that not all drivers are created equal. Some are better at certain racetracks. Some are better in certain situations. And, of course, that's what makes racing fun, is you have to use multiple drivers. No one driver is going to run 8 hours. This sort of series will have today 3 drivers in every car, and they're going to have strengths and weaknesses. Statsenko gets behind the wheel of that 51 that was already doing quite well, and then all of a sudden they're thinking about going up here and trying to win this race.
Indeed. Also, I did... Oh, that's in the pit lane for the Aston Martin. Okay. A little bit of just a different line, of course. That's pit entry there. Not going to be any issues there. But a good point in chat is that I did hit the wrong number there. It was number 28. My apologies. They have fallen. They actually have taken their pit stop. So that was my bad. They ended up pitting. They had a really long stop, though, for, a very good amount of time. So they did come into pit lane and now are out on stint 3, but they were only out for 27 laps. A 42-minute stint timer is going to be their choice here for stint 2, which, again, we've discussed earlier, that short stint timer. Is it going to be optimal? Well, we'll certainly find out.
Yeah, that's very interesting that they came in that early. A couple of other cars who came in early will now have to come in. One of those cars is the 255 Aston of Abeladze. They are in the pit lane now. It's pretty split, to be honest with you, folks. There were about a third of the field that came in surprisingly early, about 10 minutes early, which is why they're coming in about now. There was the majority, I'd say at least half, did come in very late indeed, where you would expect them. Incident between cars 71 and 21 on lap 62. Warning given to car 21 for ignoring blue flags.
You know, I maybe stand corrected about what I said earlier on the easiest penalty to avoid. Blue flags might... It depends. It depends. If you're in a battle yourself, you never want to let go by the blue flag, but, you know, it's the way that the rules work, and you do need to respect other drivers' races and not impede each other. And, well, you know, it's, again, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. You mentioned that earlier in the broadcast, and that's kind of what happens with back markers, right? You can really be an aggressive front marker, or you can be a very passive one. And sometimes if you're maybe... I don't want to say not a fan of the driver, but you know what I mean, right? Where it's if they've maybe slighted you something, you might give them a little bit less space than you otherwise would. And Rafael Malo, this is huge. P2 has spun in the silver. P1 has spun in the silver category. Was there contact?
There's no way there wasn't contact there. They were too close together. Naldi was right there, and I'm not blaming the 17. I am merely saying that there had to have been something going on there. A car doesn't, unless it hooks the grass, it's not going to spin all by itself, but you'd have to imagine something occurred that led to that. It was in a choke point anyway, where there's usually contact, but we will get the replay to confirm that for you in just a moment. But wow, what a close race, and we've seen it on our monitor. You have not, or maybe you have. I don't know, but contact there between the 17 and the 52 in turn 14, and that is by far the worst incident in that corner we've seen today. Luckily, we made it 2 hours with only seeing one incident of that severity, but spun him around at the 17.
Definitely, yeah. Certainly, I think we're going to be seeing a penalty heading Aldi's way. It wouldn't surprise me by any stretch. That was a little bit of a lunge too far, in my opinion. Maybe prioritizing ambition over adhesion. And here is the replay, the re-replay of that, as we catch it again. And you can see right there, the 17, no room, no daylight to be found in that Lamborghini. Oh my goodness, I honestly missed that at first. There had to be at least maybe a credit card's width in between those two, but I don't know. You probably could fit a piece of paper. A credit card might be pushing it.
I tell you what, I would name my firstborn son Steve if I could get an onboard with the 17 on that one. What I can tell you is Sherritt in the 223, that's Cody Sherritt for Genesis Esports. They have come up in a big way, because with contact with Naldi and the 52, that has given the technically the lead to Cody Sherritt for Genesis Esports, and they were not involved in that incident at all, and they have got a huge come up on that, and they will be loving that they were just far enough behind to benefit greatly from that incident. You never want to win that way, you know, not really, but if other drivers are going to be aggressive and part the seas for you, so to speak, well, you're not going to take it.
As a wise man once said, we take those. And I think Cody Sherritt, he is going to be saying that as well.
Well, my firstborn son's going to be named Steve, and we're going to take a look here. Just gets in here deep and goes over the curb, runs in there and gets him, as we'd say where I'm from.
Yeah, that was a heck of a look from Naldi. If I was, I mean, yeah, to be fair, there was really nothing the other car could have done there. They turned in at the regular time and just didn't expect anyone to be there, really, which I don't blame them.
Oh, my goodness. Incident between cars 258 and 224, lap 63, 10-second penalty given to car 224, causing a collision. They keep stacking up. Fidel Morera is in the pit lane in the 777, as now, realistically, the stint or the pit stop cycle realistically opens for those that aren't slightly off sequence, but it could still be about another 10 minutes before we see some of the top drivers like Tanitsa, Statsenko, Pfeffer, Ibrahimi, Kramer come in. So don't get too concerned if they don't come in immediately. They've got a better part of 10-ish minutes to make that decision still.
Stachenko, actually, he has to come in within the next 5. He's a little bit out of sequence compared to Tanitsa. Tanitsa's at 53, call it 54 minutes, and it's going to be 60 minutes even there for Mikhail. So he will be needing to come in within the next 2 laps, and then I would imagine he is going to kick off the pit stop phase for the leaders. We're going to be seeing the responses from Pfeffer, the response from Ibrahimi, and then everybody else will, I would imagine, follow suit. And David Tanitsa, he can kind of just run the pace right now, not worry about pitting until, well, either his stint timer runs out or everybody else behind him, which is more than likely going to happen first, will pit, and then he can just fall out into that gap.
Okay, so you say that the 28 ST racing car did make a pit stop, correct?
It was in pit lane. How it got there, I'm not sure, but yes, it was in pit lane for
how long
extended
was their stop?
Period of time.
How much longer was it?
Exactly. It looked like at least double. I mean, or around double, somewhere around there.
So that tells me they returned to pit lane involuntarily, or they had massive damage somehow that we did not catch. I think the former is more likely in that situation. Either that or they drove the car to pit lane and there was a mechanical fault that they had to rectify once they got there. But the car is still in the race.
Yeah, it looks like it was a little over 2 minutes for that stop. So quite an extended, which I would imagine if it's around 2.5 minutes, then you're probably right in that it was a return to the garage.
Well, I don't know. It depends on where they are. That's about the... If you got caught on the far end of the circuit and had to stop, that's about the time it would take you to reset the pit lane. It could have just been that something went wrong on the swap. I'm not entirely sure of what going on there. Well, we have a replay of Samir Ibrahimi as it looks like the Rinwelton car coming down pit lane. Let's see what happened to Samir here. This is on a lap car. And we're going to see this is P3 all by themselves, trying to get by the 96. And it's really close. It's super close. It's uncomfortable. There's contact again. And that is what's lost the Rinwelton car a little bit of the track position. And that car, that 96, not yielding there.
No, not at all. And that's going to be a pure and utter frustration for the Ferrari dropping that position as well. That's going to really put a hindrance on him, and, you know, I mentioned it earlier, when you end up going by some back markers, and you might not leave them enough space. Not that I'm endorsing that by any stretch of the imagination, but you might leave them a little bit less space than you otherwise would, and those are the incidents that kind of maybe... they start to boil the blood a little bit. They make that little red mist start to be seen, and obviously I mentioned it in the Spa race, that red mist, it can turn into a red liquid that can turn into a red goo, and then eventually you're just staring at a wall and nothing you see but red. And it can deteriorate quickly, or you can get back on track quickly, and it's going to be with 5 hours and 58 minutes left. You need to just get back on track, not worry about it too much, and focus on your own race ahead of you.
Not entirely sure what ATS Corsa Esports was doing there. They were clearly being blue flagged. Ibrahimi was on a different lap than them, or was about to be on a different lap, and defending there gains you nothing. So I'm not quite sure why they were racing them that hard. They weren't even the leader. So that might be a blue flag infringement that we see pop up at some point in the future, because that looked a bit odd. Typically speaking, racing manners dictate, sportsmanship dictates that faster car gets beside of you regardless if you don't want to get past or not. You kind of let them go because they've already, first of all, they're lapping you. And number two, they've gotten beside you to lap you in the first place. So I'm not entirely sure what the miscommunication was. Mikhail Statsenko into the pit lane, no miscommunication there, on time, exactly as you said, Mike. They will bring the Scuderia Ferrari 51 to the attention of the team. Scheduled stop there as Nikita there very nearly got the position, but ended up on the wrong side of the racetrack there, unable to complete the pass.
Well, certainly. There's a little bit of a knife fight in a phone booth down here for P24, and it seems like a few other positions. I mean, there might be some back markers involved here. And they see the blue flag being waved in the air. Hopefully everybody can keep each other on shape. Oh, no. But as they go on through it here, Leonardo Passoni is going to hold on to P24 as I'm getting berated by Steven. Chat cannot hear him, but that's neither here nor there.
Oh, I love Steve so much. Here is Leonardo in the 204. They are, I don't know if they're the knife or the phone booth, but they're in there somewhere. And they're certainly thinking about pitting if they haven't already done. More cars peeling off to the attention of their team. And nobody giving up position there. The absolute Res Tech by Acelith Porsche. One of the few Porsches we have in the field. But certainly the head of this particular train. It's got pro and silver drivers in it. The Aston, the black and yellow Aston, that car is in the pro class. So I guess that will probably want to make their way through, but is being very, very kind to the cars around them, at least as far as we could tell.
Also, to update Steve in particular, I have a fun fact regarding phone booths in case anyone was curious.
No
now, Jesse, do you know where the original red British phone booth, the classic red phone booth, when it was designed and by who?
I don't know who it was designed by at all. No, I don't. I don't know why any of those things.
Well, in case you were curious, and I'm glad you were, the classic British red phone booth, designed by Sir Gilles Gilbert Scott, is one of the most iconic designs in the world, known as the K2 model, and that red phone booth was introduced back in 1926. There you go, Steve.
Wow. That is a lot of information. Gregor Schill in and out of the pit lane, the BS competition car, out of the pit lane, no problems there. We haven't seen, at least I can tell, maybe the stop go 30 we had earlier with a car that was penalized for a drive-through. That was the number 7. Maybe that stop go 30, now that I think about it, was speeding in the pit lane. It might have been, but outside of that, everybody clean in and off of pit lane, other than the penalty. Gorka and looks like Bauman in and off of pit lane. No real dramas to speak of there. Still about another 2 laps there or thereabout before the leaders have to come in at this point. Tobias Pfeffer, though, has already brought the 86 Team MSI car in, and that's smart because they were one of the cars that benefited from that previous incident as well. That car continuing to gain MSI. Remember, they were 9th in Spa, went all the way to the front. They were 9th today, and look where they are. They'll kind of come out around 4th now.
Yeah, and it's going to be looking like immediately into a fight for them as well here for the 789. Also, Steve Kingston. Anyways, it's going to be Nikita here on the chase and looking for the slipstream as they come down the back straight. The AMG doesn't have the legs over the Audi. Just looking at the pit wall timing alone, the short answer to that is yes. The AMG is actually fairly quick in a straight line. I'd say actually relatively average. 14th quickest is going to be the quickest AMG. This one in particular from the number 4 machine is going to be 15th at 270 kph. And behind that is going to be the Audi. The Audi is all the way down at 269. So 1 kph difference between the two of them on the straight. With that slipstream, it's going to be a fairly decent balance. So it's going to be really about the exit speed and trying to get that punchy V10 to accelerate out of the corner and get a good enough alongside to make that overtake stick.
Yeah, there sure is. We're going to take a look at a replay here of some potential drama going on. A little bit of a defensive move here down the front straight, not hedging their bets too much. The hood flapping, that could be old damage that wasn't synced up properly. The 11 yields. The BMW down to the inside, but they've overcooked it ever so slightly. Here comes the 11. Nope. Covered off by the 21, who gets to keep it. Oh, contact there, and he won't keep it. Sends him reeling off of turn number 3, and that was between Axel Sport and Ragioli Esport. And, well, looks like Axel Sport Ragioli got the last laugh, but for how long before they draw the ire of the stewards for that one? That looked pretty clear-cut to me.
Yeah, the Axel definitely got sent to the shadow realm, I think is what the kids these days would say regarding that. That was certainly not ideal by any stretch of the imagination, and just more work for our lovely stewards.
Yeah, they're getting a workout here today, that's for sure. Leader of the race in David Tanitsa, who's been in the car since the start. is in, and I would imagine they're going to give David a little bit of a rest here and put another driver in the Automobili Lamborghini 63. Luke Whitehead may stay in the car considering the remarkable progress that they've been able to make. Portil, Otaki, these cars all coming in. Not Whitehead. Oh, no, excuse me. Whitehead indeed. All coming in. And some of these drivers, we've seen double stinting already in the first 2 hours, more than we saw the entirety of the 24 a couple of weeks ago. I think that comes down to it just being a shorter race, and you have less drivers, of course, to do that. Dario in the number 63, a driver change there. How many more might follow suit? Looked like a clean stop to me, though.
Very much so. The Italian Stallion going to be taking out to the circuit in the Charging Bull, and it will retain the race lead with not much of a issue. Waited for the perfect opportunity, and again has just shown the dominant pace now, and you can see how long the pit lane is. A deceptively long pit lane, even though it's got the older sort of pit entrance track founded back. And yes, let's keep an eye on the white line, everybody. Make sure that he doesn't end up crossing it here. So when we come to pit exit, we're going to be approaching this little T.
Well, that's one way to stay inside the line.
He very much did stay inside. Whoa, yeah. Little aggressive. You gotta get heat into the tires some way, right? You know, just a little maximizing the slip angle is what I like to say.
Yeah, he certainly hit the grass. That is one way to make sure that you can sort of straight line turn 2 and stay inside that box. It does require you to hit the dirt a little bit, but as far as I can tell, there's nothing illegal about that. But that when people violate pit out here, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to straight line that corner to maximize their speed and not have to turn an extra time. They don't want to go the long way around the track, or long way around the turn rather, so they can just end up apexing, which is dangerous if there's other cars around sometimes, but nothing doing there. Smart driving, in my opinion. If you have the ability to hold the dirt there while you're turning, you can kind of get away with it. Dario did a pretty good job there. Slid a little bit into, but beyond that, all's good.
You know, we see these, look at all these grandstands. Unfortunately, empty in the simulator. That's one thing that I really wish the Assetto Corsa Competizione had done, is packed the 300,000 people into the grandstands for these shows. It is such a massive arena here at the for the Indy 500 in particular. Obviously has this year, I think, had the attendance of over 300,000 people in the infield, which is just absurd. There's a nice little packed grandstand. We got a couple people in the audience here today. But big thank you to everybody joining us here in Twitch chat and over on the YouTube chat. I see that I have sparked a conversation about phone booths on the YouTube side of things. So
look what
that
you've
interests
done.
you.
Every time.
Honestly,
every time
look
with
what
you.
Steve's done. That's Steve. We can blame Steve, especially because he's walked away at this point. He's not even here to defend himself.
Absolutely not. That was on you. I'm curious if anybody in chat's been to the famous Instagram spot where there are phone booths in London near the Tower of London. I'm wondering if anyone's been there and done the Instagram thing where they've taken a photo with the classic red British phone booth. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. If you don't, you have no idea what I'm talking about. But there's an Instagrammable spot near the Tower where there are a couple of phone booths there. And the only purpose for them really is to be photographed. Isn't that funny?
That's awesome. That is. We have iPhones nowadays. We don't need no phone booth. Let's be real. But no, either way, you know, one thing about this track I wanted to mention is this is just a brilliant track. You mentioned you were here very recently. It's a track that's been around since, well, essentially not the dawn of time, but you know, the dawn of time. 1909, as far as I'm concerned, is the beginning. I mean,
that's pretty close.
Recorded history, and basically they've raced here ever since then. They've done Indy 500 there since 1911, except for during World War I and World War II. They did put a slight little pause to that, mainly because, you know, during World War II, they did turn this into an air base, which, you know, it does have 3 meters of elevation, so not a bad choice. But after that, of course, ended up coming back to the racing annals of time.
Mike, I've actually got some fun facts and trivia for you for once.
Ooh, let's go.
Do you know what automobile was first raced here?
What automobile was first raced in 1909, 1911? It would have been like a, I don't know, a bathtub full of gasoline. No, I don't know. What was it?
I don't know, but I can tell you this. Do you know what the first race ever held here was in?
No, I can't say that I do.
Hot air balloons.
Wow.
Yep, that's how old this
never-
racetrack is. Hot air balloons was the aerial transport of choice. There was a hot air balloon race. That was the very first race held here.
You know, it's interesting that you mentioned that, because in my fun facts, I actually have something somewhat relating to that.
How?
Did you know that
How is
back
it possible?
Because I'm me. No, back in 2016 and 2017, there was a Red Bull air race here, and they ended up having like those little Cessna planes, ended up going through all those like towers and doing turns and pulling like 10.5 Gs, 11 Gs. It's sick, honestly. If you haven't seen it, I'd highly recommend checking it out after this stream. But yeah, the Red Bull air races were hosted here a couple of years. So they've raced more than just hot air balloons above Indy. They've apparently also raced airplanes.
You love to hear it. Leon Burnt here for Rinwelton, back inside the 72, right behind Gregor Schill in the BS competition BMW. This fight now for P5 with all of the drama that has shaken out early in this race. We've lost silver cars, we've lost pro cars to either mechanical issues or technical glitches in the pit lane, and that has led us to where we are now. And still got the Automobile Lamborghini out front, Dario behind the wheel of that 63. Jordan Sherritt behind the wheel of the 255. Aston, third place. Gratis Caracas now installed in the Scuderia Ferrari 51. Nicholas Huben in the 86 for Team MSI, up into fourth as we predicted after all of that shaken out. Then we have Schill and Burnt, but also, too, we got to mention the new leader outright in the silver class, the Genesis Esports car. That number 223 McLaren. Rosari back behind the wheel of that car and finds themselves in the lead. I mean, is it luck? Is it skill? I'll take a little bit of both, please.
Yeah, most certainly. This is a nice little battle that we are going to be seeing. Leon here, he's keeping the pace up for the number 72, and just looking at the sector times, it is going to be favoring right now Leon. He's keeping up very well, just a couple tenths every here and there. And Schill has, I'm not sure if these two are necessarily going to be racing each other hard, or are they going to be working together at this point, but we can see up the road is going to be Nicholas Hauben. So if I was Leon, you mentioned it earlier, would you rather be first, would you rather be second, would you rather be third? I think Leon here should just wait, bide his time, and end up just basically pushing this BMW all the way up to Nicholas Hauben, because both of them are lapping fairly quick. They're keeping the gap consistent to Hauben, but they need to really just ignore each other and push up to the front and really get that podium fight underway.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it, really? I mean, a lot of times that is what you're doing in a race setting like this, is you're just trying to follow somebody close enough that they keep having to watch their mirrors. They maybe have to defend every now and then. They have to keep up with you, and eventually you wear them out. It's actually way easier to follow, because in the worst of times, you can get yourself into trouble this way as well. But if you're just following somebody, it's not nearly as bad as having to focus on being in the lead and making sure you don't make any obvious mistakes. And if you do, cover yourself up. We've seen that go both ways in this race. We've seen it work and it not end up quite as well. But it's way more exhausting to lead. That's why I always like following. I like being the driver that stands to gain something rather than lose something right now. So it could very well be the case.
And here we go. This is going to be a full on-board lap here with our race leader. In that helmet cam, we get to see what it's like with the visor down and everything here, taking us through the very flat track that is Indy. 2.5 miles, 4 kilometers ahead of us here, and it's going to be 16 corners, 10 to the left, 6 to the right. Whopping 3 feet of elevation change. Basically more in a COVID social distancing area than on this track, but it is going to allow for some blistering speeds, reaching top speeds of about 274 kph down the straight. That's going to be the Ford Mustang topping the time charts here. We're in that Huracan GT3 Evo 2. Through the first chicane, nice and cut and dry. We even got the pedal cam there on the right to see the inputs. As we punch it now, long right-hander as you try to get just basically the car planted, constantly understeering there to the outside. The grass is never going to be far away. Now coming out down into turns 6 and 7, long hairpin again, all about patience. Wait to get on the throttle and then turn it into 7, slingshot yourself onto the back straight, down towards turn 8, gain a lot of momentum. That wasn't the greatest exit, to be completely honest. Definitely a little bit more on the cards there, but this is the race pace. We're not trying to get the hot laps in. down into turn 8. Swift left-hander that's going to quickly open up again to that right, left, right complex. The S's, sort of. There are no corner names here at Indy, which is a bit of a shame. But nicely done. Lots of curb usage. You can see almost cutting the track there, but there's no curb or no sausage curb to unsettle it, so you're allowed to do that. And now back around through, down towards the final chicane complex, turn 13, 14, and then into 15. Clobber the curb on the inside, run wide. Well, not really. Just run to the middle of the track and through the final few corners, and that is going to be 2.4 miles or 4 kilometers of Indy with our race leader.
You know, it's really fitting that the timing and scoring tower around here is displaying the American flag just a couple of days after the American Independence Day. I just wanted to share something with you. This year, more than any other year, I've had more British people say Happy Independence Day than any other year. I think we're healing.
I don't. As from the stream that I had yesterday, it was a very American-centric. Around Independence Day, Americans can get a bit wily, and
what?
You know it's we are very proud, right? Who would have thought? No, but yeah, the British people have been very nice about it, but that's because they're losers. I mean,
Mike, I
we're
have
here
tried.
watching a professional race.
Mike, I am trying to heal national relations here. But anyway, I would just like to say it is brilliant to be able to celebrate with other people about that sort of thing, and it's just quite a nice thing. And also, British people, we do appreciate you letting us win that one. Kolosov here making some spots, or maybe losing a spot here. It's a solid check, and that's not, oh my goodness, a wicked snap from the Zoom racing car, and that might end up yielding a spot to Romanet, and it does up in turn 6. That was a wicked slide and catch by the 789. Incident between car 225 and the 204 on lap 73. 10-second time penalty for car 204 for causing a collision. Chat's asking about the number 5 Williams car. What happened? They had some sort of connection or mechanical malfunction that returned them to the pit lane. As far as we can tell, they're still in the race. They're just at the very back of the order. Incident between cars 21 and 11 on 76. 10-second time penalty for car 11. Every time we reset the board, they insist on getting more penalties. It's been a scrappy race.
They're working as hard as they possibly can. You know that there hasn't been a gap in them reviewing incidents. That's the worst part. But no, big shout out if you are watching, stewards. Thank you so much. I'd imagine you're not because of how busy you are with the contact. But shout out to them, Remco Ottens and the crew alike. I think Scotty, Bjorn, and Stefan are down there right now. But yeah, also chat stealing some of my fun facts. That's how rude.
Are they really?
Upshift Creek.
Oh, they're onto you. Two races in, they're onto you. Yeah.
Honestly, Upshift Creek already and Jake Wells both taking one of my, participating with stealing my fact together. Absolutely insanity.
You know what? I disagree with my co-presenter. I agree with you in chat. Steal his facts. Go on. We love facts here. Makovkin here trying to make the move on Magnani. This is the reverse right here of what it was earlier on in the race. It was Makovkin in front of Magnani, now the other way around a little bit, but still racing each other quite hard. And if they get a little bit of a race on, Fleischer's going to be right there in the 711 McLaren as well. We got a bit of a rarity here. 3 Astons in a row. We haven't seen that yet today at all, with the BOP looking pretty nice, if you ask me. So many cars still so close together, several hours into the race, but a little bit of a Aston Martin parade going on here in the mid-pack.
Yeah, I haven't seen that since 1.8. You absolutely love to see it. The Aston Martin kind of fell off a little bit in terms of the competitive nature of it, but with the recent BOP shifts, it is back and better than ever, it seems, and looking very competitive. So I love to see that. Aston Martin, a brilliant machine. The big old 4-liter twin-turbo V8, 535 horsepower underneath the bonnet. It is it's a machine. It's a symphony of sound as well. I love the, especially maybe not this Aston Martin, but the everybody loves the V12. The Aston Martin V12 Vantage, 6-liter naturally aspirated V12. It's unfortunately we don't see that one out there.
I gotta ask you a question real quick. The thing that covers the engine on a Mustang, what is that called?
It's a bonnet.
Okay, so you don't change the name of it depending on where it's from. Okay, interesting.
No,
I thought that's what
don't.
you were doing.
No, I just call it a bonnet.
Very, very interesting. Well, we've had a very interesting race up to this point. A lot of action out there, and it's now time to shout out Dynamic and show you one of the shots of the race. This from the very start, the gloomy skies, but the brilliantly colored cars steaming down into turn number 1, already 3 wide by the time this photo has been taken. Big shout out to Dynamic for partnering with us here at SRO Esports and the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Series. Just beautiful shots all year long, capturing. It's hard to do what Gary does in capturing moments like that give you emotion and feeling, but you could tell from that one image that there was an impending sort of excitement and drama that was going to happen, and those are the shots that we want to see.
Yeah, it was a car park on the I-90 there briefly, and managed to settle its way out pretty quickly, but definitely a picture that tells 1,000 words just within the moments of the start line. Absolutely brilliant. And yes, shout out to Dynamic for that.
Well, we're not done with race control. Incident between cars 52 and 21 on lap 78, a 5-second time penalty for car 21 for ignoring blue flags. That's a sticking point for my co-presenter.
Yeah, and that's, I think, the incident that we saw, is it not? That was the 21 BMW. If I'm not mistaken, let me just double check that. But
no, I believe we did see an incident with that car involved. I think you're quite right.
Got a lot of cars on the field here tonight, 43 that are currently in this race. So nice jam-packed grid heading into round 3 here of the SRO GT World Challenge Esports IGTC Endurance Series.
Yeah, it's brilliant, and this race has gone dry thus far. Potential of weather, will we get it, will we not? We don't know. Nothing on the radar currently. It is a gloomy day here in virtual Indianapolis. It's been like that since the off. It's not cleared up. It's not shown any signs of any real change. And the more it sets like this, the more it becomes concerning, because the way that the weather works in this particular simulator is, in general, it either builds or it dissipates as far as inclement weather is concerned. And the fact that it has remained stagnant in a dynamic setting, which is what this is, scares me as somebody who's called a lot of ACC races, because that typically tells me that eventually the luck's going to run out and the bottom's going to fall out of one of these clouds.
I certainly hope that is the case. We were hoping for that at Spa. We never saw it. I know the drivers are not.
Never got there.
The drivers are certainly not going to be hoping for it, but as spectators, we all are. It's the great equalizer, and I'm happy to see it and here to see it.
I tell you what, I did talk to some of the drivers, and you'd be surprised. Some of them were actually praying for the rain at Spa.
Interesting.
They wanted it because they knew that they would have an advantage, whether that be driver or drivetrain. They knew they would have an advantage, and they wanted it. It just never came. And I would imagine it's the same menu for today. There's a lot of teams that probably don't want it, especially if you're in the lead and you've got control of this race. But if maybe you're a driver about 5th, 6th, or 7th, somewhere in there, you think, oh, we got a wet weather ringer on our roster. Put them in the car, give them a go. Oh, it's an overtake, but it's going to be an immediate repass. Positions changed and changed back. It's like musical cars. And Sobchak will get to keep P11 for the time being.
Yeah, Ramanat doing his best Sum 41 impression, and he certainly was in too deep.
That's what you're going with, huh?
I just went with it.
Well, you know, it's all the small things, and you bring that. You bring that energy, and I do appreciate that. So, huge shakeup in the race early on, and it continues to mount as Ramona has that 10-second penalty. That will drop them at least 3 positions, 2 of which they will care about. They're currently P3. After the next pit stop, if they can hold where they are, they will lose the podium entirely. They will have to gain that back later on in the race. But some other penalties throughout the field, none of them inside the top 10 for the first run today.
Yeah, nicely done from the top, settling it out. It seems they have also found some gaps from each other. Emilio is absolutely not gone. In fact, actually, Sherritt has closed the gap up slightly. It was 20 seconds at the beginning of pit phase. Coming down to 16, definitely nothing to write home about just yet, but certainly is going to be on the cards in the future. Grantis Karakis in P3 right now, about 4 seconds off the back of Sherritt. 5 seconds for Nicholas Halban in P4. We got Schill under threat from Burnett, but it seems that Burnt is just not quite... he's not prioritizing this overtake right now. They're working together, just trying to gain some ground on the rest of the field, and that is going to be the RNL Roar car behind them, and they are on a previous lap. The car of Aiden Walshingham is going to be about 8.5 seconds back for position.
Well, right now, so we've commentated for a while now, despite it only being a few races, but I'm gonna let you know something about me you don't know. I've got a bad back and a bad knee. And what that is useful for is telling you when it's going to rain. And I'm being told, based on the aching, that it is going to rain in exactly 29 minutes from now. There is rain on the radar 29 minutes from now. At the 5-hour mark, we are expecting precipitation. How hard is it going to be? We don't know yet, but there is rain heading towards the racetrack.
Hope everyone brought their emergency ponchos, because it is going to get into a swimming pool here. It's a flat track, though, so not too much pooling, but and obviously ACC with the dynamic racing line, hopefully eventually will change, but you know, it's a little bit different than iRacing when it comes to how the track rubbers in when that rain does fall, and it will be definitely an interesting battle between anyone that's in a fight right now. Burnt in particular is going to be probably counting his lucky stars, but you mentioned it before. Some drivers, they're better off in the rain. You have those sleeper drivers on your squad. Maybe they're not quite the quickest in the dry, but you know you have them there in case it does rain, or, you know, they're just good friends in general and they're solid in the rain. Are they going to be coming out now and taking to the reins of the machines? We'll see. And I think it's going to get very spicy soon enough. That 16-second gap, well, just keep an eye on it right now, because it's not going to be there for long, I would imagine.
So what is the rain actually going to do as far as strategy is concerned? The simple answer is, well, first race control incident between car 72 and the 89 on lap 75. You'll recall that earlier on. Final warning given to car 89 for aggressive driving. So the BS Plus competition car has been given their final warning today. Any further incidents of that variety will give them some sort of time penalty on their next stop. So they've been warned for the final time, and that's it. So what is this weather going to do in 28 minutes from now? Quite simply, what they're going to do is just come in and change tires if they need to. This really doesn't affect their strategy that much. It will effectively sync everybody up to each other again. It will wipe the slate clean. If it would have come at a less opportune time, i.e. 10 to 20 minutes after everyone had pitted, it would have been a lot more damaging. But because it is coming at the top of the hour, that's not too far off. That's only 15 minutes away from where the last of the late pitters would have come in anyway. It's not the biggest of deals. It is going to throw a wrench into the plans of the teams and the drivers, because if you have a rainmaster, you're likely going to wake them up, or you're going to get them ready to get in the car now, and you're going to start planning for what your tire pressures are going to be. We could still, despite it not being a huge strategic move, this still could, based on driver preference and car setup, this could drastically change the complexion of this race, and it probably will.
Yeah, I was going to say, it certainly, I think, will, and it's going to be very exciting. The rain is such an interesting element in Indy in particular. There's a lot of curves, A lot of not much elevation. Again, I mentioned that, and that plays a big role, especially in unsettling the car in the wet. So I guess the real question is, are the drivers even going to pit for wet tires if it does rain, and it even rains hard enough, or is it going to rain hard enough? These are all variables that we just don't know yet, and we will be seeing in the next 26.5 minutes. But for right now, these drivers are in a bit of a heated fight, right? Let's see the McLaren. A little bit of a punch on the front end. I see the front headlight there with some damage on the side. Not too much, though. Shouldn't be affecting the pace overall. And there you can see a little bit of paint rubbed at some point. Light contact with the... oh, what are the sticky outy bits called again on the... didn't you mention it last time? The canards. Was it either canards? The canards that stick out. There we go.
Ooh, big slide there. And everybody, I think those low angles that our producer's showing you, it shows you the violence of what's actually happening. These drivers are throwing these cars around the racetrack, and you don't really see it from the trackside cams, but when you ride on board in the grills and in the diffusers and stuff like that, you see how much the cars are actually moving when they're loading and unloading the weight of the car, and they're wrestling the steering, for lack of a better term. When that happens, it looks very procedural, but it isn't. It's literally a dance that they're doing to get the car back under control and make sure they lose as little time as possible, because going sideways, despite what some would say, is actually slower than just taking the corner normally. I know that's a shock to some people. What happens after somebody gets a final warning and gets an additional warning or something of that variety? They just get a penalty. It could be of one of many different varieties. At least I think so. I think the base is a 5-second penalty. If what they do is, it's a drive-through, is it?
For exceeding track limits? Is that what we're talking about?
No, we're talking about for exceeding race controls warnings, and that almost got away from Fidelibus in the Vincenzo Racing number 6, and they just about got away with that. But that car, as we'd say where I'm from, well, it was plumb sideways.
And also, while that was happening, Axel Romane managing to get by the Williams Academy car. These two have been in a long and hard scrap, and I'd imagine that battle is not far from over. Not going to be over anytime soon. We've seen on-the-grass attempt here, rather on-the-grass wide for the Aston Martin train, and, well, nothing developing just yet. But I gotta say, if I'm in Oliver's shoes right now, I think I'm going to be sweating like a cow in a burger joint, because the pressure is firmly on.
Yeah, this is an unenviable position. You wouldn't mind it if you were in the lead or in a podium spot, but you're not. You're sort of more into the mid-pack of your class, and you see these hungry drivers behind you, and they're all for position, and if you let one through, due to the proximity, it's likely you can let a couple through. We saw that in the pro field earlier on. We saw that at the top of the silver field earlier. You get to race in the car that's the lead in your train. Whether you make the pass or you don't, you end up falling victim to the other cars that are taking an advantageous line on you behind. So the best thing to do is get real defensive with it, which he isn't doing. Pulling out of line here is Makovkin, and this could be, or not Makovkin, sorry, that was Magnani who was making the move. They're going to be stuck by side, but do keep an eye on Makovkin here. They're going to end up being a benefactor here. The 201 going by Oliver. Here comes Makovkin through, and all of a sudden Fleischer in the 711 takes a peek, but has to fall back in line. That's exactly what I'm saying. Lost 2 spots. Opportunistic move by the Lamborghini here. Campanella up the inside of Fleischer. Caught him napping. Can he get out from side by side? Kind of. No, the switchback. He's back at him again. It's a drag race down to turn 7 and 8.
Incredible racing. It's not done yet. The inside line to be held here for the McLaren, but the Visceral Esports car is late enough on the brakes, and Campanella is firmly through. Fleischer, is he going to respond now into Sector 3? It seems that he's fallen off, though, just a tad, and that was the corner we saw Luke Whitehead send it in earlier. He doesn't think about it there. Next big opportunity will be down that start-finish straight, and he's going to need to keep tucked firmly in the slipstream to make the lunge. Coming around that corner now into the back chicane. Not much opportunity to be found just yet. Prioritize the exit. Maximize the minimum speed here is going to be Lewis's goal the entire way around these final few corners. But he has a little bit of a wiggle. He falls off, and it seems the Visceral car is about to slingshot themselves right into competition now with Oliver.
almost into the wall there was Oliver. I don't think he got into it, but he certainly had to shorten up his run to keep from getting into it. And now it's going to be a run from Campanella. He swings out wide, can't do it, falls back in line. It was a dummy move, just meant to scare him off line. Oliver doesn't. Magnani, the big winner of that fight. Makovkin, also a huge winner of that fight. The loser, Oliver and Fleischer, both losing positions here, but here comes Campanella again. Here comes Fleischer trying to get one of those spots back on Oliver, who has gone from the lead to the back of this pack in exactly 1 lap's time. That's how quickly it can happen. 4 or 5 spots lost.
He's going to keep it honest here, trying to stick alongside with Fleischer, get a better exit now onto the back straight, potentially get the run to the inside. He's actually looking just to the racing line, prioritizing the exit. Is he going to look late now onto the brakes? No, he backs out. But that was just gutting there for Fleischer. He got caught off guard by the Viscero car. A lovely overtake that just put him in a compromised line. And and Fleischer basically just following the racing line through. And if you get off onto the marbles, it's so hard to recover. And we saw exactly that. Oliver now down 2 positions, back into 22nd overall, and looking to fight back firmly, and soon is the goal. But Campanella, he seems to have a good amount of pace, and he might even walk away from the McLaren at this rate.
Folks, if we showed you that at home without a timing tower on the left third of the screen, you would have absolutely said, yeah, they were racing for the lead, right? Nope, they're not even racing for a top 5 spot. That was for 7th place. All of that racing.
Here we got some replays to take a look at. This is going to be the Lamborghini Huracan. Oh, I think that was the Lamborghini that we saw earlier back in P21. Yeah, that ended up with a big, well, just call it as it is, brown pants moment. And then into the next corner, we see the overtake, the send from the 17, who's been on the receiving end, or rather the aggressive end of some overtakes earlier on, managing to get that one done nice and clean. This is the 276 under threat, also from a BMW. Down into the, or an Aston, excuse me, into the first chicane. Side by side, the 201 going to be looking for the exit. He'll have the inside line, and he is going to be able to, I think, make this stick. But the Red Bull car fighting back as hard as possible. But there we see it. That compromising line is so difficult to deal with. He tried to slot back in, gets hip checked to the outside, and drops 2 positions.
Yeah, and unfortunately that was not where it ended for all of them either, but just some crazy racing back and forth. One person makes a move and then it all kicks off. Everyone goes into attack mode. It's almost like a school of piranha, and they smell the blood in the water and they all start getting twitchy. And just brilliant racing here. Maybe some minor contacts, but all things considered, they kept that quite nice amongst themselves. Of course, the drivers won't think that way. They'll be a little bit upset with one another that they were raced that hard with 5 hours or so to go, but they may also be racing that hard because of the impending rain. 18 minutes out, the impending rain that we are expecting. We're not quite sure how hard that rain's going to be. My trick knee doesn't tell us how bad it's going to be. It can only tell you that it is going to rain.
And it will be sooner rather than later. 18.5 minutes we're looking at for that. This is going to be Leon Burnt, who you can see dialed in as ever, chatting with his team there a little bit, trying to work strategy out. Still a little bit off of the pit stop phase, though. Going to be another, give or take 15 to, 30 minutes, really. Actually, it's going to be about 30 minutes before a lot of these drivers do come into pit lane. Leon here again, he's just been nothing but calm, cool, and collected behind Schill. Not been worrying too much about gaining ground, not worrying about too much about the overtake. Has that changed, though? If we head down to the first chicane, there is really no obvious look whatsoever. I think Leon is more than content right now with 6th position.
Yeah, Renwelton kind of got dealt back a little bit ago, and they haven't been able to make up a lot of those spots. Gregor Schill, for whatever reason, has just been tantalizingly close in front of Leon Burnt for Renwelton, and they've been like this. And I think these two organizations have raced each other a lot over the years, and there may be a little bit of respect. There may also be just not a lot of urgency. They are fighting over a top 5 spot, certainly, but there's a lot left to settle in this race, and making an ill-advised move, as we've clearly seen today, not going to get you anywhere. So it's better to make sure that the move's absolutely on and that you can do it cleanly and efficiently. But if you can't, it's not worth making it at all. Working lap 100 Emilio leading the race for Automobile Lamborghini. They've done that since the offing, barring a few laps where other cars may have elected to not pit. But absolutely your leader. The gap in the first hour was only a second or two. It has ballooned. A lot of that due to the previous leader, the Ford Mustang, that was leading the silver class, having some sort of issue that has taken them to the back of the pack, for lack of a better term. And that is devastating for their hopes. That has given way to a new leader in the silver class. Rosari in the 223. McLaren now leads that category. Jordan Sherritt now enjoys P2 with Scuderia Ferrari in third place. Right behind them, though, the battle for fifth place continues. Nicholas Halbin has found themselves on something of an island for Team MSI, though. They'll be happy to have that, considering for the second race in a row, they were back in ninth place and they've had to fight their way through it. At least they know their way through the field, though.
Yeah, I guess that's fair to say. One thing I'm looking at just in sector times right now as I was dissecting some of this data between these two drivers that we're watching, between Schill and Barry and Burnt. Burnt is pretty much quicker in every single sector. There isn't really much difference. I guess Sector 2 is a little bit different for Burnt. He's a little bit slower there. But Sector 1, Sector 3, he is absolutely rapid, pretty much on relative pace with our leaders, in fact, in running about the similar sector time as Sherritt was in P2. In fact, dead even with that in Sector 1. So it's going to be really, I think, turn 1, turn 2, or turn 2 complex where you're going to be looking for that overtake for Leon. But again, is he going for it? He seems so content, but I'd like to see him move up the field. He has the pace to make it by, or is this pace purely just off of being on the back of the BMW?
I think the Renwelton car has a little bit of a pace advantage here, but I'm going to tell you this much. That's nice that you know that. Now go tell Gregor Schill that and see what he says back to you.
Yeah, fair. He's certainly not going to be capitulating that position anytime soon, or at least handing it over willingly, I should say.
I don't think Gregor Schill wants to hear that, and I don't think he would respond in kind to that. And I don't think he's going to move over, and nor should he, obviously. But that is... I've been told off by my drivers before for giving them information that they already knew. Hey, you know that car behind you is quicker. Stop talking to me. Get off the channel. And that's putting it nicely.
Let me drive. Yeah, let me drive.
Like, yeah, I know is a common one I get. Yeah. Anything I say to them, yeah, I know. I'm like, are you sure? Incident. One thing I am sure of is that there was an incident between car 204 and car 11 on lap 94. And there was a 10-second penalty given to car 11 for causing a collision. And race control remaining active. They are definitely going to get their workout today. And this track breeds incidents for one reason or another. And just as I've said that, incident between car 777 and number 6 on lap 98. 10-second penalty for car 6 for causing a collision.
Yeah, lots of penalties. Indy, you know, is a track that's tough to overtake on. It doesn't surprise me that people are getting a little bit wily, but it's very early to be doing that, in my opinion. It's all about, you know, maintaining your pace all the way down to the very end, and not picking up a 10-second penalty will help out immensely. I guess that's pretty much easier, or fairly obvious. These two drivers, they're going to be trying to avoid penalties themselves. I think we saw earlier that Williams driver was on... No, that wasn't the other AMGs on the second warning. My apologies. But still trying to keep all the warnings in check right now. You see they have that Lamborghini ahead of them as well, so it's potentially a three-way fight here for P12, though that P12 and P11 pretty much are going to be gifted to both of these drivers more or less for free. That is, of course, due to those 10-second penalties that we just saw.
That's one thing you can't have. If you're in a podium spot, you've got to be aware of that, and you can't go too aggressive with your driving. A lot of the time, of course, it's easier to say that than do it, but you've got to be mindful of where you're at, and you've got to pick your battles, and sometimes you've got to know when to say when, and that's kind of what you see in the pro class with Still and Burnt, who are not really, they're nose to tail. They clearly are pacing each other, and they could be diving each other and defending, but they're not. They're doing that tactfully. They're doing that for a reason. It's not that they can, it's that they refuse. They will not, and you see exactly what happens when they get racing with each other in the silver class. That leads to contact on a very difficult track to be side by side on. That's going to get you penalties, and you've got to be very careful about that because both these cars, Romane and Fidelibus, they're going to be taken out of podium spots. They're going to have to reclaim that by driving back up there and making clean and effective passes.
Yep, exactly. And that is what everyone is striving for right now, and that's what Mattia Zampedri is also striving for, as he tried to do that last lap. Unfortunately, didn't quite get by the Williams Academy team. Managing to hold on right now is that AMG, and pushing through Sector 3 onto the start-finish straight here soon. And they will continue there. Or no, I think we're in Sector 2. Bad. No, I was right. Just don't listen to me. And now into Sector 3 and coming around the final chicane. Is the Ford Mustang GT3 going to have the legs here, the horsepower along it? In case you were curious, this track was originally, I think, used for horse racing as well, or not originally, but did have a history of horse racing, so we're going to be seeing the Mustang now trying to prove that piece of history and following the AMG in the slipstream. Not going to be going. Oh, he checks to the inside. Is this just a thought? No, he's fully committed now down to the inside. The Ford Mustang is a little bit deep, but no, he keeps it on track. The 777 without much of a response. A little early on the brakes, I would even say.
Caught his bluff there is what Zampedri did right there. Sobchak didn't really think that he was along enough aside, didn't really defend that. Thought that, yeah, well, if he goes in, he's probably going to overrun it. Didn't, just judged it perfectly, did Zampedri, and is able to take that spot away. But mostly because Sobchak didn't really defend because he didn't think he was going to get past.
Yeah, very fair. And honestly, the Ford Mustang has shown that it has quite good brakes. That's one thing I've noticed. It's very quick in a straight line, but it also stops very well. It doesn't corner necessarily well, but it gets stopped very quickly. Which is, you see right there, a very useful skill when you're trying to outbrake a very heavy AMG and a very heavy Ford. And a great question as well in chat. Love to hear all these questions, by the way. If you guys have anything, wondering anything about the race, please let us know. We're happy to answer them. Are there penalties going to be served in the pit stop, or are they just going to be added at the end of the race? Pretty much every single penalty that you see, minus a drive-through, will be served in the pit stop. So they'll have to enter pit lane, go up to their pit box, where they'll have to remain stationary for Romane. He'll have to remain stationary for 10 seconds before the auto jacks are allowed to lift him, and then he's allowed to get any repairs or tire changes or fuel added to the car that he would like, and then resume on his merry way, and that penalty will be cleared. A drive-through penalty, though, will result in you just driving through pit lane all the way through. Don't cross the white lines on exit or entry, and make it through cleanly, and that is going to be how you serve a drive-through.
Yes, indeed. Of course, the exception to that rule is, of course, if you have already done your last pit stop of the race and you take the checkered flag, that time penalty is added on and converted to your final race time. Drive-throughs, stop and goes, stuff like that, you have 3 laps from when you receive it to come down pit lane and get that sorted out. Again, unless there's less than that amount of laps in the race, then you can also take that as a heftier penalty at the end of the race. But for all intents and purposes, my co-presenter is correct. At this stage, you are forced to take that before you can service the car.
Yeah, and that's actually a really good point. Yeah, if you do get a drive-through penalty, you have to serve that within 3 laps, or that will be amplified to a more severe penalty. 10-second penalties, though, you don't need to worry about that, or any time penalties. It will add a stop-go 30. If you have a stop-go 30, then it will DQ you. It increments your penalty by 1.
Oh, that's fascinating.
It's a very weird system. It's I've never seen a simulator or anything else do it like that.
I think I had a punishment system in middle school similar to that, actually.
It's ridiculous, honestly. I'll just call it as it is. It's a very weird system that they have, but it works. You know, at the end, it does get the job done, and it's a little bit different and a little bit confusing. But yes, if you have a stop-go 30 penalty and you do not serve it within the time that you are allotted, then you will receive a DSQ. If you have a drive-through, then you'll receive a stop-go 30, and so on and so forth. They're not confusing at all.
No, it works, though. It does make it difficult to understand. The race control penalties that are given out, incredibly clear and concise. The ACC assigned one. Sometimes we have to research exactly what's happened, because there is a multitude of different things that could possibly go wrong, and without contacting a team directly, it sometimes is difficult to figure that out. But we always get it in the end, one way or another. And teams basically know if you got to stop and go or drive through, you got to come in with a certain amount of laps. You can't service the car while you do that as well. A normal time penalty, like the 10-second ones you see for second and third in silver, those are just added onto the stop or taken before the stop actually begins when you're stationary. So you would get those 10 seconds added onto your total time if you cross the line with those penalties in tow. So there's no way to duck them. They come off one way or another. Well, rain, 5 minutes out, no more than that, 5 minutes away. I can smell it in the air. It's going to happen. How severe might it be? I wasn't told it was going to be a light shower. I'm not a meteorologist, but typically when I'm told it's not a brief shower or a light shower, I'm expecting deluge, and I wonder if we're going to get it.
You know, I was actually known as Weatherman Mike back in the day, and that's mainly because of how incorrect I was with the weather calls. So if I had to make a prediction myself, I am going to say that it is going to be a torrential downpour, which probably means it's just going to drizzle. But we'll see.
Well, you know it's bad when you and I agree. So obviously the weather's going to spite us and not cooperate with us in the slightest. But we are promising. We have our meteorologist behind the scenes giving us the thumbs up, telling us that in about 4.5 minutes from now, rain will begin to fall here. It's been gloomy all day since the start. Qualifying yesterday was partly cloudy. No complaints there. It has rained in practice since then. Before we have gone live, we have witnessed that. That's how we knew what the predicted weather pattern was. How we knew there was a possibility, perhaps even a probability of rain, and now that has come to pass, or will do. I will say the last time we raced here, the last time I commentated a race here, it was somewhat wet, but it was intermediate rain, and it dried up as quickly as it came down. Will that be the case today? I don't know. It's been cloudy all day. That typically keeps the track wetter for longer and makes it difficult to disperse the water with no sun beaming down on the track.
And also, really fun fact in chat from Shift Creek. Indianapolis Motor Speedway is so large that it can fit the entire Vatican City, the Roman Coliseum, the White House, Liberty Island, the Taj Mahal, the Rose Bowl, the Yankee Stadiums, and it can all fit within that 253-acre infield simultaneously. That is sweet. That's a big area. Imagine what you could fit in the Nürburgring. You could fit the whole world.
I'm gonna need you to check those figures. I'd be more interested to know how many Ferraris long it is, or how.
I can tell you
how many Mercedes AMGs long. The track
I'm glad
is
you asked.
You do not have that stat.
I do have the stat. I had it written down just in case you asked. In case you were curious, it is approximately Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the GT circuit that we're on currently, is about 829 AMG Mercedes GT3s long.
Well, there you go. Mercedes AMG fact number one of the day. Proud partner of us here at the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Series as well. And we're doing the hard math. I'm not doing anything. Mike Now's doing the hard math for you today.
Got all the fun facts to come. Don't worry, chat. And speaking of fun facts, we got Leon Burnt here again within the blink of an eye. Do you know what fits within the blink of an eye, Jesse?
You're going to tell me.
I am going to tell you because I'm glad that you asked. The Large Hadron Collider can generate 150 million particle collisions in the blink of an eye. That's 0.2 of a second. I know, right? He's speechless. It's such a good piece of information. He's speechless.
You are an incredibly brilliant but random man, and I appreciate that about you. Quite honestly,
nicest thing anyone's ever said about me.
It is. I am happy to know you for these reasons. You're absolutely brilliant, but in the strangest way imaginable. But Leon Burnt here, continuing to pace Gregor Schill. A little bit of a gap now, a little bit more than it was earlier on, but probably just a couple of bad corners or so, as these two have been pretty much chained bumper to bumper for this entire stint. Jordan Sherritt's come to pit lane now. That is interesting. We expect rain imminently in a minute or so from now. And are they going to affix the wet weather Pirellis to that car early and completely overheat the tires for the first lap or two? I don't know. It's a gamble for sure either way.
Yeah, most certainly is. And as we say it, chat, get your ponchos on. It's raining.
The rain is falling. It's light, but it may build, and we have rain for the first time in this year's series, and it's here at Indianapolis. The windscreen wipers going, and a decision to be made quite easily, to be completely fair with you. Everybody will likely be on the wet tire here as long as this shower is more than just a passing moment.
Yeah, it seems the clouds above are a little bit dark, but sporadic darkness here and there. That doesn't mean much in ACC, I don't think. I'm not sure if the actual cloud color does change. That's one of the things that I'd be interested if anyone does know. But regardless, it is going to be affecting grip. Not quite to the maximum extent just yet, but the curbs are going to start to get very, very slippery, and you're going to start to see the drivers avoiding them at all possible costs because they will be making a trip into the infield if they don't.
Yes, indeed. Well, that's going to do it just about for me. I'll be back at the end of today's broadcast to call the final few hours in the checkered flag. What will happen between then, though? I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Luke Crane and Mike Nouse. Mike, always a pleasure to be with you, and I'm scared of that stack of papers you have. But Luke, good luck.
Thank you very much. Well, nice to be back on the comms. Just to let you know, guys, there is actually a race happening here as well, as the fact-finding Mike, just giving us some of the most random facts I've ever heard. To be completely honest, but no, fair play to you. You have got a brain full of interesting things. Let's talk about interesting things during this race. Obviously, we've had a disconnection from our silver leaders earlier on in this race. They were obviously second in the race overall, ST Racing Esports. So that's an issue. We also had a disconnect for Williams Esports, I believe. But yeah, just to give a little rundown, Mike, is there anything else that people who've just tuned in might have missed that one?
I mean, besides the lovely overtaking battling that we've seen, the handful of penalties that have been handed out to all of these different drivers, and we see now Dario Mulio, he's been making his way through the back markers with relative ease. We've been seeing here and there, though, the blue flags get a little bit more ambitious than otherwise should be expected for the GT3 cars. And other than that, hasn't been too much. But with the rain falling here, I'm very curious to see how this is going to affect strategy. We're currently in our pit phases right now. Dario Mulio is 50 minutes out on track. We have 65-minute stint timer, so he is about 15 minutes. Grantis Karakis about 10 minutes. When are these drivers going to pit? And are they going to pit for wet tires? That is the real question. How long is this weather going to stick?
Yeah, the teams that have stretched out their strategy a little bit more than others, you know, there's a few teams that have come in early in their stints. They're going to be in a little bit more trouble than the teams that have sort of stretched it out because they've got more time to play with. We just saw Jordan Sherritt come in. I guess he had to come in because of the stint time, because it's not ready quite yet for wet tyres. Still definitely dry tyres out there. We're seeing a little bit of slip sliding, but I would imagine within the next couple of laps, then that transition period does indeed come into fruition. We aren't seeing any spray come up off the cars either just yet. So yeah, it's not quite ready, but it's very, very close. You're seeing a lot of slip sliding, that's for sure. A lot of loss of time. Lap times certainly are going to be a little bit less than they were. Once you can see there, the car that was P2, number 28, the ST Racing, just getting involved there a bit further back. Where exactly are they in the race, even though they had a disconnect? I assume it's put them right at the back, but have they got an opportunity to maybe travel through the pack with weather? Oh, they're P39. It's not terrible. And they're still ahead of Igor Rodriguez. They're both suffering the same fate. They're only like 4.5 seconds up the road. But yeah, this is a vital moment of the race now, Mike, isn't it? It is all about being on the right tyres at the right time. And when is that right time?
Yeah, absolutely. And I do not know that answer. The team principals are going to be having to work that one out, the drivers as well. And it seems that now is maybe the time.
You seem to know everything else, Mike. I'm really surprised you didn't know that answer.
I'm a commentator. I'm not a driver.
No, well, we should grip. Us commentators don't know anything, let's be honest. Gregor Schill then has just lost a position there to Luca Burnt. So Gregor Schill this is definitely the time to change the tyres. Now you can see that there's a lot of traction being lost there. Is there one more position potential? That's number 45. They're a lap down. They're trying to try and get a lap back on Gregor Schill. But Gregor Schill there, very much slip sliding around the circuit. Probably went past the pit entry a little bit too late to go last time around, but I'd be very surprised if they come past that pit entry this time around. Ren Welton coming through the second to last corner. They've decided against coming through, and that might be a mistake there. But although Luca Burnt did seem like he had a lot of grip compared to Gregor Schill. The front three are in though. Ayamulo, Grantis Caracas, and Nicholas Huben are all in. There's a number 45 there is, well, trying to get the car stopped there. Nearly went up the back of Gregor Schill. Gregor Schill would have been a little bit worried there with his rear view mirror, or I guess in a BMW, the rear view camera. But that was, yeah, very interesting to say the least.
Certainly, practiced the dry line, you can tell. Didn't quite practice the wet line when they were coming into pit lane, and a little bit of a lockup there. Just a bit of a scare, but no harm, no foul. But it's certainly interesting to see that Burnt remained out on track. He finally got the overtake done on Schill. It was about 70 laps in the making to get that overtake done, and he finally does it with a little bit of a mistake from Gregor Schill, and then they come into pit lane, and now we're going to see if Gregor is going to take the wet tires. I'd love to zoom in on the side profile of one of these cars. If we could see
they're all on wets.
The tires on the wall, they're on wets? Okay.
If you see him pit again within a lap, you know they've made a mistake. They're all on wet tires. And I'll also just caveat what you're saying, practicing wet and dry lines. The wet line and the dry line, they're both exactly the same on ACC, so you don't really have to learn too much different. It's still the fastest line, the race line on this sim, even with the rubber on the circuit. So, yeah, there's nothing really too much to be worried about, although Luca Burnt is into the lead of this race.
And we are going to be pulling up a quick little replay to see Burnt getting by in the Gregor Schill incident here. Let's see. This is the BMW. Going to be going presumably a little bit deep, and you can see actually just a lovely move from the Ferrari. Really found grip nowhere. Big hip check on the side there, gets shoved to the outside. It doesn't even phase the Ferrari. And now just a pure drag race down to the middle corners off the back straight. And this is just going to be the inside line here. Is it going to be deep? No, the position's not done yet. This was a hard-fought battle for the 72, but the 89 just doesn't have the adhesion.
No grip at all there. Gregor Schill, you can just tell from the second moment of that move, Luca Burnt had gone through nicely, had no contact at all, still side by side, and then the next part, Gregor just doored him off the circuit, and that wasn't intentional. You could just tell every single part of that move he was in serious trouble. Now we've got Burnt, who's into the pits. Stayed up the longest, remember, out of everybody. Walsingham's now into the pits as well for the Veloce car, and we've got Lars Kisser into the pits now as well. So we assume Savini's going to be in the lead with the Lamborghini Esports team. I'd be very surprised if that is not the case. There is Savini coming across the start-finish line. Came in with about a 20-second advantage over P2. Of course, we've had a couple of disconnects of the top drivers, so that's helped them out, but they have been the stars of the field so far. But yeah, we'll have to wait for about a lap before this all sorts itself out, and we'll find out exactly where everybody is. We're on board then with Kalashnikov, currently in P20, trying to battle here with Elvin Smith. They are battling for P19.
And going to be continuing that fight on. Just for anyone that is curious, just looking at lap times right now, our fastest lap of the server, I'm not sure, but it's going to be somewhere in the 134s right now, a 134 low. And current lap times, looking at our race leader, last lap was a 2:08 because of the pit stop, but 140s are what we're looking at for pit time, or for the actual lap time. So the track getting ever wetter, and now the wet tires being on. Be interesting to see the pace differential for this track. It's a short track, so the lap time isn't going to be affected tremendously, though it still will be due to obvious reasons.
Yeah, it's now just about making sure that you just be consistent. You are going to be slower, you've got to get that into your head, but don't position your car offline now where you can make some mistakes. You know, this is going to be a tough hour or so. If the rain comes in a little bit heavier, of course, you know, then the track's going to stay wetter for a longer period of time. And now it's all about just waiting this out, making sure that you keep yourself in a good position, because it's still over halfway to go in this race, right? We're still just under the 5-hour mark to go in this race, 4 hours, 53 minutes to be exact. And this is just a key moment to keep yourself in the hunt for it, because it's so easy at this point to lose out entirely. That is the leader of the race, by the way, in the green Lamborghini. So they have lapped now up to P20, which is very impressive, considering we're just over 3 hours into this race.
You can see the patience from Dario Mulio, too. Just has a calm head on his shoulders. Oh, my goodness. Okay, we're fine. Oh, almost commentators cursed that one. We're all good. Through they go into the first chicane. That battle ahead of Dario, though, is going to be a bit of an issue. You can see how much respect he's giving to it. He knows that he just has the time. He's 20.5 seconds to P2 right now. He doesn't need to make the send immediately, though these drivers need to be aware that there are blue flags waving in the mirror, and they definitely do not want to pick up a 5-second penalty for holding up the first place.
Yeah, of course, a little bit different rules. So a lot of people will be more, I don't know, accustomed to Formula One, where basically if you don't get out of the way, then you get a very big tailing off and you get a penalty. In endurance racing, it is still about the car behind or the quicker car making a safe overtake on the slower vehicles. Just stay on the racing line effectively for the slower cars. But if you can help out the lead cars, it's always helpful, and ultimately you will lose less time as well. But yeah, that's just how that works. The number 51 Ferrari Esports team, they had a DC right before a driver swap, so another one of the big hitters, one of the big dogs, unfortunately, with a DC. So that is, another car that's going to not compete for the top honours in the championship. And they actually came in, I believe, second in the championship today. Yeah, they were second in the championship. So that's just great news for the number 86, who are currently third in this race. They qualified down in 9th position, or 8th or 9th position. And ultimately, they are now in 3rd spot overall in this race. So the number 86 may have got, I say, get out of jail. You still have to work hard to get these positions, but considering where they started, they are going to score mega points. And right now, Mercedes, AMG Team Williams, they had a disconnect. So P2 and P3 in the championship, we see a potential move being happening there. Elvin Smith not quite able to get the traction through the exit. Lamborghini Esports team, I think, as it stands, are going to take a very comfortable P2 in the championship, and the Team MSI are going to have their championship lead cut ever so slightly, and actually might even extend it. It was currently 27.5 points coming into today, so yeah, ridiculous stuff. Elvin Smith, though, he doesn't need a second invitation to make an overtake, and he is providing us some action here at Indianapolis.
No, certainly. And not to mention the fact that if the Mercedes AMG MSI team does end up winning here today, which I wouldn't take out of the cards whatsoever, they started around P7 in the 24 hours of Spa, still ended up winning the race. They are just an absolute a metronome of pace, and oh my goodness, that is a little bit deep from Elvin Smith, misjudging the braking zone just slightly, and ends up dropping not one but two positions there in the likes of one corner.
That's a lead car, so I think he's got out the way of Savini there to let him through. And ultimately, you've then got the Veloce Academy car of Duke Novicius, who's just gone, yeah, thank you very much, I'll have a little bit of that. And Elvin Smith now will try and get that position back. I'm not sure. Oh, crikey. Nearly took the rear end off of that Veloce car. But yeah, I think he's tried to let the Lambo go, but ultimately didn't realise how close his next competitor was and lost the position. So that was for position with the McLaren, but the Lambo is, of course, leading the race overall.
And that will be a big ticket there for the McLaren. Now has the slipstream, try to work off of Emilio and just get by anyone that he can, use him as a little bit of a crutch and potentially overtake the Aston Martin up ahead. And that will be the next goal for them. Also, I just want one more thing. On the Mercedes MSI team, this will be the hat trick of victories for them if they do win. Absolutely insane. They've been so dominant, won 3 years in a row at the 24 hours of Spa, and have just, again, metronomes of pace for that 86 machine. So one to keep an eye on for sure. 5 seconds is the gap to the 255 car in P2 right now. I'd imagine that's not going to be long for this world.
No, definitely not. Abalate, who was you see here, a bit of a mistake there from the Lambo, and this is where it gets really interesting, because the Lambo, of course, is leading this race and quite clearly is the faster car out there in dry conditions. But how much practice would these drivers have put in for wet conditions? As someone who's been around sim racing for a long time, they do, of course, practice these conditions, but by, percentage-wise, maybe 10% of their practice time would have gone to this. So this is where the biggest difference makers can happen. And Abalate right now is quicker than Savini, and it's quite considerable, maybe by even a second a lap. So, yeah, Abalate with a big opportunity here in the Aston Martin. The Aston Martin is notoriously good in wet conditions, so they'll be hoping that this rain continues for a massive amount of time.
Indeed, and you've always seen the tag on your rearview mirror, objects in mirror are closer than they appear. That's not the case right now. The McLaren is just that close. This is definitely a bit uncomfortable, even if you are the race leader. In these conditions, just the slightest mistake from the McLaren behind could potentially damage your race. Now, I guess the question for Emilio is, do you let him by? I'd say no, obviously. He does have every right to unlap himself if he does have the pace. but you don't want any cars in front of you. You want the clean air. You don't want that spray being kicked up onto your windshield. It's just going to make things more difficult for you, and, you know, you're the race leader. You should have that right, but again, it's all down to pace, and if the 711 proves it, then he has the right himself. Also, a quick question that I saw in chat is, does ACC not simulate the dry line slicking up? It does, but not in the way that iRacing does, for example. It's dynamic, dynamic I think is the right word, where it's pre-scripted basically, and it's not about where the cars are driving. The line will just slick in over time. Is that a good way of explaining that?
Yeah, basically, you know, the conditions are the same every time you go to that track. It's something that you can prepare for. So it's not dynamic, I guess is probably the best way of putting it.
Okay, non-dynamic, gotcha.
Yeah, again, we're just making up words here, but that's what commentators are good at. But yeah, it's a really, really good question. But basically, the conditions when it rains will be the same each and every time. But just been told us at least 30 minutes more rain for sure. So it's just still light rain. But yeah, we've got Stephen Hutter who's just giving us the information there. Thank you very much, weather boy.
Shout out, Stefan.
I had to bring a meme out there for my old age. No, we do appreciate it, Stefan.
Also on the, I think on the stewarding side of things as well. Again, the stewards have been very, very busy in this race. They haven't been recently, and as I say that, I'm waiting for the things to pop up. Oh my goodness, they did! That was actually not planned. Okay, that was cool.
Well,
Incident between 818 and 276, lap 113, and that's going to be a drive-through penalty for the 276. That is massive, and certainly must have been a pretty hefty collision caused.
Yeah, well, apart from a stop go 30, that is as big as it gets. So yeah, big penalty there. So car number 39, P13 now, so they've managed to go up from 21st up to 13. They've been probably the biggest overtakers this whole series so far. We're on board though with Matteo Cianotti, who is currently in behind Elvin Smith, and the Aston Martin, oh, look at the Ferrari, very much sliding around. The Aston Martin is good in the wet. It is as simple as that, and you can just see, look at that. The difference in traction is actually quite mind-blowing. I'm interested to see what the difference between the leader and P2 is, because I think Abelarde, if it continues to be like this for an hour or more, I think Abelarde is going to catch up to that Lamborghini. It was a 21-second advantage. I think that gap's just going to continue to come down, because look how much quicker. And again, this is not the lead, the second car. This is not Abelarde. This is Cianotti. Again, this is a little bit further down the order, but the Aston Martin just seems to be able to stay on that racing line a lot better than any other car around him.
Yeah, 0.3 quicker last lap was Abinate over Savini. So the Lamborghini definitely struggling for pace. That is a car that isn't necessarily known for being in the wet. That is for sure. The Lamborghini is already a volatile car. Add a little bit less traction on top of it, and you are going to be struggling. But these are the best in the world in these conditions and in these cars. So they certainly are going to be the ones to handle it, if anybody.
Yeah, 100%. Couldn't have put it better myself. They are very talented individuals. There's a reason why they are in this series. But look at that. Look at that Ferrari. That Ferrari is all over the show right now. The Aston Martin with mega traction down the start-finish straight we come. Elvin Smith, they're trying to break the tyre. I think they might just be trying to cool the tyres down. There's not a lot of water on the circuit. It's not like being a massive deluge. And well, I'll tell you this right now, Elvin Smith is not going to give this position up for free, but the Aston Martin will have so much more traction around the outside. Gets a little bit of a nudging there, a little bit of a dooring, but I think that is pretty much borderline on fairness there. I'm not sure there's anything too crazy to be looking at. And all of a sudden, I'm trying to figure out what Ferrari that is. That's the number 11, and the number 11 is, I believe, a lapped car, even being lapped by these, so quite far down, but looks like a lot of slower cars are starting to find some serious pace here, and this is what happens when it rains. It's a leveler.
Yeah, the great equalizer, and the number 11 machine currently running in 34th position. That's going to be Ruggiero in that number 11. He's trying to make a look, no, that's a Brahmi, excuse me, that we're having a look at now, down to the inside of the BMW of Nils Naujix. Doesn't find it. The BMW seems a little bit weak here in the wet. They got reeled in very quickly by the Ferrari. We'll see if that continues to be the trend here. But it seems that Abrami has massive amounts of confidence. You can see he's getting more onto that wet line, trying to carry more speed. Same with Kalashnikov there as he goes for the shot. Gets by, I think that is Campanella. That is for position for P15. And contact between Abrami as well as Nils Naujix. And it looks like there is a stranded BMW in the kitty litter.
Yeah, Ibrahimi there, and I think Nils Naujok's getting together. We're seeing another Audi here, Kalashnikov making a move there on, well, that was just, again, to put a lap on that Lamborghini. We saw them have a big penalty earlier on in this race, but the Aston Martins are absolutely fine. No, sorry, it was Campanella, so it was the position. So Campanella drops down then to P16, Kalashnikov moves up into 15th position now in this race, and actually 5th in the silvers. But look at the silvers starting to make their way up the order, by the way. We didn't have any in the top 15 before the rain came, and now they've got one in 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th position. So they're moving their way up. Like you said, it is the great equalizer in terms of racing. Luke Whitehead now closing in at the top end of the order. What is the gap between the top two? That's what we'll find out after this little replay. We're about to find out what exactly happened between BS Plus competition and indeed the Rem Welton car. Oh, Christ. Yeah, not good. Nils Naujok runs a little bit deep, but the Rem Welton car just completely drove through the back of them there. So yeah, not ideal. Abelardze, by the way, is closing that gap. Savini then in the lead, waiting to see in the top left-hand corner of your screen what the gap is. Last time we saw it was 18.5 seconds. You can see the Veloce Academy car keeping up. It's actually 18.4, so Savini has equalised it a little bit. He may be losing a tenth of a second a lap. So yeah, Savini now running a little bit faster than he was.
Yeah, actually lost a little bit of time in Sector 1 last time, around 2/10 slower, but not too much of an issue. He was 4/10 quicker the lap before that, so I think just maybe had a little bit of a mistake on that one, and will be back up quickly. The Aston Martin has been seemingly dominant throughout this wet stint so far, and it looks like that wet stint, again, will continue for a good while longer, which means that Aston Martin is going to continue to gain the positions. And yeah, the Cody Sherritt, maybe one of those drivers that sort of the dark horses that we haven't mentioned too much as of late. He kind of started off down in P4, P3 in class, and has not through luck necessarily, but with a couple disconnects as well as a couple very nice overtakes, has managed to make his way up into P1.
Yeah, a couple of the silver cars or some of the slower cars in the Pro could have practiced a little bit more in the wet conditions. You know, that could be their opportunity to make up time and be a little bit faster than everybody on circuit. We've got an incident between 18 and 71 on lap 114. A 5-second time penalty to car 71 for causing a collision. So that's Wasner, who's currently P23, who we are on board with in the Mercedes there. So that will drop them, it won't drop them in position, but it will drop them behind Smith a little bit further. Smith, who's currently in P22, but they had a penalty earlier that dropped them down there as well. They've got Addison closing up behind them in the BMW as we go a little bit further up. Igor Rodriguez, one of the very best on ACC, one of the very best in the world. This guy has got some unbelievable talent, and as much as you don't want to be in the position he's in, he will, by the end of this race, have a lot of fun because he's going to overtake a lot of cars.
Yeah, I got a lot of work to do ahead of him here, and well, again, a very unlucky race from Rodriguez, but finally making his way up through the field again after what we presume was a disconnect. I don't think we ever actually confirmed if it was a technical difficulty or a disconnect, but regardless, whatever had caused the massive time loss and the unscheduled return to the garage, back out on track, and apparently it was actually a drive-through penalty, presumably. But unsure what that one is for. We'll have more updates on that, I would imagine, a little bit later. But again, very unfortunate for the Williams machine, especially when we were talking about the championship. You mentioned it there before. They're currently running in 3rd position, finishing in P8 at Suzuka, P2 they're at Spa, bringing home 64 points to their name. It looks like that might even be where they finish here today. They got a lot of work to do before they start gaining.
Yeah, we're hearing from Stephen that it was a drive-through. We're hearing from Stefan that it was a DC. And the fact that they're P39, drive-through would have put them down, I would say, maybe 15th, because they were quite high at the order, maybe a little bit lower than that, not right at the back of the grid. So I think they've had a DC. That's why they're right at the back. Crazy action here. But yeah, P39 is not ideal.
Yep, we have... We're unsure
Steve's
on
arguing
that,
an he's
it
in.
back up. Yeah,
I think he needs to read the message from Stefan that says DC instead of DT, but it's all good.
Neither here nor this. We were also checking out that brief battle between Vashner and Smith. That's going to be about a half of a second, or about a tenth between the two of them currently. In fact, actually, I think Vashner just got by, if we can tune up to that. It's a battle for technically position on track, but it is not a battle for class. Vashner making it up there into 22nd, but that doesn't change his in-class position whatsoever.
Yeah, sorry guys, lost it a little bit there. Steve just said in my ear, that's how much he just wanted to say that he cares so much that he wanted to make sure we got it right. But yeah, it's whatever's happened, they're P39, so it's happened. It's not good either way.
No, they're going to be looking forward definitely to Red Bull Ring come the next race, and that will be July 20th, the 3 hours of Red Bull Ring here on the SRO YouTube channel and Twitch channel. So definitely add that one to your calendar if you are interested.
Yeah, certainly. Oh, that's one I'm not making, unfortunately. Yeah, I will not be there at the next round, unfortunately, for the Red Bull Ring. So the one I'm missing. So yeah, the 3 hour race there will be the first time we're going to be there, I think, as well. So that'll be fun for everybody, all concerned. But we're on board then with P39, who may have got a drive-through, may have got a DC, may have got both. But they're in P39, and they're battling with Goppelt, who's just up ahead of them.
Indeed. And with Rodriguez there, looking for anything that he can find. It hasn't been the splendid amount of pace that you would expect from that Williams car. I was, definitely would see... was expecting just to gain a bit more, but, at the end of the day, it could have been damage picked up. Could be just the wet condition. We mentioned it earlier that some drivers are just better in the wet than others, and that could be the case that Goplet here is, maybe one of those master classes in the wet in that Samantha Tan racing car, but we're going to see. Checks to the inside. Is this him getting out of the way? No, that's just him getting on the wet line. Those tires must be overheating at this point.
Yeah, again, it's just light rain, isn't it? It's not really that wet out there, so they're just trying to make sure they keep these tires alive for the full stint. They're going to lose a bit of time because of that, but yeah, you just got to keep them in some sort of range. So battling is not the most ideal situation to be in either, because you're going to be running offline and just braking a little bit earlier and a little bit later and a little bit different positions. Yeah, just keep these tires alive for the stint and you're good to go.
And through the back chicane now, looking towards the Ferrari there that's a little out of shape. That's going to be
Elvin Smith.
A bit of a bottleneck actually right now. Yes, Elvin Smith getting in the way of that Ford Mustang. We have another wave of penalties coming in here. Car 89 and 72 on lap 120. 10 seconds for number 72 for causing a collision. Is that not the first one? I think that's not the first penalty we've seen from the 72. But I could be mistaken on that. My goodness, that Ford Mustang is a rocket ship.
Yeah, it's very quick in a straight line, but it's it's struggling through corners. But these are quick. The number 28 car was they were second overall in this race, coming up towards and before their disconnect, should I say, and they've ended up right at the back of the grid. So they've also got Rodriguez sort of tapped towards them. So two of the faster cars on the grid are literally the back two cars, because Caracas, they're 13 laps down now. The P40 are no longer in this race, so they're not even out on track circulating. So the two of the faster cars out there are the last two on the grid. So we're going to see some overtakes over the next 4.5 hours. We'll see some at the front, but we're going to see a lot from the back. So very interesting. Elvis Smith there, he would not have liked giving a lap back to anybody. He didn't have a choice, though. They were too fast.
Yeah, very unfortunately, but that is gutting, I do have to say, for the for those two absolute titans, really, of sim racing in terms of teams in general, and down at the very bottom of the pack and battling for really the scraps and trying to make their way through the field. But still, 4.5 hours to go. The Williams car out on track certainly can make the ground up. It's just unfortunate that the 51 did choose to retire, but they have the sister car out on track. I think the 52. For the Academy machine, and gotta love the AMG bonnet cam. Got the crosshairs sighted on the back marker and is absolutely going for it.
Are you sure that's not an Audi? Just out of interest.
I thought this was the Ford, no?
Cam. This camera's called Obnoxious Cam.
This is crosshair cam.
Yeah, about to get. Maybe we're about to see a hit marker down in towards turn number 1. So in the slipstream we go there for Igor Rodriguez. Has the inside line on Elvin Smith. Again, it's not going to be given up easy, that's for certain. There is a gap to work with, though. Cannot afford to overextend Elvin Smith, though, with the grip on the outside. And will get the drive as well. So yeah, it's going to take some effort, because remember, they're a lap down, so they've got no reason to give up any kind of... the car in front doesn't have to give up position. Penalty for car 258, again, for causing a collision. Lots of penalties for that.
Yeah, there's been a lot of penalties all in all. The stewards have had their fair share of work and are getting paid overtime for this one, that's for sure. But it's been a little bit of a bumping and banging throughout this race. There's no doubt about that. And as the wet conditions have fallen, honestly, not as much contact as I would have expected, but there's certainly still been a little bit.
Yeah, the irony of that is quite ridiculous, isn't it? The fact that we're in really treacherous conditions now, but it seems to be the cleanest part of the race for the drivers. So this is Bonacorsi, just up ahead there then of Kalashnikov. This is a battle for P14. These are both battling for what would be P5, I think, in the silver class. Oh, a little bit of a little look there, and that's forced the Lamborghini offline. This is perfect for the Aston. The Aston now, with that grip, should get a really nice exit around the final corner, because the final corner is flat out, but in wet conditions, it's so easy to run out into the wall there. You can see the Aston just able to keep it planted down towards turn number 1. You'll see the Aston now move over and try and take the outside line. I favour the outside line here to make an overtake as well, and look at the overspeed there. A little bit of door banging between the two of them, but as we come down towards turn number 1, the Aston Martin is going to make that look pretty comprehensive. Well, there was no real defence there in the end from Bonacorsi. The Aston Martins, this is their happy hour right now. My happy hour is cheap beer. Their happy hour is rain.
Also, the Lamborghini clambering over the first curb, which I gotta say, I gotta be pretty careful doing that. The curbs are gonna be pretty slippery at this point, especially those ones on the inside that you just saw the Williams car lightly touch. Too much throttle on one of those, especially here, and you can, well, be facing the wrong way relatively easy. That's gonna be a bit deep there for the Williams machine, and potentially giving the opportunity now to the back marker to end up re-overtaking. But this is a bit of a squabble that, not really benefiting anybody. And if you're the 52 machine, you obviously want by. If you're the 5 machine, you want to be ahead. But this is just kind of a battle for picking up the loose change, it seems. Now, I guess who do you favor in this one?
Well, I just think it's clever from Elvin. I think he's let Igor go in the end. It wasn't clever for a couple of laps. He's lost a load of time. But Igor Rodriguez is going to be one of the fastest drivers out there. It's as simple as that. He is, a top tier sim racer on ACC. So let him go. It's not for position. You've got nothing to be worried about in terms of your ego or anything like that. You're not losing out anything, but you could be dragged along now. So now you can follow them and try and make your way through and try and, because they're going to gain time, they're going to gain positions. And if you can hang with them, then you've got every reason to also gain those times and positions, and it will just make your life a lot easier. But it just looked like Elvin maybe just dropped back a little bit here. Rodriguez seeming to have a lot of pace. Although Elvin Smith now is under pressure from Orozev in the Audi. So the Audi now 4 tenths behind. And that is for position. It isn't. It is technically for position overall in this race, but they're in different classes of car.
Yeah, and I'd be interested just to see if Orozev gets let by or if Orozov's getting towed along, as you mentioned. I think this is right now, these three are kind of just not working together necessarily, but have kind of had a little, unofficial agreement to keep it calm at this time being and try to maybe catch up ahead to the 7-Eleven McLaren and make some gains in the long run versus the short term. This, though, is a lovely little scrap between Pisano and it looks like Seodi, or that's Orozev? No,
it's
Orozev.
No, this is a back-marked Aston Martin. So I think the Aston Martin is actually making their way back through the pack here. I'm trying to figure out what number it is. It's the 201. They just made the overtake. So, the Aston Martin is coming through the pack. So now they're ahead. It was Chinotto. The Chinotto, should I say. He's moved up and got past Pisano. Pisano with the 5-second penalty as well. But the Aston Martins, every time we go on board with one, they're making things work.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sonodi there, it seemed like a fairly easy overtake. I also noticed mentioned in chat, the commentators, will they remember the car number 20? The RNL Roar car, I think, did get taken out, unfortunately, and has disconnected. I'm not seeing
the police car
in the session anymore.
They are still here. Number 20 car is currently P28, Klopper. The car that looks, it's got the exact colours of a English police car. Is the AMG. I'm pretty sure that's the right one. They're in P28. They're still doing bits.
Lovely. Running in their own little race right now. My apologies for that. But yeah, the RNL Roar car is still out on track.
Yeah, on board with Pisano still here trying to keep tabs with that Aston. Again, the Aston just seems to be a little bit stronger in these conditions. Every time we go on board with one, they're doing their own little thing. They're closing gaps, they're overtaking, they're defending well. So yeah, it's going to be short-lived. I think we're going to have a dry last few hours of this race. But right now, if you're in an Aston Martin, you are in very good shape to make up some positions, and I believe P2 is in an Aston Martin. So, big old slide there from Campanella. That was, interesting to say the very least. 2 Lamborghinis fighting in wet conditions. This can only go wrong.
Let's hope the Bulls don't lock horns as they come down the back straight here. Fabrizio Campanella doesn't look for anything just yet. You can see the young gun there behind the wheel and trying to find the opportunity for the number 6. It's going to be just patience really working together, but the pace is certainly there for the Visceral Esports driver. You can see a little bit of an offline being taken from the 44, trying to gain a mass amount of overspeed. They slingshot himself now into the back chicane. He goes for the outside line. It's going to turn to the inside, sort of the karting line, and it's going to make it stick. Now next corner, though, fully side by side the entire time. The number 4 and the number 6 and the number 44. Oh, they bump doors as they go on through the inside now for the number 4 machine, and it looks like no, Campanella is going to get the drive out, goes off the track just slightly, but he makes the overtake happen. Is the Marbles going to compromise his run now? Seems like not. The slipstream firmly being taken from Bonchorsi? Sorry, can't pronounce that name, apologies. And now down to the inside, the 44 is under threat, but he holds on.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there from both drivers, Bonacorsi and Campanella. Campanella, he set that up beautifully well, didn't he? He utilised the final 4 corners to his advantage to then get the run onto the final corner. It had already been done, to be fair, because we're about to see another move being made here by Wasner. They've all got penalties in this order here, by the way, Chinotto, Pisano and Wasner. So they're all sharing up penalties. They're going to all drop together down the order. But yeah, that little battle there with Campanella and Bonacorsi, fair play to them, because that could have been a door-banging fest. It wasn't. It was perfectly executed from both of them. Ultimately, one of them had to lose out in that battle, but I'm just so glad it was nice and clean. So yeah, sometimes you just got to tip your hat and go well done to both drivers. That was brilliant. But it is Campanella that comes out on top. As you see it send then down the inside from Michi Tauscher. There's contact between him and the Coach Dave Academy car of Castorino. And, well, if that position isn't returned, I believe the stewards will be having a little look at that. There's the number 20. There is Klopper. We're not forgetting about the police car colours as they're now battling with, the BS competition car, who are trying to get a lap on them, I think. So, yeah, very interesting to say the least.
Yeah, and behind that is going to be that 77 Aston Martin for, again, position, but not position at the same time. And the McLaren also on a previous lap. That Ford Mustang, though, that's going to be Saita behind. That is for position in class, as they're going to continue their scrap along here for what looks like around P10, somewhere in that range in class. It's going to be a little bit of a delay before we get to that one. You're going to have the back markers get through here. The BMW isn't going to get by. It seems RNL Roarcar actually has a tremendous amount of pace and is just going to allow these cars behind to really work themselves out and get by on their own accord.
Shout out to the chat, though, bringing up cars that they're supporting. I think every car in this grid would have some people watching at home, whether it be family members or friends or Discord server members or all sorts. But yeah, it's great to see you all tuning in for this race. And yeah, just to show that we're not forgetting about all these cars. We're on board there with Tadas Juknavicius, Veloce Academy car, number 711, making their way up through the order, currently 16th overall in this race, 7th in the silver class. Ibrahimi, the number 72 car, we saw that pop up earlier on in P5. It's got a 10-second penalty, so they're going to drop down to 9th position, so that's going to promote Niels Naujos, Castorino and Tauscher all up the order, although I think Tauscher might also be receiving some sort of reprimand, because that overtake down towards turn number 1 was more appropriate on a rugby pitch.
Certainly was, and I'm definitely not. Oh my goodness, the Ford Mustang down to the inside. This is for position. My apologies, Wong. They're under threat now. The inside line will be had for the Ford Mustang. The overspeed, though, for the McLaren isn't there, and that is going to be, well, fairly easy of an overtake. It was a late send, but it turned into a pretty simple move there for Seta. And next up the field for him is going to be somebody else, because it's going to be Wong. 3/10 up the road. No, he just got by Wong. It's going to be sure.
You're not wrong. You're pretty right, I think.
Did you just overtake Wong?
Oh, sorry. That was a tough crowd, guys. It's me making a joke. At least Steve got it.
You're funny. You're funny.
Oh, my God.
You're funny.
To be fair, Mike, I've been commentating for the last 15 hours, so it's fine. We'll let you off on that one. We're on board with Wasner. Wong is a little bit further behind. He's P30 right now. I'm so sorry.
I'm so mad I didn't catch that. That's sad.
Honestly, it's pretty impressive. I'd also say one thing. England have just won a penalty shootout, which is quite remarkable. So yeah, unbelievable scenes right now.
Against Spain?
No, we just beat Switzerland, so we're through to semi-finals of the Euros. Anyway, back to the race at hand. Yeah, 4 hours 23 minutes remain of this, and this is the back car of the trio of cars with penalties. 15 seconds for Chinotto. So if you're Chinotti, so if you're in the realms of wanting to have the biggest penalty, well, he's winning right now. He is winning all the prizes. Abelardze is now only 17.9 seconds behind Savini, so definitely quicker right now are the P2 car, the Aston Martin, the number 255. So maybe an opportunity for them to close in. But it's big points. It is massive, massive points right now for the 255 competition team, because they are currently 12th in the championship, so they would move so massively up the order if they could, you know, get hold of this second spot and move up. Gronewold, though, in the number 86 car, they've won 2 out of the first 2 races, so both of them, by my maths. They are currently 3rd from about 8th on the grid earlier on. And are they catching up to Abelardze? Are they the fastest car? No, they're actually losing a bit of time as well. So yeah, the 255 car are the fastest car on track. We're on board here with Savini. Savini's just dragging along that Veloce Academy car here. The Veloce Academy car just not giving an inch of peace to that Lamborghini. They're not battling for position. There's a lap between them, but fair play to the 711, because they are just making things very, very difficult. And also, if you are the number 711 car, if you're able to hang with the leader, you know that you're going to be catching up to people that are in your race eventually.
Yeah, but interestingly enough, first off, a time and penalty there being had, 15 seconds for car 52 for causing a collision with 201 on lap 121. We are currently on lap 133, but Savini, not the fastest driver on track. In fact, last lap, we had the 255 was the only driver on the track that was in the 141s. Last time, or this time around, though, 142.0, but still the quickest driver on track right now is going to be, as you said, that Abelardze.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Looks like we've got a few highlights we're going to be showing off now, which is always lovely. So let's have a little look-see here. This is the race start earlier on. Well, exactly 3.5 hours ago now, and it was the Lamborghini team that took us off into the lead. Very impressive stuff from them. The ST Racing car, who is on the outside there in P2, the number 28, they were second in this race, but they were in a silver class. This is the first incident. Didn't take very long, maybe, what was it, 8 seconds before we had this. And well, there was a car, number 45, facing the wrong way, and then everybody else then decided to get involved in it. And to be fair, considering how that happened, it was pretty clean in the end. So we're on board then with the number 39. This is the Veloce Vexed team, and this was the first one of their sends down in towards the fourth from last corner, turn at number 14. And they did that a couple of times there, and that was actually Valentin Barriere who seemed to nailed that strategy. But the fact that they ran offline then opened the door for another Mustang to get involved, and that was Smith, Zach Smith, I believe, who did that. And it's just a little bit too aggressive there, a little bit of contact between the two. And motorsport's not a contact sport, just to let you know. That is a fact. But they didn't give the position back. They didn't think they'd done anything wrong. On board then with an Audi, in behind, of course, it's a Mercedes. On board then behind a Lamborghini, as we're trying to make a move here. This is the Williams Academy team down towards turn number 1, so before we had any of the weather we have now. And it's just a nice comprehensive move down towards turn 1. The Lamborghini then jumps over the curb like the Tony Hawk. Ultimately didn't get the speed they would have expected. And then the rain came, and this is where the Aston Martins all decided to come out to play. As we see there, the 255 competition car nearly made a move on the Renwelton car. Didn't quite work out. And then you've got the HP, or the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team taking full advantage, sends one up the inside. Maybe a slight little nudge there on the exit, but I think they're on the limit of what we would call fair racing. And then we're on board here. I'm not sure exactly what. Oh, there they go. There's the other Lamborghini, nearly chucking it off on the grass there. And we're about to see the Williams Academy team being overtaken by a Ferrari, the number 17, perfectly leaving the perfect amount of room on the outside there for that to be a safe move. And yeah, job is a good one. And now this is where the Audis all decided they were absolutely incredible, because it started to really rain. That was Alvin Smith there running wide, letting the lead car come through, but ultimately losing a position. Then we saw Renwelton and BS Competition have a little bit of a coming together, a little high five. Not sure that the BS Competition cars are that happy about it. And well, it is Aston on Porsche action now, down towards turn number 1. And you know, by me saying that the Astons have been pretty quick during the rain would be an understatement. Every single time they are making moves up the order. So a lovely little overtake then down in towards turn number 1. Porsche trying to fight back, but the outside line then becomes the faster line. And ultimately, job is a good one. The Aston having so much traction, able to keep that keep on the straight and narrow on the racing line. And you're all good. Mitchy Tauscher then sends one down the inside of the Coach Dave Academy car. Well, it was interesting to say the very least. Oh, Mike, what a first nearly 4 hours.
Indeed, and as we rejoin here, that gap has gone down another half second to our race leader. So it's just a slow and consistent chip away. In fact, looking at this timing charts, it was 2 seconds. But either way, absolutely incredible. We're going to be seeing a battle for the race lead at some point. But these Aston Martins, you mention it when it comes to the pace that they have in the wet. It seemingly seems they have an outboard motor strapped onto them and just able to find a different level of pace compared to the rest of the machines around, especially the cars that we're looking at. The BMWs, they've seen particularly weak come the wet phase of this racetrack.
Yeah, there's always been metas on this game. Like, you know, at certain periods of time, certain cars have been overpowered. Like the BMW was ridiculous when it first came into the sim. There was a period of time where the Ferrari 296 was ridiculously rapid. The Jaguar, when this game first came out many years ago, this is before Mike was even born. That was the meta car when David Tanitsa was winning events back in the day. And then probably the longest one was the NSX. The NSX was just a ridiculous car as a Porsche off the circuit. Well, that's one way of getting rid of all of those turn signs. Hopefully people remember to turn right there after they've all been dealt with. Jonas Gerhard there making a bit of an error for the absolute Res Tech by Aslith number 2. But yeah, not ideal. But the Aston has just always been good in the wet. It's just always been a good car in the wet. It's never been any other car really that you say. BMW maybe, I guess you could throw out there. But the Aston has just always been good.
Yeah, and looking at straight line speeds, interestingly enough, I feel the Ford has actually been quite good in the wet as well. It seems to not really care too much about traction. I mean, it's a absolute rocket ship out of the corners. That's one thing I've noticed with it since it came out. Fastest car in a straight line to this day, a lap set by, or in terms of this track. Marchi running at 274 kph. It's the quickest car out there on circuit in a straight line. Lap time, just because you're quick in a straight line doesn't mean you're quick in overall. But Marchi has managed to do a decent job of keeping that all together and running in, let's see, currently P12.
Oh dear. Well, if it went from bad to worse there for the Porsche, the Aslith team, they not only got involved with the barriers or the polystyrene turn signs, they just spun it on the grass there on the exit of turn number 7. So yeah, not ideal. They will get the car going again. They'll lose a couple of positions and yeah, more damage to the ego than anything else, unfortunately.
And unfortunately, maybe damage to the golf course. In case you didn't know, we got a fun fact we're throwing in now, Luke. Did you know that there was a golf course here at Indy that's actually used on the infield? Obviously you can't golf when there is racing going on, as it uses part of the infield. But that might have just been a little bit of that green getting teared up potentially. And well, there's going to be some unhappy golfers as a result.
I did know that. I've been there. I've been to Indy a couple of times. I was there a couple of weeks ago, to be fair, for the 500. It's actually a really nice course as well.
Wow, I'm jealous.
I feel bad now because every time you've come up with some trivia today, like Jesse's like, I had no idea about that. And the first time you said fact to me, I'm like, yeah, I knew that one. So I feel bad. I'm sure just bring something where you need real knowledge, and then I'm real trouble.
Don't worry, there's more fun facts to come. Plenty of time in this race and plenty more fun facts in my document.
Yeah, I just killed the conversation there. I'm sorry. Next time I'll just pretend I didn't know. My bad. Right, so we're still on board then with, we're on board with Scher, who's currently in 27th position overall, and is under a little bit of, Scher is putting the pressure on to Vasquez Rodriguez in that number 45 Lamborghini. And the Aston Martin again, we'll see every time we go on board with one of them, they're making moves, they're making inroads, they're trying to make things happen. This is the time you've got to make it happen if you're in an Aston Martin. This is the strength of the car. And a lot of people have chosen this car. Slip sliding off the Lamborghini in front. Very, very long traction being held there. And there we go. It might be even a bit of a freebie. As Tobias Scher is surely going to make a move here. He's got the outside line. It's very difficult to hold it there. But if the Lambo even slightly slides, it should give the opportunity, where it's on the grass, should give an opportunity for the Aston Martin to go, thank you very much. And that is the reason why some of these teams would have chosen that car, because they would maybe have gambled that there was going to be more rain than we've had so far this season, and that car would get them out of trouble a little bit. And, well, at this moment in time during this race, it absolutely has. On board then with Savini, 17.4 seconds. So they've lost about, I don't know, nearly 4.5 seconds, maybe 5 seconds since we've had rain to start off with during this stint. Knowing that he's going to dry up for the latter stage of this race, I don't think they're going to be too worried about it. But yeah, Savini doing a great job. The hard work's been done already by Ayamulo and Tanitsa. Got them a nice handy lead. A couple of disconnects obviously has helped them as well. But right now, Savini, this is the most important time of the race. Just keep yourself in a position to win this race, and he's doing exactly that. Hopefully the conditions dry up and they know they've got the faster car or the faster team in terms of dry conditions, because they proved that for the first 3 hours. So good job right now from Savini, just holding firm.
Yeah, and on that, we are looking at in the next potentially 20 minutes, according to our weatherman, Stefan. He has informed us that they might be lightening up here soon, so we are going to be starting to slowly see it dry up, and the track will go back to normal, or at least, well, maybe not normal, but as it started, I should say. And with those dry conditions, with probably about 3.5 hours left, maybe 3 hours left, we'll be seeing that fully dry track.
Yeah, 100%. It won't take long to dry up, that's for certain. And then it's all about being on the right tires at the right time. So, you know, most teams will be able to figure out when the right time is, and you maybe, you know, if you take a gamble, if you're a little bit further behind, you can maybe gain 5 seconds, but it's not easy to gain much time or be on the wrong tire for too long, because you just see cars around you going faster. We're on board then with Cody Sherritt for the Genesis Esports by Genesis Risk. Running in behind Nils Naujoks. They're a potential move for the McLaren. If you get offline, you're going to be on more water, harder to get the car stopped. And ultimately found that out to be the case. And Nils Naujok is going to hold on. If you're going to make a move on Nils, though, basically you're going to have to catch him by surprise, because he has been in every situation possible. Would have learnt from that, whereas Sherritt, with a little bit less experience, by maybe 20 odd years, will have to find something a little bit magical to make an overtake. So he's got to, again, when you come up against someone like Nils who's got all of that experience, has been there, done it, won it, or you could just hope he just runs wide. That's also a very helpful thing, and this is where you can catch him by surprise because of that mistake, and Sherritt is actually going to get the job done. So yeah, you either got to catch him by surprise or just hope they make a mistake. Both work. Yeah,
absolutely, and is going to be getting away pretty easily now. There might be a couple trades in position for that in the future. But I got to say, I chalk that one up to the power of the beard from Cody Sherritt. That's one thing that Nils Naujoks is lacking in, unfortunately, in that the beard power.
Hey, I've got a beard, so yeah, I'm down with that. That's fine. Although it doesn't help my sim racing, funnily enough. So maybe it's not true.
You know, neither here. It adds a couple extra horsepower. It's got to. I say so. So that means that it's true, right?
Yeah, no, I guess so, Mike. one of your fun facts again.
There we go. Yeah, exactly. But either way, this is going to be the Polish driver here of Konrad Saita in the LFM Motorsports machine, battling with Kloper for P28. That R&L roar machine that we were talking about earlier. He is, trying to hear the roar, and the V8 is going to roar away. You can see already pulling away from that Ford Mustang, which has been so punchy out of the corner. But as I keep seeing these drivers dip onto the wet line, I'd imagine as we approach the end of the stint here, with about 15 to 20 minutes left for most of these drivers, the tires might be getting past their prime at this stage.
Yeah, 100%. Remember, some of them had to come into the pits a little bit earlier than they would have anticipated as well, due to the rain coming down before the top of the hour mark. So there are drivers that are going to be off kilter with their strategy that have been stretching it out. So they maybe have to come in about 15 minutes earlier than they would anticipate last time round, meaning they'll have to come in, I guess, 10, 15 minutes earlier this time round as well. But it will be full wets again. There's no way that they're going to get away with going on to dries early at this stage. The rain's still apparently going to be here for about 30 minutes, so it's going to clear up in about 30 minutes time. And then things will be very interesting indeed. We're on board with Castorino then, in behind Ibrahimi, who will have a penalty to serve at the next pit stop. So they will have to serve that during the pit stop, 10 seconds stationary before they can do any work on the car. So Castorino will be hoping that they pit sooner rather than later, meaning they don't have to make the overtake on track. But if he gets an opportunity, or if an opportunity presents itself, he won't be opposed to it, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and that'll only drop him one position, interestingly, just behind Castorini. Sherritt has about a 20-second gap to Castorini currently, and overall, Sherritt is also in the silver plate category, so no harm really going to be done here for Abrami. It should be easy, not easy to recover. 10 seconds is still, 10 seconds that you're never going to get back, but it is still 4 hours left in this race, and it is very recoverable for the Ferrari team.
Yeah, it very much is. Anything can happen at this stage with the weather, the way the things are going. All it takes is one driver to make a spin. If you spin the car, you lose minimum 10 seconds. It could be even more depending on where you lose the car. So, like I've said, you just got to keep yourself in with a chance with these conditions. Don't try and do anything too crazy. Of course, you can make up time on people who are making mistakes. As there's a mistake there from the Runwelton car. Castorino, though, was a little bit too close to take advantage of it. Needed to be a bit further back there and could have probably angled themselves a bit of an opportunity on the exit. Didn't quite work out. But yeah, right now, it is just make sure that with a couple of hours left to go, when it's nice and dry, you are in a position to get big points. You can massively lose out during this time if you're too greedy.
Speaking of greed, are we going to be seeing a little bit of it here? The Coach Dave Academy car says, yes, I'm gaining that position, but I'm going to be gaining it now. And there's a hip check into the first chicane. Still tries around to the outside. Castorini is going to make it by, but I would imagine the stewards might have a look at that. That's hard racing. I'm not sure there's going to be a penalty. I'm not sure there's even going to be a warning, but I think they'll definitely at least take a look at that.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think they're on the limit of what we would expect there. What we saw from Mitchy Tauscher was very much, penalisable, in my opinion, but that one was fine. So Castorini making the move through there, gets it done nicely. Leon Hopper now in behind Klopper. These two were battling for position earlier on in this race, a little bit further up the field. They've both dropped massively down the order, so I'm not too sure what's exactly happened there. As their gap presents itself, and well, the number 80 put themselves in that gap, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is the complete opposite. That will be looked at by the stewards, and that will be penalised.
Yes, most certainly will. And I'm seeing a lot of questions in chat. If there is a pit wall link, I'd love it if one of the mods can maybe pin the pit wall to the top. I'm not sure if there's a command for it, but there's been quite a few people asking for that, and yes, there is one.
Yeah, there certainly is. Definitely get yourself involved in that. Look at the live timing. As we're on board,
that was
still with Hopper. So Hopper isn't going to give up position up. They've got Wong now in behind, half a second behind. So that's really worked out in favour of Wong. So Wong's going to be sat there thinking, yeah, that's lovely. I get to catch up now. As we see a mistake there from, who was that? Orozev. That's now brought them into the clutches of Chinotti. Chinotti not really battling for in the same race. Of course, Orozev is a pro driver, whereas Chinotti is looking to make his way up the order to try and catch up to Elvin Smith, who has a 15-second penalty as well as Chinotti. So right now, if he can get right underneath the rear wing of Elvin Smith and maybe get a position, they're both going to drop massively further back. So yeah, it's not ideal for the penalty situation, but with the Aston Martin, you've got to try and take advantage while you can.
Interestingly enough, we might actually at some point here see a battle between Elvin Smith and Zachary Smith. That would be not confusing at all. I'd love to see that. Interesting. We also have two Sherritts in here. I wonder if Jordan and Cody have any relation with each other.
I don't think so. I could be wrong. I guess someone in the chat will have to let us know that. I'm watching on Twitch now as well. So if you want to have any questions, guys, let us know where you're watching from around the world. Maybe you've got a favourite team you're supporting, a favourite driver. Whether or not Jordan, Sherritt, and the other Sherritt are brothers. Maybe they're husband and husband. Who knows? Who knows? They could be related that way. But I don't think they're related at all.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. It's just Cody Sherritt is a name that I'm familiar with. Jordan Sherritt, I haven't seen around too much.
Where's Cody from?
Imagine Cody is American, I think.
Well, then they're definitely not, because Jordan Sherritt is one of the very best on ACC in the history of the sim, and he's from South Africa. Gotcha. So I don't think so.
Fair enough. That answers that question. They will still, though, hopefully battle. I'd love that. Would be fun.
Yeah, battle of the Smiths, battle of the Sherritts.
I think they're in different classes, though. I think Jordan is in that white plate, Cody being in that silver plate.
Yeah, that is correct. Although right now they're in P8, aren't they? Cody Sherritt P8 right now in that McLaren. McLaren historically has not really been overly too quick in the wet conditions, but they seem to be making it work right now. Now you're 2.4 seconds further back. Here is Nikita Ozarev currently for Zoom Racing in at number 789. And right now he's just going to be looking at his relative thinking, wow, everybody's got penalties apart from me. I'm going to gain at least one position. I'm going to gain loads of time on the people behind me. They're having a good time. As we're going to go on board then with someone who's having an even better time, it is Savini. They lead this race then. The Lamborghini Esports team are in P1 right now with that bright green livery, the number 63, dragging along, by the way, the Veloce Academy car. They have been for this whole stint. So the Veloce Academy team will be very happy with how this stint's gone because they've hung with the leaders and they have not looked out of place. Okay, they're a lap down. That's fine. But they have not looked out of place at all. Gap, though, between P1 and P2 is 17.5 seconds. So it was 21 seconds when they both came out of the pits earlier on when they first got onto the wet tyres. The gap's come down by about 4.5 seconds, but it's been neutralised now. So when they're both on older sets of tyres, the Lamborghini seemingly able to keep pace with Abelarde. But at the start of the stint, it looks like Abelarde is a lot faster with fresh tyres. Marco Bischoff for Team Nitro. God, they've got to be fast if they're called Team Nitro. Trying to maybe get a position on Luke Addison, who's equally as fast in the number 224. Not for the same race, though. It is, of course, a pro car. Marco Bischoff with the white plate next to his name. And you've got Luke Addison, who is in the silver. But I'm just looking at the gaps between Luke Addison and the group up front. No, he won't be able to catch anyone up because there's a 26-second advantage, even though Elvin Smith just served a 15-second penalty. There's a too big a gap between him and the rest of the field.
Yeah, Luke Addison, name that everyone around the ACC community probably knows well. He's definitely one to check out if you're interested in setups or anything like that. Also, of course, with Coach Dave in here. It's awesome to see just the diversity of the content creators with Jardier in this race, with, oh my goodness, the back end slipping out from the 717, neither here nor there. But seeing all of the different names in these races is so cool. And again, if you want to take part in potentially having a chance at racing with some of these guys, the SRO Community World Challenge is provided by the 10 communities that were chosen. This could be your best opportunity to have a shot to qualify to race with some of these guys. And yeah, it certainly is very exciting to see. And just, again, seeing the level of professionalism out on this field. But it's interesting, you're not just seeing it from the white plate drivers, you're also seeing it from the silvers. We're seeing a big mismatch of silvers battling with white plates battling with silver plates, and it seems to be fairly even. Also, yeah, penalty there for the for the number 996, 5 seconds being handed over for a collision with the 223.
Yeah, I think we're about to see a move being made here then by the Veloce team. Again, a lap down, trying to get back onto the lead lap. But Savini is going to hold firm. Lethal Racing says that Cody and Jordan are brothers. Oh. Okay, well,
I thought Cody was American, but
yeah, well, yeah, maybe they are. Maybe I don't know. I don't know their family tree, unfortunately. But yeah, there we go. Interesting.
Steve trying to bring some fighting words behind the scenes. Shout out to the production, by the way. They're great. They're awesome.
Can't believe it. He's just giving you some stick, and you then straight away shout out the production team. Fair play.
Yeah, you know, it's only a backhanded compliment, right?
He deserves it. Steve is the only one who's going to be here for the entirety 8.5 hours without going anywhere. He's not even allowed to take a step off of his chair to stretch his legs or even get a drink. So yeah, very impressive stuff from Steve.
He's actually chained to the chair. Anyways, the pit stop phase will be starting soon.
Let's not talk about what your kinks you're into there, Mike. Crikey. Still got 4 hours left. We've got plenty of time for that later on. We don't need that right now. Let's go on board then with some actual racing here. Hopper in behind Seata. Ford versus the Honda NSX. Doesn't look like anything's going to go down there. They've got Wong in behind him, but he's got a 5-second penalty to deal with as well. Of course, we just saw that flash up on the screen, so that's effectively a 7-second gap. But yeah, it's kind of chilled out a little bit, hasn't it? The first sort of 30 minutes of this wet stint, it was a little bit frantic, and we saw lots of moves. But the last half an hour, it's been a little bit chilled.
You know what that means?
No, mate, no, I don't.
I think, Luke, that means that it's fun fact time.
Oh, here we go, fun fact time. Sponsored by Mike Nouse.
Now, Luke, do you know how many different tree species are in the area here of Indianapolis around the track?
Funnily enough, no.
Well, I'm glad you're curious, right? So, around central Indiana, it's home to approximately 100 to 150 different tree species, and this includes a mix of native hardwoods, conifers, and other ornamental species commonly planted in urban settings. Nice. Fascinating.
Wow. Yeah, no, there's lots of happy squirrels with that hardwood out there, so fair play.
And we are almost halfway through this race. In fact, we are halfway through the race. We just have crested the point. My apologies. It's 59 minutes, or 3 hours, 59 minutes, 16 seconds left before we reach the checkered flag. And again, that rain should be starting to lighten up sooner than later. but I am starting to see some stationary water on the track, so it's actually maybe even coming down harder.
I tell you what, this is going to help. This is going to help the tree growth in the Indianapolis area, that's for sure, because they do love a little bit of natural water. Heading then down towards turn number 1. Hopper in behind Seattle. These two have been battling for quite some time. We get a lovely shot down in towards turn number 1. Bit of a mistake there from Seattle. Door potentially open for Hopper. Not quite close enough to take advantage. And at this stage of the stint now, you're going to have people with really rough tyres as Hopper sends one down the inside. Not quite going to get it hooked up. And Seattle under a lot of pressure. He's going to have to let it happen, I think. He does. He's going to run onto the grass, and ultimately the move is done. Brilliant stuff from Hopper. He was very aggressive to start things off, and well, he's actually been very aggressive during this stint, but that was a very nice move there. Very well organised, and he got the job done as Elvin Smith on fresh tyres is getting involved with cars. Wow, okay, here he is, Elvin Smith, who again doesn't need a second invitation for any kind of overtake. It's just made an overtake on the Veloce Academy car, and Savini will be seeing that in the rearview mirror, thinking, I've got an 18-second advantage in the lead of this race. I do not need this. But this just goes to show how much better fresh tyres are on the car. So expect to see pretty much everybody dive in within the next sort of lap or two.
Yeah, and I guess up at the front, Savini, he's at 58 minutes. We're definitely going to be seeing the 255 in this lap. I would imagine maybe next lap, if it depends on where he is. But the real question is, we have word that the rain is going to be stopping. It will be dry in about 30 minutes. That was about 10 minutes ago. So 20 minutes in the future, we're going to be seeing dry tracks. Do you take dry tires or do you take wets and gamble? Or rather, do you gamble on dries and then hope for the rain to end and then end up maybe suffering early and benefiting later?
You've got to be on the right tire at the right time, mate. This is wet weather right now. There's nothing out there that suggests you're going to be on dry tires. You look at the difference you're seeing now with worn tyres and fresh tyres. Elvin Smith has just blitzed past our race leader like he's not even there. And I think if Lamborghini have got anything in their locker, even if they've got 10, 15 minutes left on this stint, I'd be coming through right now. You've just been given the evidence how quick it is. And ultimately, they know it's going to dry up over the next stint. So why not use fresh tyres now and gain that time? Because the stint time's going to be short regardless in the next hour, I believe. There's no way you can extend it to where it's going to be dry weather, so get the fresh rubber on now and gain that time now. That's what I would be doing.
Yeah, I mean, that does seem like the smart decision to be made, and maybe the decision that Smith had made as well, and up at the front, not quite pulling the trigger. Yeah, he is
There's the
on
evidence,
a different planet of grip. Yeah, and
it's
I'm
like
surprised
a different class.
I'm surprised we didn't see the leader come in then. If there is that much of a difference, Savini has
Avalate's
5 minutes out on track. Avalate is in. He is at the end of his stint timer, so... But Savini, he is the choice here. He's got 2 more laps to complete if he would like. I'd be interested to see if he goes all the way and just mainly trying to benefit later on in the race, or if he goes for the short-term gains, because he knows he has to change tires in the next stint, or rather he thinks. I think everyone does. So, yeah, why not go for it early rather than late?
Yeah, so obviously if you stay out longer, you're going to have better tires at the end of the stint. I don't think they're going to reach the end of a full stint, judging by what we have in terms of our weather predictor. So... yeah, if Stefan's right, then they are not even going to make it to the end of the stint before they need to change onto dry tyres. So right now, I'd be getting onto a fresh set of wets as early as you possibly can. Thus getting the benefit. Look at, again, Elvin Smith's got maybe 3 seconds already over the course of a lap and a bit over our race leaders. That's our race leaders. They're the fastest out on track right now. So the gap is huge. This is a big opportunity here. So I would be very surprised if Savini doesn't just come through the pit lane. We're about to see it in the background. Where is he? No, he stayed out. So Savini has stayed out. I think this opens the door. Abalade is going to close the gap here over the next couple of laps. It's obviously not going to be enough to close at a 17-second gap, but I would be, I would probably say that gap's going to be around about 12, 13 seconds once that Lamborghini brings their car through the pits.
Yeah, for sure. And just trying to take a look, I'm just trying to find lap times here. And obviously it's going to be the out lap here first for Jordan Sherritt, who's now, I think, behind the wheel of the 255. And it's just going to be down to really his out lap. And if he can keep it all 4 tires on the track, seeing if he came out in traffic as well. And he is going to be about a second a lap quicker as it stands. So looking at it, it's going to cut off probably about 2 seconds, 3 seconds maybe if he's lucky. But again, it's all about if he came out in that right window. And it seems that he is about 10 seconds behind Ibrahimi currently. Yeah. So
I think it's, you've got to bring the car in right now. Castorino then, who will have to serve a 5-second penalty in a minute. Ibrahimi's got that 10-second penalty as well. So they will have to serve that when they come through the pits. But I'm just very surprised that we're not seeing everybody just dive in as early as they possibly can to try and maximise the benefit. Unless they believe that the weather is going to go beyond an hour, and thus they're going to then be stuck on the wrong tyre at the end of the next stint. I have no idea why people would stay out. But it is still raining, so it's not like there's any real indication that it's stopping right now. So it makes sense for them to go as long as they possibly can. And then it gives them a few more options later on. So I can see the benefit of both sides as we see a bit of a mistake there from our number 4. That's Michi Tauscher. This is 4th position, by the way. And well, there was no love lost between these at turn 1 earlier on in this race, as we see Ken Block being represented there. That was a great effort from Castorino to hold on to that. That was a delightful bit of driving as we head down the back straight. And Michi Tauscher has the inside line. The Ferrari, though, seemingly having a lot more grip at this stage of the race. Tauscher will run deep there, but will hold on to the position to come through the S's before we head back onto where will be the entry to turn number 2, but it will be the exit of turn number 12. Then it's towards 13, and Castorino makes it stick there. And wow, he has got so much more grip than that AMG at this stage here. So I think once we come through the next couple of corners, this is going to be a great shot, by the way. If we stay on board like this for the next couple of corners, I think you are going to see that helped racing team Mercedes peel off to the opposite side and go beyond into the pits. And no, he didn't. He actually decided to stay out. I think that's a mistake there. So Castorino has not only gained a position, but ultimately is going to gain a lot of time on his next lap. Savini is into the pits. So this is going to be interesting then. The next time they cross a timing beam, I guess it will be into sector 3. That'll be the representation of where exactly everybody is. Tobias Gronewold now is into P1. Luke Whitehead is into P2. And Castorino has inherited 3rd spot.
And under pressure from that AMG, you can see him looking really every which way, but didn't quite find it. Ferrari here, though, of Castorini, looking strong. 5-second penalty, though, to be had in the pit phase, so he's going to be trying to walk away. And one of the things that Tauscher, maybe he didn't pit, is because he knew that he would come out in an open window, and he's just going to be using that slipstream, which I'm not sure how much it's helping him, the dirty air through the corners. But again, it's now down to tires. I don't even think the dirty air is an issue here with the rain bucketing down at the rates that it is. But it is going to be continuing here. We can see that's wet tires still on for Dario Emilio, who will be taking back the race lead once everybody ahead of him does make their scheduled stop. And they should be doing that within the next lap, almost certainly.
Yep, and then once we next cross the next timing beam, we'll find out exactly where they are. So I believe Noldi... no, hold on, no. I think Noldi will go ahead. But then it will be Ayamulo that will filter into effectively 7th. There we go. So Ayamulo will be in 7th position. Honzik is just in behind. So let's find out what the gap was. So the gap was to the number 255 car. It was, what, 17.4 seconds. Right now it's 5 seconds to P8. We've then got Leslie, who is 7.2. So it's 12.2 seconds. And then Jordan Scherer, it is 15.2. So they've gained 2 seconds by coming into the pits 2 laps earlier.
Not bad. Definitely chip away at the timing, and that's all you can do in an endurance race. All about the micro objectives and trying to set little goals to gain little advantages over the course of a long period of time. They add up, and certainly towards that last stint, that's where they're going to pay dividends. And especially when you have likes of maximizing your stint timer, that's something that's so important. But again, we don't expect to make it to the end of the stint timer, so it's a little bit different in these conditions. But if we do, then, well, I would say that overall, Emilio is certainly on for the better strategy call. But I think the pace alone from the Lamborghini team, I don't see them getting matched this time around. It seems that they're just on a different planet. It's a little early to call that, still under halfway to go. And anything can happen in racing, and it normally does. We've seen disconnects, we've seen spins, and certainly they are not vulnerable to any of those. But the pace is there for the Lamborghini, and here's some incidents being thrown out. Car number 20 and 256. That's going to be a penalty for 256, and 5 seconds being handed their way.
Oh, wow, okay. So that's the car behind us now, isn't it? That's Elvin Smith, the 256, I'm pretty sure. So they received no, that's 52, sorry, my bad. 256. So where are they?
That's going to be Jonathan Seville, currently running in 31st position for the Ford Mustang GT3.
No Fuel Motorsport, of course. Yeah, so they've received a fair few penalties today during this one. Right, so it could be dry in 10 minutes. Wow, there are already cars trying out dry tyres. That is a mistake, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure how they think that's going to work there, but they're going to lose so much time over the course of the next few laps. because it is literally still raining. It's not even drying out there. The rain is still coming down. Elvin Smith, by the way, is absolutely flying. So definitely the fastest car out there. I'm not too sure exactly what pace we will see from Ayamulo, who's currently out there in the lead. But Elvin Smith, who's just getting back onto the lead lap effectively for the Brabham Esports team, is just making the leaders look like they're not even there. Very impressive.
Absolutely. I want to see some of these cars on drives. Drive-through penalty, speaking of, for the Arno Roar car down in P20. The number 20 in P20, some say it's fate. And unfortunately, that has become a reality. Drive-through, they'll have to make a trip down pit lane within the next 3 laps, and they'll get bumped up to a more severe penalty.
Yeah, someone asked me in the chat, is there a Honda out there? Yes, there is. They're currently in P19, but they've got a 10-second penalty to serve. So they will drop down the order now as well. I believe that's the only one on the grid. We've only had one all season, or there might be 2. But I think there's only one on the grid.
I haven't seen too many Hondas on the grid basically since 1.8 when that car got nerfed into oblivion, or more just made irrelevant, I should say. It wasn't even that it was necessarily nerfed, but yeah, I haven't seen that car driving around too much, and I'd imagine it's a pretty loose machine. It's going to be a challenge to drive, and there we see Emilio getting by the Veloce car once again. The 711 just going to check back up to the bumper, and that's Matt DeCampo.
Wow, sorry to cut you off. Jordan Sherritt's caught up a second on the last lap. So Ayamulo may be struggling again. This is where we saw the Aston Martin and 255 at the start of the stint. The first 30 minutes of the stint, they were so much quicker than the Lamborghini. So it's now 14.1 seconds. They've caught up 1.5 seconds so far during this stint. So this is the key moment here. Can they close up to the back of that Lamborghini over the next half an hour? Once the tyres go, obviously it becomes a little bit irrelevant. What they need right now is they just need a real fast 30 minutes and then for it to be completely dry, and then they both go onto dry tyres. They don't really need that second 30 minutes of this wet stint. I think it's going to be difficult for that to be the case, but you never know. But right now, the 255, they look quick. And the fact that they're closing up to Ayamulo, and Elvin Smith, who was a lap down, is ahead of these, is now making a gap on this car of the 255. Just goes to show how fast Elvin Smith is right now. He is the fastest man out there. The number 52 in P17. They are definitely the quickest car out there right now.
Yeah, and going to be carrying that speed throughout and trying to gain onto DeCampo. And it's a bit of a gap currently, 3 seconds, but definitely nothing they can throw. Excuse me. Anyways, I was looking at the wrong car there. Jordan Sherritt, the car that we are looking at currently coming down the start-finish straight, 13.9 seconds is the gap as it stands to our race leader. That came down about 4 and a bit seconds in the pit stop phase. Now, Mulo out for a double stint.
I think they've come out on dries. I think Ayamulo and Sherritt both come out on dries. That's why there's such a big difference. So they are 2 of the cars that have decided to come out on dries. We need to get that confirmed from Stefan, because he's the only one who can see that information. I can't see that information. But I believe that the leaders here are on dries. I'm not sure that's the best decision right now. And that might open up the door for someone like who. Keep an eye on the gap between the number 86 and Sherritt in second spot. It was 8.3 seconds. Let's have a look at this gap coming down now. They're about to cross the timing beam. 8.3 seconds. So if Huben hasn't come out on to dry tyres, then there might be an opportunity here for the number 86. This might fall perfectly for the number 86, but I'm just seeing in the chat, apparently, that a couple of people may have come out to dry tyres. So we'll get that confirmed. But that would make sense as to why Elvin has managed to overtake both of them on fresh tyres and just drive away.
Yeah, very well could be. If we can take a look at the sidewalls of the tires, that would tell us. So I'm not sure if, Steve, if we can get a look there, that will confirm or deny. And there we go. We're on dry tires.
Yeah,
that little yellow mark that you see right there, if it doesn't have that yellow mark, that means that they'd be on wets. It would just be a plain black wall tire. And with yellows, that means that, they have strapped on a fresh set of dries and are going to be struggling right now.
Yeah, we need to check it on Jordan Sherritt now, and then we need to check it on Huben, then we need to check it on Elvin Smith, because I think Elvin Smith's still on wet tyres. And that's the only way that we can confirm that. But yeah, there we go. So we know that the Lamborghini is on dry tyres. Good work there, Steve. And good work, chat, as well. Elvin Smith did just absolutely fly by, right? And it does make complete sense. He's catching up maybe 4 seconds a lap to DeCampo, who's ahead of him. So there we go. So Elvin Smith is still, there we go. So he's on wet tyres. There it is, confirmed. Good job, everybody concerned. We know what's going on. Jordan Sherritt, though, does seem to be a lot faster on dry tyres than the race leader, which is going to very much close up. Nicholas Huben is also on dry tyres because he's lost half a second. So I think Huben's also on dries. So could this be an opportunity for drivers a bit further back to maybe close up that gap and get themselves in the fight for this race win? Very interesting decision to make when it's the wettest the track has ever been, to then go on to dry tires. But yeah, they're making it work.
It is working, surprisingly, and it seems the dry tires are going to be the better choice, mainly because the times that I'm looking at, all of the lap times are about dead even right now. We're seeing 42s and 43s throughout the entirety of the field, regardless if you're on wets or dries. So we're sort of in that crossover point, though it doesn't look like it. It's absolutely, I mean, it's still bucketing, but we are in that transition point, whether you believe, whether it looks like it or not. The lap times are reflecting that the dries are the tire to be on.
And the wets are the tires to be on now.
Well,
right
yeah,
now,
okay, sure, but within a very short period of time.
Yeah. And we've got someone in the chat saying that Elvin hasn't pit. He did. He pit a couple of laps before the leaders because he had a 15-second penalty that he had to deal with, and that's gone. So the only way you can get rid of that is by coming through the pits. You can see that he's trying to get the temperature down in the tires. So he's it's definitely tough on the wet tires, but it's definitely the faster of the two right now. Like, it's not even a close competition, but he is flying right now. 141.5. Couple of seconds, maybe a lap quicker than the cars in front of him. Yeah, he's gained 6 seconds on De Campo over the last 3 laps. It's very, very impressive right now.
Yeah, it is, and it looks like that pace will be continuing up for the number 52. And 7-Eleven is going to be feeling it relatively soon and needs to find some pace. Is going to be about 5 seconds off the back of the Lamborghini ahead of him. That'll be the Visceral Esports number 44 of Zurban currently. But looking at just all of the different gaps and looking at the lap times, we have a side-by-side battle currently for P21. Seminara under some massive pressure. And we'll continue with Pavel Gurin here, who's going to be putting the pressure onto Barrier for a non-position, technically.
Yeah, this is they're different classes battling right now. But as you can see, it's an Aston Martin in wet conditions that's putting pressure on another manufacturer car. It's definitely the car to be in. And if you're on the right tires as well, you're in a very, very good spot. And all it needs to happen here is that the weather forecast needs to be wrong by sort of 10-15 minutes, and Elvis Smith might be able to get himself back in the hunt here, because not only, a full stint is just an hour, just over an hour long. How many laps are they doing in that? They're doing 40 laps maybe in a stint, nearly 40 laps. 37.
Yeah, just about.
So if you can do 2 seconds a lap, you know what I mean, very quickly, you put yourself in a position where you're back up with the leaders, because he's now on the lead lap again. So we've seen a very nice drive here from Pavel Gunin, trying to get ahead of Valentin Barrier. Again, this is not a battle for position in their races, respectively. You've got Gunin, who's in the silver class, trying to battle with a pro car in Valentin Barrier, and Barrier very much letting him know that is the fact there. I am a pro car, you're not coming through easily. But the Aston Martin finding so much more traction there than the McLaren, not able to get the job done. And heading onto the back straight there, this is where we've seen the Astons have so much more grip on the exit, but actually Valentin Barrier gets the power down, lays it down nicely, and will hold on for the time being.
Trying to get that outboard motor to spin up, but also on that, the Porsche of Bowman did get the overtake done onto Seminara for P21. This battle will rage on, though, for the time being, and it seems that the rain has ceased. I'm not seeing, or at least it's very much slowed down. I'm not seeing too much rain falling out of the sky. In fact, the windshield wipers have ceased, and it seems that we are moving into that dry period now. So any driver that is on wet tires is going to start to feel the pressure, quite literally, as it's going to be building and building and building and turning into balloons underneath their feet.
Yeah, and this is where the pain that the P1 and P2 are taking right now, and even P3, Nicholas Huben, the pain that they're taking right now will even itself out. Very, very quickly it will even itself out. And it means that this won't be off strategy. Elvin Smith will have to come into the pits probably an extra time now due to the fact he's going to be on wet tyres, and they're relatively new wet tyres. Just really depends on how quickly the track does decide to indeed dry up. As we see the move then from Pavel Gunin. He's going to run a little bit deep there, and I tell you what, Valentin Barrier, if he doesn't bash into the curb on the inside there, probably retakes the position. You can see there's maybe a little bit of a flash of the lights there. That's a lovely move from Gunin, and he is going to move up a spot on track. It's not going to improve his fortunes in terms of points, but ultimately it moves in one position closer to Naudi, who is the next car up, who is currently P2 in the silver race.
And certainly in that McLaren, basically catching a little bit of airtime. That's one of the cars that's very allergic to curbs and getting unsettled extremely easily, though there are only about 3 curbs on this track. It's a very flat circuit. So the McLaren typically fairly good, but hasn't seen too much light of day in the wet conditions especially. It hasn't been shining. Obviously, I'd say that, and Walshingham currently running in 4th position in the McLaren Evo 2. He started, I think, down in 7th or somewhere around there. 6th, yeah, 6th. So it's been a good race for the McLaren all in all, but this one struggling a little bit more.
Yeah, just a little bit. Looks like we've got a replay of the overtake, though, just for people who maybe didn't quite catch it. So here we go, yes. Running in towards the final few corners here. Spray being kicked up. Aston Martin just drops back. And we're seeing a Porsche making an overtake. Normally we're seeing Porsches facing the wrong way off the track in these conditions, but didn't quite work out this time around. The first phase of this move as we come then through the final corner. The Aston there all out of whack, sliding left and indeed right, and the Porsche gets a really nice run, and it is all about who can break the latest down in towards turn number 1. They are touching each other. They can open the windows and high-five each other if they liked, although they're on opposite sides of the car. Running down towards turn number 1, the Porsche outbrakes the Aston Martin, which is something you don't say every day in wet conditions, and gets the move completed. Delicious bit of driving.
That was textbook, to be completely honest. Very patient as well, just biding his time and launching. That exit that he got on the start-finish straight, my goodness, absolutely rocketed. Basically enough torque to tenderize an elephant from that Porsche, and he laid it down with perfection.
Yep, something like that. Yeah, I've never heard that one before, but I've never also tenderized an elephant. But, yeah, we'll go with
Clarkson original right there.
Yeah, fair play to you. As we move very, very swiftly on from what I've just heard in my ears. My God. Jordan Sherratt, who is closing that gap to P1, as the track now does look like it's starting to dry. There's a dry line for sure forming up there, so the Elvin Smith show is unfortunately going to end very abruptly here, and dry tyre is definitely the tyre to be on now already. So the humidity here for sure making the track dry up very quickly. Jordan Sherratt, though, is flying. He's only 12 seconds behind Ayamulo. What sort of pace has the Aston got now? I think this is where the Lambo will probably stretch their legs out, but I just cannot believe what I heard in my ears. Unreal.
Yeah, no comment. But in Indianapolis here, we are looking at about a 22-degree ambient temp. This is going to be Celsius and a 29-degree track temp, so it's going to be a scorcher on track, and this water is going to evaporate in a matter of no time. We might even start to see the sun peek through again, but we're going to be back on a dry track before we really even know it.
Yeah, but you never know with the weather. It could change as quickly as it has done. It might even end up raining again near the end. Who knows? Well, Stefan does, and he'll let us know. But yeah, it is still the lead then for the Lamborghini Esports team. They've done everything they need to do, survive the wet conditions. The Lamborghini is a bit, a bit scary at the best of times, let alone in wet conditions. If you can master the car, then boy, it is an absolute fun box to drive. But it's a very difficult car, very much on the edge kind of car. So wet conditions, for me personally, not the most fruitful of conditions. The Aston Martin is much more of a neutral machine. So yeah, in those crazy conditions, it definitely works out a little bit better. But Jordan Sherratt is finding pace. He's finding half a second a lap right now. So what are we looking at here? 22 laps. If he continues to find that is within this stint. There's every reason to suggest that while the track is going to be a little bit cooler because of the water that's on there, but the Aston Martin is still working very, very nicely indeed. But look at this. Look at how quickly it switches over. Look who's there in front of him. It's Elvin Smith, who was carving through the field like a hot knife through butter, is now about to meet his maker because the Aston Martin is closing up very, very quickly indeed, and this will effectively be a freebie. Indeed,
and just looking at raw pace alone, Emilio last time around, a 139.6. Sherratt, 139.0. 6/10 quicker.
Yeah, that's quicker. That is quicker. That will close the gap if you keep doing that every lap. Because Elvin Smith just struggling for traction on the exit of corner and in terms of braking, trying to keep the Aston's not going to quite work out. But you're right. They keep doing quicker lap times. They're going to catch up, aren't they? It's as simple as that. As Elvin Smith does come in, and this is what happens. You know, they're now off strategy. They're coming in halfway through a strategy. It's an extra pit stop now for Elvin Smith and the Brabham Esports team. And if you do an extra pit stop in a race, ultimately your race is over. Unless it decides to rain stop over the next few hours, yeah, it's going to be very difficult for them to get back in. But I will say one thing, gave us some incredible entertainment.
And on to, we have, of course, our sponsor as well, Dynamic. We got some photos here. Look at these beautiful picturesque photos here, as this is going to be telling the story of the BMW and the Mustang battle that, well, maybe hasn't ended in tears, but definitely ended in a little bit of collision with a brief bumping. Continues on, though. And, yeah, big shout out there to Dynamic for joining us here at SRO and sponsoring us along.
Yeah, something I've always wanted to be good at is doing photos in sim racing games, and I'm just awful at it. It's very difficult. So when you find someone who's very good at it, you've got to look after them. Dynamic is very good at it, so we always give them cuddles at every opportunity.
Absolutely, especially with some of the beautiful liveries that we have taken to the circuit. They're picturesque and definitely worth a decent look.
Yeah, couldn't agree more there. On board there with Sam Pedri in the Ford, in behind Whitner in the 777 AMG, what is this, the Williams Esports car, isn't it? Just up ahead, and they're in behind Valentin Barriere, who is currently 12th overall in this race, but I think 9th in terms of the Pro Series. Look at this straight line speed of this Ford. It's going to be forced to go around the outside. It's going to have to be magical if he's going to make this work. The Williams Academy car not making it easy. And well, with the overlap there, the Williams car gives the slightest of nudges. And well, we're in a Ford. Don't worry about nudges. Basically, a tank is a race car. We'll take that. Thank you very much. And position gained. Lovely job. It's a little bit over the edge there, I'd say, from Whitner, but I'm not sure Zampedri is going to complain because he gained a position.
Yeah, I think Whitner, he was trying to leave space at the apex and ended up taking the curb on the inside a little bit too aggressively. That ended up making him run wide there. But the Ford Mustang literally could care less about having an AMG GT3 slam into the side panel of it. It just stayed there like a brick. And so yeah, it definitely goes to testament to show that this is a very heavy machine out there when you're not even budged. But look at the size comparison as well. This is an AMG. This isn't a small car. This Mustang is just massive.
Yeah, no, they are big in real life. I must admit, the Mercedes is very small in real life compared to what it's a long time ago when I first saw one, but I assumed that they were going to be huge, but they're actually quite small, very short. You tower above them when you stand next to them. Jordan Sherritt, by the way, is closing that gap quite significantly now. It's nearly close to being under that 10-second mark. And considering when we first were in the box together, it was 21 seconds, wasn't it, between P1 and P2? And the gap's now down to nearly under 10 seconds. So that Aston Martin team have found some serious pace. And what looked like a very easy victory for Lamborghini heading up towards the halfway point of this race. Now we're beyond that. It doesn't look like that is going to be the case. I think we've got a genuine race on our hands. The number 86, they look like they were traveling through. Of course, they've won 2 races from 2 so far this season. They qualified a little bit out of position, but they've made their way up to a top 3. They've lost 5 seconds over the course of the last maybe 6 laps, so they are struggling here. I'm wondering actually whether they might be still on wet tyres and they've made a bad choice. I guess we could probably go on board and find that information out. But yeah, Jordan Sherritt, definitely the quickest car out there right now, and they are maybe giving Lamborghini Esports something to think about.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Nicholas Halban, he actually pit about 11 laps ago, so I'd be pretty surprised if he was still on wets, but he would have had to make that decision fairly recently. Actually, looking at the sidewalls, I don't immediately see the yellow mark. If we can get a little bit more of a zoom, and it's hard to tell from this. No, he's definitely on dries.
Yeah, he's on dry tyres there. I say it looked like he was on wets, and he was using the windscreen wipers, kind of trying to wishful thinking it's still wet, but it's not. But yeah, he's just losing time here, just really struggling with the construct and losing a little bit of time. But if you had offered him, I think, a podium at the start of this race, probably would have taken it, considering the fashion that they've driven so far this season. A P1 and a podium. Remember last season, Williams Esports won the whole championship, winning 1 race in the season only. They finished top 5 everywhere, but yeah, it's just all about consistency. So yeah, this is not the worst result in the world. Actually, I think it's a very good result.
Certainly is, and there's still plenty of racing to go. Another 3 races on the calendar. It's going to be the Red Bull Ring next time around. That'll be July 20th. Then after that, we have the 3 Hours of Monza, September 14th. And to finish it off, it's the big boy event, the biggest track, the biggest stationary track on the planet, the Nordschleife, and it's 24 hours, September 28th.
The biggest stationary track in the world. Sorry, what's the biggest moving track then?
I meant to say permanent, okay?
Oh, okay, there we go. All those moving tracks out there that are bigger. Oh, God.
You know, to be fair, Singapore could be a moving track. You never know, but hey.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. Again, you've got some facts, but I'll call you out. I'll call you out on the other ones, that's for sure. I want to make myself sound a little bit intelligent. We've actually got something. Well, no, it's just disappeared. We did have a bit of information about car 51, but that's just disappeared, so I'm assuming that's not the case anymore. But we'll move on from that. I was just about to read out that they had a final warning for ignoring blue flags, but that's, yeah, I don't think that's the case anymore. Huben on board with, just in behind. Who are they in behind? I think they're in behind Zerbin right now, aren't they? Or maybe even Porco. Oh, there we go. So in a final warning. So final warning to car 51 for ignoring blue flags. And that is the Ferrari Esports team, of course, had a disconnect. So they're one of the quicker cars out there, but they are ignoring blue flags.
And I think that is the number 6 of Porco. The Zerbin in the Visceral Esports machine, going to be that black and red, run by Pranav Kalevala, the team principal behind there, going to be commanding his troops into battle here tonight.
Yeah, something like that, I guess. Jordan Sherritt, by the way, now 9.6 seconds behind, and I'm wondering actually, where is Ayamulo? If they just gone through turn number 1, were they on the same part of track for the first time in a long time? I think they might have been. So I think, yeah, there's Ayamulo. Where is Jordan Sherritt? Jordan Sherritt, it might be just come around the final corner now. Yeah, they are. They are for the first time then on the same part of the track then when they come around the final turn. And I believe Ayamulo will actually start, we'll see him in the relative now. I think there's only 3 cars between them. So yeah, I believe Ayamulo will start to realise, oh, okay, the gap is massively coming down and will probably get given the hurry up. Also, you've got to factor in here, Jordan Sherritt may have gone out really hot and the drop-off will be quite significant at the second half of this stint. If Ayamulo's looked after the tyres, we've got to be wary that that gap might come back out later on in this stint because he will obviously have the better rubber underneath him.
It might, but I guess my question would be then is with them pitting in that wet phase where the tire pressures were maybe a little off the window, I wonder if Sherritt just got the pressures a little bit more right and maybe Emilio is driving around on some less than ideal pressures and temperatures. I'm not sure, but the pace differential just seems massive. I mean, every single lap, it's about 5/10 difference. 137.1 last lap for Emilio and a 136.7 for Sherritt. I think he is not even the quickest driver in the session. Leon Burnt actually a 136.5. So people are finding the pace right now, and Emilio really isn't answering.
Yeah, pressures is the biggest thing on ACC. If you get the pressures wrong, you're in some serious trouble. But right now they're still in the lead. So, you know, as much as it may see, well, the Williams Academy car there, just having a little bit of fun with the wall to make sure it still works. Yep, there's a wall there, still won't move. And they would have been very slow going up towards turn number 1. So Ayamulo will be hoping that they just remove themselves out of the way. That's not going to be the case. They're going to lose a bit more time here. They really are going to lose a little bit more time. This was only going to work out for Jordan Sherritt and that 255 competition team, who are currently in that second spot. But yeah, this is not a good stint for Lamborghini. Again, they're going to lose over the last hour and a half. They've lost about 12 seconds to second spot. So it looked like it's going to be a very comprehensive win here at Indianapolis with that 20-second advantage. And again, I know 20 seconds doesn't seem a lot, but at this level of esports, you know, the top drivers don't throw 20 seconds away. It just doesn't work like that. So this is very surprising to see. The 255 competition team are absolutely flying.
Yeah, it certainly is, especially when you go back to the race at Spa and look at those gaps. Although, hold that thought as we have, this is the 60, oh no, that's Emilio getting by back marker. Never mind. Not that exciting. But over at Spa, the gaps come 6 hours of the race were very tight. 0.6 of a second was the gap to the lead after, well, I think it was even after 12 hours. We were pretty much neck and neck all the way through. So it's interesting to see the gaps increasing, and I wonder if that's necessarily just the nature of Indy. I wonder if when we head over to the Red Bull Ring, things will be tighter, or especially Monza in particular is one that I'm thinking these drivers are going to be able to race a little bit closer than they are currently. Do you think, Luke, that this is just the nature of this track and that it's difficult to overtake, easy to make a mistake and find yourself in the infield?
As I said to Jesse earlier on, it's such a unique circuit because every single corner is flat. There's no real camber to the, as ironic as that may seem, because we're at one of the most famous ovals, which has banking corners everywhere. The actual infield track is so flat, so you run off line and you just hemorrhage time. You lose so much time, and that also will have a negative effect on your tyres as well. It's so easy to lose the tyres around a place like this. As well. So yeah, you've got to just be so much more precise. And if you start getting into a rhythm where you're not, it just will snowball. It'll be a snowball effect. And if you can get into that flow state, which Jordan Sherritt seems to be in, then things seem to work out a little bit easier there. It's just a very unique circuit in that regard. Like, trying to think of anywhere else that is like this. Oschersleben quite similar in terms of a flat circuit, but I'm trying to think, is there anywhere else like a major racetrack that is as flat as this? Not really. Everywhere seems to have a nice bit of camber, but this one is just so flat. It's so difficult to just keep within the same line.
Yeah, I mean, even Silverstone has more elevation, which is insane because it's a World War II fighter base. But this was also a World War II fighter base. But yeah, 3 feet of elevation, 1 meter change over the course of the entirety of this track.
Yeah, no, that's a very, very good point as well. Sebring, I guess, is somewhere you could probably say it's similar to this, but even there has a little bit of play to the circuit. This is just dead flat around most corners. But yeah, so easy to run offline, and the margin for error around a circuit like this is so minimal. You know, whereas the likes of Spa, for instance, you can run, you know, half a foot wide in a corner. You're not going to lose too much time because of the camber or because of the line. But around here, you just keep sliding out wide.
I guess Zandvoort's like 9 meters, but still.
No, but Zandvoort, that's
yeah, it's got to change.
Like,
it's not comparable.
That's the king of banking. They literally have an oval final corner. Like that. Yeah, it's not
that's
just
true.
The elevation. Yeah, the elevation of a race circuit doesn't make a difference to the banking. I'm just saying, like, it's just every corner's flat. There's no differential in the corners like you find on the insides of corners. There's a little bit of a groove you can get into, but here it's just flat. It's the same height on the outside of the corner as it is on the inside. So if you get it wrong, you're just going to keep going. When there's no friction from the corner's banking to sort of push you back towards the apex.
Very easy to understeer off into oblivion, and if you find yourself on the infield, you're going to be losing quite a bit of time.
Yeah, I'm not very clever in trying to explain this, guys. I do appreciate that, so I can only apologize, but I think you get what I mean.
Yeah, no, I do now. That makes quite a bit of sense. And yeah, you can see right there, that's probably the most banking they have on the circuit, and it does approximately nothing for them.
Yeah, yeah, like, again, we were looking at the track map here. We don't go through what would be turn 4 for the oval, because again, remember, we're going the opposite way around to what they would do for the Indy 500. So we don't use any of the banking for turn 4. The next time we go anywhere near any of the banking is turn 13 for us, but turn 2 for the oval, and you're only using half of it, but that's really not for any braking or anything like that. You're going flat out through there, so it doesn't make a difference. And then you use about a quarter of turn 1 for the oval, which is turn 14 for us around this circuit. And yeah, again, it's just flat out, so you're not really using it for braking or getting around a corner. The rest of the circuit is just completely flat.
Yeah, and also very relatively high speeds for the corners that you're taking, because you're just able to send it through. Middle sector, you slow down a bit, but that's why you mentioned earlier the tire wear coming into a massive play here. Just a lot of energy being forced through the tires.
Yeah, for sure. You're just sliding quite a lot. So the difference in time from the start of a stint to the end of the stint is massive. Maybe one of the bigger ones that we'll see throughout this season. In terms of percentage, of course, lap time, you can look at Spa and go, well, that's over a 2-minute lap. So you can't really look at it in terms of how much time's lost. You have to look at it in terms of percentage time lost. And here it will be, the biggest percentage, I would say.
And, you know, speaking of that, I know I'd mentioned it earlier, but one of the really interesting facts about this track when it comes to percentages lost over a lap is just the sheer... Well, it's kind of a fact, but just the sheer amount of time that you spend in pit lane relative to your lap on the track. It's actually, you spend 83% of your lap just to get a tire change done here for a stop. That's just your normal stop. You spend 83% of your lap, 90 or 79 seconds total to get that done. So, you know, I guess that could play a role. We were talking earlier with Jesse about, you know, these drivers trying to pit early to go for different strategies and how that could potentially play a role. And I'm still interested to see. We've seen in the middle of this stint, most of these drivers run that 65 minutes out thoroughly. But even Elvin Smith, 52-minute stops, 1 hour and 54 minutes. Are we going to be seeing a couple extra stops by the end? But what are we seeing here? This is quite the kerfuffle, and I'm not even sure any of this is for position.
This is the fastest formation lap in the history of motorsport. Look at this. There were 2x2 there for about 3 corners. Elvis Smith is going to drive through. And again, you're right, this is not for position. So he's trying to get himself back onto the lead lap of a couple of cars. And there's a couple of cars a bit further back. And yeah, it's just a bit of a mess there. But it was nice. Nice move there. I thought that was going to end in tears and we're going to see strike pop up on our screens. But no, that's not the case. We're all good. Yeah, so Lettinen's the next car up the road. You can see there in the NSX, the number 80. 3.5 seconds up the road. Seville in the Ford, number 256, yet to serve that 5-second penalty. as well. So just to let you know. I wonder what the gap is from the front, though. Last time we looked, it was under 9 seconds. It was 8.6 it had gone down to. It is still 8.6. This is now where it starts to level off. Right now, the halfway point of the stint, it starts to level off, and Ayamulo starts to sort of lap similarly to Jordan Sherratt. But Sherratt has put in a hell of a shift over this last couple of hours.
Yeah, his teammates are going to be really proud of that, getting a gap closed down by, like you said, over 12 seconds. Basically, 22 seconds was the gap, now down to 8. And lap times, as you said, equalizing 1:35.7 for Mulo and a 1:35.662 for Sherratt. So about 40 thousandths separating them over the course of these 2.5 miles. That is definitely not going to be the time gain that Sherratt would like at this stage, but it's something that he'll be happy with regardless, and the fact that he's just in sight of the race leader at this point.
I've just received, well, I just received a message. I received a message a while ago from Jan Polak, who's Elvin Smith's engineer. He was letting me know that we're one of the only cars on wet tyres. Cheers for that, Jan. I apologise. I just saw the message notification pop up on my Discord. So I do appreciate you sending that information. And if anybody from any of the teams wants to send me information during these races, get hold of me at ActRollVision on Discord, or you can send me a DM on Twitter, which is the same, ActRollVision. And you can let me know some information that I definitely won't know, because I don't know anything.
Yeah, sure. Believe that one for a second, that's for sure, but no.
8.4 seconds gap coming down. We're on board though with Gunnin, who last time we were looking was battling with the Veloce car, still battling with Valentin Barrier. Barrier keeping pace with them. They've got Zampedri then in that Ford just ahead of them, and then there's a fair gap up the road to Arta Camera, who's now in the BS competition, or BS Plus competition car. What are they, 9 seconds up the road? Yes, so they're 9 seconds up the road. Not had the best of days as that BMW, although they are ahead of where they qualified. So they've not had a good day, yet they're still doing okay. And I think they're 8th overall in this race. Pertile and Luca Burnt, they are 6th and 7th. We've then got Atoki in the number 4 car now. He is in 5th position. And he did get a penalty earlier on, by the way, the number 4. For the incident that they had into turn number 1 with the Coach Dave Academy car. So maybe that's not been looked at yet, but I don't believe they had a penalty pop up. Walsingham currently in 4th position then for Veloce. They are in the number 40 car. Then we've got Nicholas Huben, who's in the number 86 car, 13.4 seconds behind Jordan Sherratt, who's in 2nd position, and they have the fastest lap, who are in behind the team that have got pole position in the Super Pole, and they've led from the start. Ayamulo is at the wheel right now, the Lamborghini Esports team, with that very slender lead, I would say now, considering where they were 21 seconds in the lead about an hour and a half ago, before we had some wetting, some rain. Now we've got a full dry track again, but yeah, they now find themselves only 8.5 seconds up the road. So the next 3 hours, or 3:16, there we go, reference there to Steve Austin guys for you. But yeah, if right now, if you'd ask me who's going to win this race, I wouldn't know between the front two. I will say that if you'd asked me that an hour and a half ago, I would have said Lamborghini all day long. So that's how quickly things can change.
I did say Lamborghini an hour ago. I made the bold prediction, and it looks like I might be proven wrong, but we will certainly see. This is the currently we're looking at Valentina Barrier, who is behind the silver pack at the moment. He's behind Gunnin, who's battling with Zampedri. But ahead of that, one thing I've been keeping an eye on pretty closely here, Matteo Naldi has been slowly chipping away at El Esteban for the race lead of the silver class. 1:35.8 last time around for Naldi and a 1:36.0. It's about 2/10 separating those two in lap times. The previous one before that was about 4/10. But it's been a constant gain, though, for the number 17 over the 223.
Yeah, and well, if they continue to get 2/10, let's say, it's only going to take 14 laps to get there, or 16 laps. Hold on, 14 laps to get there for them, and they've got 3 hours 15 minutes to do that. So plenty of time for them to get themselves involved. Looks like Valentin Barrier has really figured something out. So Gunnin made the move and sort of carted away. But the Aston Martin, I guess, as the track warms up and it becomes more drier conditions, because there is no wetting on there's no moisture on the circuit right now. It is fully dry, but the track temperature will be still quite low compared to where it will be if it stays dry for a considerable amount of time. And McLaren is going to come and get faster and faster and faster. This is where the Astons are now going to drop off ever so slightly. Unless you're in a 255 competition car, they seem to still be able to find a lot of pace. But I genuinely think that the Astons, everyone in an Aston Martin right now, are hoping that there's going to be one more shower during this race.
Yeah, most certainly. And here we see some more penalties popping up. The 777 now of the Williams car causing a collision on lap 161 versus the 104, and they'll be receiving a warning for that one. So not a penalty just yet, but they pick up a few more of those, and they will be, well, having a nice 5-second trip when it comes to, or 5-second stationary stance down pit lane, and they definitely don't want that. Keeping an eye here on more penalties coming in as the stewards have sent their wave. It's 104 and 52 on lap 166. 5 seconds being handed over to 52 for ignoring blue flags. Is that the second ignoring blue flags penalty that the 52 has received? It might be.
Yeah, that is Brabham. That is Elvin. So that'll be another penalty for them. Yeah, they're running really quickly. So they're kind of in a double-edged sword. It's like, well, do I let people go? But I'm quicker. And then it gets a little bit funky in decision making, and ultimately when it costs you 5 seconds, you've lost more time than you would have gained, so it's probably better just to remove yourself out of the way. But that's not how sim races work. That's all of them. All sim races don't work like that. They're trying to get to the finish line as soon as they possibly can. They're not worried about other people's races, they're only worried about their own. The 258 now battling in between, well, they're just in behind Rec. The next car battling for this position, 201, is 4.5 seconds behind. So the number 20, which is behind them, they are currently outside the top 30 or top 31. So that's the car that's got Police England police car colours on it, the Mercedes there. But if we're on board with Baumann, is there the opportunity to make a move potentially up in towards turn number 1? No. And we just, every time we go on board with the 258, they've either faced the wrong way, been involved in an incident, or making overtakes. Like they have been, there's always one car in every race where it's just like a highlight reel, and today it's the 258. It is the absolute res tech by us lift car.
Very exciting race for the 258, whether they want it that way or not. It'd be interesting to hear from the drivers. As most drivers, you know, they want to race, they want to have some fun, have some excitement, but there becomes a limit. It becomes fatiguing. You want to just drive your race at a certain point and do some hot lapping, but that really hasn't been the reality for the 258. It's been a struggle bus all the way through, and the Porsche, the lone Porsche, might I add, on track. There is not a single other Porsche out there. And struggling in the wet, but back to the dry now. It's looking a little bit better for them. Their lap times are looking up, and, well, you can see right now they're hawking down the back of the car in front with about 0.2 a lap quicker of an advantage.
Yeah, just waiting for the touring of the hawking, but that's going to happen a little bit later on in this race, I would imagine. Still 20th position for them. Seminara, still, what was it, 4.5 seconds? Yeah, still 4.5 seconds behind Edda, and then you've got Smith a bit further back, but in terms of where they're battling for position, I believe they're battling for a top 8 here as Bowman is coming through the pits. Yes, the Porsche is coming through the pits then. The P hasn't quite popped up because they haven't gone across the pit line, and there we go. So pit time then for the Porsche from P20, and that's battling over for the time being. Let's go back up to the leaders right now. Sorry?
Why are they in the pit? I'm just curious why they're in pit lane. They pit 13 laps ago, and the previous stint before that, they were on a 16-lap stint. They're on dries? Is it damage repair? I see a little bit of damage on the back of the Porsche, but it doesn't look too serious. I'm very confused why Bowman is into pit lane on this lap. This seems very out of schedule.
Yeah, well, they can now stretch it to just 2 more stops after this, because it's 3 hours, 10 minutes to go. So they can do 65-minute stints. So I guess maybe it's a chance they're just going to do 3 full stints. I think it's going to stay dry the whole time. That might be the decision being made there. But the fact their car's not got up on jacks or anything like that, it doesn't look good. I'm not too sure what's happened there, but I'm not sure that pit stop was actually. I'm not too sure what's happened there at all, to be completely honest. So I reckon they maybe accidentally underfueled or something, and then they just put a full tank of fuel in. Kept the same tyres on, maybe. I don't really know, but they're definitely off strategy.
Yeah, putting themselves in a maybe advantageous situation. Just being optimistic. I don't know. I'm not sure. It doesn't seem like that was planned, though. This is Zerbin, Fabio Zerbin, currently in the Visceral Esports machine, that number 44, who's had quite their share of highlights as well. Getting caught up in the first lap collision, getting caught up in a few other collisions, and maybe a penalty headed their way once or twice. Now into P15 and battling with Winota ahead, who's also had this is a back marker separating them, then Winota ahead, but they've also had their fair share of penalties. It seems that this race, Luke, is a battle of who gets the least penalties, not necessarily about direct track position.
Yeah, no, 100%. I don't think it's a back marker that's separating them. I think that's P2 right now, isn't it? Yeah, it is, second position. So definitely not a back marker. Maybe not in the same race, but they're a bit further up. So yeah, right now the bread of this battle is the back markers, and the meat is the P2. But yeah, Zerbin just trying to get back up towards the top 10. And I think anything's possible, really. If you're around the 15th mark, I think there is an opportunity to move up into that top 10. So yeah, very interesting.
Just about keeping yourself clean. It seems that the rest of the drivers around you will do the work for you.
Yeah, hopefully. Right now, this is not good for Jordan Sherritt, by the way. Jordan Sherritt is not going to be happy with how he's dealing with all the back markers. It was just a little nudge there. That was a kind of a, can you get out of the way a little bit quicker for me? Ultimately, the moves happened, but they're going to cross the line now. We'll see exactly what the gap is between P1 and P2. He's lost a second, so it's now 9.5 seconds. So it's either he's lost a load of time behind back markers, which we kind of saw, or the Lamborghini's now started to hook up. Remember, there will be a lot of pain for the front two right now, considering the tyre pressures will be all out of whack. Next time they get a fresh set of rubber on, they will just be running a dry tyre in dry conditions. So you imagine they're going to run, both of them are going to run a lot faster in the next stint. But running, what do they run, 10 laps maybe a little bit more in wet conditions with dry tyres? Like, the tyre pressures on this stint are going to be an absolute mess. So yeah, they'll be looking forward to getting a fresh set of boots on the car and running a little bit faster. That goes for P1 and P2.
Certainly, and just looking at the previous lap time, a 1:35.7 for Mulo, so he has found a different level of pace. 36.6 still being matched for Sherritt. His lap times are staying relatively the same, but something has maybe clicked in Dario Mulo, and maybe he's got a little kick in the pants seeing the Aston Martin within 10 seconds of his rearview mirror, and he just wants to get that pace down and get the, well, basically come back to pit lane with absolutely no rubber left. That's going to be the overall goal.
Yeah, 100%. You've got the number 39 still being dragged along, by the way. Valentin Barrier has not left that Lamborghini's rear for this entire stint right now. So just doing a good job. Remember that also Jordan Sherritt came into the pits a couple of laps earlier than Ian Mulo. So you can imagine that they're both going to be a little bit off kilter in terms of stops. But if the tyres are that bad in terms of tyre pressures and they feel like they're going to gain a lot more time, we've just seen a Porsche come in and they will now be able to make this race just a two-stop strategy from this point onwards. That's obviously going to be the same opportunity for P1 and P2. So they can decide to now come in and get those really good tyres in. And maybe for Jordan Sherritt, currently in P2, they've got no real pressure from behind. It's 11.9 seconds. That might be the opportunity now to go, look, we can do this in two stops now. Let's get this set of tyres off that we ran in wet conditions off, and then we can run some nice fresh dry tyres till the end of the next stint. Alternatively, if they feel like there's going to be more weather coming later on, you just extend as long as you possibly can because it gives you more options later in this race.
Yeah, exactly. And I'd also would like to see maybe a driver's swap between them. Maybe have David Tnitsa come back behind the wheel. He might be saving it, though, for the final stint. But Amulo, he's, just basically hit that reset button. You were in the wet. Your mindset kind of got dialed in on the wet. Just flip everything around. Get a fresh start once you come back into the car. But we are getting down to the wire in terms of the time, 3 hours left. So it's just going to be really about who and when they decide to, pull the trigger.
Yeah, absolutely. It is really exactly about that. We've got 3 hours, 6 minutes left to go. I'm going to disappear, guys. I'm off for an hour. I'll be back for the last two. Mike's staying for one more, but I will introduce to you once again the beautiful tones of Jesse Lee. Oh, no, he's deafened, so he didn't even hear that. So no, we'll stay for a little bit. He came into the Discord, but he definitely didn't hear that introduction, that's for sure. We'll keep going. We're on board with Zerbin. Oh, that would have been an awkward silence for a while, wouldn't it now? Zerbin currently in that 15th position, looking to get ahead of that Williams Academy Esports car. Slipstreaming down the start-finish straight. You can see, of course, there's P2 just up ahead there. The back marker, as Mike was calling them, the poor 255 competition team, and never going to live that down. But yeah, not quite close enough there for Fabio to make the move, and ultimately it'll be Voigtner that stays in 14th position. But yeah, like we're saying, let's have a little look at the order we have right now. There's a potential move again. The Zerbin did close up though. I didn't expect that to be the case. I'll tell you what, it's very clever. He's able to drive with no arms on the steering wheel. That's impressive stuff, to say the very least. With 3 hours, 5 minutes to go, the lead is currently held by Lamborghini Esports, has been for the entirety of this race, albeit the gap has come down now. 255 competition have very much closed in. The 86 car, Team MSI, they're in third position as it stands, and they started well down the order. So the fact they've won the first few races and they're looking down the barrel of a potential podium, it's been a very good championship start. I'll do the introduction again. I am going to disappear for an hour. We do have the beautiful tones of Jesse Lee on standby. He's not deaf in this time, so you'll definitely hear it. I'll leave you with him and Mike for the next hour. Mike, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you, by the way, mate. So you won't be here when I next come on, I don't think. But yeah, have a good rest of your weekend.
That pleasure's been mine, Luke. Thank you very much, and we will see you later.
Well,
welcome,
Luke
Mr. Jesse
Crane.
Lee.
Yes, indeed. Luke Crane coming back for the finale, but a little bit of housekeeping here to do. Mike Nels, what on earth has happened to our top 5 running order?
I mean, realistically, not much has changed in the top 5, I don't think, but Emilio has gotten reeled in quite a bit. In fact, Jordan Sherritt, he's been catching him like a walleye on the ice at Lake Winnebago. Jeez Louise. And now the gap is 8.6 seconds. Nicholas Halbin also 20 seconds behind them, but has been lapping fairly well. Just looking at lap times, 135.7s are what we're seeing right now for that kind of top 3 pack. We also have Aiden Walshingham, who's just slowly chipped his way through the field up into fourth position at the moment, and the AMG there, the number 4 runner of Ataki currently up into 5th. So not much has changed in the top 5. The middle pack, though, has certainly been all over the place. We've seen battles throughout silver, we've seen battles throughout whites and silvers, and it's been an all-out war, and I've certainly been here for it. In fact, why don't we, Jesse, take a quick little look at the highlights that we've had to remind not just you, but anyone that's also just joining us, and welcome along to anyone that is. This is the race restart that we had earlier, and it was fairly, well, chaotic. As we head on into the first chicane, we're going to be seeing a little bit of bumping and banging. The Visceral car gets sideways, and the Visceral car in front, both Visceral cars getting caught up in that nonsense and kind of causing a bit of a roadblock for everybody else. This is going to be the BMW moving to the inside. The number 11 car hasn't had the greatest race, and there you can see why. They've gotten tagged hard off to the side and into the infield, having a nice picnic, but this isn't the day to be doing so. Very damaged back into the Lamborghini, you can see, in a huge send. That was Luke Whitehead. The overtake of the night, in my opinion, absolutely incredible. It doesn't quite get done there. In fact, that was the defense. It will be coming up here soon enough, the actual overtake, but this being, there we go, this being that overtake that I was talking about. Lick the stamp and send it, as Daniel Ricciardo would say it, and he makes it happen. The number 40 there gaining his position. Soon, though, this is when the wet weather is starting to come in, and we are seeing a big squeeze there. That's the Ferrari giving a nice squeeze to the 255, currently running in P2. This was definitely, I think, a bit of a controversial one. Ended up there, that also being the 51 Ferrari involved in this mix. They are no longer involved in this race, unfortunately, with a disconnect. They have found themselves in pit lane and retired. This, though, again, the weather getting closer and closer. The Williams Esports Academy car gaining an advantage as the number, I think 477 goes deep there into the back chicane. Now the wet weather is here, and we see back markers trying to let people by, but he accidentally let the 711 through on top of that. This here, another battle between the Coach Dave Academy car. It's Ferrari on Ferrari violence, and it looks like the Coach Dave car gets a little hip check there to the side, and the 72 is going to fight it on, but again, that Coach Dave car using its superior traction to punch itself out of the corner and make it stick, and a beautiful overtake had there. I think our final few replays, the onboard, as we watch the overtake onto the Mustang from the Honda NSX, although it's not going to be an overtake, it's going to be a little bit of a collision, whereas they make contact here at some point. There it is, runs them wide, and unfortunately, I think received maybe a warning for that. Now into the first chicane. The Aston Martin misses his braking zone. That's the back chicane. And the Porsche says, thank you very much. And we'll be going forward. You can see the switchback attempt here. This was a hard-fought overtake, and now it was a long battle. And down the start-finish straight, look at the exit speed, the traction. I don't know how the back end of the Porsche didn't step out when he laid the power down, but it didn't. A perfect acceleration down the start-finish straight. Laid onto the brakes. Can't even fit a credit card between the two. And he makes the overtake stick. And then onto the first chicane, he is going to be firmly by. Up next here, this is the Williams Academy car, again under threat and going for the defense. Moves to the inside line as the Mustang powers its way to the out. And here we're going to see a little bit of a curb hop. The 777 a little bit deep and a bit of a mistake, but the Mustang didn't really care and barely even moved. And now we are back here, 3 hours left in the race, Jesse, and this is where we stand. Zurban running in 14th, all on his lonesome.
Yeah, certainly is. A lot going on there in the rainy period. Didn't last for a whole long time, realistically, but enough to change up the strategy just a little bit from some of the competitors and sort of synchronize everyone getting in and off of pit road. Not too many people considering rolling the dice there. Of course, now with the track sort of back dry and everybody back on the dry Pirelli tire, now you're going to see normal racing resume as we head further into the afternoon. You would be forgiven if you look at the sky and the lights on the race cars and thought that we were later into the evening than we actually were. We're only at 3:08 p.m. Local time here in Sim and in Central Time as well. Incident between cars 138 and 39 on lap 168. Final warning given to car 39 for aggressive driving. Pencil that one in, folks at home. The number 39 McLaren has got their final warning. Next time they get any sort of penalty like that or judgment, that could and likely will end up being a penalty to their credit. So not what they wanted to have happen, the Veloce Vexed McLaren, but there you have it. They go on the list, and that's a growing list, rather unfortunately.
Yeah, definitely a very full bingo card if you were counting up different penalties, but it's been a bit of work for the stewards. They've been doing a great job though, and keeping everybody as honest as they possibly can do. But a lot of the drivers, well, they want to eke out any advantage they can, and we all certainly know that.
Yeah, and they will too. Drivers are very smart, and they'll try to do exactly the maximum of what they can do. We saw those two cars earlier leaning on each other down the pit straight. I'm not sure where that falls in the SRO rulebook necessarily, because they're not really gaining an advantage. They're not really causing each other really too much strife, but they are leaning on each other, and that's about as close to you. I mean, you were a kid at some point, Mike. Do you have a brother where you're like, I'm not touching you, and you're just trying to invoke a response? That's kind of what that was like.
Yeah, a little bit of just sort of taunting, I guess you could say.
Yeah, there you go.
It's, a little bit just trying to say, hey, come on, we can ants each other up here a little bit. Also, as big shout out Omaris in chat, shout out to all of our admins, all of our stewards and production, as well as anyone that makes anything possible here at SRO. Pointing out that there is one standard length GT World Challenge European Endurance Race Cup race left for us to watch here today. 3 hours on the clock, and yeah, thank you for that fact. That's a brilliant one.
Yeah, of course, you can find all of those races right here on GT World as well as Esports. What a world we live in. Get the best of both worlds. But today, still 3 hours, actually a little bit less than that, isn't it? It's 2 hours, 56 minutes left here, and we won't run into night here. This race will finish in daylight. I'm pretty sure that there's no way the sun sets at 6 p.m. Based on when this race would take place. That does determine the day-to-night cycle when the race would traditionally be held. So that's why at Spa a few weeks ago, the sun set incredibly late and it rose incredibly early, because in real life, that's what happens. It's the same thing with the 8 hours of Indianapolis. So shouldn't run into that problem. The headlights, a little bit more useful today in the daytime than they normally would be due to the cloud cover, which we still haven't shaken at all, which is a bit concerning, because if we had one shower, could we potentially see one, and especially could we see one at a more detrimental time late into this race where decisions really build?
Yeah, most certainly could, and that would be a great question for our weatherman, Mr. Stefan, as he has been on the ball when it comes to keeping an eye on that radar and seeing any of those thick, damp clouds that are going to be rolling over the circuit and making these drivers' lives a little bit harder than they need to be. Though, I gotta say, Dario Mulio, he may have had a bit of a struggle in the wet stint, but again, I'm very curious to see when he comes into pit lane if they do a driver's swap. Now, just looking at the stint timers, we're at about 56 minutes And I would imagine Dario, he's happy to get in and get rid of these tires. These are the same tires he had in the wet stint, so the pressures are going to be slightly off, though the temperature has dropped since the wet stint, which I don't fully understand how that's possible, but hey, fair enough. It has gotten cooler since or rather it was hotter during the wet than it is currently, but that's the world we live in, I suppose.
Well, of course, too, you wouldn't expect that because it is just after 3 p.m. in sim time. We're getting to about the hottest part of the day in this part of the world, right? So you'd expect it to build, especially after a storm come through, but not the case here. It is cooling off. I think a lot of the drivers would appreciate that, but it is messing with tire pressures, and it's continuing to mess with their calculations. It's almost like hitting a moving target, which is another reason why they don't like having to deal with wet weather and the constant flux of the air and the track temp, because it messes with your numbers. You have an idea of what each driver needs, and we're going to see a move right here. Campo is going to go in there on Wajna. Wajna is going to return fire a little bit, but it's going to be done and dusted. Veloce Academy is going to get it done, and look at this, another Mercedes coming in to play there. That's Halban, who is lapping these cars, but well done either way to Mattia De Campo, able to get that pass done without too much strife. Now they'll certainly not block the 86 as Ruben continues to lap inside the top 3, but hitting a moving target as an engineer in racing is really hard because it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. If you don't make the changes, then you don't know how good it could have been. If you do make the changes, there's a huge opportunity to have missed it by some margin, and that is a bit of a problem in racing. You almost need to be clairvoyant as an engineer to actually pull it off. How many times have races like this been decided by not getting the pressures right, not having grip in the tires, not having bite or fight in the car when you really needed it? These mixed conditions where we're going back and forth, the uncertainty, all of that plays into it, and it's the race inside the race that you don't normally get to see.
Yeah, these are actually some of the conditions that when I was a driver that I struggled in the most. Those the interchanging periods, or when it's kind of in between wet and dry, the track's still a little bit greasy and you're just not really sure long term what the overall goal is. That was, like I said, something I always struggled with and would always seemingly get wrong. So it's interesting to see what these strategists are going to be having, and not everyone can get it right. That's the thing, is only a couple people will end up hitting that mark and hitting the moving target, but we'll see. Again, it's a tough target to hit. And one thing I also wanted to mention briefly there is from Max Wainoa is on that previous lap, when they were racing to Campo, I don't want to say they gave him a big squeeze, but I'm pretty sure they just got their final warning for aggressive driving. They need to be relatively careful there, because I gotta say, I don't think it was worth a penalty necessarily. Depends on how the stewards look at that. But it was a big squeeze and very aggressive, so the 777 really needs to be on their best behavior right now.
Well, one thing I want to know is what BF Racing Esport eats for breakfast, because I'm going to switch to it. I mean, it's another race. They're out in front of this thing. I mean, it's looking really good for them. And it's not even a matter of winning a race and getting a shot in the arm. They've always been competitive. They've been in there. Of course, Suzuka, not quite so, but absolutely Spa. You would talk about a race that they dominated and ran away with just a little bit. And right back at it again. I didn't think that they were going to be the car to beat today. They were certainly going to be one of the conversation as Sherritt brings the 255 Aston down pit lane. But here they are again, another race where BF Racing Esport, that Ferrari, is in the lead again.
Yeah, absolutely. And what do they put in their cereal? Well, Jesse, I think they put goat milk. That is just my general assumption, because they're kind of the goat out on track right now.
I was wondering where you were going with that. I was like, if he hits me with a goat fact right now, I'm unsure how I will react to that. So that was very nicely put. But yeah, they must do. It's got to be something. Like they don't panic, and they know how to win races now, is the point. And they are running the table a little bit on the rest of the silver field. Williams Esport, of course, they're not doing bad today, of course, inside the top 5. That's the next nearest competition coming into today. Of course, Veloce, one spot better in 4th place. They're in 3rd in the championship. But I won't quite call it commanding. But if BF Racing ended up winning this in silver today in that 17 Ferrari, do you got to pencil them in for the favorite going into the second half of the season?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, them or the Mercedes-AMG MSI team, as they're looking for a potential hat trick of victories. Nicholas Halben currently running in 2nd, but that is due to the fact that we are in the middle of our pit phase. But interestingly, I'm not sure if you caught this, Jesse, the Williams Esports team actually had a disconnect, and they are running pretty much not stone cold last right now, but they're running down towards the bottom of the field. The number 5 car has managed to make its way back up into 35th.
Yeah, we were wondering. That was the car that we lost earlier, and I wasn't quite sure if I was getting senile or not, but that was indeed the car we lost inside the top 5 at the time. Incident between car number 80 and number 52 on lap 175. Another final warning, this time given out to car 52. So write that one down. Smith in the 52, they are the recipients of the final warning for their team. Whether they were in the car at the time makes little difference, but the Brabham Motorsports powered by Eau Rouge car on their last warning, and they keep piling up. And I don't know, Mike, there's just a lot of time left in this one to be racking them up like that. That's 3 hours to go walking on eggshells, so to speak. I just don't know if I could do it.
Yeah, it's a tough battle to have, and that's also one thing that we keep a look at with the track limits. Now, obviously, we can't keep track of track limits. There's no way for us to know that. But the drivers, one thing that if you aren't aware with ACC is that the driver doesn't pick up the warning. It is the car itself. So if you get 3 warnings in your first stint, and it's 4 warnings, by the way, for a drive-through penalty, there's Dario Mulio coming into pit lane and ending his stint, and I'd imagine he is going to be happy to get rid of that set of boots and get a fresh one on. But in terms of, I don't know, what was I even just saying? I've just lost my train of thought.
No, that's completely all right. What I wasn't here for was the loss of the 51. It was another disconnect, a mechanical failure. If you want to equate it to anything in real life, that's kind of what it equates to. It's a devastating, sudden retirement of a car, and you hate to see it, but that was another car that was fighting for top 5 positions that has been set back here today. I will say, out of all the storylines that I had coming in, I had flat track, I had difficult to pass, it's very argy-bargy, it's elbows out, it's racing where nobody gives quarter. It's like that every single year here at Indianapolis in the 8 hour, but I did not have this many sort of mechanical issues cropping up, and certainly I didn't have that for our top 5 runners. Few more cars coming into the pit lane. Certainly if they're not on dries, they're going to be switching to them now. The Automobili number 63, Tanitsa, is in. That Lamborghini will certainly bolt on the Pirelli dry tires. I'm sure you were told earlier, but a black-walled tire is a wet weather tire. The side wall that has yellow streaks or lettering on it, that is a Pirelli P0 racing tire. That is a dry variety. They have the choice between the two. No softs, no hards, nothing like that. Only a wet and a dry. And very easy to spot between the two when they're out there on the racetrack. A lot of tortured tires, speaking of, on the racetrack right now.
Yeah, there most certainly is, and these drivers, again, are going to be just eager to get the set of boots off. It's such a tough track when it comes to tire, where I know Luke was mentioning it earlier, just due to the flat nature of this track and the amount of understeer that you're going to be having constantly fighting the car, trying to get it to grip up and get it to, well, just cooperate at the end of the day. And that costs energy, that costs rubber on your tires, and at the end of your stint, well, you're not going to have much left. And speaking of not having much left, Aiden Walshingham, or no, excuse me, that's Nicholas Halben, the gap too. We're just seeing, of course, the pit phase be resolved. Let's not take a look at the timing charts right now. They don't mean much.
Yep, pit cycle definitely in full swing right now. Nicholas Halben will surrender the lead after leading for a lap, and some more cars coming in. David Pertil in the pit lane as well, as you might expect, as some cars going around again, and that isn't too awful surprising. Some coming in, some staying out. This is the delicate part of the race, really, because you can lose a lot of time or gain a lot of time based on what you do, and so much of it's out of your hands because you don't know what the weather's going to do, you don't know what the track's going to do. We talked about hitting the moving target, that is air pressure and driver comfort at this stage. Do you have the right driver in the car? Are they even available? All these things are going to kind of come together here and put together a puzzle of what the end of this race may look like. This pit stop, perhaps more than any other, is important to the climax of this race ultimately, despite the fact we've still got over 2.5 hours left to run.
Yeah, it really is. And it's interesting as well because we have so much diversity right now with the different stop times. We have a lot of drivers that did short stops in the wet and sort of longer stints in the dry, but also shorter stints in the dry and longer stints in the wet. So right now, it's kind of hard to tell where everybody is going to fall out and end up in the positions. Currently, we're looking at David Tanitsa, who is running in 4th, and I made the call earlier. I wanted to see David behind the wheel of this car for the final few stints, and I think this, or maybe just for this stint, I would imagine they're going to switch up. But it's a great choice. David Tanitsa has shown the pace time and time again. And if there's anybody that can start to gain the gap on the cars behind, and of course we are looking at, well, first off, where did, I guess Aiden Walshingham currently is there, but just looking at the rest of the field, Barriere down in 10th, Zimpedri behind Pfeffer, 10 seconds behind the Aston Martin. But the 255 Aston Martin, I guess now, it's about, just taking a look at it, a little bit, 8 seconds, 9 seconds is the gap. So kept it fairly consistent, actually. Not much had changed since pit phase. And there is Amir currently behind the wheel of the 255 competition machine. Brilliant livery as it comes around the final corner complex onto the start-finish straight. And we'll be getting by those cars in pit lane. Naldi into pit lane, Burnt into pit lane, as well as Otaki. And I'd imagine we're going to be seeing some driver swaps. And, well, see who is going to be taking to the wheel here for these next few stints. I'd imagine we'll see a double stint potentially, but it could be a single stint then 2 double stints. I always like, though, Jesse, when it comes to the last stint, I always want to throw a fresh driver in the car. That's just me. I know we have Visceral Esports team principal Pranav Kalavala in chat. I'd be interested to hear if they're willing to share their strategy in regards to that, not give away. Obviously, I don't want you to spill the beans, but I'd love to hear what the plan is for fastest driver towards the end, fastest driver in the middle, or just how you plan that out overall.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams agree with you, Mike, because what they'll do is they'll sort of back time the race a little bit. They'll know that to give their ace driver or the driver they perceive to have the best opportunity to gain time and place. And you'll know that by the end of the race, right? Who your fast driver is. And that may change track by track. That may change day by day because everyone's so close on pace. You may have a number one driver, but they could be having an off day. You might need to make a call and put somebody else in the car, but they'll do that math. They'll know that. They'll try to get that driver some rest. You have a plan for a plan for a plan. And on top of that, you need to make sure, in my opinion, and I agree with you, that you have the right driver in at the end, because if there are points on offer, which means positions, you've got to have the right personnel in the car. We've seen that go dramatically wrong in 2023 with not having a driver available and changing the course of races. And it just goes to show you all of the planning can be undone by one of those decisions. But generally speaking, that's exactly what you see. You see the hot shoe get in the car in the end, even for a victory lap. We've seen that. I remember one Suzuka race that we did years ago. They had almost 3/4 of a lap lead. They were in no danger. They could have lost 5 seconds a lap or something, but they still put the hot shoe in the car. You know why? You don't want to leave anything to chance.
No, always want to have that insurance policy on there. And of course, what Jesse is talking about is in the 24 hours of Spa, the number 7 car, who had again, just an unlucky run of events for the ITB racing team in both Spa and here, did not have a second driver after one of the technical failures had happened. And they had to retire, which just absolutely took a massive hit on their points, put them in 10th in the championship right now. And they've also DNF'd in this race to boot, so it has not been a good start to the championship. Still 3 races to go, though. Still points on the cards for sure, but the ITB racing team might be a little bit morally kind of damaged at this stage. And they're speaking morally damaged, well, more physical damage, I guess. There's a final warning being headed over to 138 for ignoring blue flags. I guess there's no damage done just yet, but it's certainly on the cards if these drivers aren't on their best behaviors. And I'm losing track now of who's on their last warning because there are just so many drivers that are on the brink of a penalty right now.
Yeah, that's, you know, you hate silly mistakes and penalties. I hate racking up warnings because you leave yourself defenseless at the end because something that may get you a warning in the end. You can't use that style of driving, or, it may be considered slightly unsportsmanlike, but it's basically taking tools out of the bag. And the second you start doing stuff like that, it becomes a bit of a problem to you, because all of a sudden you're sort of defenseless. It's almost like how in certain races series they got pushed to pass. And if you don't have any at the end, then you're a sitting duck a little bit, because you've got to mind your manners, because any little infraction could send you tumbling down the order. Because, yeah, we have some gaps here, but a trip down pit lane plus whatever penalty you're going to get sitting in the box, that's going to be an even bigger issue. Szymanski and the number 38 Coach Dave Academy car working their way back up, trying to get closer to the top 5. They have Pichman there in the 72 Ren Welton Ferrari. It's Ferrari on Ferrari action into turn 1. Unable to get it done was Szymanski, and they will fall back in line, maybe give it a go again a little bit further back. Almost immediately, Gregor Schill trying to get by P2 in the silver class. Ramone has taken a huge amount of this race under their wing. They've done an excellent job, you have to say, as well. Gregor Schill, though, is completely uninterested in that fight in the BS Plus competition team, just looking to get a little bit closer to the group in front. A little bit of work to do, but it all starts with passing P2 and silver.
Indeed. Also, update from Pranov, as he mentions that the teams often opt to put their drivers in, their fastest drivers in at the end. However, all of the drivers for Visceral are pretty equidistant in terms of pace, so it's mainly whoever has the maximum stint timer left. And that's going to be the key as well, as these drivers all have a specific stint timer that they cannot exceed, otherwise it might just be a straight-up disqualification. I'm actually not sure what happens when you exceed that time, but at the very least, I'd imagine a stop-go 30.
You get some massive penalty. There's some variety of that, Mike, that disqualifies you, but I don't know if it's that one. There's other things you could do to get disqualified at the line. I think if you have... I think a drive time violation is a massive penalty. I think a stint time violation is a penalty. A drive time maximum violation might be a DQ at the end of the race entirely. I always get those confused, I'm afraid, but Pranov is really good at being a team manager and being very, very political in the wording there. I know that they must think in the back of their mind that, well, yeah, I have a hot shoe driver, but I don't want to say it out loud.
Oh, of course.
I'm not calling you out. That's very respectful of you. But come on, you can DM it to me. Tell me who the hot shoe is. Do you think
we
he'll do
won't
it?
spill the beans. I don't think he will.
Yeah, we wouldn't do that live on air.
Pranov's too humble.
No, he
He
really
wouldn't
is.
admit
Lovely,
that.
lovely human being. I follow him. We follow each other on Twitter. I love keeping up, or excuse me, X, and I love keeping up with what he's doing over at his team. He's a great follow, by the way. David Tenitza out in front of the field. That is a common thing that we've said today, simply because Automobile Lamborghini has come to play, and they've shown that they want to be a player in this championship. They've been close all season long, and they're continuing that good work here today. And might they get that win that they are seeking here? They're no stranger to winning here in the SRO Esports series, but oh my goodness, a car jutting off the track there. Just about got it woed up before they hit the grass, but certainly did miss the apex. But for Automobile Lamborghini, this season, in my mind, has been an absolute return to form.
100%. Another driver that has returned to form, in my opinion, is Ramonet in the number 17 Ferrari. They've had some trials and tribulations in this race. I'm pretty sure they've had at least one 5-second penalty. I think they've had multiple, though, and also been involved in a collision or two. They're still running in P2 right now with 8 seconds separating them to the race leader in the silver class. This has been a stellar drive from the BF Racing Esports team.
Yeah, it's just so interesting because you don't normally see a team like that. I mean, there's so many good teams in the field. You could throw a dart at a wall and hit a great team that could win the championship, but they are just absolutely full of confidence. They've got a great driver lineup, and they're taking it to teams that are arguably, bigger than they are. and that is not uncommon in the silver class, but they are playing the David versus Goliath game. So far, they're coming out on top most of the time.
Absolutely, and that's going to be just a big spill of confidence for not just the driver behind the wheel at the time, but the entire team. It's a sort of a contagious feeling, I guess, to say, for lack of a better term, where you see that you have the pace. You're racing these extremely fast teams. You're not that far behind the likes of, Jardier and the Valache team. When you have pace like that, even when you're in BF Racing Esports, yes, you're in Esports Academy, but you're still a driver. You're still a person. And when you're racing with these people that you've looked up to for a while, it's got to feel pretty good. And hats off to any of the silver categories that are really doing a great job today, because there's so many of them. These silver drivers are proving that they want to be in the white plates. And, well, I would say that some of them certainly have that in their future.
If you're not sure how it works here, generally speaking, the silver champions end up becoming a pro team for the next season. That's I don't know if that's mutually exclusive, but that seems to be how it goes around here. So in a weird way, you're fighting for promotion like you're playing football, which is really cool as well. And it's sort of an extra icing on the cake as you get promoted, because there are so many of these teams, you were just saying, that are excellent caliber in the silver class. They're in the silver class because of the way they had to qualify in, because of where they qualified in, etc. and so forth. Nothing's keeping them from going out here and winning these races overall. Nothing's keeping them from racing inside the top 10. Nothing's keeping them from competing at the same level, and they do. We saw the Mustang, before whatever drama befell them, they were solidly P2 overall. There was nothing wrong with that, but of course, the natural course of the race has taken its toll, and our highest running silver now, P8. And speaking of that car, the Genesis Esports, just a fantastic run for them. I mean, you talk about the 223 team, that McLaren, they had a really bad Spa, right? Didn't score a single point there. Now they're way back in the points. I think they're like 13th in the championship standings coming into today. Talk about confidence boosting after Spa, which was just a huge letdown. Surely it must have been. Come out here, you win the 8-hour, you feel like you're right back in this thing.
Absolutely. And I would imagine that is going to be, like I said, that contagious feeling. But looking at lap times, the 17 is quicker currently than the McLaren, about 0.2. So not quite breaking any margins, in case you were curious. That's about the Gulfstream, or the Gulfstream moves about a distance of 1.5 feet in that time. So me? Just apparently.
I gotta ask, are you like this on other broadcasts?
Oh yeah.
Interesting. I like it.
Yeah.
You're fun. You're fun, and I like that. David Tenetze, your leader for Automobili Lamborghini, has an 11-second lead on Hosseini in P2, that 255 Aston. And that is the gap first second. It's 11.6, 11.7 if you want to be pedantic about it. It's not that big of a gap, honestly. It's been bigger than this earlier on in the race, but it's settled down at 11.5. Keep an eye on that, though. Top three spread out currently. Tobias Pfeffer in third for the MSI team. 8.5 back of Hosseini for the time being. Aiden Walshingham in the number 40 car, the Veloce McLaren. 17 off of then. Lars Kisser rounds out your top 5 in the 4 car. And that is your top 5, of course. That's the Team HRT by RW Mercedes Esports car. And, well, it was a suspicious pause. We hadn't had a message from race control in a few minutes, but incident between car 63 and the 138 on lap 195. 5-second penalty for car 138, ignoring blue flags. That has happened shockingly frequently today.
Yeah, it's Indy. I get it. You're in a race of yourself. Sure. It's hard to let people by. It's hard to overtake on, but a 5-second penalty isn't going to be worth it. I mean, that is immediately going to drop the 138 out of the podium unless they can make up a little bit of time onto Schill. Easy mistakes to make, but easy mistakes to prevent at the same time.
Yeah, you got to limit that. That's the thing that kills you as a manager. It really does, where you just don't want the team to beat themselves. It's okay if I go out there and I get beat by a great team like BS Competition or Williams or Team MSI. I don't care. If I get beat by a good team, I got beat by a good team. There's no shame in that. Beating yourself in a race is twofold, and it is the worst feeling ever. Anyone who's ever gotten a drive-through penalty late in a race where all you need to do is get to the checker flag to get a result, you know what I'm talking about, and you only have yourself to blame because you're the one driving the car or your teammates driving the car, and you're put in that situation, and it's preventable. It's the same thing, Mike, that you don't like about getting silly penalties on pit lane or blue flag infringement. It's so easy. Your car has a button to limit your speed. You know what the rules are for exiting pit lane. There's a driver's briefing before every race. This has gone over for every track. You've done countless laps here. You cannot beat yourself. And good teams, great teams, will not do that. And the cream always rises to the top. And, well, there's a lot of cream at the top of this field.
Absolutely. And with the cherry on top there, we have a nice position gained for Mattia Marschi up into 12th with a very cut and dry overtake on the Veloce team. Not quite any battle whatsoever from Arnold, and he is going to be now trailing in 13th, trying to catch up. But yeah, another thing in chat I just wanted to point out as well, great mention, Tobias Pfeffer slowly but surely has been lapping quicker than both the leaders, both the P1 and P2.
Yeah, that gap's definitely coming down. When we talked about that a second ago, it was 8 point something. I can't read my chicken scratch, unfortunately, but it was 8 point something. And now it's, it was 7.6, it was 7.4, it's 7.38 now. That gap it's not only coming down, it's coming down on a hurry. The gap from Tanidze to Husseini, that is going the other way, though. That gap was about 11.6. It's now over 12 seconds, but you're absolutely right. The eagle-eye chatter is correct. The quickest car inside the top 5, the quickest car on the racetrack right now is the Team MSI Mercedes.
Yeah, and absolutely stellar. Again, going for the hat trick of victories. They have been so dominant. Even a P3 for this race will be a great result for them. They're sitting at 92.5 points, which is about 30 points, or just give or take, over the next position, the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team. But they settled with the DNF, and so did Williams pretty much. Well, Williams down at the bottom, towards the bottom pack. They haven't DNF'd officially, but are severely out of position at 64 points. So there's going to be quite the margin in terms of the next races. I think the Automobili Lamborghini Esports team will be up into second. Veloce might find their way into third, but it's going to be a very interesting fight come next time around at Red Bull Ring.
Yeah, it sure is. 3 hours of Red Bull Ring, the next race on the schedule. 3 hours. It will feel like an absolute sprint. These drivers already race a 24-hour race like it's a sprint. Every single lap is a time trial to them. 3 hours, it's going to be mad. One of the quickest laps, if not the quickest laps in ACC that we have. Definitely the quickest on the calendar this year. And, of course, a lot of different places at Red Bull Ring where it could potentially all go wrong. But that all being said, that all in the future. You mentioned Team MSI's Mercedes Esports number 86. Third's great. Second's better. First is ultimately what you want to do. But considering Scuderia Ferrari's fallen off the road, Williams Esports number 5 has fallen off the road, how hard do you legitimately push it here in the waning hours of this race, knowing that you're quicker? But when you catch Husseini, if you catch Tanidze, what do you actually do? Do you put yourself in harm's way? There's been so many penalties today. Do you even consider it? Do you sit here and take the third place position? Mike, what would you do?
If I'm a racing driver, I'm not settling for third. Come on, what kind of question is that? if I'm the driver, thinking as a driver, not thinking for the team, not thinking for the strategy, I want to race. That's what I'm here for, right? And so Pfeffer, he's a racer. I wouldn't be surprised if he is going to go for it onto Husseini. You know, at the end of the day, 6.5 seconds is the gap. He'll be catching that pretty quick. And with 2 hours left, what are you going to do? Sit behind the car for 2 hours straight? No, you're going to go for the overtake and just make it clean, make it safe, you know, wait for the perfect opportunity. Ideally, Husseini will make a mistake after Pfeffer will catch him, and there'll be a nice cut and dry overtake, and he can walk away. I think that'll be sort of the optimal goal in the plan that they're going to be trying to establish, but no plan survives first contact, especially with the enemy, so we will certainly see.
That agrees with you. They say go all in, push all the chips to the middle, and let the cards do what they do. There is something to be said about that mentality, because if you know that the 51 and the 5 are not a threat, and they're not to them here today, even if the 86 were to get a penalty, even if it would be a sizable one, yeah, they'd lose positions, they'd lose a podium, but realistically, they'd still be getting way more points than their nearest competitors are. So they honestly don't have much to lose outside of a little bit of padding here going into the second half of the season. Chad agrees with that. I don't disagree with it. I will throw this out there. What if the team tells Pfeffer and company, don't? Do you listen to your team, or do you get a little bit cheeky with it and try it anyway?
You certainly hear them. Whether or not you listen, that's a different story. I think you know that from a lot of racing drivers. You can tell them whatever you want, and they are in their own little head. I think Luke mentioned it earlier, is sometimes when he's talking to his drivers, you tell them something and they're like, yep, okay, yep, got it. Sounds good.
There was a German racer who had a history of going deaf right when it mattered most when he was racing his teammates, and I can't remember his name. Some guy, but yeah, it's
Multi
weird.
21 sub, Multi 21.
Oh yeah. Well, you know how that is. It happens. Is my point. That very eloquently illustrates my point. You can lead a horse to water, you can't make him drink. You can tell a driver to do something. That doesn't mean they're going to listen. They're the ones with the wheel in their hand.
Absolutely. And drivers are notoriously selfish. We'll just call it as it is. It's a one-man sport. Sure, it's a team sport, right? It's not just a one-man sport in this case, but it is also, there's only one man piloting the machine, and they have the overall decision at the end of the day to do whatever they would like.
I go back to I go back to this all the time, but you can be a loser really quickly if you mess it up. But how mad is your team actually going to be if you go up there and you take the initiative and you do it and you make it clean and you win the race? It's kind of hard to be mad at somebody with a big trophy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
no, absolutely.
You can be upset all you want on the Monday team meeting, but that trophy, I mean, come on.
It's like I go back to Canada, right? We're in Formula One watching Alex Albon's overtake. If he messes that up, it's not that cool. He made it though, so it was really cool. You know, it's just one of those where it's if you make the dream become a reality, then yeah, you're gonna get an absolute round of applause. But if you don't make it work and you do end up binning it extremely hard, your team's going to be relatively upset with you, and they're maybe not going to want to talk to you for a day or so, but they'll get over it, I'm sure. There
was a line. There's a line from Talladega Nights that says that was some of the dumbest driving I've ever seen, but they were standing in victory lane, I believe. And it's like, yeah, crew chief can be upset, but you just gave him a bonus for winning that race. So we'll see how that all works out. 5 seconds between Tobias Pfeffer and this driver, Amir Hosseini, in the 255 competition Aston Martin. That gap was over 8 seconds at one point. That on the right side of your screen. On the left side of your screen, that's your leader, David Tenitza. If you haven't seen them today, it's just because they have been steady as she goes. The Lamborghini looking fantastic, has not really put a foot wrong. They've done an excellent job with their strategy, staying on strategy as well, and they have kept the lead. That lead has grown to 14.6 seconds. Another second added to that already nice lead. It's never big enough when you're the leader, though, is it? You would prefer a full lap, though that is a bit greedy.
Certainly a bit ambitious, but if you're David Tenitza, I wouldn't put it off the cards. He is, again, just showed time and time again some of the most rapid pace on the field. I don't think there's many people that can compete. And we're talking about his teammates, Dario Mulio, who is, again, no slouch. Also talking about Daniele Savini. Again, no slouch. These are some absurdly talented drivers, but Tenitza, he just has a way with this Lamborghini that he can pilot it to absolute clockwork perfection without putting a tire wrong for hours at a time.
Certainly the case. Prince, by the way, he he's reemerged in chat, and he's talked about team orders, what we were going on about, talking about how drivers are under a huge amount of stress with the amount of concentration required to maintain this level of pace. Team orders can prove to be disruptive, and I think that tells us a lot about their team. Honestly, is that I think it tells us a lot about a lot of teams. There often are not team orders. Teammates will race teammates, and they are left to their own devices when they're behind the wheel. Drivers are left to make their own decisions a lot of the time, and that might sound counterproductive, but Brand's point is, if you disrupt them, if you're talking to them, if you are in their head, that's taking time away from the conversation or their concentration. They could be losing pace. They could be losing focus. That could be absolutely horrible. But Brand also saying that short and sweet messages are preferred. And yep, certainly the case. But that's never stopped me from getting a yeah, I know in my ear. So you know how drivers are.
Oh yeah, they're drivers at the end of the day, and they are, again, all for themselves.
Can't take it personal.
Yeah. No, you really can't. It's yeah, exactly. It's not about that. It's just about the sport that we all love and are here to do. We're here to race, and we're going to race. That's the whole, this is a motor race. I mean, it is what it is at the end of the day, and we're going to be seeing that. Here's a nice little scrap that's developed, though. This is for P23, it seems. Ramanakt has found the back of Mason. Again, this is no position necessarily to be, or Manson, excuse me. This is no position overall. This is going to be just a little change in the numbers where the class will not actually affect things. But behind that, I guess there is also Sure, who is for position, battling with the 818.
Yeah, this is interesting to see how this is going to work out, because you've got a silver car in Manson that's a little bit of a cork here, and you've got two pros that are fighting for what will be points-paying positions. I've just done the math. So this is sort of important. It may only be a couple of points, but a couple is better than none. And will Sure be patient here and try and do what we've seen so many times today. The second, if Rockmach gets up there and starts messing with Manson, and Manson doesn't have to pull over, remember, no blue flag in this situation, they're on the same lap. That is so many times we've seen the car in third place take them both and run away with the cash, and I worry that may happen here. It's one of those unenviable situations about being in the middle. I think most people would argue they'd rather be in the lead or in third. I don't know many people who would be crazy enough to say, yeah, I want to be second in line.
Yeah, I want to be the filling in that Oreo. No, not quite. That's not where I want to be at any point, because if anything goes wrong in front of you, you're going to be the first one to get collected, and if anything goes wrong behind you, you're going to be the first one to get collected. So it's sort of just a lose-lose overall, but also you can win out the most. I mean, you can gain the position overall and then take the lead of the pack. So it's a double-edged sword that these drivers have to play, but it's also, what are you going to do, fall off the back of them and give them the space? No, you're going to try to make the overtake happen like Tobias Sure is about to do down the start-finish straight. He needs to make sure, though, that he can get the move done. It's a late little defense, though, from the Aston Martin. Checks to the inside, covers it off. The Aston Martin, though, the BMW, says, thank you very much. I'm going to take the long way around, and he makes it look easy.
That was very, very well done by them. That could have been a bit messy. It wasn't in the end. And they get the pass done all nice and comfy like. But you gotta hand it to them. We've seen a couple of sort of around the outside passes of turn one. It's when you get stuck on the inside of that turn, the first turn, it's really bad, because you have a choice. You can try and hit the inside curb. We've seen that go horribly wrong. But even if you do that, you're cutting off your radius so bad that the car on the outside is just going to end up sticking with you in the next turn. Turn two is a left-hander. So the car on the outside, going to the outside is almost always the better option if you can't get clear before you actually turn into turn number one. So that's why you see a lot of cars defend the outside, because they know that if they get stuck side by side, they're in a losing battle eventually. Incident between cars 138 and 63 on lap 196. It's a final warning for car 63 for unsportsmanlike behavior, excessive flashing. That's flashing of the headlights of the car. That is the leader of the race, folks, with their final warning. Incident between car 258 and 71, lap 197. 5-second penalty for car 71 for causing a collision. Mike, you giggled a little bit there. What's your take on that first penalty for our race leader?
I mean, it's not a penalty yet, but the rules are the rules, and if the stewards are enforcing the rules, and I'm okay with that. Do I necessarily agree with the rule? No, I don't, but that's okay. I'm the commentator. That's not my job. It's just, it is what it is, and great on the stewards for enforcing the rules that they've put in place. But I'm pro flashing myself. I'll just be honest, but that's okay. Again, don't take that one out of context.
Yeah, I'm a flasher myself, and I find it doesn't do anything, but I promise you that light flash button on the steering wheel has a direct link to my blood pressure. Guaranteed every time. That does put the 63 in a really bad spot. We're joking, but that's not joking matter. They are on thin ice here. If they were to receive an additional warning for any mild misconduct, they are going to get a penalty, and they are not far enough in front that they would be safe from that. So that is something to seriously consider. Someone in chat's asked why the 255 is slowing down or seems slower this run. Could be a lot of factors. It's hard to pin that down. We talked about earlier about getting tire pressures right, chasing the racetrack. It's probably going to be cooling off soon as well. You had the rain come in. What did that do? Who could have imagined that the temperatures were actually going to cool off after the rain came through? That was a bit of a strange one we didn't expect, but that could play into it. It could be the driver in the car is just not suited for the green or the not completely run-in racetrack. A lot of different things that could be playing into it. The reality is that it's a consistent time loss, meaning that it's happening obviously somewhere on the racetrack. Something's not conducive to running as quick laps as first or third is right now. The silver lining is get in pit lane, whether you change driver or not, that's up to the team. Things could be completely different in the next stint.
Certainly could. And interestingly enough, I would actually say that Amir Husseini isn't going backwards. I don't think he's making about the same progress that he was for the past stint. His lap times haven't really changed. The problem is the drivers around him have gotten quicker. So we're seeing 35 fours from Janitza. We're seeing 35 fours from Pfeffer. We're seeing 35 nines, which has been consistent. Oh my goodness, Maximilian there.
Well, he definitely got
taking
out of
the
the way.
polystyrene with him. He did, yes. But I think that it's more that Amir is just not finding the level of pace that he needs to find at this stage when the drivers around him are. So I don't think he's going backwards. I just don't think he's going forwards. Which, does that mean he's going backwards? Yeah, maybe. I guess you could argue that. Fair enough.
You would be a great little league coach with statements like that. It's not that you can't hit the ball. It's that the ball doesn't want to be hit. But no, you're absolutely right. That also could be a lot of factors. That could be driver comfort. That could be driver confidence. That could be something he's feeling in the race car. That could be just about anything right now. Because if he's running the same laps and everybody else is just getting quicker, then that could be missing something on the setup. That could certainly be driver confidence at this stage. You would hope that you would see an improvement on that, or that could just be exactly where Amir is right now in the current conditions. Hard to say without talking to the team. Incident between car 711 and the 52 on lap 198. A 5-second time penalty to car 52 for aggressive driving.
So many drivers on warnings, and yeah, that I would imagine was due to the fact that they had a warning previous to that. And there is going to be car 52 with, again, getting too many warnings in a race. 3 license penalties within one race, and that will result in a trip down pit lane. And unfortunately, they are going to have to waste a whopping 44 seconds to trundle all the way through.
It has been a frustrating campaign for Brabham Motorsports powered by Eau Rouge, and this is another devastating blow to them, a drive-through penalty. They're not disqualified from the race or anything, but it has certainly, and will do, take them out of whatever battles or positions that they're in. They don't have to stop, but they do have to make a pass through. They have 3 laps from the time the penalty is issued to come down pit lane. Failure to do so will end in a disqualification, unfortunately, but they're not going to do that. Obviously, they'll come down and serve that, and the slate will be sort of wiped clean, and you hope that they can keep it so for the remainder of the race. But you got to feel for the 52 team.
Yeah, certainly do. But, you know, it's not been all sunshine and rainbows for all of the cars in this race, but it has been for, I gotta say, our race leader, who has found that pace once again, David Tanitsa, who 35.4. Again, I'm pretty sure this guy, he's just a metronome at this point. He goes the exact same lap time, it seems, time and time again. 35.4s for the past, I think, 4 or 5 laps. He's just been on the dot. Really hasn't put a wheel wrong. And with that warning, though, even if he was to receive which I would imagine, let's say he does continue flashing, which I would imagine David is not going to continue flashing after receiving a warning for it. Even if he was to receive a 5-second, even a 10-second penalty, he has 17 seconds built up over the second place right now, over Amir. And that was 8 seconds at the start of this stint. So he's gained about 10 seconds over the course of an hour. Heck, 37 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely on it is Tanitsa, and that's the thing. You get the right driver in at the right time. They're nice and confident. You love the car. Clearly no issues with this. We saw so many cars earlier on in the race that they looked a bit wayward, like they weren't sticking to the track. That's a common flat track problem to have, and you wouldn't expect that out of cars with traction control and modern suspension, but in aerodynamics. But it does. It happens, especially on flat courses where there's a lot of weight being slung around, and it pendulums, and it becomes a bit of a handful. But none of those handling characteristics for Automobile Lamborghini. This esports team has been rock solid today. They've come in with a plan. They've executed that plan incredibly well all day today. And at some point, as a team, you start looking up at that clock, you get a little nervous, because you see it was 8 hours. It's down to like 2 hours, 8 minutes now. The sand in the hourglass, I promise you, doesn't actually slow down, but it feels like it does every lap. And especially on that final warning for behavior, that becomes the thing you think about. How many track cut limits have they used this point in the race? That hasn't really been an issue today, but you worry about that. This is a track that you can pick some up by going off ever so slightly in weird places. You can extend track limits in some corners and get them as well. You got to be very aware of that. And all these things, whether they're actual problems or not, as a manager, as a driver, as a teammate, you think about these things as the sand ticks away and the clock starts to wind low. And you worry about that. You don't tell the driver that. You leave the driver alone, but you're worried about that. You're a ball of nerves at this stage. It's gone so perfectly. You're just waiting for something to go wrong. I don't think it will. They have been unflappable here today.
100%. And here's a nice little scrap picking up for P11 it is. This battle is going to resolve itself regardless, as Makoven has received himself a 5-second penalty for unsportsmanlike conduct. Unfortunately, the stewards have deemed him worthy of a penalty. So this battle will resolve when it comes down to pit lane. Well, that's going to be a little bit in the future. We're about 48 minutes, 35 to 45 minutes into the stint right now. So about 20 to 30 minutes before we end up with the drivers coming in for their stops and all the penalties to be served.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and tell you, Makovkin is not going to settle this in the pit lane. They're going to defend, as they're going to make a point here. And Mateo Marchi's going to have to understand that. They probably already do. The ResTech 104, they're going to have to get by the old-fashioned way, as we would say, because Makovkin doesn't care that they've got the penalty. They'll likely defend this simply as a point of pride. This is for P3 in the silver class. After all, a little bit of a look there by March Eaton. Nothing too aggressive there, just showing the nose. Did not have any overlap. Falls back in line. And you know what he's doing? He's probing for weakness right now. He's trying to figure out where he's better than the 138, where he's worse than the 138. Maybe he can learn something from that Aston as well.
Absolutely. Looking for any weakness in the game plan here where he can slip down the inside and maybe make a little bit of a Luke Whitehead-esque move, as we saw earlier on, where you just go full send baseball because you know they're weaker in a corner than you are, and you just have that confidence. At this stage in the race, though, we were just mentioning the penalties that these drivers have been sort of guilty of, lots of warnings being thrown the way. So maybe going for a little bit of a send is going to be a bridge too far for a lot of these drivers, especially with the 5-second penalty. I think we are just going to be seeing Mattia, not he doesn't want to be stuck behind the Aston, especially for the next 30 minutes, so he will be trying to make the move. I guess what I was trying to say is he's going to stick behind, but I don't think he is. This is a battle for P3 overall, and, well, he's going to be treating it as such, just in case that penalty does, for whatever reason, get removed, or anything of that nature. You know, penalties, they can be contested, so you want to just be safe and get the job done regardless.
Yep, that's certainly the case, and this is going to be a fight between two drivers that have a lot to lose, but in the moment will think they don't. And our race car drivers are a bit like racehorses with blinders on. They only know one thing, and that's speed and power. And you're about to see that right now. One of the cars is quite literally a pony. So that's what you're going to see, and you've already seen it. Makovkin has not moved over at all. Marchie's certainly been close enough in a couple of different intervals, but this is personal for Makovkin. This is also important for Marchie to not waste too much time here, get by them, but realistically, this is the fight they find themselves in. Makovkin also has a little added bit of reasoning here to fight this. If he can keep Matteo Marchi behind him, that keeps Marchi from driving up the road. That means whoever, even if it's not Makovkin, that keeps the 138 closer to them after they exit the pit lane. But we know it'll be about 5 seconds regardless. But CRT Pro has a lot to fight for, especially talking about this championship. You can say the same thing for the 104, who is continuing to try and turn it around. They haven't had a lot of points this season. Few opposite ends of the table, fighting over the same real estate. These are the fights that are really fun. That's what I'm getting at.
It absolutely is, and thankfully here, going to be joining you soon enough. I'm going to be stepping out, and we're going to be having Mr. Luke Crane take over here. And Luke, welcome back to the booth. You got some action on your hands.
Hello, everybody. I'm back. Yes, I am back indeed. It's Mike gets a well-deserved break. He's been here for 5 hours solid, although his enthusiasm would not tell you that whatsoever. Jesse, give us the lowdown then. What's happened in the last hour that I've missed?
Well, several cars have gotten their final warning for some sort of behavior, including our leader in the Automobile Lamborghini, number 63. That just happened, of course. Rather, several other cars besides are also in that same ballpark. That's the most that's happened. The 255 with Amir Husseini behind the wheel has sort of backed up into Tobias Pfeffer. Pfeffer, the quickest car in the field, that Team MSI Mercedes Esports car, is now right on the back for P2 overall. Yeah,
last time I was here, it was 11. Well, they've gained 11 seconds. Have the Lamborghini Esports team on Hosseini and the crew. Tobias Pfeffer, you're right. He is right up the box now of Hosseini. I think that move is going to happen sooner rather than later. Also, we've got a little bit of a change in the schedule, so I'm going to be here for an hour, and then Mike is going to come back and end with you, Jesse. So yeah, it's going to be the two Americans at the American circuit. So Mike has brought such enthusiasm and the fun facts and stuff. He absolutely deserves to take us to the checkered flag. So he'll be off for an hour now to go and get himself some drinks and some snacks, and he'll be back for the final hour. Unfortunately, there's no one to give Steve a break, but Steve has been here for now 8.5 hours. It will be by the end. So shout out to Steve behind the scenes. He has absolutely smashed it today, and hopefully the final couple of hours are nice and interesting as it is right now. The battle for P2 is very much on, and then you've got the battle right now for P11 as well, although Makovkin, once they do their next pit stop, it will be done and dusted because of that 5-second penalty. But here it is. Here's the battle for second position. The team that have won the first two races of the season, the number 86, the team Mercedes AMG, team MSI. It's an absolute mouthful to say. They are currently chasing down Amir Hosseini and 255 Competition, who have had a very good race today.
Yeah, they certainly have. The battle for P2 hotting up here again. And these two, this is just incredible. I mean, we saw Team MSI down in 9th place. We were wondering, is this the day that their points lead crumbles and they get drawn back into the fight? And they have just raged against the dying of the light for yet another race. We didn't think it possible at Spa. We certainly didn't think it possible here today, but that's what we get for not counting on Team MSI. If they do go on to win this championship, there is not a single driver or viewer out there that can honestly say with a straight face that they have not earned it. They have earned it. They have paid the sweat price to get these results, and they're continuing to do that right now. Live look in on Tobias Pfeffer. He is very focused. He's leaning into the corners, which tells me he's going for maximum effect.
Yeah, it's 0.4 of a second. As we know, ladies and gentlemen, if you lean into the corners, you gain that extra time. I lean. I'm a big guy as well, so I get like 5.5 tenths of a second, I guess. But yeah, he's absolutely on it right now. So Pfeffer, who hasn't got as nice a bedspread as what we saw from David Tanitsa.
Oh, dear.
I'm not going to lie there. So, you know, if we're going to be talking about bedspreads, definitely nowhere near the sharp end for that one. But in terms of racing, which is what he's here for, he's doing a very, very nice job indeed. So 0.4 of a second is now the gap, and the two of them, Amir, Hosseini and Pfeffer, there's not a lot between them. So right now it's all about being patient. We have seen this time and time again where you spend 6 hours, as it's been in this race, trying to close that gap for a position in a long endurance race, and then you rush it, and then there's contact, and then you end up spinning and losing a whole load of time, and you bring other cars into play if you get damage to the car. So right now it's all about patience. You know you're faster, you've bridged a massive gap. It's just now all about making sure you do this nice and cleanly and ultimately just end up in that P2 position.
Is that David Tanisa with an RGB seat? Is what's going on there? That's very interesting. In the background of Tobias Pfeffer's camera right here, there's something interesting in the top right corner of that. Have you noticed that? That's a different wheel. Might that be an emergency wheel just in case things go wrong that he has laid around? I can't imagine why else they would have that in that particular position or area, but maybe that is a spare wheel. Now, that is probably not as silly as it may sound. So many mechanical, technical problems can crop up. Why wouldn't you have a backup if you could?
I'd go as far as to say it's his favorite wheel. It's right next to his bed, so he sleeps with it next to him. So maybe it's his favorite wheel and he uses it only for special occasions. But yeah, no, all of these sim racers will have a spare rig. Not a lot of them will have a spare PC, but they'll have a spare wheelbase or a spare wheel rims, a spare set of pedals. These drivers have got to this level of esports not over the course of a couple of weeks. It's not their first rig they're using. They will have older rigs that they've used, or they might even have the same set twice, just because that can happen. Especially in a strenuous 8-hour race, the way wheelbases work, they can overheat. Especially if they're a little bit older. So yeah, having something spare is just pretty normal. It's a bit like the old days of Formula One, where you'd have a car that broke down on the grid, and you just see a driver pacing off to the pits to get the spare car. But yeah, I guess it's nothing like that, is it? It's just a wheel and a wheelbase. But yeah, it just reminded me of what happened in Formula One back in the day.
Yes, indeed. Questions from chat keep rolling in. And, one question says, how many pit stops are they allowed? They're allowed to come in as many times as they like. Every team in the race, however, is aiming to only be down pit lane 7 times in this 8-hour race. So anything more than that, I believe Luke made the point quite early on in the broadcast. If you come down 8 times rather than 7, which is all you really need to come down pit lane, you're going to be in for a bad time. You're going to lose a ton of spots. There's far too many cars too close to each other. Even at this stage of the race, you're going to lose many positions, 10 in some instances, but 7 is what they're aiming for. How many times can they come? As many times as they like, realistically, but you wouldn't want to do that. Also, the purple indicator on the screen, the purple number, that is the fastest lap of the entire race, and that belongs to the 255 competition Aston. But unfortunately, as you can clearly see, they are not the faster car in this pairing. Tobias Pfeffer and Team MSI, they have caught them. Now that they've done that, what are they going to do with them?
It looks like Bonacorsi in the number 6 Lamborghini, they have received a 10-second penalty for causing a collision. Lots of that being seen today. And you are absolutely spot on there. The 255 competition do have the fastest lap. It's Jakob Osterman who did it earlier on in the race. There might be an opportunity here for Tobias Pfeffer to use the back marker to their advantage, unless they get out of the way along this straight. But right now, the 255 competition, well, it doesn't matter because they've just come into the pit, so they're all good. But yeah, Hosseini is not an easy driver to pass, ladies and gentlemen. If there's someone you don't want in front of you, he is one of those drivers. He will make this very, very difficult indeed. And why wouldn't he? He's just over 6 hours into this race, and he's staring down a barrel at a P2. Don't want to be handing any opportunity to a team that have already won 2 races. That's not fair, is it? But yeah, if you do have any questions in the chat, I'm looking at the Twitch chat myself right now. I'm sure Jesse was keeping an eye on YouTube and Twitch maybe. But yeah, let us know who you're watching, where you're watching from around the world maybe, if you've got a favorite driver. Maybe it's the first time you've ever tuned in and you're like, oh, this is cool. You know, maybe we can give you some suggestions as to who could be your favorite driver. Let us know where you're from and we can tell you if there's anyone representing your nation. But this is the 3rd round of 6 this season. We still have 3 more rounds to go. We are heading to the Red Bull Ring later on this month. Then we will be heading to Monza, and then the finale will be at the Nordschleife. So there'll be 24 hours of the Nürburgring to see off this season. So we are just about at the halfway point once this race is indeed finished. So there we go.
Looking really good for Team MSI right now. Even if they don't make this pass, even if they don't get P2, all of their nearest competitors in this race, if you're just joining us, they've fallen off the road at some point. They are unrivaled. 3rd place is as good as a win for them as long as they hold on to this position, but they will not be satiated by that. They will not be stifled in P3. They're going to go for it. They're going to put all the chips down, and they're going to try and go as far as they possibly can to build as much of a lead as possible here at the halfway point, of course. But a lot more besides going on in today's race. Somebody in chat's asking, is P2 really a lap down to Nitsa? No, they are not. That is a common timing and scoring glitch that occurs whenever the leader crosses a timing beam, whether that be the start-finish line or a timing sector somewhere out on the lap, and the other car is about a sector behind. Timing and scoring freaks out. And this works with real timing too, by the way, where it will prejudge them to be a lap down because the other car has not broken the next beam to catch up. So for a brief moment, it will freak out and show you that they're a lap down. That is not the case. As you see, they're 21 seconds behind, and that's roughly, I think, maybe the distance in the middle sector, I think, is about 20 seconds. So that's what's going on. One's passing one beam, one's passing the other. It thinks they're a lap down. They get to another beam that's a little longer. It sets itself correctly, and it typically, when they get to the start-finish straight, the start-finish line, it will reset itself every single time. It can be slightly misleading. Live timing, sector timing, which is what this is, can be deceptive in that way. And there's real racing too, real timing and scoring, that you got to watch out for that as well. What doesn't need any explanation is this millimeters gap between Hosseini and the 255 competition car and the 86 Mercedes Team MSI car. Nothing between them. How do we get it done? He's caught him. Catching him's one thing, passing's the other.
Yeah, paying homage there to the great late Murray Walker, what a legend he was. It's the end of a stint. The tyres aren't quite there to really make an overtake. So yeah, catching with the tyres in a better state, obviously there's more pace, but once you get to the latter stages, you're both struggling, and then it's just a bit of a lottery. If you try and make an overtake, ultimately you're probably going to make a mistake and cause some kind of incident. So staying behind now with 1 hour 52 minutes to go, the MSI team are going to back their ability. They've won 2 rounds already. There's no reason to panic right now. So the only thing that really is going to come between them and overtaking this car in front, realistically, based off of form, is if there's any rain that appears on the track. And that doesn't look like that's going to be the case. It's the sunniest it's been so far today. We've got Retro Hitch, who's watching from Norway. It's first time watching. Hello, welcome. Hopefully you're well. There's no Norwegians in this championship, I don't believe. But there's a rich Scandinavian heritage in sim racing. Lots of good Scandinavian drivers. I guess the best Norwegian driver would probably be Ola Steinbraten. He's a driver for Team Redline. He's very, very good indeed.
Yes, of course, wherever you're watching this evening, this morning, this afternoon, glad to have all of you with us, and we got a finish for you. And was that the 255 competition into the wall so slightly? The wing on that Aston, Luke, will hit the wall before the body does, and I wonder if that's what happened there.
Yeah, and if you get rid of the wing mirrors, then you can't see behind you, so you've got nothing to be worried about if you can't see them. So it's a win-win situation,
I like
really.
that logic, yeah.
It's a win-win situation. I'll tell you what, though, this is a run now for Tobias Pfeffer. He's close to that wall. Is there the opportunity to send one down the inside? Not quite close enough, I don't think, actually. But this is as close as they have been up into one, isn't it? And I just think right now, Pfeffer's just going to get to the pit stop phase. They know that the P1's gone. Unless there's some issues with P1, we've seen, of course, people disconnect. Like, at this level of sim racing, 21 seconds is too big to overturn in 2 hours, regardless of how good you are, how fast you are. So right now, if they thought they had a chance, I think they might be a bit more risky here, trying to get up to P2 and then drive off into the distance. But I think this is the maximum they're thinking of right now. P2, get that. If anything happens, then of course we'll take full advantage of Lamborghini if any issues do indeed happen. But right now, this is the maximum as they can get, and this is a build of a championship right now. You know, the 86 team are currently third. They've won the first 2 races, ladies and gentlemen. This will be an incredible, just finishing on the podium would be incredible for them anyway. They would actually extend their championship lead over Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports team, because they're nowhere to be seen. They're not even in the top 23. Mercedes AMG Williams Esport, who were third in the championship, they disconnected earlier on, so they're right down the back end of this. So right now, this is putting, I don't want to say one hand on the trophy halfway through the season, but this is a huge step towards becoming champions of this series. So right now, I think they're just looking at the clock going, yeah, we don't need to rush anything right now. And actually, they're going to come into the pits, get some fresh rubber onto the car. And now it's all about trying to manage the situation and maybe try and jump them with that early undercut. Although it does tend to favor an overcut because tire pressures are king, and it takes a couple of laps for the tire pressures to come up.
Scheduled pit stop that, completely normal and probably smart as well. They've caught him, wasn't able to do a whole lot with them once they got there. To come in and do their stop. Now they're well within their sort of tolerance to do one last stop at the end of the race. We've seen several other cars come in, some silver cars in currently as well. A few laps ago, they were starting the pit cycle in the middle of the field. They'll continue to do that. We don't expect the leaders in for a few more laps. They're probably going to go for a short stop at the end instead of a full stint with a full fuel load. It is sort of common to see drivers eking it out as long as humanly possible up at
they can
the sharp
change
end.
now, right? They're at a stage of the race now where it's once, you know, it will be, how many more stops will they have till the end? 2 stops, won't it be? It'll be, yeah, one around about now and then one a little bit later on. So they're in the perfect position now to react to anything that happens in front of them. If they've got like a train of backmarked cars, as we see a potential move then for P24. Luke Addison's never going to give any free space, that's for certain. But yeah, now they can react. If they get a train of lapped cars in front of them, they're just going to lose them a significant amount of time. They can go, do you know what, we're going to bring the car in, and then it'll be a little bit longer stop at the end, especially if you're one of the front cars, especially if you are the leader of this. You've got options now. You've done all the hard work. It's all now just about managing the race. The race can change very, very quickly in terms of who's around you. But yeah, you just got to make sure that you just don't make any mistakes. Don't do anything too silly. Just keep yourself out of harm's way. Although an early pit stop could put you into harm's way. Who knows? It's just, you know, if you've got someone in your ear letting you know exactly where you would likely to come out and whatnot. They all have engineers now, the top team. So they should be in a good spot. It's just now about managing all of the good work you've done and make sure you don't let that come undone. Another question: who's the biggest underdog in this series? Really, do you know what? We had the number 28 car that was in P2. They're in the silver class. They qualified P2, and they were P2 for the first hour and a half of this race before they disconnected. Now they're right at the back, and they were quick enough to run P2. They were like, I think they would be second right now if that wasn't the case. So they were the biggest underdogs. But in terms of anyone up the sharp end of the grid, is there any real underdogs? Probably not.
No.
Not this week, I don't think. There's a couple of big dogs that have ended up down the back end. Hosseini is now going to come out of the pits then. So pit stop has been done by the 255 competition team, and it is Abelarde, who was lightningly fast earlier on and actually closed the gap in the rain to the leaders by about 8 seconds. He gained 8 seconds on the lead team, maybe 6 or 7, 8, maybe 8 seconds during the wet phase. Now, how quickly is he able to get up to speed and get going at this stage of the race? You see how painfully slow he's going. They did indeed come out, they went into the pit, ahead of the car that we're seeing on the left-hand side of our screen. The gap was very, very minimal. Do they stay ahead? I tell you what, no, they've jumped them. The MSI team have jumped them. It's going to be so, so tight. They come almost to blows with each other, but the pressures of that Mercedes are going to be in such better nick than the Aston Martin, but it doesn't matter if you hold the inside line. Look at how close this is. MSI maybe have gained a couple of tenths. They're trying to make this work, and while if they can keep side by side coming in towards the left-hander of turn 5, they will indeed inherit this position, this P2. It's taken a long time for them to get that opportunity, but once they've been given it, they've absolutely grabbed it with both hands there. Brilliant racing from both of them, and I tell you what, it is not over yet. The Aston Martin, the 255 competition are coming back at them. It's a drag race down the back straight, trying to find a gap up the inside. A little bit of a fake there, sends it down the inside of the MSI car. They didn't make a mistake. The Aston's got it. the Aston stays ahead, and with 1 hour 45 minutes to go, there are still incredible action. The Mercedes again will be in better nick in terms of tyre pressures, but the Aston Martin has fought strong, and Abelardze holds on to P2, or a net P2.
I can't believe what I just saw. Abelardze scared Tobias Grunwald into going a little bit deep with that fake move that he did, and that was all it took to get Abelardze back in front. I don't know if Tobias Grunwald was looking in his mirrors too much, or maybe he just outbroke himself trying to use the advantage of the warmer tires and brakes, but one way or another, it all went the way of Abelardze. I did not think coming down the back straight that was ever going to happen, but Abelardze holds, and that will be more frustration for Grunwald, who has work to do. And I'm quite curious of something you mentioned. Abelardze was absolutely lightning fast earlier on. Could this be a tale of right driver, right time? Could we see the gap close down P1 to P2? It's not that right now. Several cars still yet to do their pit stop this cycle. Tanidze, Walshingham, Skamansky, and Ramone, all cars that have yet to do their penultimate stop of the day.
Yeah, and the only way right now, and it sounds obvious, the only way the Aston Martin team get P2 is by being ahead. There's no way they were going to be able to overtake later in the stint, I don't think. So they had to stay ahead at this stage of proceedings for there to be a chance, and they've absolutely done that. Maybe it's wishful thinking, but I hope we get a replay of them coming out of the pits all the way down in towards turn number 7, because that was just brilliant. The chat have just gone wild, by the way, and here we go. So we get the merge then. So there is the 255 competition. They've got that inside line, and you think at this point that MSI have got this done and dusted, but no, absolutely not. They pinched the 255 onto the apex, and then you think, well, yeah, the Aston's got this easy. MSI, with the better pressures in the tyres, are able to go a little bit faster around the outside line. And again, you think now the Aston's got the inside line, this should be pretty easily done. But no, it's not. There's still an overlap there for the MSI, the AMG machine. And then finally, there's a bit of daylight between the two cars. And
yeah,
the
it's
Aston
over, right?
makes a little bit of a mistake there, and you think, well, they're done. The team MSI are done. But then they just slide ever so slightly, just slightly offline, and this gives an opportunity. It's a fake move around the outside, and then, well, the 86 are trying to defend it, realize that actually they can't because there's an overlap. Then because they're looking backwards instead of forwards, they can't find their braking point, ever so slightly miss it, and Abelardze produces the best overtake of the day, maybe even of the championship. Delicious bit of driving, and now building a gap on the number 86. That, ladies and gentlemen, was brilliant.
Yeah, brilliant commentary, brilliant camera work, brilliant racing there. No real contact, no touchy there. Just good elbows out racing coming down to the end. And folks, that's not for P2 now, but it will be here in short order. That should be your P2 battle to the finish. But what a defense from Abelardze. He was out. The Mercedes twitched a couple of times, and Abelardze did not need any additional prompting, knew exactly where to put the car, knew exactly how far to drive it in there, and got the job done. Got past, repassed them, and now those tires are going to be up to temperature. He's got something to fight with now.
Yeah, Kalashnikov there trying to make a move on Scher. Scher holds firm. Kalashnikov clashes into the curbing there, sends him into the air, and unfortunately loses a load of time. Now they've got a BMW behind again. That's not full position. The chat has just gone absolutely bananas, by the way. Everybody's all excited in there. Like, Twitch is normally for negativity, but everyone loved that, which is always good to see. It's good to see us send. Oh boy, there's a big old stamp that's just been licked, and that has been sent first class. Kalashnikov with a really nice move, actually. It looks like it was going to be more of a both of them facing the wrong way kind of move, but turns out that he nailed his braking point, and Kalashnikov, well, take about. It's another great move. Back to the battle then for what is net P2. Remember, we've got Walsingham who leads this, Savini, who's now in second. Oh, Savini's pit now, so he's come out then, obviously, ahead. Szymanski and Ramone, they have yet to pit. So P1, 3, and 4, they have yet to come in. They will have to pit, but their pit stop at the end of this race will be a little bit shorter. So whether that makes a difference or not to how things work out remains to be seen. But all of a sudden, just one move has set this race on fire.
Yeah, that was brilliant. I felt like that was coming at some point, but I couldn't have called that side by side on pit out. And by the way, Grunwald not going anywhere for Team MSI. That Mercedes is still there and still within striking distance. I am curious, though, as this run goes on, will Abelardze find the pace they had earlier to drive away just a little bit? Does Tobias Grunwald have the grunt to stay with them. That's all to be determined here. They're not really losing each other currently, as more of the top runners are coming in. Cars that come in from now on, they're going to have a exceedingly short pit stop at the end of this race. They're going to be in and out. Daniel Savini for Automobili Lamborghini in and out of pit lane, no issues, no dramas there. And Daniel will take the last full stint of the race. Who knows if they'll leave him in the car for the actual final mini stint, because that will be what it turns out to be. But anyone coming in now, that's Walshingham, Savini, who just came in, you're going to have Shemansky's in as well. You're going to have a very short final stint. You can leapfrog cars doing that by virtue of having to take less fuel load, maybe leave the same tires on because it's a shorter stint. You're double stinting. It's a risky maneuver. You can do it if you think you can make it work. These teams, of course, will have practiced that. They will have known what the data says about double stinting tires, how far they can go with them. I think a stint and a half, reasonably, you can do that, and that's about what some of these cars have left.
Yeah, I just can't get over that move for what is net P2. I want to see it again. I don't know whether that's a possibility, whether the replays are saved, but I would love to see that once again, because to put that into context, that might be a move that gets a team P2. It's just a really well executed move, and we're saying it's a defensive move, but they're both side by side as they come out, so they're both attacking and defending at the same time. It was just perfect. It really was. The MSI team had almost called a perfect strategy call by coming in that lap earlier to try and get the jump, and it just didn't work out. Brilliant stuff from both of them, as we are now on board with our race leader. So Walsingham is yet to come in. They will be coming in very, very shortly, but the battle is absolutely still on. They had a backmarked car there to deal with. That's actually the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team up ahead of them, the HP Esports team. There we go. Yeah, they're a little bit further up the road. The Aston Martin then moving right to, I guess, try and break the toe from the MSI team, running down the start-finish straight. And it is basically exactly the same as what it was before the pit stop phase. The AMG does look like it might be a little bit faster, but you've got to be maybe half a second, 6/10 of a second faster on a lap time, specifically through one corner, to make an overtake. It's very difficult to do so around here, as we see then the Renwelton Esports car down to P9 with Peachman at the wheel, in behind Castorina. So this is a battle for position. It's a battle for 8 spot. If you are new to this, guys, if you look at the number of their car, if they've got a white background to that number, that means they're in the Pro Series. If they've got a silver background, that means they are in the Silver Series. So right now, Marchi is in the lead of the Silver Series. Once pit stop phase is done, that might change, but Marchi is the lead car of the Silver Series. They're not in the same race as the pros, so they can't take points away from each other. So right now, if Lay was to battle with Tauscher, for instance, if Lay got ahead, it would make a difference to the points Tauscher got. This might make a difference, though, as we head down towards turn number 1, underneath the rear wing of that Coach Dave Academy car, the Renwelton Ferrari. Not quite close enough to make anything really work there, and actually the car directly in front of them, the McLaren, is helping the Coach Dave Academy Ferrari with that extra toe down the start-finish straight. This battle may have just begun, but it certainly is not over.
Seeing a lot of smart driving at this stage. Earlier on, it was a lot of all take, no give, a lot of argy-bargy, elbows out racing, and we're still seeing that, but now it's a little bit more respectful for whatever reason. I think a lot of that's down to how many cars have been given a final warning for conduct out there today. It's a track that to pass on, it's quite difficult. You can end up making completely incidental contact, and it's not going to matter to race control. The fact is that you made contact when you should have avoided it. So a lot of people have found themselves drawing the ire and the gaze of the race control box here today. And I think some of what you're seeing is a more controlled measure here late in the race, because so many passes that we've seen recently have been done in a very clean manner. They seem to have been a bit more calculated. Riding on board, the front splitter of Tim Peachman for Renwelton, right up the back of the Coach Dave Ferrari. Ferrari on Ferrari, while these cars in front of them are on different laps. You may see some of the marshals waving blue flags for all of the vehicles immediately in front. There's one on the left, catch it there. And that may impede Castorino and Coach Dave, because they're going to catch them first. Could we see Peachman use that to their advantage, peek out and get something done? No. The lapped car moving down to the inside, very sportsmanlike, allowing the other 2 cars to get through. One down, about 5 more to go.
Yeah, they got caught out there. The 995 didn't realise there was 2 cars right behind them. I don't think, because they actually impeded the Renault car on the apex. I don't think it was intentional by any stretch of the imagination, but they yeah, they definitely got caught out with how close these two Ferraris were with each other. But they're out of the way. That's one car dealt with. The silver car then of Marchi, that I was mentioning earlier, the 104. They are now into second position in the silver. So Debon leads the way in the McLaren in the 223. So right now the top 7 cars in the Pro Series, in the race are the Pro cars. And the lead silver car is Debon's, who is currently in 8th position overall. But this battle between Ren Welton and the Coach Dave Academy car very much warming up here, and there's still 3 back markers to contend with. So yeah, if you're Castorina, you're a bit like, can you please get out of the way, let me deal with this on my own? And the Renwell cars are like, cause havoc please gents, cause havoc, because that means it gives me a chance to make up a position. Well, looks like Jesse might have accidentally muted himself there, ladies and gentlemen, but we're still on board then with P7, who's trying to make the move up on Castorina. He actually did send me a message. He'll be back in a minute, guys. My bad. I didn't read that, so I should probably read messages more. But yeah, the 3 backmark cars in front are now just going to cause all sorts of issues for Castorina, but there's a couple of them actually battling for position. Sorry about that, Jesse. I threw to you, and then I realised you sent me a message. I can only apologise.
Oh dear.
That's fully on me. Fully on me, mate. It's, to be fair, it is 10:30 at night for me, but I'm not going to complain about it because we have Steve in the background who's been here the whole time. So there's no way I'm going to get myself in trouble with Steve. He's been an absolute warrior today.
Do you know the worst part is, Luke? We like talking. He has to listen to us. He doesn't want to necessarily do that.
I never thought of that.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't mind talking to Luke Crane. It's an absolute privilege. He probably doesn't particularly appreciate having to listen to us for 9 hours.
No, he's never ever responded to one of my phone calls, ever. So the fact that he's forced to listen to me is like payback for that.
We're airing it out here live here at the 8 Hours of Indianapolis. Final hour and 33 minutes left of the race. We don't expect the weather to play a factor here to the checkered flag. Our chief meteorologist in the background has said that we thought that one shower that we got would be just about it, and certainly is. Luke actually pointed out quite rightly a little bit ago, you can actually see a little bit more sun hanging in the sky, but it is starting to hang ever so slightly lower. We won't race into darkness tonight. We will end this race in the daylight. Still, Abeladze, Grunwald, still P2 and P3. This battle still raging behind them. Castorino and Piechman fighting over 6th place. And a new incident between cars 711 and the 789 on lap 228. 5-second time penalty to car 789 for aggressive driving. It's our first real penalty in a little while.
Yeah, imagine that, like, if you just get penalties for driving on the motorway aggressive. It's even 5-second penalties, you don't get home from work. You get home a little bit later. Like, maybe you get given a couple of minutes if you get any beef on the motorway. I don't know why my brain's just gone to that tangent there. I will say one thing. I've never been so hurt, but also agree ever in my life. I've just been called an average commentator by Stephen. It hurts me, but he's so right. Thanks, mate. He's having a great time back there.
Is that what he, oh my goodness. You know what?
It hurts, but he's not wrong.
I completely disagree with that statement. Anyway, Savini out in front of the field where that Lamborghini has been just about all day today, excluding the pit cycle. Of course, Abeladze P2, Grunwald in 3rd. That battle's cooled off ever so slightly. Don't know if that's because Abeladze has found the groove or if Grunwald has just had a bad corner or two. A little bit of a send up in front of this group. And that's not what Piechman wants to see. Well, actually, that's probably what Piechman wants to see. It's not what Castorino wants to see. They're going to be side by side here. A couple of cars racing each other directly in front of them on a completely different lap, it seems. The lead lap cars trying to make their way through. They're still single file. Coach Dave still in front with Castorino. Piechman has an opportunity. He's going to bump draft down the pit straight. A very dangerous proposal there, but they're going to get away with it. They part ways. The battle behind them resumes. Oh my goodness, that could have been scary, and it still might, but they just about get away with it by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, the 2 BMWs behind there also getting involved, and they both ended up facing the wrong way. That was never ideal. Ironically, the two cars that were fighting aren't fighting each other in the same championship, so there was no need for that. And you've just got Peachman and Castorino sat in the car going, please don't do this. No need. Why? Why are you doing this to us? It's not fair, really, is it? Castorino tried to make it 3 wide at one point there. Christ, the Aston just brakes on the exit of the corner. And wow, basically, if you saw this little altercation a minute ago to seeing it now, you'd be like, oh yeah, all those black cars, they just got out of the way. Yeah, they just got out of the way for them, no problem. Yeah, you just missed 60 seconds of just ridiculousness. But anyway, they're through. They're fine. Their heart rate is going to have increased, and there might be a little bit of pee in the seat, but they're through. It's fine.
Castorino would not have appreciated that bump draft. That was a legitimate bump draft here at Indianapolis down the pit straight.
That's
and
illegal,
Peachman,
by the way, so you can't do that.
Peachman, hey, it's not illegal, but Castorino did not like that because he would have felt that at least a little bit, that bump, and even if he didn't, he would have noticed it, and it's not something you really want to get in the habit of doing, but Peachman was just letting him know, like, look, front straight's clogged. I have no choice. I'm going to go into the back of you a little bit. Maybe it'll help us both get by these two cars, because neither the Coach Dave or the Renwelton car was in an advantageous position right there. That looks scary. Could have been a lot worse, though.
And no, it is actually banned from the series.
Is it?
Yes, you cannot do that in this series. Lots of but penalties have been given for bump drafting, so that is something.
Do you think if we forget that it happened, it won't?
Oh, look at this! Here we go. So we're about to see it happening here. We've got the Aston Martin and the BMW that have both decided, you know what, this is a nice time to go side by side and have the bearing in mind that they're both in different classes of car. Castorino then is in a little bit of trouble because you've got the Renwelton car of Peachman trying to also make a move, and then all of a sudden it sort of figures itself out. The two cars on the left-hand side are lap vehicles. And then you've got the two Ferraris, and there's a little kiss. Oh, lovely old job. Yeah, we're good. We move on. Then the Renwelton car tries to find a little gap to work with as well. And then they're just praying that the Aston also gets out of the way. And then all of a sudden, a third car gets involved from a lap down, another BMW. But ultimately, it kind of figured itself out of 7. The Aston Martin pulled over, may have been a little bit slow on the exit. And the two Ferraris do indeed come through. But honestly, it's just like the last half an hour, everybody's decided, you know what, we're going to just go out there and be crazy for a bit. And I'm all for it.
Racing's a little bit like an accordion. It sort of expands, but it comes back together all in the end, and that's sort of what races do. You find yourself by yourself for many hours at a time, and then all of a sudden you have a job to do because somebody's either caught you or you've caught somebody else. You always seems to balance themselves out here at SRO Esports for some reason, and that's exactly what's going on inside the top 10 right now. I will say, for both the Coach Dave team and the Renwelton team, both those Ferraris, there were some nervous drivers and team members with hands on their heads for that portion of that last lap. They were praying to whatever deity they felt necessary at that time. That was about as scary as it is, because you don't know what the mentality of the other drivers are, and you're afraid to make a mistake like that. But again, it's crazy. It's almost like a tornado how chaotic that got. And then just as much as it was chaotic, it just calmed down. Everything went back to normal. They're chasing each other again. But that just goes to show you how quickly things can change. And unfortunately for Peachman, just unable to make a move there, even with all that going on.
Yeah, legally, the Coach Dave team have to pray to David Perel. That's their god.
That's the best deity.
That's part of their contract, that he is their god. So, yeah, I'm sure he's sat somewhere chilling, having a beer, watching this, and probably would have had a little bit of 50p, 5p time there with what has going down, but it seems to have sorted itself out. Renwelton, if there's a team you want to race side by side with, it's Renwelton. They've got a very, very good reputation in the community for close, hard racing, and they will give as good as they get, but yeah, they will very rarely go beyond the limit, let's say. We're on board now with Igor Rodriguez, 35th, one of the best sim racers in the ACC. Simple as that is Igor Rodriguez. It's so unfortunate for the Williams Esports team that they've ended up with a disconnect and down in P35. Once you get disconnected, you're a couple of laps down, and it's very, very, it's almost impossible really to do anything from that position. And basically every car that you come up against, like right now, they are a lap down on the car ahead of them. This is four position. So this is one battle that is four position, a couple of tenths between the two of them. But most battles, you're a lap down, so they're not obliged to get out of the way. They don't have any blue flags or anything like that. You're just trying to get a lap back on them. So it's a really, really tough situation to be in. And do you know what? Fair play that they've stuck around and they've kept going here. Same with the car number 28, Matasia, who is behind them. They've both been battling through together, effectively. They're a little bit further apart now. What is the gap between Rodriguez and Matasia, just out of interest? I don't know. Oh, Jesse, you know I got you to write some stuff down earlier. Can we go through that?
Yeah, so you wanted the gaps in the intervals between a couple of different cars. Unfortunately, they're too far up the grid currently. Do you see them?
We will see them. We'll head up there in a minute. But once we get up there, we'll go through what I said. Just so basically, we're talking about whether it's worth pushing for positions early in the race or whether it's worth the work together. And you know, I said ultimately you've got to push early on because the difference between a couple of positions could be massive time, and the gaps between certain positions were very, very short earlier, and you'll see that the gaps now will be very, very long, and that's the difference between, you know, one overtake could be the difference between 20 seconds later on in the race. We'll find that out in a minute. Rodriguez not able to make any real inroads here on Pisoni. Pisoni doing a very, very good job as it stands, and is holding very firm indeed as we head around the final few corners of this Indianapolis circuit.
All these teams are great in their own right, but if you ask the 204 before they got in the race today, would Absolute ResTech by Acelith be legitimately racing Williams for a position here today, they would have probably said not really, and they certainly wouldn't have believed it would have been for 34th.
No. Today's not been a good day for Williams Esports. They will be a little bit unhappy with how things have gone, but that is sim racing, unfortunately. That's the nature of the beast. Some back markers to deal with then for our race leader, Daniel Savini, currently out there on lap 241. Right, the gaps then. What did I tell you to write down, Jesse?
It was the first two were a couple of seconds apart, and that was about 7 or so seconds for the next gap. Unfortunately, I can't read some of my chicken scratch.
Yeah, so sorry, what position? Okay, so it was 3rd and 4th, I think I told you to write down.
I believe it was. It was 3rd and 4th, and I think it was 6th and 7th, and it was 11th and 12th or something like that.
Right, so yeah, between 3rd and 4th, the gap is massive right now. So the gap is there's still no timing gap actually. I think there might even be further than a sector apart. No, 21.9 seconds. The gap between 6th and 7th was only 1 second, and I think it was at 10th and 11th. The gap between them is 9.2. So let's just take the P3 and P4 as an example. If you don't, you know, if you have an opportunity to make a move that's maybe just beyond the limit, but if you make it stick later in the race, you know, you would have gained so much more time by not being behind them, and ultimately, you know, the gap is now 20 seconds. So sometimes you've got to push at the start of the race, you know, for something that you can't quite see. You can't quite see the time you're going to lose, right? You can never sort of see or estimate the time you're going to lose. So you have to take the chance and the fact of making a bit of a risky overtake early in the race to then maximize your position at the end. That was what my point basically of getting you to write it down earlier on when you mentioned about what my thoughts are on pushing or maybe working with someone.
Well, it's a very good point. It's actually an even better point when you consider that none of the cars in question are the same cars from that grouping that we were discussing at the time. We were not discussing the 255 and the 86. We were discussing the 51 and the 28. Yeah, at the time. So if you consider that, obviously that has completely changed. Both those cars have had connection issues. But
obviously there's loads of variables to it, right, Jesse? There's lots of variables to it. But
well, no, it's even more massive than it seems, is my point.
Yeah, the premise I'm trying to get at is around a circuit like this where it's very difficult to make an overtake, you can get stuck in a position early in the race that ultimately by the end costs you 40 seconds, and it's got nothing to do with your racing ability or your pace. So that's kind of what I was
it's
trying
better
to
take than
yes,
give, I suppose.
And that's why you see a lot of incidents, especially in sim racing, as I've been mentioning over the last few weeks in this series. Sim racing, the top tier of sim racer, let's say the top 1% of sim racing is exponentially more in terms of talent pool, how many people are in that 1% than in the real world of motorsport. The gap between, let's say, P1 on ACC and P100 is so small compared to what would be P1 and P100 in the GT World Challenge. Like like so crazily small of a difference between the 100 in sim racing, because these drivers can go out there and do 1,000 laps in a week. They can just go and pick. They could be at Bathurst right now, and then they can go on board of that. Oh, I'm going to now head to Kota. You know, they can just go, and I'm going to do 50 laps at Kota. Whereas with real racing, they get a practice session. They can only do it on the race weekend, or you know, the off chance that they can go to a different race circuit throughout the year. It's so expensive, but you can't just load up and race a real car. So in sim racing terms, if you get caught behind a driver that's a couple of tenths slower, you can't overtake them. It's almost impossible to make that overtake, and then you're going to lose all of that time.
No, it's super valid. I mean, you talk about the margin of error to even qualify for this series is negligible. There's nothing in it.
No, it's you know, it doesn't matter whether you are car number 1 or car number 45 on this grid. If you make it onto this grid, you are a top tier sim racer, right? You are
100%,
in the conversation.
yep.
And you know, a lot of the slower teams are young, up and coming drivers who are maybe not that consistent, but the talent on show in this grid. But to be the top, like the difference between being the top in the real world and is maybe, I don't know, half a second hypothetically, but in sim racing it's maybe a tenth. If you could do a tenth of a second faster than everybody for 30 laps, you know what I mean? That's 3 seconds in a stint, which is a huge margin. But just the margins in sim racing is so much smaller.
Yeah, the margin of error is tinier because you have all that practice like you talked about. The pace difference is so negligible that if you were to make a tiny mistake, we've seen that throughout this championship. We've seen that in today's race. Missing the apex here, we talked about that very early on. It's a flat track. You cannot miss the apex by millimeters because it completely changes your trajectory, how you exit the corner, how much throttle you can use, where your braking points are down straights, because that changes based on how fast you're going. All this stuff changes, and if you're not doing the optimum every single time, robot-like consistency, you are going to fall victim to somebody who is, because there are cars that are going to do that. There are drivers that are going to be doing that every single lap like a robot. That's what is required. It is so much more competitive than most people will ever truly understand. It looks similar to the real world, except that there is no margin of victory. There's no margin of error, and
no
almost always no
either,
margin of victory either. But
a small risk of injury in terms of maybe hands and whatnot, but like in terms of running into a barrier and you know you're walking away every time. And obviously, when it comes to real world motorsport, there's a huge risk of your health every single time you step foot into a car. So there's also that. That's why it's basically a sprint every single lap. Every single hour is a sprint hour, opposed to management. Management's not the same in sim racing as it is in motorsport. And I love the comparisons between. I'm going on a bit of a rant here. I love the comparisons with sim racing and real world motorsport. Of course, you can transition the skill set. It's the only esport where you can transition the skill set from virtual to real. But
true.
I don't think the differeces are spoken about enough. It is a completely different way of motorsport, in my opinion. There's so many similarities, but there are also so many differences. We also had a raider, by the way, so thanks to the raider. I'm not too sure exactly who they are. Fujikoj, thank you very much for your raid. Welcome. Welcome.
Getting completely side by side here. Sean Arnold trying to make the pass on Kalashnikov, unable to quite get it done. Now is going to double back on him down the inside, down the back straight. Are they going to lean on each other? No, they're not. That Mustang isn't necessarily in play here. They're on a different lap, getting as close as you like. Kalashnikov and Arnold racing for the spot over the curb is the 138 Aston, but they're still side by side. Two British manufacturers here, and they do make contact coming through the S's this time. Sean Arnold, though, is going to get out in front and take that spot for Veloce Vex, that 39 McLaren, going back up into 12th place.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there. I thought there might be a little bit of a nibble back there from Kalashnikov. It didn't quite work out. And Sean Arnold there, that's brilliant from him. It's just pinching onto the apex. It's a textbook maneuver. Getting an overlap, getting a bit of overspeed, braking a little bit later on the outside, making sure you pinch them onto the apex so they can't get the power down earlier than you. And ultimately just keeping that momentum through the S's there. That's really nicely done. Kalashnikov tried to bite back, but it was just so perfectly executed there from Sean. And Julie deserves that position. That is vintage Sean Arnold.
Yep, no love lost there. No disrespect intended by either driver. It's coming down to it. The final hour and 16 minutes left to go. There's no time to wait around. You get an opportunity, you're going to take it, and they handled that very well amongst themselves. Kalashnikov didn't really lean on him too much. I thought there may be a little bit of that coming down the back straight. That didn't really happen as much. They came together in the corner, but that's what's going to happen in a tight corner with two different lines converging. But no ill intent, no malice in any of that. And Kalashnikov giving up that spot and probably doesn't really mind that too much. Enjoyed the battle for the moment, and you kind of do. Late in a race like this, you kind of know where you are on the racetrack, who you're racing against, and if you're not in any threat, maybe you race them a little bit. Doesn't matter if they're in your class or not. Got a little battle out of it, and everything ends well, and they keep going. That's the most important thing. Behind that little bit, Sasha Wassner in the JP Motorsport 71. They've been behind Orzov for a little while now. This is another interclass battle. 789 Audi has a 5-second penalty, but they will be very much ignoring that for this fight. They will not give over, and they do not have to.
No, you're not wrong. Just to sort of step on Sean Arnold there, a little bit of touch on him. He's actually a world-class Forza driver. That's where he comes from back in the day. He's never really quite had that that world performance yet on ACC. It's just, you know, the fact that he's been able to compete at the top level on one sim. I say simulation of racing. That's how I see racing games. Yeah, the fact that he's been able to be a top tier world level on one game to then come over to ACC and compete, you know, amongst some of the very best in the world is admirable to start things off. But yeah, he's just that one big competition away, I think, from becoming one of the very best all-timers, like a Hall of Fame kind of driver. And that may sound silly to people who are maybe a little bit newer to sim racing, but Sean's been around a very, very long time. That guy has been impressive. He's very, very good on project cars as well, like extremely good on project cars. So it's just very rare to see drivers competing across different platforms. It was when I first got involved in sim racing many, many years ago, it was, you know, the same sort of 10, 15 drivers were on all of them. That was just the best drivers. It was very much like that. But nowadays it's very difficult to be able to transition that across multiple different games. So yeah, Sean Arnold is definitely someone, if you've not ever sort of looked up the history of some of these drivers, Sean Arnold's story is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's certainly way more specialized than it's ever been. As looks like Abeladze working some of the lap traffic, but used to be. You're absolutely right. I mean, you would have drivers that would race the same thing, and they competed against each other in all sorts of different disciplines, let alone different sims. Now, you sort of specialize. If you're a Formula driver, you're not probably as focused on tin top racing, and that goes both ways. But there are those special drivers like Sean that, for whatever reason, they can transcend. It doesn't matter. They get it. They understand. They can adapt to physics and quirks of simulations, and they can wrap their heads around it and be a top-level performer in anything. And I truly believe Sean picks up a different sim tomorrow. I think that they could be elite in that. There's just something special about drivers like that. Not everybody can, but there are those that do, and that's just what makes them special. Incident between cars 39 and 138 on lap 236. 5-second penalty for car 138 for blocking.
Oh, they must have had a final warning then, because they got a drive-through penalty. And then, well, as I say it, collecting 3 license points penalties within one race. Well, that's Sean Arnold in the McLaren, so they're going to have a drive-through penalty. Man. If that's been maybe added onto the 138 by accident, by the looks of things, because they've got a drive-through and Sean Arnold doesn't, unless that's a mistake. But yeah, not ideal. Drive-through at this stage of the race is an absolute killer. You've raced for 7 hours and then you've got yourself a drive-through. Another driver, by the way, who's kind of an all-rounder is David Tilitzer, 2-time Formula 1 Esports world champion, and currently in the leading team. We're on board with Daniel Savini, but David Tilitzer was the guy that got pole position for this team and led the team out here at Indianapolis today. So that's another one across. And then something that's completely out of the box is a world champion on Guitar Hero, George Boothby. So he's not only a world champion, but on a completely different type of game, which is pretty impressive. And there's many drivers who, on this grid specifically, who've been able to transition across multiple different platforms. But yeah, we're just seeing a nice bit of work there from Savini. Savini will not like the look of all of these backmarked traffic here. 1 hour, 11 minutes left to go on the clock, and at this point, you just want to be left alone.
Yeah. Yep. Well, this entire team wanted to be left alone after they got away on the start, and they were chased down by a Mustang for a while. They weathered that storm. They weathered a literal storm, and you're absolutely right. That's all they really want is just get to the checkered flag, make sure you've got a huge gap here. Don't do anything silly. Keep in mind the 63 Lamborghini is on a final warning for behavior, and they've been flashing other cars, etc., and so forth, and they've accrued those throughout the day, so they don't want to do anything that's going to draw the ire. They're not far enough out in front that a trip down pit lane would not take the lead away from them. An extra trip down pit lane, I should say, will give Abeladze the lead of this race still. It's only 23 seconds the gap. The pit lane, a drive-through, is more than that here. So something to consider. So exactly what Luke Crane's saying. Just see the checkered flag. A nice, calm drive here right before sunset in Indianapolis.
Yeah, it looks like Chinotti has made the move there on Wasner. So Wasner now behind. So an Aston Martin making moves during dry conditions. Who'd have thought we'd see that today? They were incredible during the wet, but during the dry, they're never normally really that fighty. But yeah, move being made there. That is a P19, and that is actually a position in the silver race as well. So DeBon's leads. That is for what, 9th? That's 9th and 10th position, swapping positions there for Wasner, losing a spot. The nearest car for them behind them is Luke Addison in the BMW, currently in P22. So I don't think they've got anything to be worried about there, with just over an hour left to go on the clock. But moves still being made. 7 hours into this race, and yeah, people are still moving up the grid order. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, you love to see close racing late. A lot of times you see in other series, stuff may get strung out, but we just never really have that problem here. It just sort of condenses back together. All the strategies reconverge. You can make, and this is why I made a big deal about this in hour one, you can make a strategic call in hour one that puts you on a relative island for an entire race. But when all those sort of strategic points converge again, at the end, you find yourself back in a massive battle. You may have been walking on easy street this entire race. I mean, I don't think anyone's really done that. They've been racing themselves to bits, but you come back together at the end, and you're all of a sudden you get an hour and a half, like we have here, of intense racing. Incident between the 138 and the 39. It was a 5-second penalty to car 39 for causing a collision. So there were multiple penalties between those two cars.
Yeah, they've had a bit of fun, a bit of spitch swapping between the two teams, as I like to call it, and they've received some reprimands for it as well. So not ideal in the slightest. But that is the jungle.
I think that means something different in America, by the way.
What? That means kissing.
Yeah, all right, fair enough.
Yeah, I didn't mean anything. Okay, yeah, well, I don't know where your
I didn't know. What are you doing after
mate?
this? You want to go get a drink?
Yeah, copy. Calm down. No drama.
Hour 7 minutes left. 5 p.m. in sim time. 5 p.m. Oh, in real life, and that was super close. And you don't want to see that.
Oh, we might nearly see a baby BMW being conceived. We're not going to. No, they're good. They're getting through there nicely. There's 3 of them now. That'll be a tough stretch to find either mum and dad, or there's 3 of them fighting, but they're all good. Nils Najoks, I think, is now coming through as well. Is that for position? No, it's not. No, not for position. Yeah, 3 of them going at it. Interesting stuff.
I thought for a second, though, that one of those BMWs was going to go into the back of the other one, and I did not think Daniel Savini was far enough ahead to not get collateraled and all that. We have seen that in the past here in the GT World Challenge America Esports Series a year ago. And it's not pretty when that occurs. You sort of Constantina effect, you stack, and it is really, because you're going almost at not, you're going, what, 30, 40 miles an hour at the apex. That's a very slow corner, and I was super afraid that we were going to see something completely untoward happen there, but no harm, no foul. Everybody kept it together, and as far as I could tell, no real contact, to say the least. Blue flags in full display as Nils Najoks laps some cars. He's back in 9th place, 1 lap down to the overall leader who was just in front of them. Alvin Wong, the Drive Just Boys 996. We saw them early on, seeing them here again, still in the wars. Bastilia in front of them in the 96. These two are going at it for position, and the other two BMWs in front, of course, one of them's Nils, but the one red and black liveried car not for position, but maybe the cork in the bottle that helps Wong get this spot.
Yeah, fair play. Right, I'm off now. I'm going to leave it to Mike and Jesse for the final hour. It's been an absolute pleasure working with both of you. You've absolutely smashed it, but I do want one thing from people watching at home. If you are especially one of the team members, a driver, or one of the managers, and you're in the SRO Discord, I want you to tag Steve proudly and say good job, or call him a legend or anything, because he is genuinely the only one who hasn't had a break. He's been here for the whole broadcast, and without him, wouldn't have a broadcast. It is as simple as that. But Jesse, Mike, keep smashing it. I'll speak to you on the next one.
Thank you so much, Luke, and absolutely thank you so much to Steve and Jesse. My goodness, I've been keeping an eye on this past hour. If this next hour has anything to add up to, we've got a lot ahead of us.
Well, we have fireworks this time of year in America, and those are normally in the sky. We're probably going to see some here on the racetrack before the evening is over. And we've already seen that throughout the entire day, but there's still some left to shoot off, that's for sure, as we approach the final moments of this 8-hour race. And one of those fights is right here. Bastilia and Wong fighting over that spot. Batistella has not been able to put that car in front of the BMW. In fact, it's fallen off the back of them a little bit, back into the clutches of Alvin Wong.
Yeah, certainly has a little bit, and going to be feeling the pressure, maybe sweating it a little bit as this three-way fight continues on for the next few laps. These are going to be crucial points-paying positions, and we mentioned it earlier that, yes, these aren't going to be the most points paid for these drivers, but every point matters in a championship, and sometimes it can come down to one. Hopefully, these drivers do end up making it. We're going to be seeing a bump of the wall from the BMW, a little bit veering too far left. We will be getting into that first chicane. No overtakes happening here, but Jesse, why don't you take us through some of these highlights that we've seen here from the past?
Let's flash you all the way back to the start of the race. Nearly 7 hours ago, it was a clean start for Automobili Lamborghini. Don't worry about the drive-thrus on the timing board. Those would all be erased. The 30-second penalty would not be so lucky. About 5 wide going into turn number 1, always a recipe for disaster. Look at the green number 6 Lamborghini in front. They're going to be nearly turned around. That starts an accordion effect. Everybody into the back of the car in front, still 4 and 5 wide off of turn number 2. They would eventually settle it out. Many penalties would later ensue. Very dicey racing here between the Mustangs, as the 104 able to take the 256 after a couple of failed attempts, is able to get it done and make it stick. Turn 1 is a hotbed to get your passes done. Doesn't matter what manufacturer you're in. Using a car as a pick, you bet we are. Veloce going up the inside. Have they got him done? No, the 44 back out in front. The Acetec car holds for the time being. What about a run down the straight? The 6, almost a sitting duck for the Mercedes. That might as well be a crosshair for this Mercedes. Here he goes down the inside, and he's going to break up quite nicely. And there you have it, the Williams Academy car able to get it done. The move, signed, sealed, and delivered. Not quite as a popular spot, and you may see why. Very difficult to get it right. The Ferrari off of the racetrack, yet another spot for Williams in the 777, counted for the Academy team. Slippery when wet reigns in the middle portion of the race. Some drivers dealing with that better than others. Grip at an absolute premium here, and contact invited into a lot of these corners. Slip sliding over the curbs. One of the NSXs going over and into the number 20. We saw that live when it happened, and a very unfortunate incident there that sent the 20 around. That was inter-category wreck there, and more contact here between a couple of these cars as the Williams Academy team ends up losing a spot or two. Here was a highlight of more recent times. Dry weather, the race for P2 off of pit lane, the 255 competition Aston Martin and the Team MSI Mercedes side by side. You would expect MSI to get the better of them here, but that's not what happens. Or is it? Around the outside, Team MSI is going to prevail up here in turn 6 and 7, but at what cost? Look what happens after Team MSI clears. They're going to go wide. He gets sold a dummy up the inside. 255 competition, Aston right back on him. But prevailing with horsepower ever so slightly is the Mercedes. But is it over? No, it isn't. Tricked into going wide down the inside. The 255 prevails in the end. A couple of passes, and that on cold tires, folks. And somewhat just recently, here's the Ren Welton and the Coach Dave car getting used up by a couple of cars racing each other in front that are in two different classes, using each other up a little bit. This isn't the end of the contact. Ren Welton with nowhere to go as we hit the pit straight. It's going to go straight into the back of the Coach Dave car. We've been told since then, you're not allowed to do this anymore. A year ago you were, but let's all do the bump a little bit and into the back of him ever so slightly, but they would continue on. No harm, no foul. They were able to clear all the lap traffic and continue racing. That only a snippet of the racing action that we've had for you today.
7 hours elapsed, 1 hour and 2 seconds left till this race comes to its conclusion. And incidents now getting racked up again. Incident between 258 and number 77. 5 seconds being handed the way of 77, and a drive-through to boot because they exceeded 3 penalty points on their license within one race. Absolutely devastating there for the 77. But I don't, in terms of positions, they weren't quite looking too high up anyways. As it stands, they are running currently. Where are they? Number 77 is, I guess, running in 20th. So yeah, that will definitely put a decent hurt to their points running. Steinbrenner currently in the machine for the Aston Martin, which showed great promise during the wet. And this Aston Martin in particular here, we saw that battling briefly between these two cars, and it seems that it is back and probably better than ever. The AMG, the MSI car, our previous race winner, not just one race winner, both race winners in this season, looking for redemption, and has 1 hour to claim not just one position, potentially two, but there's a 23.8 second gap after he dispatches this Aston Martin, if he even can.
Here's the thing, they've been like this for the past couple of hours, but I don't think Tobias Grunwald is too fussed with getting by him right now, because there seems somewhat evenly matched. To be completely honest with you, I'd probably give the edge to Team MSI ever so slightly, but 255 competition is not hanging around. They're running decent enough laps. It's just that it's risk versus reward. If you want to make a pass here, Tobias knows that it's got to be definitive. Abeladze has used advantage before in this race to get back into position. It happened to him, right? We just saw the highlight of exactly that. Knows there's crafty drivers over there in the 255 camp. He's got to make a definitive move and might be waiting for the last possible moment. But I want to talk about Team MSI. For the second round in a row, they were running ninth. We didn't really count them out, but we knew it was a long road back to the front. But for the second race in a row, they found the podium somehow. All of their competitors have fallen off the road at some point. They're going to have a massive championship gap. P2 is going to be Automobili Lamborghini now in the championship if the results holds. This has really upset the balance of this championship.
Yeah, this has been a massive mover and shaker of a race right now, and we're going to be trying to see if the Aston Martin can shake the AMG or if the AMG is going to get by. It seems no, not this time around. Just a defensive line being taken for the Aston. A late look from the AMG, though everybody involved there knew that was just only a look. A lot of curb usage. It's the AMG. That thing's got a suspension and a half. It can take it. The Aston Martin also no slouch to curbs, but definitely going to upset it a little bit. Doesn't want to make a habit of that line. Will run him wide potentially and use more tires, but through it now. Going to be continuing this fight on for, again, I'd presume the next 56 minutes if they don't get by soon.
Yeah, as the time ticks away and your opportunities become way more limited, you start to get more aggressive. And don't think that Tobias Grunwald's hanging around. That's not what I'm implying. That's not what I'm saying is happening. I'm just saying that Grunwald's being incredibly calculated about this, realizes that the race is in their hands. By the way, we still got a pit stop left to give for the majority of teams. A couple have already come in. I think I saw a couple of cars outside the top 20 already in the pit lane, and that would have been the last stop for them. Some of the leaders, starting with Savini, they are going to have very quick final stops. There's a couple of cars up there that are going to have even quicker stops still. That's of little consequence to the 63 Lamborghini. Their biggest worry right now is getting another warning or anything that would get them an actual penalty, because all the good work they've done all day can still be erased by getting one singular penalty. They're not that far ahead. They're not a lap ahead, as we explained earlier. There they are. They're 23.7 seconds. That is less than the length of pit lane. You've got to mind your P's and Q's here still late.
Certainly do, and that could definitely come down to it, but we've seen such perfect driving from the Lamborghini so far. Well, I guess I say that. They wouldn't have had a warning if that was the case. But this battle will rage on for the time being. Still see a lot of penalties getting handed out throughout the field as well. It hasn't been the cleanest race, though I gotta say, just looking at the silver category, I'd say that's been very clean within their race, and currently really making the white plates, giving them a run for their money.
Yeah, shout out to Genesis Esports. They had sparks of brilliance, haven't they, this season? Obviously, they got nothing at Spa. Rather, unfortunately, a frustrating round for them, but they are showing that they can hang with them, and they've had the lead for the majority of the time, and they haven't really let that go. The 17, a fantastic competitor as well, and they're going to end up getting a boatload of points themselves, and they'll be just fine with that. If they're going to finish P2 here today, they won't be upset about that. Of course, the 104 right behind them, though. But BF Racing Esports is showing that they're here to win this championship, and more importantly, they can win this championship. It's often, Mike, not about the days where you win. It's about what you do when you don't win that defines a championship, I find.
100%. If you don't have the mindset to keep it out to the very end and continue through trials and tribulations, because you're not going to win every race. There isn't a single driver on this planet that's won every race. And when you're able to stick through and push through the adversity, that's really what makes the difference between these professional drivers and non-professional drivers. And also, I just wanted to mention briefly earlier when you guys were talking about just the sheer amount of effort these guys put in here and the qualification requirements and how much just pace, raw pace alone and racecraft these drivers have is absolutely incredible. And as Joshua Rogers put it, one of the drivers for Porsche, we race for millimeters. We're not racing for inches here at this level. And these drivers have really shown that here today.
You know what I find funny? We have a reputation as Americans that we don't use the metric system, and quite funnily enough, you have two Americans in the booth that have done nothing but use the metric system in America, of all places. Quite funny that sometimes the reputation doesn't fit the bill. Abeladze continues to fit the reputation of being a very hard driver to pass, has not faltered here ever since retaking P2 on the last stop. They have held fast in front of Grunwald. Grunwald has not put a foot wrong either, just pacing that Aston Martin right now. That's all they have to do, and at some point, you might call off the dogs if you're Team MSI. Not far enough to just let them have it, of course. That's not sporting, but just ride there. Realize what a magnificent points gap you are looking to inherit with a P3 here today, but racing drivers being racing drivers, P2 looks a lot better. Matteo Marchi looking down to the inside, no fault, no harm given. Lay just goes by the wayside there. No fight at all. What does that tell you, Mike, late in a race like this? Figured they didn't have the pace, or just figured had them dead to rights?
You know, it might be tires at this stage, but it definitely looked like it just was pure exit speed alone. It was, I think the Mustang just slingshotted themselves out of that final corner, and the Ferrari probably had a little twitch, and by the time they got to the braking zone, the number 17 was dead to rights, and Marchi just had to make sure they didn't lock it up and get it stopped in time and managed to, well, get the position done and dusted. Rain light is still on for Lee. That's a very interesting. We have Grunwald into the pits. That's going to be his scheduled stop here. He has reached his stint timer, and he will be coming in for his final one. And interestingly, I'm curious if anybody is going to change drivers. I think that our race leaders are going to change. I don't think David Tanitsa can go behind the wheel due to stint timers, but I would imagine they're going to put Dario Mulio behind the wheel. I could be wrong. They might just keep Daniel Savini. His pace has been there, but Emilio, he has shown that he can pull away from the car behind, and that's kind of what they need to do right now. They're very much feeling the pressure, and with the undercut now a real threat, I'd imagine they might just pull the trigger this lap.
Yeah, I just don't know. I think the advantage of a shorter stop is too big for some of these teams. I don't know if Abeladze's clearly coming in, but I think if you reckon you can get this closer to 30 minutes and manage the tires, you would take the shorter stop for some of these teams. It's a gamble. Certainly, if you're in a fight with somebody, some may take that. Some will be very unlikely to take that. This pit stop for Abeladze, I think, as you were saying, you're quite right. This is a reaction to what happened the lap prior. They don't want to get too far out of sync. They were several laps out of sync the last time, and that's what spurred that fight. But if Abeladze comes in now after a decent stint where he stayed in front, he's hoping that he stays in front of this driver. Tobias Pfeffer installed into the car. We thought that maybe some of them would double stint or 1.5 stint at this point, but that's not what's happened at Team MSI. Tobias Pfeffer in the car, that's probably not what the 255 competition team wanted to see. Let's see what their rebuttal is. And oh yes, Amir is back in the Aston Martin.
We'll see what Hussein has as he's coming out of pit lane. It's going to be the slowest drag race of all time. And the 86 car now going to be coming around the final corner complex. No, they're into the first corner. They're gone. What am I talking about?
Nope, they're rounding. Yep,
oh, they are into the final corner. My apologies. The helicopter is the final corner. My bad.
I got turned around myself there. Some of the corners do look the same. Coming down the front straight on the left is Tobias Pfeffer in the pit lane as Amir Hassini coming out of the pit lane. It's going to be close, folks. It was close last time, but it's not nearly this close. Tobias Pfeffer and Team MSI have done it, and it's a huge gap. It's not even close. That could be net P2 for Team MSI. What a pit stop that was for the final one of the day.
Genuinely impressive strategy from the Mercedes AMG Esports Team MSI, and that right there is why they are previous race winners, both of this, and previous champions as well. These guys are winners at heart, and Tobias Pfeffer gave it his all on that lap, and that was what he needed to do. Smashed the gap now to 2 seconds, and that'll be P2 firmly sealed. And now he's going to be looking up the road. There's still 48 minutes and 58 seconds left. Is Savini going to be in the question now? He's going to be really looking at the lap times. We're going to have the engineers comparing data and seeing if that dream is even a reality or if it could even be possible. Lap times even as ever, though. 35.6s to 35.4s is what we've been seeing for pretty much the entirety since the rain has gone away, and that hasn't changed just yet.
Let's see, I don't think Daniel Savini is going to come into pit lane. They can go several more laps. They don't have to come in now. They're under no pressure. They don't gain anything by coming in early, and they don't really gain anything by coming in late either. So just stay on strategy. If you see a gaggle of cars in front of you that you don't want to tangle with, instead of this one-by-one situation you got going on, maybe then you consider coming in, bringing them in, and just to get them out of that situation for the time being, but not really the case here. Just sort of single-file cars, and these should yield, as a lot of these cars are one or multiple laps down at this point and are certainly being shown the blue flag. But Savini could come in this time, but they could also press on for a lap or two if they really wanted to. George Boothby in the number 40 Veloce car up to P2 for the time being. The number 4 of Tauscher, that Mercedes is P3 right now, but these are all cars that have still yet to do their final stop.
Yep, absolutely. And just looking at lap times and lap times alone, and I would be, if I was the race engineer for Lamborghini Esports team right now, I'd be saying to Daniel, are you comfortable on these tires? If you are, just keep going, just keep driving right now. There's no reason for us to pit. Yes, the cars behind are gaining time. Yes, they're going to be closing that gap up. However, especially at Indy, by the time, even if they do catch when the gap is going to close by maybe 10 seconds, the Lamborghini is going to have better tires at the end of this race. And it's one thing to catch, we heard it earlier, it's certainly another thing to overtake at Indy. And when you're on the old rubber, it's even more of a challenge. And now actually Daniel Savini does call it in, so maybe the tires are a bit of a problem for him. Enough is enough, and he says, all right, I'll just come in, call the rest of the field, and change my tires. Makes me look like a fool.
Tauscher, Piechman in right before, just about a lap down. Savini in from the lead of the race, and I believe that is DeBon right behind them. That is also in. If that's not DeBon, that's another McLaren, but one of them in for sure. The leader in, stopping on the marks. Did they go straight up on the jack? No dramas there, and I was right. That was DeBon right behind them, and everybody, both leaders, pitting together. They're right in front of each other, as a matter of fact, for the final stop of the day. Just need a clean one from Automobile Lamborghini. Need a clean one from Genesis as well. Looked good to me coming in and stopping on the mark. One thing that gets downplayed a lot in ACC that not a lot of people talk about is George Boothby will take the Veloce next car into the lead of the race, that number 40. One thing that gets downplayed a lot, though, Mike, is stopping on the marker, because we can't see it, but there's a physical marker, a lollipop man, if you will, that has the board that you stop on, and if you're too far forward, left or right, the car has to be moved in position. That loses you precious seconds. There is an art to stopping directly on the mark, and the worst part about that is it's not the same at every track where it actually wants you to be. In Spa, the mark is almost in the front of the nose of the car. Some places, it's a few millimeters off the board. Sometimes you can get it slightly to the left or the right based on your perspective. It is an art form to stop perfectly and go up on the jacks immediately.
Absolutely. That is why one of my biggest sayings, practice your pit entries, folks. It helps immensely, and you can gain time because, yeah, having to miss your braking mark and go in front of your lollipop man and then have to kick it into reverse, back up, put it in neutral, hit the brakes. It all takes, sure, maybe 2 seconds of loss. It's not going to be the end of the world. Maybe it will be, though, if you're in a shorter sprint race. It absolutely could be. In an endurance race, not so much, but certainly worth getting that practice in. Finding where your pit box is always going to be different. That's one thing, though, is you can't always practice necessarily the exact location because it's sometimes determined on when you join the server. That is going to be your pit box. It's never going to be really a predetermined box. So, yeah, there's definitely, merit in maybe just stopping a little bit early. That's kind of the slow is fast mentality, in my opinion.
George Boothby brings the Veloce number 40 into the pit lane for their final scheduled stop. And we'll see how many more cars. There is Marchi into the pit lane in the 104 Ford. I was wondering if they had come in yet. I was going to look them up, but I need not do that. The Restec Reparto Corsa car. Ford Mustang in to the attention of the team. Lay, who almost has the best last name in sim racing. One vowel off, to be fair. They still have yet to do the pit. Emilio into the lead. Dario Emilio installed into the Automobile Lamborghini leading car. What do you think about that? A driver change here at the end? Is this a victory lap for a job well done, or is that a driver just tired needing to get out of the car there?
I think this is absolutely the right choice. This is what I was saying before the pit stop, is sometimes you just, even when you are let me just start off by saying, every single driver on the Lamborghini Esports team is absurdly quick and at a ridiculous level. However, each of them are different pace, and it seemed that Daniel Savini maybe was the slower out of the three drivers, so they're just picking Dario Emilio mainly because he has the stint time to complete it, and he is going to be just that shoe-in to guarantee us to the very end for Lamborghini to make it down to the checkered flag in a safe manner. Sort of saving the best driver for last. I mean, again, sure, you can argue that either Dario, David Tanitza, I would say they're fairly even on pace. All three of them are very even on pace, but Dario is the one driver that has the stint time to make it to the end. David Tanitza, he does not.
Yep, that's certainly the case as well. We don't get to see the stint timer. We'll know if somebody violates that because it'll be a very loud and resounding penalty given out by ACC itself. Castorino in the 38 Ferrari, by the way, I believe still has a pit stop to give as long as my math is correct. And they have not done their final stop. The gap was 25 some seconds back to P2, and it wasn't 38, but they are up there in P2 as Castorino due to still owing one final stop. There were a couple of cars, as I mentioned, who could go quite long and do an incredibly quick stop as long as they don't take tires here at the end, and I was wondering if anybody would actually do that. For those of you that maybe weren't with us throughout the duration of today's race, you're probably wondering where the pole sitting top 5 running ST Racing Esports number 28 Ford Mustang has gone. They were leading in their category by a country mile, American term, and they were in P2 overall, hounding the leaders as well, the overall leaders that is, and had some sort of issue that caused them to return to pit lane. They have since rejoined. They are many laps off the pace down to the back of the field. The same fate has befallen the Williams number 5 and has also befallen Scuderia Ferrari number 51. What do all those cars have in common? They were all inside the top 5 when it happened.
Yeah, and the one, I think the biggest loss out of all of that being the Williams car, Grantis Caracas, 2 cars that easily could be fighting for the lead today, have absolutely no shot due to other measures. And my goodness, I just want to take a little mention. That Porsche getting a little bit wily at the back end, almost stepping out on it as it was trying to find any form of ground onto Ruggiero ahead of him, but didn't quite get it done. Now is getting hawked down by Rodriguez down into the first corner. There's no points on the line, I don't think, for any of these drivers, but it's still down to personal pride and who can finish ahead of each other.
There might be points on board here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There may be a point on the line for these drivers. Top 15, right? So might be just inside there. And even if it isn't, you're correct. It's point of pride. Finish in front of the cars that you can do. Always try to do your best. It's like what your parents used to tell you in school. Just do your best. Just try your best. You're never a failure if you try your best. You know what, folks? Your parents were absolutely right. As long as you keep trying, keep learning, that's all that matters. And that's the same thing here. It doesn't matter how many times you fall. It's about how many times you get up and dust yourself off.
Absolutely. And in esports, you're going to fall off the saddle quite a bit, especially if you are driving a Mustang or a Ferrari. Hilarious. Either way.
Oh, I get it. I get it. Horse jokes. I get it.
It wasn't that funny. But Passoni, he is trying to find whatever he can. But again, we mentioned earlier, do you want to be the filling in the Oreo sandwich, or do you want to be up in front? Well, he's just been gifted daylight in both directions because both drivers around him have decided to pit. Passoni decides to continue on and will be making his pit stop on a future lap.
Well, he's definitely in the points now. I think we can agree. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I count out loud, sorry. 7, 8, 9. Yeah, he's definitely in the points. These drivers back here, however, not in the points, but that does not matter. Our Muhammad Alif, the ATS Corsa Esports team, they are racing Gong in the 996, the Drive Just Boys car, I believe that is. Talk about cars that have been in the wars today. Well, you've seen a lot of the 96 and maybe a little bit of a touch to the back of the 996 for good measure here.
It looked like netcode, to be honest. They didn't look that close. There definitely was a touch, but they didn't look. I don't think that was necessarily intentional. I'm not sure the stewards are going to have too much of an issue with that one. Regardless, we're going to go side by side as Alif to the outside. That's going to be a pretty commanding move if he can make the send happen. He's not late enough onto the brakes, and the McLaren of Gong is going to hold on for the time being. But that BMW is going to be quite the looming threat in the mirror, although if he continues taking curbs like that, he won't be for long.
Alif is driving the literal wheels off that car, hooking that curb like that. You can tell that car's got a little bit extra pace, and he's feeling it, and maybe a little bit more grip than the 996 currently has, and he's driving that car a little bit harder than it wants to be. The Drive Just Boys car, of course, they have had a bit of a rough one as far as the season is concerned, but you could probably also argue that for ATS Corsa, though at least ATS Corsa have 1.5 championship points. That's 1.5 more than the 996 has.
Certainly is. Up at the front here, just taking a look at the timings, Dario Mulio, well, he has found the pace. He has laid the hammer down and has firmly gotten himself into the 34s now. We were averaging mid-35s. He has found another level of pace. However, so has Amir Hosseini in P3 at the moment. Now, I'm curious what the gap is to Brandon Pfeffer ahead, Tobias Pfeffer ahead, because Tobias, 135.2 compared to a 134.7 of Hosseini.
Bassani in pit lane, the 204, that should drop them out of a points-paying position. We'll see how that works out for them. Everybody moving up, again, quite close. Top 15 in each category get points. Not the top 15 overall, top 15 in each category. The two classes are not racing each other, as that's really close over the curb. How many times have we seen that today? But our Muhammad Alif is going to get it done. The pass done and delivered for P30. Alif has position of that for ATS Corsa.
Yeah, that's also, is that our P2 sitter currently ahead of him? It looks to be. I think Tobias Pfeffer just kind of managed to sneak by when we weren't looking, and is going to be peeling ahead, or the pace is not there for them. But just looking at lap times, that wouldn't make any sense at all. I think it is just that he peeled by it without us even noticing. He's that quick. But ahead, though, again, Dario Mulio, the gap between them quite strong, 19 seconds. It's not climbing, but it's not really shrinking either.
Yep, I'm afraid it sure isn't, as everybody's locking in for the final 36 minutes of this race today. Andre Lario in the 33rd position for Ragioli Esports. This is a car that has been on the receiving end of penalties and punts today galore, but credit to them. They haven't given up, and credit to Scuderia Ferrari. Gratis Caracas behind the wheel, their drivers, their team, they're running 38th. They're dead last of the car still running. They haven't given up. They won't give up. This is valuable data moving forward to the next race in the second half of the season. As close as you like, a little bit of a touch. Oh, and nearly losing control of the 204. Gerhardt just about saving it after the touch with Tico Vandervelde for Williams Esports. That could have been nasty if that Porsche would have snapped. Luckily, well held.
Certainly testing the structural fortitude of his racing trousers after that one. And, well, unfortunately, there's no more pit stops to the end, so that one's just going to have to settle.
Oh, my goodness. Since we're in America, I'm going to tell an American story. Tony Stewart was ill in a NASCAR race once. And, well, let's just say he was sick in the car and he refused to get out. And
no.
I wonder if maybe that's the scenario going on with that car.
That sounds brutal. A
lot of drivers say that when you're ill and you drive, it helps you get over it. It's almost like the heat or the concentration's good for you, and you don't really feel ill a lot of the time when you're racing because you're concentrating so hard. It's unfortunate that when the race ends, it all comes back.
I was gonna say, they also used to say that smoking cured cancer, but we all know how that one went. So, either way, the gap between P2 and P3 is coming down. 3 seconds, or 3.8 seconds, is the current margin, and the Aston Martin, well, he's on the vengeance for the position. Hosseini lost it in the previous stint, but we will see whether his teammate lost the position in the previous stint, and Pfeffer maybe a little bit off the pace here, still into the 35s, when Mir is still in the 34s. The pace is there for the Aston, the time is there. We'll see if he can keep it all together, if he dips a tire into the grass here and there. I'm seeing that more and more often as we get down to the end, and fatigue starting to play a bit of a role.
It might be, and of course the nerves are jangling at this point in the race because it's gone so well. I mentioned this earlier with Luke, that when it's gone as well as it has for that entire Lamborghini Esports team, you start to worry, well, when's it going to happen to me? It's happened to just about every other car in the top five, and I mean that quite literally, folks, as well. So you worry about that, and you worry about that as a driver, but you're just really focused. Your team, they don't want to take a breath. If you want to know how crazy this situation gets for these drivers that put their heart and soul and their time and their money and their sponsorships and everything on the line for this, I'll tell you, it makes a completely normal, obviously logical human being very superstitious. You're rubbing the lucky rabbit's foot. You're praying. You get OCD in a time like this. You don't want to move. It does things to you, and you can see that in any motorsport. The crew guys, as they get closer to winning a race, you'll notice the nerves start to jangle, and it happens to the drivers as well. It's less so a lot of the time to the one in the cockpit because they're the ones that has to focus the most. But this is the most anxiety-ridden time of the race.
It is, but this is what they're here for. This is what every driver wants. You know, it's always fun in games when you talk about it, but then once you get into the moment, things change and everything starts to get a little bit more tense, and all the everything starts closing a little bit. If you're picking up what I'm putting down, either way, it is going to be the situation for Dario as he's thinking about these back markers, what their next move is going to be, and how he can manage to get by them without losing too much time, because it is going to be, well, no, I was going to say he was losing a little bit of pace, but it seems he's picked it back up. The back markers giveth and the back markers taketh away, and that seems to be really the case for Pfeffer in P2 at the moment. Emilio, I'm hard-pressed to say that I think he might have this one secured, barring anything crazy.
Certainly looking like it, and if they hold on to this for Hosseini and that entire 255 competition Aston team, this is going to be huge. This is a huge podium for them, and that's going to put them in a position inside the top 10, I would imagine, and that's exactly where you want to be. You have a shot at doing something great in the second half of the season, and just a frustrating spa race. They had points at Suzuka. They finished decently enough, but coming out, getting a podium today and feeling that's confidence that will take you in to the 3 hour in a few weeks' time, and who knows how far it can carry you. We talked a lot about how good the work of BF Racing Esports in that silver class. They're currently P3 right now, so not quite a top 2, and I don't really think they're going to be in with a shot at getting a top 2, but even still, another impressive podium, continuing to build on their great work. And realistically, the cars in front of them, Genesis Esports is down in 13th in the championship race, and even further down, the 104 Restec Repardo Corsa car, they're in 18th place. They've got 2 points to their name, so the cars they're getting beat by aren't ones that are a viable threat currently. And again, a couple of cars, the 255 and the 17, needing to continue their momentum, needing momentum in general, getting great finishes. I mean, everybody needs a great finish, right? But some good stories in the field.
Yeah, absolutely. And this, not to mention the fact that this has been a grand slam for the Lamborghini Esports team. Fastest lap in qualifying, presumably fastest lap of the session. And not to mention the fact that they have led every single lap. Now, here's a little bit of an issue. Car number 204 with a 5-second time penalty has cost them a drive-through to boot. 3 license points being chalked up onto their license in one race, and that is going to result in a 44-second trip down pit lane, and an unwelcome one at that.
30 minutes left to go in the race, and don't forget that Dario Emilio has 3 incidents, or has been given a final warning, I should probably say, and they've been sitting on that for several hours now. They have sort of mind their business ever since then. I think the last one they got, the final warning, was for excessive flashing of the lights, in fact, is what it was for. So they've certainly calmed down, and as you would imagine, the leaders, there's a lot of ways to lose a race, and you do not want to lose it by doing something silly like that. Just the Drive Just Boys car and the RNL Roar car going at it, that forced the 20 off of the racetrack. That was for position, though now they have separated themselves. Scary moments here for the leader as they're passing cars and just hoping and praying that they see them as they go by.
Yeah, David Cesar there is going to be relatively unhappy about getting hip checked off the side of the road. Definitely think there could have been a little bit more room left there for the RNL Roar. Incident between car 224 and 104 on lap 268. It's a final warning to 104 for causing a collision. The 104 currently running in second position in silver class. They certainly need to keep an eye on it. There is David Cesar getting the overtake done with relative ease, and is going to leave that McLaren now for the dust.
Yeah, he's a big fan of that final warning lay in the number 17 for BF Racing. They like that. They like knowing that the car in front of them is in trouble. They're going to have to mind their manners a little bit more here, but 12 seconds the gap. They're going to need something to happen to that 104 Ford. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. I don't think the Restec car is going to fall off that much based on pace. It's going to take a sort of a penalty, if you will, and they will certainly be more attentive to everything going on around them for the final 27 minutes.
All drivers better be on their best behaviors here, because the warnings are, well, they're pretty much past the point of warning. I think most of them have received one, which is just, again, a little bit, I don't want to say poor driving standards, but it is Indy. You know, you do expect a little bit of bumping and banging throughout the entirety of the race, but there has been a few more collisions than I certainly would have expected at this level.
Well, I think the driving's just been aggressive. I think they were given a racetrack that was very racy, but also very difficult to, and it's just the nature of Indianapolis. But beyond all of those things, I just think they were having at it a little bit today. I think they mostly minded themselves very well at Spa, and obviously there was the huge incident on lap 1, but beyond that, there were a lot of really good passes. Spa's a track where you can get some passing done if you catch people in the right places. Indianapolis it's not an unknown quantity, but it is weird because you don't normally come here and race like you would on a lot of other European tracks. You come here once a year for a lot of these teams, and yeah, it's a big race. It's a huge event, but you don't necessarily have the miles and the knowledge, and on top of that, it's just a tough place to make passes. A lot of these corners, even if they're sweeping corners, they're hairpins and they're 90 lefts and 90 rights, and how you get into the corner is just as important as how you exit these corners. It obviously sets you up, and setting somebody up to make a pass very difficult because of the undulation of the diversity of the corners left and right, and it's just a whole lot of things that lead to these contacts. But more than anything, I'm not going to give the drivers anything here. They were aggressive today. They've put on a show, and there's going to be a lot that are going to be upset about how things ended up. Of course, there's going to be a lot of drivers that are going to be saying, hey, see that highlight reel pass I made? They're going to be pretty pumped about that, watching that back on repeat.
Yeah, there are at least 2 overtakes in this race that have been worthy of the best highlight reel of all time, to be completely honest. That Luke Whitehead send at the beginning, and then the AMG, I guess, defense. It wasn't really even an overtake, but the Aston Martin really doing a great job of holding off the AMG. That was certainly an entertaining one in that previous hour. But here, Dario Mulio, I got to say, he has just a clean air ahead of him for the rest of this race. Again, I'd love to see a little bit further down the field that silver leader. Take a look at Cody Sherritt, talk a little bit about his race and just how, again, dominant he's had. Maybe a name that we haven't mentioned too much, a bit of a sleeper drive for the silver race leader, but a solid one nonetheless. He's put himself in the right position at the right time. There were a couple penalties that really benefited him, none being thrown his way. He's been on stellar driving this whole time, and overall, the Genius Esports by Genesis hasn't really put a foot wrong.
Yeah, this car's been great. Another Sherritt in the field, and that will frustrate a lot of drivers to have another one, and just as quick, in my estimation, and only getting quicker is Cody Sherritt. So that's kind of what you have to deal with, and this will be a marquee win for Genesis Esports, and it definitely should be. And this is sort of the shot in the arm they needed, as we were talking about earlier. Every team comes into every race thinking that they have a shot, and as other cars make mistakes and as the chips fall, sometimes you are the ones that are left in the position that is the most envious of them all. And that's exactly what happened to Genesis Esports. They were the right car at the right time at the right place and did everything correctly to maintain this gap, build on it when they needed to. Their strategy has been impeccable. They've not gotten themselves into trouble elsewhere, and it's pretty much the same as Automobili Lamborghini up in front. It's the same thing you could say about Genesis Esports by Genesis Risk. They have just taken this McLaren, they've run to their pit stops and their timers, and they have not put a foot wrong, and this feels to them every bit like a victory lap, but I'm sure they won't relax until they cross that line, just like anybody else.
Yeah, I was about to say, I feel like Cody Sherritt, I was looking at the lap times because I was maybe expecting them to be a little bit slower than I would have expected, but we're not at that stage yet. We can't lift. We're still absolutely full send right now from Cody Sherritt. His lap times are stellar, almost matching what the leader is putting on. In fact, besting what Emilio is currently putting on, mainly because he is stuck in traffic. But yeah, it's going to be a tense one just due to the fact that they haven't delivered in these previous 2 races. They've had some really unlucky results. Genesis sitting currently down in P13 in the championship, 13 points to their name when the race or the championship leader is at 70. That's going to be that BF Racing Esports team, which will more than likely be retaining the lead of the race. But the number 17 scoring quite well here tonight for Lee, going to be taking that checkered flag. The Williams Academy team, though, dropping the ball a little bit in this session, down into 5th position. Still a good haul of points, nothing to shake a stick at. but they definitely, I think, expected a little bit more coming into this. But this is what endurance racing is about, right? It is about the challenge, the trials, tribulation, and again, you can't win them all. And there's always next one, 3 hours over at Red Bull Ring.
Tricky situation right here for Emilio, your leader of the race. That's P9, Arthur Kammerer, right in front of them for BS competition. That's a weird spot to be in because Kammerer doesn't want to go a lap down here. Is fighting to stay on the lead lap. He's being blue flagged, but Dario is going to have to make this pass and in fact will here on the pit straight, and that looked quite orchestrated. I don't know if the Lamborghini really out-drags a BMW that much, despite how wonderful the Lamborghini is. I think that was sort of, hey, you've been patient with me. Thanks for letting me get on the straight so I don't lose time. I will let you go, and that's exactly what happened there. So as best I can tell, that was actually 8th place, in fact. Best I can tell, there's only 7 cars on the lead lap.
Yeah, not to mention, though, it's also a good shout that they can maybe follow the leader. It's only 7 seconds up the road for the next competition, so if they can maybe use the likes of the race leader there to pull them along, then it could definitely benefit them later on, maybe gain them one more position than they otherwise would have had, but it is looking like quite the challenge down there. And again, Dario Emilio has just been driving stellarly. This is, though, the Williams... No, this isn't. This is the Zoom Racing Audi, making a move potentially on to the AMG, the number 71 of Rick. This isn't technically for class position, but it is a battle on track nonetheless.
Yeah, you don't care. In the final 20 minutes, do you really, Mike? You don't care. It's somebody to race with. It's a playmate, and you're going to race them here. And Rick's going to know that in the 71 and probably know that they're going to get raced pretty hard for this position. And that's fine. Kolosov is going to try to get one last one in there. The only thing better than finishing in 20th is finishing 19th. That's what the driver thinks, and they're going to race this out, the both of them. At this point, it's hard to explain, but it's mutually understood that this combat is about to occur.
Yeah, I think both drivers fully know what they're about to get into, and Koloslav is not going to be thinking about it. He had a really good run, but that was sort of just the chess play at work here for these racing drivers, sort of just getting the feel for Rech in front and seeing where he's weak, seeing where he's strong, and what opportunities he can have, as the AMG has been quite rapid in a straight line, and the Audi not really comparable. It's kind of been in that bottom mid-pack for straight line speed, topping out around 269 kph. The AMG has about only 1 kilometer an hour on it, 270 right now for the fastest AMG on track. And Rech, he is currently running at not much faster. In fact, he's actually a little bit slower in a straight line. So the game is certainly on.
Yeah, it really is. It's all about probing for weakness, finding where the 71 might be a little bit more weak than you, and just staying close to exploit that. That's also the part of it. It's no good knowing where you're better if you can't stay close enough to capitalize on that. Sometimes you got to cheat up a little bit. You've got to overdrive the car in the corners prior to that. Normally you wouldn't do that, but sometimes anything to get yourself in position, even if that means driving in just a little bit deep and driving offline a little bit. And you see how close in Sector 3 Golosov actually is to Rech in front of the 71. So that might be the place in a lap or two's time. They come through there, they might have a legitimate shot to get them coming down to that hard braking zone down into about turn 13, 14 section.
Yeah, it is crazy, though, how even those cars are paced when the Audi has the slipstream. Definitely seems the Audi has the disadvantage. It should have a little bit coming out of the corners and a little bit more on the slow speed. So maybe looking towards that middle sector, maybe the back straight into turn 8 might be a good opportunity if you can find enough confidence and maybe enough adhesion. That's going to be really the problem at this point, is the tires. You can see the car sort of wiggling around, dancing. That's only going to cost more tire wear over time. And you want to make that happen sooner rather than later, because it's only going to get more challenging.
That's the problem. The more you slide the car, exactly like you say, the harder this is going to get. And you really just want to get this over with and try to, well, in a perfect world, you drive away, in fact. But we'll see if that indeed can even occur. But close this time. We're back in Sector 3. This is where Kolosov looked quick the last time through. And if they can maintain through this section right here, they have a little bit too big of a gap right there. Would have liked to have kept it a little closer going into the tight right-hander. We come off of the banking, but it's going to be right there again. Nope, nothing doing this time. Actually, a little bit too far back to even consider a lunge there that time. Meanwhile, Rafael Malo back inside the Brabham Motorsport 52, looking to make a pass here on the 225 and gets it done. Duploy, a little bit of contact, but pass done anyway by Malo.
Yeah, it's hard racing. I don't think the stewards are going to have too much of an issue with that. I'd call that fair in my books. A little bit of contact, yeah, it's not ideal, but that was fairly clean, and I think, I don't want to say unavoidable, it certainly was avoidable, but it wasn't the end of the world, and I think that position was going to get sold either way. Back to the battle here for P19, and just looking at sector times, the Audi, quicker in Sector 1, slower everywhere else. Well, I say that, they're actually dead even in Sector 3, down to the milliseconds, 5 milliseconds separating them in the third sector. So it's a very even match, and even is not what you want when you're behind. You want any advantage that you can find, and at this point I think he is just hoping that Rech slips up at some point, makes a mistake, and gives him the position for free, basically. It's going to be a hard overtake otherwise.
Someone at home has been sitting here all day listening to us talk about millimeter perfection and hundredths and thousandths of a second actually matter and going, come on, can it really? That's why it matters. Because if they go in there in Sector 2 and they're dead even to the thousandth of a second, that goes to show you, these are two different cars. That's a Mercedes and an Audi that are doing that. First of all, good BOP, well done, SRO Esports Group. Number two, it's really late in the race beyond that, and it's so fun to see two cars go at it like that. That's why any advantage is paramount, because they'll do that probably again. They'll probably match sector times again at some point, but that's not the important part of the racetrack. The important part is where you're beating them and how you stay close to them. Close here, but still no ability to pull out beside. No worries from the 71 of Rech. Rech continues around in the JP Motorsports car in front in 19. Indeed,
and just enough separation there basically for a Hummingbird to beat its wings about 20 times in terms of the amount of time that it would take there. So fun fact there, being thrown out again, just had to do it before the race ended, but not quite going to be finding anything just yet. Sector 2 is where they again are super evenly matched, and now trying to punch it out down towards turn 8. It's going to be a bit too much of a gap, and he's just going to be looking at that rain light and hoping for the best right now. Behind that, though,
ooh, the camera made that look a little closer than we thought. A little closer than I thought, anyway.
He's got a good gap. The AMG is going to be a little... He's got to be working quite late on the brakes there to make it happen, but not going to be finding it just yet. The Audi should be, again, superior, you would think, in the low-speed sectors, but just hasn't really been that way. But I guess that's more because Indy is sort of a mid-speed track. It's not really a low-speed... I guess, what do you call it? It's not really a Zandvoort. It's not really a... you're not going... You mentioned earlier, the minimum speed you're hitting is around 60 miles an hour, probably. It's fairly slow, but there's definitely tracks. I mean, you know, sure, Monaco, which we don't race on, but... it's just tricky to make an overtake. Again, you mentioned the grass never far away and the ever-present, well, I guess nature of these drivers in general, just how aggressive they can be.
Yeah, typically speaking, high-speed and low-speed tracks are hard to do overtakes. The mid-speed tracks are somewhat easier because there's more opportunities, but if you're putting a box in a low-speed track, let's say a street circuit or something like that, passing opportunities are at a premium for sure. High-speed tracks, because it's so dependent on the mechanical parts of the race car, making passes are hard there as well. It's the intermediate stuff. So when you have a high-speed track or low-speed corners, that's the same thing. There's so many corners on this racetrack where the corners are just 90 lefts and 90 rights. And so basically we're talking about right and left angles. He thought about it that time, did Kolosov. And Rech did not even flinch. We've seen that a couple of times where the car in front has flinched out of the way. Ice water in the veins of the driver of that JP71.
Certainly is. And the Audi, he thought about it, but it was just a thought, didn't quite make it a reality. And he knows it too. He was just trying to unsettle the AMG, get in the rear view mirror and make him uncomfortable, maybe make him make a mistake. And it's just trying everything he can in his playbook at this point to force any form of issue that he can. The machinery doesn't seem to be there. The Audi just not quite quick enough. I don't know if it's down to setup, tire pressures or whatnot, but this is going to be one of his best chances, actually. He got a pretty smashing exit out of the final corner. With that slipstream, is it going to amount to anything? No, the AMG is just that quick. Looks to the inside, but is way, way too far back to make that happen.
Well, he caught him the last time going into the S's down the back straight. He's got to stay close, does Kolosov. He might have a couple of more shots at this as we get really close to the natural conclusion of this race off of the racetrack there that time. So that might be all she wrote for another lap, as they will probably get 7, maybe 8 more opportunities, but probably closer to 7 to make the pass. Needs to be as close as possible coming onto this back straight section of the track, and nowhere near as close as they were 1 lap ago. It's been a while, but we're here again. Incident between cars 52 and the 225 on lap 278, a 5-second time penalty to car 225. That's Duplo in that car, and they did decide to give a penalty for the contact between the 52 and the 225.
Yeah, I mean, I guess fair enough. You know, 5-second penalty isn't going to, well, actually it will. It's going to drop him a position down into 30th. David Cesar too far back to capitalize, but Deploy will be dropping from that. And yeah, that'll be a pretty gutting result. We'll see. He'll still battle for it on track, I would imagine, try to hold as much ground as he can. But right now, all focus is on for P19. And again, this has to be so frustrating if you're Vladislav in the Audi, because you just know that there's nothing that you can do necessarily. It's your machine, although, you know, it's a bit of both at the end of the day. But it does really seem like the Mercedes is just that much quicker in a straight line than the Audi. There's really no opportunity down these straights.
Great. It's a great advertisement for Mercedes AMG if you're looking to purchase one of those, because I mean, come on, what's a greater tagline? Quick down Indianapolis. That sounds pretty good, right?
Yeah, you can pick one up for about 153 grand as well if you're curious. I have that one in my notes.
All right, hit me with it. We're inside the final 10 minutes. Here's the leader, Dario, for Automobile Lamborghini Esports. They have dominated the day, looking to do the Grand Slam here today, potentially. We'll see if they can hold on to that. I am with Mike Naus, and he is, for 2 consecutive broadcasts in a row, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone watching at home has been feeding me excellent fun facts. Reach into the bag one more time. Hit me with your best one that you haven't said.
Did you know that here at Indy, IMS installed a 9-acre solar farm here at Indianapolis in the infield, and it is the largest solar-powered installation in U.S. sports industry?
I actually did know that for another reason.
Dang.
But give me another one. Give me another one.
Well, okay, I'll just use one that chat stole earlier. This is the track nickname called the Brickyard. Is nicknamed from back all the way when it was built, basically. The original surface was laid with 3.2 million bricks at one point, and today there's about a 1-yard or 3-foot strip down the start-finish straight, and at the end of the Indy 500, the drivers get to kiss the bricks.
Yeah, weirdly enough, I believe the kissing the bricks tradition was actually started by a stock car driver.
Really? I didn't know. So there we go.
I think so. I think Dale Jarrett started that in the 90s. I could be
That's
wrong
awesome.
about that. But I the drinking the milk thing, that's an Indy thing. But kissing the bricks, I don't think was a thing you did until Dale Jarrett, who's the 1999 NASCAR champion. He won that race. He won the Brickyard, and he kissed him. And when asked, Dale, why'd you do that? He goes, I don't know. Seemed like the right thing to do at the time.
Hey, fair enough. It's just the emotions running high. And do I know the milk lore? I actually don't know the lore of the milk, but I am aware that they do it. But
yeah, I don't know that either. Actually, I'm
Dan
unsure.
Gurney?
Was it Gurney that got out of the car and chugged a glass of milk? Okay.
I feel like it was, or did he start? No, Dan Gurney started champagne. What am I talking about? No, that was he did the champagne.
Yes.
They're spraying the champagne. So never mind. That's a different fun fact for a different day.
We got our liquids mixed up. You'll have to forgive us. But But yeah, I actually
Don't get
know.
those two mixed up.
I mean, I'm
That
hurt.
could be dangerous.
I've been told that champagne and milk do not taste good together, but
I could imagine.
yeah, it probably curdles or something. But yeah, I'm not sure where the milk thing comes from. If you know in chat, let us all know, to be fair. Chat loves your fun facts. I love your fun facts. I love your company. Thanks for being here with me for the majority of the day, Mike. It's been an absolute pleasure being here and getting to close out this race. Just 4th of July a few days ago, and sort of 4th of July weekend here in the States. A brilliant race put on by SRO Esports. A big thank you to our broadcast director, Steve Proudly, who's been with us all day and has tolerated us, especially Mike and me, for the better part of 18 hours or so in the past couple of weeks. That can't be good for him. So hearts in the chat for him, all the race directors, the broadcasters, everybody in the race control room and behind the scenes that put on this, the drivers, the teams, Indianapolis as a whole for existing. What a wonderful place and facility, and without a doubt SRO in general, of course.
Indeed, and also big shout out to our sponsors, obviously, with Zynamic joining us most recently. I don't know, Steve, if we can get one more Zynamic photo here by the end of this one. You got, oh, he's on
That
it.
is not
Steve,
even the one I thought he was
everybody.
going with.
Look at the beautiful Zynamic photography that we have here. This, again, is the story that has been told amongst this race, and not just this race, but this championship. That, I think, is the number, I think that's a 17 Ferrari chasing down the 717, and with the backmarker traffic, the RNL Roar in front, and the Honda NSX in that shot as well. Right before it ended in calamity, I'm pretty sure.
No, that's a brilliantly taken shot by Gary Paravani, and thank you, of course, to Zynamic for partnering with us here at SRO Esports and providing us that fantastic photography all season long. That's brilliant, and that kind of shows you what this race was like. That Ferrari with damage on it, the dust flying up, all those cars quite close together. That's what this race has been like. It has been 8 hours of trains of cars vying for position out there on the racetrack, and certainly it will be one that for a lot of teams lives long in the memory, especially if you walk away with a trophy with this one. All races are special. Winning at the Brickyard, winning at Indianapolis, that is truly something to be proud of.
Absolutely, and it will be going on the wall with the trophy. I don't think they're getting a trophy for the race. I think it's more for the championship, but regardless, they can wear the race win with pride, and definitely will be bragging amongst their friends, saying again earlier, I think it was you, Jesse, that mentioned that once you win an SRO race, you get to say that you won a race at SRO, one of the world-class motorsports around the world. I mean, not just in America, not just in Europe, not just in Asia, around the entirety of the globe. And Dario Mulio, he is representing his not just team, not just country, but himself with absolute perfection right now.
Certainly is, and it's definitely a victory lap at this point. Just keep it between the lines like you've done all race long, Dario. Get it to the checkered flag no matter what, and claim this victory. It's sort of been coming for them. The Automobile Lamborghini team has sort of rebuilt to the point where they are once again a figure to be reckoned with. We have seen the flashes of brilliance in the past, the last couple of seasons, but this time it's well and truly on. They're certainly going to P2 in the championship, at least by my maths anyway. There's no way for them to not be after today's race. P1 will still belong to the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team MSI, who have done just a brilliant job from the back half of the top 10 to P2. Just a brilliant job. But all the plaudits to Automobile Lamborghini for getting this done. A few more laps. He's going to hear this time through. 2 to go.
Yeah, and a devastating race. We'll just take a little mention here for some of these drivers that have had some trials and tribulations throughout the entirety of this one. The Williams Esports team, unfortunately, with a trip down pit lane for whichever reason, be it a disconnect, be it contact, be it a drive-through, we're not sure. But regardless, the results are the same. They ended up falling down the field pretty much all the way to the back. The Scuderia Ferrari team unfortunately disconnected with the Veloce. McLaren is currently running actually quite well. Luke Whitehead in P4 right now, P5 in the championship. This should actually maybe bring him onto the podium, if my math isn't mistaken me. The Team MSI team going to remain up on top in terms of the point standings. It's been a very solid drive for them. They started all the way back in P9. Nicholas Hoban started that race a long 8 hours ago, and they've worked their way through the field. Time and time again, the number 86 car proves that maybe it doesn't have the best quali pace, but when it comes to race pace, they are otherworldly.
We're a long way from handing out the hardware right at the end of the season, but I think at this point, at the halfway point, if Team MSI win it, I don't think anyone's going to be able to deny them anything. They've earned this the hard way. They've not taken pole and sort of driven away with it. They've had to come back through the hardest part of the field, the top 10, to get these positions. And even when they haven't won, even when they weren't the dominant car, they found a way to make positions. They found a way to make it work. And that's the brilliant part about that team. But the day today is going to belong to that green Lamborghini. And on the left side of the screen, that's your pro leader. And on the right side of the screen, of course, that is going to be hopefully your silver winner here for Genesis Esports. 1 lap to go. They don't wave the white flag in sports car racing, but in America, we know that as the 1 to go flag, and it is just get it back around. And while we have a moment, I just want to thank all of our partners that make this race and every race possible at the IGTC Esports Championship. Fanatec, AWS, Pirelli, Kuno Simulazione, AK Esports, SimGrid, the SRO Motorsports Group, SRO Esports, Mercedes Motorsports, Dynamic, and of course, Centro Corsa Competizione for letting us drive in their simulator. Of course, all of our brand partners, besides. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, and thank you to all the production behind the scenes as well. Steve Proudly, again, the absolute legend that's been here the entirety, and also not to mention our stewards that have been here for the entirety as well. They have done an amazing job, kept these drivers as honest as they possibly can, and there's been a couple penalties handed out throughout this race, but that's neither here nor there. It has been utter domination up at the top. Dario Mulio here going to be completing out his lap very, very soon, coming through the middle sector now, and it is just a matter of time. 1 chicane left to go, 3 corners in total. Dario Mulio, the number 63 machine, he's piloted it to perfection. It's not just him, though. Daniel Savini, as well as Dario Mulio, of course, and David Tanitza. It's Dario Amulio who's going to come across the final corner now and take the checkered flag for the Lamborghini Esports team, and a dominant one at that. Grand slam throughout. Fastest lap in the race, fastest lap in qualifying, and the race win. Cody Sherritt, a name that we haven't mentioned enough in this session, takes the race win for the silver class and a well-deserved haul of points, and they will be benefiting massively in the championship. Tobias Pfeffer next up to the line behind the Honda NSX. It's a little bit of a pack there, and P2 for the AMG, the Team MSI AMG team. Husseini behind that, coming home in third for the 255 Aston Martin. Behind them is going to be Simone Lezzi. They will get P2 for the silver class, and then Lee bringing home third for the number 17 BF Racing. It's been a tough race for the Ferrari as well, and a great result. Certainly one to be proud of. Here's a bit of the highlights as we go down the start-finish straight for the race restart. But my goodness, Jesse, what a race that we have had here. This is just a glimpse into the past, but this 8 hours is hard to sum up in a highlight reel.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, just so much went on throughout this entire race. There's so many positions have changed hands. And I mean, it all started with this, and this was the biggest incident, right? But I mean, other than that, there were little back and forth tit for tat, but it was a really good race. This is the kind of race that wears out race car drivers. It's a tough racetrack. It's a tough place to make up positions. It requires constant, meticulous, and immediate focus, snap decisions. There's going to be a lot of worn out drivers. They're going to be sleeping well tonight. Well, the ones that aren't partying anyway.
Most certainly, and there's one of the drivers that isn't going to be partying, the number 11. Still a good recovery drive from them. But that was really the talk of the field. Lots of contact, a little bit of bumping and banging. It was a very difficult one. We see the overtakes throughout, but again, what a drive from the front pack. It just, I mean, we can't really take anything away from that Lamborghini team. They put it in perfection. They're going to be running in P2 now in the championship behind the Mercedes MSI team and presumably the Veloce team in third. So a huge shakeup in the points as we get ready to head over to the Red Bull Ring in a couple weeks' time.
Certainly the case. One final shout out to Omaris, the moderator of all moderators. Just a brilliant job. He does all the hard work here in the chat, in the GT World channel. Folks, if you haven't already, go ahead and like and subscribe for more GT racing series, both virtual and real. If you've somehow found yourself here without being a subscriber, what are you doing? Go ahead and subscribe. So much good racing here on the family of channels. Thank you so much for joining us today. We're going to try and get some interviews with our winners today and talk with them about how they felt their day has gone. I have a feeling I know what Lamborghini is going to say. They're going to say that it was pretty darn decent. But here we have David Taniza, do we? I don't have my specs on.
Yep,
we do.
We have our race winners with us here.
Savini, Emilio, and Taniza with us for Automobili Lamborghini. Guys, first of all, congratulations on a brilliant drive today. It almost seemed like it was never out of your hands. How did you look, that control and everything out there?
Yeah, I think everything started in the quali where we kind of had the best car out on the track. We just had to set the fastest lap time, and we were very relaxed in the qualifying as we knew that we were very strong. And here in the race, even though we received, I think, 8 kilos, I think we were still very fast and very competitive. So we knew that we had to do a very good first stint and then build a gap for the rest of the race, and that's what we did. I think it was overall a very good race, and hopefully also for the next one we will be as competitive as we were today.
Well, were you stressed at all at any point in this race? I know it came close between back markers and you got pressed early by a silver car. Was there ever any stress, or was it a calm road for 8 hours for you?
Well, I will leave the word to Dario so that he can also share some opinion on the race, and also Daniel.
Yeah. I think that we had quite a bit of margin, but the first warning that was in my mind, it was the rain, because let's say until that point it was, let's say, everything under control, even if you never know, in 8 hours it can happen everything, but when it comes the rain, you never know what happened, how you are in the stint limiter, so maybe when it's gonna stop the rain, if it's gonna rain until the end, so you never know. But I'm kind of proud because it's been since the 24 hour that we did literally zero mistake until now. I don't want to jinx, but we did literally zero mistake until now, and yeah, today it paid off, so I'm really happy to win today.
That's awesome. Now, Mike Doss here, I had a quick question for one of you guys. I'm not sure which one, but at a certain point during the race, there was a little warning that got handed your way for a flashing penalty. Now, whoever was behind the wheel at that time, I'd love to hear what their thoughts were when they received that warning, and just what caused that in the first place, because I don't think we caught that on stream.
Yeah, unfortunately it was me, and it was because we were kind of struggling with some back markers. And there was a case in this stint. It happened also in the previous stint with Dario, but then it also happened to me with the same driver. So we were kind of struggling to get past this back marker. So I decided to just flash like for 3 laps straight to maybe get an opportunity to get past. But eventually it didn't work, and we got the warning. I was aware that it's against the rules to go with the flashlight, but I just wanted to try to see if I could get past, because I know like it's kind of frustrating when you are behind a car that should let you pass, and you know, you are there. You know, you have to build a gap. You need to go very fast, and still you're blocked behind that car. So like I get the warning. Like it's completely fair. But yeah, it's just I wasn't surprised when I got the warning. All fair from the stewards.
Fair enough. That's absolutely awesome. But thank you guys so much. And a massive congratulations to you guys as well. The number 63 car here, David Tanitza, Daniel Savini, and Dario Mulio taking the race win for the pro class here today. Absolutely amazing job.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hopefully we will be again on the next round, but yeah, very tough.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winners overall today, Automobili Lamborghini, the number 63, gets it done in 24. You love
Up
to see
next.
that happy and somewhat exhausted drivers a little bit, but seemed completely in control throughout the entire race. Speaking of in control, let's talk to the 2-2-3, the Genesis Esports by Genesis Risk. They get the W today in the silver class. One of you, please talk us through your race from your perspective.
So first of all, hello to everyone. Let's start with a big thank you to Cody and Tommy for the amazing race they did. We managed to navigate through everything. So at the start there was many incidents, many collisions. We managed to get through them without any penalties and gained a lot of position. Then the rain came. It was quite tough to make the right call and keep the car on track. We can also thanks to our other Genesis teams that help us to make the right call for the tires. So I was hanging on dry tires on a wet track, so it was not easy to keep the car on the track. But at the end of the day, we managed to keep the gap and secure the win at the end. So that's all what matters. So we can be proud of what we did.
Yeah, absolutely. And I got to say, coming down to it, I wouldn't, I don't think we necessarily caught any necessarily overly exciting battles between you two. I don't think you guys were involved in any big collisions, any big incidents. It was more just pure consistency throughout it and not really putting a foot wrong. And then also, not to mention, I mean, you had a couple drivers around you receive some penalties, and you really just were in the right place at the right time to benefit from it and took the race lead with ease and then didn't hand it over from there. Is that a decent assessment that you would say of how you guys viewed this race?
We can agree with that. At the beginning of the race, I wasn't really watching it. I was watching a Euro soccer game, so I was not 100% focused on what was happening on track. But yes, in this championship, there can be a lot of penalties for incidents, so you have to make sure you don't get into anything. And at the end of the day, that's what also matters, because if you get penalties with a close field like that, it's gonna hurt your race.
Well, there you have it. Folks at home, your winners in silver today, consistency and pace, the key throughout any weather. Your winners, Genesis Esports, here today at the Indy 8 Hours. Pat yourselves on the back, folks. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
You.
Well, that's just about going to do it from us from the 8 Hours here in the Intercontinental GT Championship. The final photo of the day presented by Dynamic Photography. That couldn't be more apt. Lamborghini getting it done in Indy, crossing the line, the checkered flag, and a well-deserved win. Flag to flag, a walk-off home run, a grand slam, as you called it. It couldn't have been more perfect.
No, it certainly could not. Have a dominant drive throughout the field for the Lamborghini team, as well as for Cody Sherritt and his team as well down in the Ferrari. But that is going to do it. You can see up next, folks, 3 hours of Red Bull Ring, July 20th. Again, massive shout out to all of our sponsors, Fanatec, AWS, Pirelli, Kunos, Acetec, Aethersport East, AK Esports. We got there in the end. Apologies, AK. SimGrid, SRO Esports, AMG, Dynamic, and everybody else. And I have been fired from my job. But I've been Mike Noss, Jesse Lee. Absolute pleasure to be with you in the booth, as well as, of course, Luke Crane earlier. Absolute masterclass of a commentator. Shout out to Luke for his comms. But Jesse, why don't you close us out here tonight?
Folks, it's been lovely hanging with you. This has been the 8 hours here at Indianapolis. Another year in the books, halfway through the Intercontinental GT Esports Championship Series. We'll see you in a few weeks on the 20th of July for the 3 hour. Until then, on behalf of everyone here, we thank you for watching. Have a good night.